I clearly awakened as a rare and mysterious profession called Beast Tamer. But everyone looked at me with ridicule and pity. In this world where the game invades reality, Beast Tamers can only form contracts with fierce beasts from the real world, and they are completely unable to control the ferocious monsters in the apocalypse world. Even if advanced professionals help with forced contracts, they will ultimately end up being killed by the beasts they control. However, not only did I form a contract with the divine beast White Tiger as my first beast, but I also successfully recovered Black Tortoise, Vermilion Bird, and Azure Dragon. This is all because I unexpectedly activated the Super Exploration system, which not only strengthened my profession as a beast tamer with loyal beast companions, but also allowed me to enter dungeons every day and gain access to the Super Exploration function, unlocking various rare resources at random. At this moment, I was standing at the entrance of a beginner's dungeon with a group of classmates. The homeroom teacher was giving a final pep talk. The grade you achieve in the dungeon today will determine which university you will be admitted to, so everyone must take it seriously. Although the monster levels inside are within the range for beginners, they still possess strong aggression, so it is recommended that you enter the dungeon as a team. After finishing speaking, the homeroom teacher walked to the side. Just then, Zhang Xiaoyi appeared out of nowhere and said to me, "Su Tian, we are still missing one person. Let's team up together." I hesitated for a moment, but before I could say anything, a man and a woman behind Zhang Xiaoyi showed displeased expressions and said, "Xiaoye, why do you want to team up with him? Isn't he a useless profession? Bringing him along will only be a burden. We don't want to team up with him." The conversation between the two froze the smile on Zhang Xiaoye's face. She quickly looked at you and said, "Su Tian, don't misunderstand. They didn't mean that. We meant it, Xiaoye. This is a lifelong matter that concerns our future. The achievements in the beginner's instance will be counted towards college. How can we bring along someone useless?" Just then, the class monitor, Liang Mu, walked over with another boy. "Yeah, what's the use of bringing in a useless profession? Xiaoye, why don't you join my team instead?" That woman is Zhang Xiaoye's good friend, and she couldn't help but be attracted to Liang Mu and the other boy. "Xiaoye, how about the two of us teaming up with the class monitor and the others? The class monitor is a warrior, Lu Hai is a shield, and with your profession, we can definitely achieve good results." And the boy who was following the girl earlier remained silent without speaking, but his eyes became filled with hatred. He is the girl's boyfriend, but both of them have non-combat professions. They are prop-based, so they plan to find someone in the class with a combat profession to rely on. However, he never expected that she would abandon him after seeing the class leader and Lu Hai. On the other hand, when I saw this scene, I sneered in my heart. This is reality. Afterward, I didn't have the mood to entangle with these people anymore, so I turned around and walked straight into the instance alone. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. Su Tian actually entered the instance alone. "You guys are bullying him too much." Before everyone could react, Zhang Xiaoye also rushed into the light circle. At this moment, I am alone in a dark forest, with a chilling wind blowing from all directions. This is the dark forest, a beginner's instance, and everyone who enters will randomly arrive at a different location. Soon, a virtual blue screen map appears before my eyes. This is the universal map rewarded by the system, which allows a clear view of all instances. The humanoid symbol represents my own position, and there are many colored symbols on the map, presumably representing the resources in the dark forest. From low to high, they are ranked as white, green, blue, yellow, purple, gold, black gold, and red, indicating the rarity of the resources. However, this is only a beginner's instance, so even white tier resources are scarce, let alone anything above green. It seems that I can only try the exploration opportunity rewarded by the system on the first day. There are 4 levels to randomly choose from, and even the worst outcome would be purple, which is definitely better than what this beginner's instance has to offer. Soon, the sound of machinery echoed in my mind. Ding! The host has entered the instance for the first time today, rewarding a red top quality resource. Upon hearing this, I immediately became excited. The first time I used it, it turned out to be a red top quality resource. What else was I waiting for? I immediately used the stealth symbol from the beginner's gift pack and headed straight for the red dot on the map. This symbol's effect allowed me to avoid monster attacks for 2 hours. Over an hour later, I arrived near the respawn point of the red top quality resource. After careful investigation, an oval-shaped object appeared in my line of sight. Seeing this, I was stunned in place. What was this situation? The red top quality resource turned out to be an egg. I had originally thought it would be some kind of super treasure. Even if I didn't get a job change scroll, I would at least get 2 top quality equipment pieces. But what on earth was this egg? Just as I was doubting my life, the system's voice suddenly rang in my mind. "Creature detected. Would you like to use the Eye of Insight?" I immediately nodded and said, Use it. The target has been identified. And the divine beast egg is still intact. Holy cow. A divine beast egg. My heart suddenly surged with excitement as I looked at the glowing egg. I swallowed a mouthful of saliva and suddenly felt that my profession as a beast tamer was useful again. I may not be able to control advanced creatures, but you, an unborn one, I should be able to control, especially with my talent as a loyalist of a divine-level beast tamer, which ensures absolute loyalty from pets. Won't I be taking off from now on? Immediately, I summoned a contract magic circle beneath the divine beast egg and anxiously waited. 1 minute later, I heard a buzzing sound and the dull contract magic circle emitted a faint light, becoming brighter. Immediately after, I felt a strange connection between myself and the divine beast egg. Success! My excited body trembled. And just then, with a crack, a fissure appeared on the divine beast egg. Then, it completely split open at a visible speed, and a small, snow-white creature crawled out. Upon seeing this snow-white creature, I directly cast a penetrating gaze. Goal, Sacred White Tiger. Type, Divine Beast. Potential, Unknown. Status, Young. Level, 1. Life, 179. Strength, 81. Speed, 97. Defense, 74. Energy, 99. Skills, Godslayer Domain. Tiger's Roar. Transformation. Blade Wind Claws. Godslayer Domain, forms a 20-meter radius domain. Effective on all allied units. Increases strength attribute by 50%. Speed attribute by 100%. Defense attribute by 30%. And has a chance to trigger Wind God possession with each skill release. Tiger's Roar. White Tiger roars to intimidate all enemy creatures within 20 meters, causing 120% wind damage and reducing the target's defense by 20%. Transformation. White Tiger enters battle form, with all attributes increased by 100%. Blade Wind Claws, swings its claws to release 7 strong and sharp blades towards the front enemies, each blade causing 50% physical damage, and all hitting the same target will additionally inflict 70% speed attribute damage. I was so excited when I saw this panel. Sacred White Tiger. This is a divine beast, not only with incredible attributes but also equipped with 4 skills. With it, I can easily dominate the entire beginner's dungeon. Who dares to say that Beast Tamer is the most useless profession? And at this moment, the white tiger cub seemed to know that I was its owner, slowly running towards me and rubbing against my feet. However, it quickly lost its balance and fell to the ground. Seeing its weak appearance, I couldn't help but smirk. Can this little thing fight? It seemed to hear my doubt and let out another roar, its body visibly growing at an astonishing speed. Immediately after, a vigorous tiger with agile wings appeared in the field. Wow, it can transform too. So this is how the illusion skill is used. Then, I saw it raise its paw and lightly wave it, releasing a sharp blade that hit a piece of bluestone in front of it, shattering it into pieces. So powerful. I was excited to see this, as this level of attack could already one-shot a level 20 ordinary monster. But remember, it is currently only at level 1. 1 hour later, the second boss spawn point for beginners will refresh. During this hour, Xiao Bai and I not only cleared all the monsters along the way, but also killed the first boss. At this point, my level has reached level 5. Although my level is not high, my attributes are already quite terrifying. Host, Su Tian. Profession, God level Beast Tamer. Level, 5. Health, 98, 72. Strength, 38, 19. Speed, 46, 27. Defense, 34, 15. Energy, 42, 13. Skills, Insightful Eye. God-Killing Domain. The numbers in brackets are the attributes provided by the profession skills, which contribute 10% to the pet's attributes. As for the God-Killing Domain, it is a skill I extracted from Xiao Bai. Due to the nature of being a divine beast, Xiao Bai's level increases slowly. It is only level 3 now, but its stats have doubled compared to level 1. Moreover, during this period, Xiao Bai also learned a new skill called Bite. It can identify the opponent's weakness and deliver a fatal bite, causing 200% damage and a chance to instantly kill the enemy. At this moment, at the second boss spawn point, there is a flaming wild boar walking around. I activated my Insightful Eye on it. Target, Blaze Pig. Potential, Bronze. Level, 8. Health, 84. Strength, 26. Speed, 15. Defense, 32. Energy, 20. Seeing the attributes of this Blaze Pig, I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Its attributes are really weak. Then I waved at Xiao Bai and said, Xiao Bai, take it down in an instant. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai transformed into its battle form and rushed forward with a roar. In less than 3 seconds, I heard a voice in my mind saying, Congratulations, you have killed the boss Blaze Pig, and obtained a reward of 800 points and the treasure of the Blaze Pig. Then a green light appeared, and some piled up treasures appeared on the ground. Ha, there are actually some equipment. Seeing those shiny things, I showed a look of surprise. Unfortunately, it's just a bronze-level dagger and iron armor, with only 3 points of strength and 4 points of defense when equipped. It's not even as good as my own equipment with extra attributes, but I can take them to the trading market and exchange them for some money to supplement my household expenses. After removing the valuable tusks from the fire pig, I glanced at the time and realized there were still 40 minutes left until the end of the exam. At the moment, I had already defeated 2 bosses and should have the highest score in the whole school. However, I wasn't satisfied because my goal now was to become the top scorer in the province. The rewards for being the top scorer in the province were very generous. Not only would I receive a complete set of silver-level equipment, but I would also have the opportunity to choose any university I wanted to attend. Additionally, continuing to clear dungeons would allow my character, Xiaobai, to level up, which would only bring benefits. So, without wasting any time, I hurriedly led Xiaobai towards the next respawn point. Meanwhile, outside the boss respawn point, 2 teams gathered together. The captain of one team was unexpectedly Liang Mu, the class monitor of Class 2, while the other team was led by Jiang Xiaoye. Behind her were a trio of awakened combat profession sisters. At this moment, Liang Mu earnestly advised, "This is the Dark Forest, and this is the last boss. The other 2 bosses were killed by who knows which team. If we want to achieve good results, we must defeat this boss. Remember, defeating one boss rewards 800 points. Even if we divide it among the 8 of us, each person will still have 100 points. With such results, we can definitely rank in the top 100 in the province." Jiang Xiaoye stood opposite him, her face expressionless, clearly still resentful about Liang Mu's previous mockery. The triplet sisters, however, showed some signs of agitation and persuaded, "Xiaoye, why don't we agree? 2 teams of fully combat-oriented professions can definitely kill one boss. This is a good opportunity." Seeing the gleam in the eyes of the triplet sisters, Jiang Xiaoye finally nodded in agreement. After all, without the assistance of the triplet sisters, she wouldn't have made it this far as a support profession. After the 8 of them discussed and made a plan, they entered the territory of the boss. However, not even 10 minutes passed before they fled in a sorry state. Liang Mu was still panting heavily, his heart filled with lingering fear. It turned out to be a silver potential boss, with incredibly high attributes. The triplet sisters also wore expressions of terror. It was too frightening. That silver potential boss was simply beyond our capabilities. Fortunately, we haven't broken the handbands yet. There is still some time before the exam ends, so let's try to defeat more elite monsters and achieve good results. After speaking, Liang Mu hurriedly prepared to leave but was stopped by the triplets. The eldest sister, with gritted teeth, asked, "Are you really going to leave just like that? Xiaoye is still inside. She stayed behind to protect us, and we must go back to save her." Upon hearing this, Liang Mu exclaimed in shock, "Are you crazy? That's the boss with silver potential. If we go back in, we'll definitely be killed by it." Xiaoye might have already broken the teleportation bracelet and returned. Upon hearing this, the 3 triplet sisters glared at each other. "It was you who suggested killing the boss earlier, and now that something has happened, you want to run away?" Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. "Who's in there?" They turned their heads and saw a young boy walking towards them, holding a white cat in his arms. It's Xu Tian. Liang Mu, who hadn't left yet, widened his eyes and couldn't help but burst into laughter when he saw the little white cat in the boy's arms. "Did you really manage to tame a cat? What can it do? Can it help you kill monsters?" In the face of Liang Mu's mockery, I ignored it and repeated the question. "Who is inside?" Liang Mu shrugged and said, "It's Jiang Xiaoye. She tried to show off by killing the boss, but ended up trapped inside alone." Upon hearing this, the triplets' expressions turned angry. Liang Mu had gone too far. Xiaoye was clearly trying to protect them, yet he could say such things. How could someone like him be the class monitor of Class 2? I gave him a cold glance, said nothing, and turned to rush into the boss's territory. Liang Mu was left with a look of shock in his eyes. Su Tian must be crazy. It was one thing for someone to come here alone, but daring to charge into the boss's territory, which had the potential for silver-level rewards. Alone? The triplets were also stunned. Who was this fearless person? Just as I entered, a sharp laughter came from deep within the jungle, followed by the continuous collapse of tree branches ahead. I was startled and couldn't help but increase my speed, hoping nothing bad would happen. In class, I was often mocked by my classmates because of my family situation. Sometimes, I couldn't afford the school fees, and it was Jiang Xiaoye who helped me pay. I rushed to the boss and saw a huge giant spider waving its legs in the forest, continuously spewing thick green spider silk from its mouth. Jiang Xiaoye, below it, had a pale face and was trapped inside a small golden passport. The passport already had cracks appearing on it, and it was on the verge of shattering. The rescue bracelet on her wrist was nowhere to be found. Perhaps it fell off during the intense battle just now. There was no doubt that when the spider leopard shattered the shield, she would undoubtedly die. Insightful eyes. In the next moment, the boss panel appeared before my eyes. Target, Poisonous Spider Queen. Potential, Silver. Level, 7. Strength, 42. Speed, 37. Defense, 50. Energy, 40. Skills, Spider Silk Bind. Bite, Spider Swarm Formation. Description: the poisonous spider queen hidden in the dark forest has the ability to produce spiderlings. The toxins in its body are 30% stronger than those of ordinary poisonous spiders. Spider Silk Bind spits out multiple strands of poisonous spider silk to entangle the enemy, dealing 5% physical damage per second. Bite grabs the enemy and bites, causing 100% physical damage, with an additional 20% damage to targets entangled by spider silk. Spider Swarm Formation summons nearby poisonous spiders to fight together. Seeing the attributes of this poisonous spider queen, I breathed a sigh of relief. With this level, a beginner like me can easily defeat it. Then I put down my beginner level pet, Xiao Bai, and snorted. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai pounced forward and quickly transformed. The fierce roar instantly caught the attention of the poisonous spider queen. It lowered its head and looked at the golden barrier beneath it, then glanced at Xiao Bai, and immediately let out a sharp laugh. It waved its spider legs and charged towards Xiao Bai. Obviously, compared to Jiang Xiaoye, the transformed Xiao Bai was more appetizing to the poisonous spider queen. However, Xiao Bai clearly didn't pay much attention to the silver potential spider queen. It didn't even bother to use its skills, just swiped its claws and launched a normal attack. Bang! The blade landed on the spider queen, instantly cutting open a wound over a meter long, and black blood gushed out, looking somewhat disgusting. However, what surprised me was that the spider queen wasn't killed with a single blow. Then, I looked at the remaining 1% of the spider queen's health bar and couldn't help but laugh. I saw the spider queen let out a sharp laugh. Click, click. Suddenly, eerie sounds echoed all around. Immediately after, over a dozen venomous spiders, slightly smaller than the spider queen, appeared and surrounded me and Xiao Bai. Most of these venomous spiders were level 5 and had the potential of a bronze level. Each one was equivalent to a mini-boss. Jiang Xiaoye's face turned pale with fear upon seeing this. There were so many venomous spiders. Could Su Tian handle them? However, the sudden appearance of the venomous spiders did not surprise me. Instead, it brought a smile to my face once again. No wonder Xiao Bai couldn't instantly kill the spider queen. It turns out he was waiting to summon these companions, so that he could gain more experience. Thinking of this, I gave Xiao Bai an approving look. Well done. Xiao Bai received praise and became even more excited. Immediately, he roared and activated his skill, Tiger's Might. This skill not only dealt damage to enemies within range but also weakened their defense. However, these few low-level monsters were easily killed before their defense could be weakened. Looking at this scene, Jiang Xiaoye beside him was stunned. Did they just die like this? These spiders crawled out of the jungle, and before they even had a chance to attack, they were all killed by Su Tian's pet with a single roar. What kind of pet is this? It's so terrifying. Xiaoye, are you okay? Looking at the still shaken girl, I smiled. Jiang Xiaoye removed the almost shattered light shield, revealing a pale face with a touch of rosy color. I'm fine. Su Tian, thank you for saving me. Seeing Jiang Xiaoye's grateful gaze, I shook my head. It's okay, you've also helped a lot. By the way, about what just happened, Jiang Xiaoye said somewhat embarrassedly. That was a golden level defense scroll given to me by my father. Just in case. Without it, I might really have been done for. So it turns out to be a golden level defense scroll. No wonder the Spider Queen couldn't break it after so much effort. Upon hearing this, I suddenly realized and couldn't help but feel a bit envious. A golden level scroll requires at least a level 35 plus dungeon to drop, and it's worth over 100,000 gold coins. To be able to casually give away such a scroll, Jiang Xiaoye's family background must be quite good. No wonder she could often help me during school. However, I wasn't too envious. After all, I now have the super exploration system. I might be able to dig up treasures like this with just a random rare find. Su Tian, look quickly. The mother pig dropped something valuable. At that moment, a blue light suddenly burst out from the dead poisonous spider mother's body, and a pile of things appeared on the ground. Surprisingly blue resources. Could it be that killing the entire spider group rewarded an upgrade? Without thinking too much, I went forward to examine the dropped items. There was a piece of bronze equipment, some silver materials, but what caught my attention was a scroll-like object. At the same time, Jiang Xiaoye also noticed the scroll. Her beautiful eyes brightened. Could it be a prop scroll? Prop scrolls are divided into 4 major categories: attack, defense, healing, and stealth. there are also many subcategories. For example, the stealth suit I used before is a type of stealth scroll that can evade monster attacks. Of course, it is ineffective against elite or higher level monsters. A hint of joy appeared on my face as well. If it's a prop scroll, even the worst bronze scroll would be worth tens of thousands of gold coins, which could help with a lot of household expenses. Immediately, I picked up the scroll from the pile of props, but the next second, I froze, because the back of this scroll had a book pattern, which meant that it was a skill book. My heart skipped a beat. It was actually a skill book. You should know that even the most ordinary bronze skill book can sell for over 100,000 in the market. If it's a silver skill book, the price would at least multiply by 5. Jiang Xiaoye beside me also discovered the identity of the scroll and her mouth dropped open in surprise. She didn't expect her luck to be this good, to be able to encounter a skill book even in a beginner's dungeon. I flipped through the scroll and read a clear line of text, and after finishing it, I couldn't help but smile brightly. Silver skill, upward lifting, unleashes all power attributes, using a weapon to deliver a full force strike to the enemy, causing 150% physical damage, with an additional 3 times the weapon's attack attribute. Class restriction, warrior. Surprisingly, it's a silver level warrior skill book. Judging from the skill description, if it's used by a warrior supported by advanced equipment, this skill might not be replaced even at level 50, and it could easily sell for 1 million gold coins. In the blink of an eye, I've become a millionaire. It feels like a dream. Oh, the boss is dead? Xiao Yu, are you okay? That's great. At this moment, several voices suddenly came to my ears. I turned my head and saw the triplet sisters, as well as the reluctant Liang Mu and Lu Hai. It was obvious that they were forcibly brought here. However, when they saw the boss who had died, their eyes lit up with excitement. Just then, Liang Mu stepped forward and said to Jiang Xiaoye, "Xiaoye, since this boss is dead, we should also deserve some credit. After all, 2 people in our team were forced to be eliminated." In his opinion, this boss should have been killed by Jiang Xiaoye using some means. When Jiang Xiaoye heard his words, she instinctively frowned and said coldly, "This boss was killed by Su Tian, and I have nothing to do with it." Upon hearing this, Liang Mu was obviously stunned and looked at me in surprise. Wasn't he a useless beast tamer? How could he kill a boss with silver potential? But the next second, he saw the silver skill book in my hand and immediately showed a greedy look. He excitedly asked, "Su Tian, is the skill book in your hand dropped by this boss?" I sneered and replied, "Yes, and it's a silver skill book for warriors." Upward thrust. Liang Mu swallowed his saliva and couldn't believe it. With this skill, his future prospects would undoubtedly be boundless. Then he raised his head and said in a commanding manner, "Su Tian, you must have seen it too. If we hadn't weakened the boss to near death, how could you have taken advantage and killed him? Because of that, we lost 2 team members. In my opinion, we should divide the treasures dropped by this monster equally. Lu Hai and I won't take much, just this silver skill book. The points for killing the boss should also be split in half between us, and the remaining 5 of you can divide the rest among yourselves." His words immediately shocked the rest of the people. The triplet sisters couldn't believe their eyes. How could he dare to say such things? Jiang Xiaoye's chest was heaving with anger. She had never seen such shameless person in her life. I stared at Liang Mu for a while and let out a mocking laugh. "How interesting. Does it have anything to do with you that the boss was left with only a little health? As for the 2 of you who were eliminated, what does it have to do with me? Speaking of which," my eyes suddenly turned cold. "Do you really want the silver skill book? Then go get it at the Tianyun auction house." With that, I turned around and went to collect the remaining supplies. Instead of wasting time with Liang Mu, this jumping clown, it's better to kill a few more monsters to level up Xiao Bai. Seeing Su Tian ignoring him, Liang Mu's anger surged in his heart. He was the class monitor of class 2. When has he ever been treated with such contempt? Moreover, Su Tian, a useless professional, dared to ask him to buy this skill book at the auction. Liang Mu, who had lost his rationality, immediately launched an attack. However, in the instant he rushed over, I had already sensed it, and a coldness appeared in my eyes. If he seeks death, then it's not my fault. Just as Liang Mu was about to reach me, I suddenly turned around and kicked him right in the chest. Then I quickly followed up and pulled out a dagger, stabbing directly at his throat. "Xiu Tian, you can't kill me, I am." Before Liang Mu could finish speaking, he felt that I had no intention of stopping, so he decisively used a teleportation bracelet to leave the instance. Watching Liang Mu disappear from where he stood, I coldly turned to his remaining teammate, Lu Hai. Lu Hai nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva and immediately trembled as he reached for his wrist, disappearing the next moment. Seeing this, I put away the dagger and turned to pick up the resources dropped by the Spider Queen. With these things in my arms, I walked up to the triplet sisters and said, although you didn't contribute to killing the boss. I want to thank you for taking care of Xiaoyi all the way and for not giving up on her. Here, each of you can choose one of these things. The triplet sisters looked at the pile of things, any one of which could be sold for thousands of dollars in the market. However, seeing my fierce appearance just now, none of the sisters dared to reach out. Seeing this, I frowned. What are you shy about? Come on. I'll choose for you. After saying that, I picked 3 materials with an average value of about 3,000 and gave them to them. Afterwards, I turned to Jiang Xiaoye and said, Xiaoye, there are still over 20 minutes left until the exam ends. I'm going to go grind monsters first. After saying that, I carried Xiaobai and walked towards the depths of the jungle. At this moment, my back view seemed extremely cool in the eyes of the triplet sisters. Not only did I single-handedly kill the boss and save Jiang Xiaoye, but I also forced Liang Mu and Lu Hai, these 2 little people, out of the instance ahead of time. It was a completely domineering CEO perspective. Xiaoye, what is your relationship with this friend? Is he also in your class? So cool. What is his profession? Does he have a girlfriend? Xiao Yu, please give me his contact information. The triplet sisters bombarded Jiang Xiaoye with questions. This was the first time Jiang Xiaoye had encountered such a situation. She blushed like a girl next door, watching the figure gradually disappearing into the darkness, feeling an unprecedented sense of relaxation and joy. Su Tian, you have finally become the person you dreamed of. Meanwhile, I had already arrived at a place with a high concentration of monsters with Xiaobai. Xiaobai had transformed into its battle form and was looking for a child. Finally, 1 minute before the end of the exam, Xiaobai killed an elite monster, filling up its last experience bar and leveling up. Congratulations, your pet has learned a new skill. White Tiger Roar Light Wave. Congratulations to all the candidates. This grand exam has come to a successful conclusion. The following is to start counting the point totals of the combined candidates in order to rank the whole school. With the voice of the grade director ringing out, this grand exam was considered to have come to an end. Su Tian stood in the crowd, holding Little White in his hands. This little guy was unwilling to enter the contract space. Su Tian really couldn't do anything about it, so he could only hold it in his hands. But the good thing is, it is still a juvenile. From the size, and a cat is not much different. The tattoo on the forehead also did not show. The general public should not be able to detect that this is a tiger, or the legendary divine beast White Tiger. Jiang Xiaoye and the triplets came from afar, both showing a strong interest in befriending Su Tian, to which Su Tian was somewhat unable to resist their enthusiasm. Why are you hugging a cat? Is it because of some sort of mark of an expert? I've heard that those strong masters have some strange weapons or pets around them. The younger sister of the triplets blinked a pair of big kawaii eyes and asked curiously. In response, Su Tian was somewhat speechless. Where did you even hear about this? That's how it's all played out in TV dramas. The younger sister lifted up the not-so-small size of her chest and said to Su Tian in a serious manner. This sentence of hers instantly amused the crowd. But Jiang Xiaoye on the side had her beautiful eyes secretly flickering slightly. In the copy, she had seen the true colors of this kitten with her own eyes. And how could an existence that could kill a silver spider mother in seconds be an ordinary pet? Moreover, she also knew Su Tian's profession, known as the waste profession Beast Master. And this kitten should be Su Tian's Beastmaster pet. As for where Su Tian had found this harnessed beast, Jiang Xiaoye didn't want to know. She only needed to know that the Su Tian of now was no longer the Su Tian who had a heart of death yesterday. And that was enough. Just as the crowd was joyfully waiting for the points to be tallied, there was a resentful gaze staring at them from a short distance away. Hera was Su Tian scared out of the examination. Liang Mu and Lu Hai, they quit. From the end of the examination there is a full half an hour. To know. This half hour last they killed 30 small monsters, even 2 elite monsters. Quitting early caused them to lose at least 50 points. There was also that silver skill book. Thus, they were filled with hatred towards Su Tian inside at the moment. However, Liang Mu didn't dare to take another shot at Su Tian because he knew during the fight just now that Su Tian was strong. Ridiculously strong. Even if he and Lu Hai joined forces, they wouldn't be opponents. Su Tian, sooner or later, one day, I will make you pay for what you've done. Liang Mu gritted his teeth and stared at Su Tian as he swore a venomous oath. Statistical Center. The 5 invigilators received the students' bracelets and scanned them one by one, which not only helped the students escape from the replica, but also automatically tallied the points earned by the students from killing the monsters. Behind them, a beautiful woman and old man stood silently, while there were 5 apprehensive people behind them. They were the class teachers of classes 1 through 5 respectively, and they were waiting here to find the team that killed those 3 bosses. That's right, after the exams were over, the people they were responsible for cleaning up the exam room realized that all 3 bosses in the Forest of Darkness had actually been killed. Since the establishment of their Southern Cloud High School, there had never been such a thing. Although the copies they let the students enter were only the lowest difficulty and had been cleaned by specialized personnel, these students were all level 1 novices as well. They had to brush up enough levels in the copies before they were qualified to challenge the bosses, and for the team to reach that qualification, they had to at least all be combat professions as well as extremely skillful teamwork. And lastly, they had to have plenty of time. The bosses in the novice copies were around level 7 on average, and were mostly monsters with thick skin and blood, and to challenge such monsters, one had to be at least a team of level 6 per capita with 2 or more output professions to have a chance. From this, we can see how harsh the conditions are to kill a boss during the exam. In previous years' exams, it was not easy to produce a team like this in one session, but in this session, a full 3 actually appeared. Even the beautiful woman in the Cheongsam had the absurd idea that all 3 bosses were killed by a single team. Seeing that the statistics were about to come to an end, the 3 boss-killing teams still hadn't appeared, which made the thought in the Cheongsam's heart stronger and stronger. Finally, looking at the people around them getting fewer and fewer, Su Tian and Jiang Xiaoye and the others stepped forward. Jiang Xiaoye and the triplet sisters handed over their bracelets first. Name, class, occupation, the invigilator skillfully inquired. Jiang Xiaoyu, Senior Class 2, occupation, Mystic Class, Holy Angel. The young girl spoke softly. Hearing this, the invigilator teacher's recording hand jolted to a halt, and he raised his head in dismay to look at Jiang Xiaoye. This girl was actually a Mystic Class occupation, and it was also the Holy Angel occupation that was known as the Heavenly Spring Water. The healing ability of this type of profession was almost twice that of a priest, as well as that ability to stack buffs. It was terrifying. Shu Qing, Senior Class 4, occupation Combat Class, Archer. Shu Yun, Senior Class 4, profession Combat Class, Warrior. Shu Mian, Senior Class 4, occupation Combat Class, Magician. The triplet sisters attracted the same attention. Their looks were already sweet, and now they were all 3 combat professions, causing many people around to look over. And upon hearing this, the beautiful woman and the old man in the back finally moved. They looked at each other. Both could see the excitement in both their eyes. A mystic holy angel, plus 3 combat class output professions. Perhaps they were one of the teams that had killed the boss. The invigilator glanced back at the old man and received a nod from the other party before placing his bracelet on the detector. And in an instant, the 4 teams clearly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. 735, 734, 735, 733, 700 per capita. I'm afraid this is already the highest score in the entire school. The surroundings were shocked into an uproar, but that old man frowned. It wasn't them, because a single boss had a minimum of 800 points. However, even this kind of lineup wasn't capable of killing a boss. He could no longer think of any other team that could kill a boss. Could it be that there was a problem with the copies and those 3 bosses weren't refreshed at all? Next, the old man waved his hand and shook his head gently after only glancing at him, as he had some impression of this young man. Su Tian, Senior Class 2, occupation Mystic Class, Beast Master. Su Tian's cool voice immediately caused a sensation. At this moment, the people who had gathered around Jiang Xiaoye and the triplet sisters hadn't left yet, and all of them were greatly astonished when they heard another occupation mystery class appear. They had quite a few experts in this class of Southern Cloud High School. Hey, don't you guys know about Beast Master? This profession isn't much use. It can't harness beasts at all. This person's grades are definitely not good. Everyone disperse. A voice came from the crowd. Some people skimmed their mouths when they heard it. Thought it was some kind of great god, but it turned out to be a wasted profession. Cut. Hearing these voices, Su Tian's face was expressionless, only faintly handing over his bracelet. Where's your teammate? When the invigilator saw this, he couldn't help but frown. I entered the copy alone. Su Tian faintly returned. The invigilating teacher's frown deepened. Entering a copy alone was very dangerous, didn't this student know? However, his kind of situation also existed in previous years. His occupation was too useless. No one wanted him, so he hid in the refreshment point and fought a few small monsters. I'm afraid that he didn't even have 100 points. The invigilator indifferently placed the bracelet on the instrument, and the next second was stunned by the numbers that surfaced. 3,921? How is that possible? The invigilator seemed to be somewhat unable to believe his eyes, rubbing hard and fiercely to look again. It was still 3,921. He was confused and looked back at the old man blankly. At this moment, this obviously respected old man also had a serious face as he took a deep breath and looked at Su Tian. Hello, I'm the principal of the South Cloud High School, Qin Tianda. Hello classmate, I'm the grade level director, Fong Qing. The Cheongsam beauty followed suit. Grade director and principal. Looking at these two, Su Tian's expression did not change much, as if he had already expected this scene. As for the rest of the students who hadn't dispersed yet, their expressions were all stunned at this moment. At first they also felt incredible when they saw that 3000 plus score, and thought that it was a system error. However, when these two people showed their identities, the crowd realized that the problem was big. This person called Su Tian was most likely going against the grain. Student Su Tian, I want to ask if you killed all three of those bosses. Qin Tianda inquired with an excited expression on his face. Su Tian nodded his head indifferently. I killed them. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air on the spot, and even the triplet sisters and Jiang Xiaoye were in shock. They had originally thought that Su Tian had only killed that arachnid mother, but they hadn't realized that the other two bosses had also been killed by him. What kind of ruthless person was this? Qin Tianda and Fang Qing could hardly hide the shock in their hearts, especially the latter's rippling and undulating towering, which emphasized how strong her emotional fluctuations were. The Southern Cloud High School had actually produced such a demonic genius. To be able to kill 3 bosses in a row in the grand examination was an unprecedented deed. These two glanced at each other, both able to see the determination in the other's eyes. Su Tian, on behalf of the school authority, I have decided that you, as the first place winner of this year's college grand exam, are hereby rewarded with 1 million gold coins, a set of silver equipment, plus a gold-grade defense scroll. Qin Tianda spoke out solemnly. Hearing this generous reward, everyone present gasped out in shock. 1 million gold coins, along with a set of silver equipment and a gold-level defense scroll. This was feared to be worth in the region of 2 million. Su Tian was also slightly surprised upon hearing this, because in previous years, the first place reward was at most 300,000 gold coins, but Qin Tianda had given himself 1 million. This was a heavy sum of money. There was also a set of silver equipment. Ordinary bronze equipment was mostly priced at a few $1,000s because of the low difficulty of obtaining it and the high explosion rate. However, silver equipment was 10 times more expensive, usually ranging from tens to hundreds of thousands. A full body set would cost $500,000 at least. As for the gold-level defense scroll, it is even more of a life-preserving artifact, and one on the market is usually over $100,000. This Qin Tianda is really willing, but on second thought, his own results once exposed out, there are bound to be countless colleges and universities rushing to recruit themselves. By then the reputation of the South Cloud College in the country is also high, fame and fortune. Therefore, Su Tian accepted this reward with peace of mind. At this moment, Fang Qing on the side also suddenly opened her mouth. Student Su Tian, although I'm not as generous as the school, I would like to express a little bit of my feelings. Some time ago, I had brushed a Beast Master's silver skill book in a copy that I hadn't yet had the chance to get out of my hands, so I'll gift it to you now. After saying that, a skill book that shimmered with a silver-white light appeared in Fang Qing's hand, and Su Tian's eyes steeply lit up when he saw it. It was actually his native skill book. It was important to know that mystic class professions were already very rare, and their skill book burst rate, as well as their specialized equipment burst rate, was also lower than the rest of the combat class professions. Of course, without specialized equipment, mystic class professions could wear generic equipment first. However, skill books could not. Each profession can only learn the skills of a fixed profession and cannot learn other professions. Therefore, those who awaken mystic class professions would generally spend a lot of money to acquire their own skill books, and it could be said that the process was very troublesome. However, Su Tian did not expect that Fang Qing actually had a Beast Master skill book in her hands, and it was still a silver grade one. Su Tian took the skill book from her and opened it to read it once, revealing a look of excitement. Beast Master Silver Skill, Divine Tree. The Beast Master casts a spell to summon a status tree that lasts for 10 minutes, and during the existence of the Divine Tree, the Beast Master and his pet's attack power is increased by 5%, defense power is increased by 5%, and the experience gain rate is increased by 20%. Unlike other professions, the Beast Master's native skill was generally not combat-oriented, but rather, it mainly boosted the survivability of the pet and himself. And this Divine Tree skill was a good boosting skill, boosting offense and defense, and also boosting the efficiency of experience acquisition. Many thanks, Director. Su Tian was heartfelt in his gratitude, knowing that for a cold and reputedly wasted profession like Beast Master, the difficulty of trying to collect a skill book was tantamount to ascending to the heavens. This skill book that Fang Qing had given him was important. You're welcome. Fang Qing smiled gently. This skill book was useless to her, but its help to Su Tian was unimaginable. Moreover, Su Tian was from her class, and if he could shine in the future, she, the great director, would also be on a level playing field. After taking the reward with Qin Tianda, Su Tian didn't go home directly, but took a taxi to the trading market. In his hands, He had a bunch of materials from the newbie copies that he hadn't dealt with, and among them, there were also 2 pieces of silver equipment, but their attributes were very ordinary, far worse than the ones given by the school, and they were worth about 10 or 20,000 gold coins. Rather, Su Tian had gotten more than 50,000 gold coins after strolling around inside and selling all the useless materials. He then went to the auction house and consigned that warrior's silver skill book before slowly returning home, touching the gold coin card on his chest, which already had more than $1 million in savings. Su Tian couldn't help but lament that he had become a millionaire so soon. He then remembered the matter of the grand examination, as it wasn't quite the end of the examination in the Southern Cloud colleges. Everyone's scores would have to be entered into the online rankings, followed by the selection of the preferred colleges for enrollment. Of course, there would be some colleges that would target the top students among them in advance and pay a visit at their doors. These, however, should have to wait for at least a week. Su Tian so fortunately decided to relax at home today. Who would have thought that it was already evening, and the lights in the house were still dim? Su Tian frowned, vaguely had a bad premonition, immediately sprinted upstairs. The moment he opened the door, the home was silent. What's going on? Sister should be at home cooking a good meal and waiting for me at this time. The uneasiness in Su Tian's heart grew stronger. Then he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. I'm sorry, the number you dialed is out of service. The ice-cold electronic female voice made Su Tian instantly understand that Su Yun had gone off to make a copy. But no matter what, she should have come out at this time. So something must have changed. Su Tian's mind was unsettled, and he immediately went out and took a taxi to the virtual transmission center in the city center. Here, the channel between the real world and the virtual world. I'm sorry, without a legitimate proof of relationship, you do not have the right to inquire about the copy that the other party has entered. We are also here to protect the personal safety of the Dragon Kingdom's subjects. Please cooperate. On the front stage, a delicate-looking little beauty with a serious face righteously rejected Su Tian's request. But she's really my own sister. Su Tian's heart was burning with anxiety. His sister must have entered the copy in order to save money for him to go to college. And if anything happened, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Sorry, this is a matter of principle. The little beauty solemnly shook her head. Su Tian had no choice but to run aside and call Jiang Xiaoye. Her family lineage should be uncommon, so she might be able to help himself find out which copy Su Yun had gone to. Su Tian, why are you calling me at this late hour? On the other end of the phone, Jiang Xiaoye's voice was clearly a little happy. Xiao Yu, something happened to my sister. She doesn't know which copy she went into until now and hasn't come out. Can you help me find out? Su Tian asked directly. Jiang Xiaoye froze, then realized the seriousness of the matter. She had heard Su Tian say that his sister was only a life class gatherer, and she was afraid that she had encountered danger as she hadn't come out of the copy so late. Don't be anxious, I'll let my father help you check. Jiang Xiaoye didn't even hang up the phone, and about a minute later, her voice was heard again. Su Tian, I've found it. My sister went into a copy called Red Moon Forest, and the recommended level for this copy is level 20. Level 20? Su Tian was startled, as Su Yun's level was only level 11. For her own sake, she would actually take the risk of choosing a copy of this level. Su Tian, why don't you wait for me for a while and I'll find someone to go with you to the Red Moon Forest to find your sister? Jiang Xiaoye also said with some concern. No need. If I waste one more second, my sister might be in one more danger. I can handle it. After saying that, Su Tian hung up the phone. He walked to the front desk little beauty and said in a deep voice, I want to enter the Red Moon Forest copy. Okay, a fee of 2,000 gold coins is required. The little beauty gave Su Tian a strange look. Just now he didn't know which copy the person he was looking for had gone to, and now he was so sure. It seemed that he was still a person with a background. No problem. Su Tian briskly swiped his dragon card. The little beauty gave an operation, then knitted her eyebrows. Ha, is this your first time entering a copy? Well, I'm a freshman who just graduated, Su Tian said with some impatience. This was too much of a delay. Freshman? The little beauty was dumbfounded, but she could also tell that Su Tian was in a hurry, and busily said, please provide your name, occupation, and current level, and you can enter. Su Tian, Beast Master, level 6. Su Tian said dryly. Alright, please stand within the aperture. The little beauty quickly registered Su Tian's information, and when she looked up Su Tian had already disappeared into a pillar of light. Wait, he's only level 6? When the little beauty saw the information on the computer, her entire body was suddenly confused. Moreover, what kind of profession was a Beast Master? Red Moon Forest. A round red moon hung in the night sky, reflecting the entire forest as if it was bathed in the color of blood, making it even more hideous and terrifying. Ding! Congratulations on entering the Red Moon Forest copy for the first time, rewarding you with an exploration opportunity. Congratulations on exploring the golden resources. Golden color resources. The system's exploration reward prompted again. But right now Su Tian was in no mood to care about this. He turned his head to look around. The empty ghostly forest was boundless. The map of this copy seemed to be huge. But fortunately, there was a contact function after entering the apocalypse world. As long as one knew the other party's ID, one could send a mail. And he just happened to remember his sister's ID. After an email was sent, Su Tian began to wait. But he wasn't idle during that time, taking the opportunity to go to the place that had been explored and find the red resource. It was actually a gold-ranked weapon. Soul-hunting sword, possessing the power to penetrate the soul. It was once the weapon of Demon King Gushiel. Equipment level, unlimited. Physical attack, 127. Penetration, 59-inch. Attached skill, Flame Slash. It can cauterize the soul of an enemy upon hitting them, dealing 5% of their maximum life value damage per second. After checking the attributes of this golden weapon, Su Tian sucked in a sharp breath of cool air. So strong, worthy of being a golden weapon. Relying on this soul-hunting blade, even he himself could kill level 20 monsters without relying on Xiaobai. Right at this moment, the beep of a received mail came to his ears. Su Tian clicked on it and was ecstatic. Sure enough, it was from his sister. However, there was only one coordinate on it. What was the reason for that? No matter. Anyway, he would be able to find out what the situation was after he got there and found his sister. At that moment, Su Tian no longer hesitated, holding Little White and rushing at breakneck speed towards the location of the coordinates. Boss, do you think it'll be illegal for us to do this? Within the Red Moon Forest, an adventure squad slowly moved forward. This was a normal 4-member adventuring squad, paired with 3 combat professions as well as a props profession. But there were also 2 girls following behind these 4. One of them was clearly Su Tian's older sister, Su Yun, while the other, who was also just a middle-aged woman in a life-class occupation, was defenseless in the face of this adventuring squad. What offense? They are voluntarily teaming up with us to explore that secret realm. If you want to kill that boss in the secret realm, someone has to go and be the bait. Do you want to go and be that bait? The adventure captain at the head asked indifferently. Upon hearing this, that adventure team member immediately shook his head, while Su Yun and the other woman behind them had a chill in their hearts. This group of people actually wanted to use them as bait for the raid boss. What? That secret realm is dangerous? Big brothers, I don't want to go. Can you guys let me go back? I still have a husband and child at home. The woman was visibly alarmed. Su Yun was also pale, not realizing that this group of people were actually playing this kind of idea, tricking themselves and that big sister next to them to be the bait. Don't want to go? It was you who personally promised to join us just now. Why do you want to back out now? It's too late. That adventure captain revealed a sinister expression, inadvertently revealing the wolf-shaped tattoo on his chest. The woman looked at his chest and her voice trembled. You guys are from the Hunter Guild. The Hunter Guild, a guild organization established by the folk. Those who joined it were mostly people who would do anything for the sake of profit. They were ruthless, and as long as they could obtain treasures in the apocalypse world, they would use any means they could. And this adventuring squad, surprisingly, was from the Hunters Guild. When Su Yun sniffed, her heart sank even further to the bottom. These people were actually from the Hunter Guild. They were ruthless. Even if they and this big sister beside them wanted to leave now, they would definitely not agree. And the consequences might even be worse. At the same time, a teenager holding a white cat appeared in the dense forest. Seeing this small group of people through the grass, Su Tian's eyes narrowed lightly. Are these people the Hunters Union? He frowned slightly. How did his sister come across these people? The Hunters Union was notorious, and it must not be a good thing for his sister to be held hostage by them. However, to be able to appear in this level 20 copy, the level of these people shouldn't be low. I wonder if Xiaobai can deal with. Just as Su Tian hesitated, a light door with dense energy appeared in front of these people. This is the secret realm? Su Tian, who was hidden in the shadows, froze, not realizing that these hunters had actually discovered the secret realm. No wonder they were holding his sister and the other one hostage. So it turned out that they wanted them to be the scouting sheep. Seek death. Su Tian immediately let out a furious shout and stepped out from the shadows. What man? The hunter squad were all startled, but they turned around to see the lone Su Tian. Xiao Tian. Seeing Su Tian appear, Su Yun was also delighted in her heart, but then her pretty face paled because Su Tian was empty behind him. It was over. Su Yun's heart was like ashes. Where did this person appear from? The 4 of them looked at Su Tian in confusion, bewildered. Who cares where he came from? A brat. Since he bumped into him, let him be a bait as well. One of the hunters sneered. You're the one who yelled at this stinking bitch? The hunter at the head was the one who turned his head to look at Su-yun, narrowing his eyes as he asked. Bang! As soon as his words fell, he was slapped and sent flying, his entire body smashing a dirt pit in the ground, his mouth continuously spitting out blood, and it looked like he wouldn't be able to survive. The sudden situation made those hunters under him dumbfounded. Their boss was a level 24 warrior. What could even spike him? They slowly turned back, but the scene they saw caused a chill to rise from their feet, only to see a majestic, body hair like frost-white tiger is standing there, a pair of large tiger pupils flooded with ferocious light, coldly staring at them. These three hunters were scared out of their wits. Where did this monster come from? Yes, it's him. It's the kitten he was just holding. One of the hunters seemed to remember something and pointed at Su-tian, yelling. The crowd then remembered that when Su-tian had just appeared, he was holding a kitten in his arms, but now, it seemed to have turned into this huge white tiger. What kind of occupation is this? The three hunters had a question mark on their faces. Could it be a summoner? But according to the situation just now, it doesn't look like a summoner. Instead it looks more like a beast master? You're a beast master? One of the hunters gulped and asked in panic. Congratulations on your correct answer. Rewarded to die, Su-tian faintly uttered. The little white beside him understood and directly swung out a wind blade to blast that hunter to death. The remaining two hunters were stunned by Su-tian's decisiveness and immediately begged for mercy. This little brother. We were wrong, please let us go. The two hunters looked repentant as they kept approaching Su-tian. What if we don't let go? Su-tian coldly said. At those words, the two hunters' faces changed, and they instantly changed to a ruthless look. This brat was too presumptuous, and although he didn't know where he had gotten such a powerful pet from, the beast master himself must be extremely vulnerable. As long as he was killed, that beast master would naturally no longer be under control. Swish! The next moment the two hunters stormed up at the same time, and one of them even drew a dagger and stabbed straight at Su-tian. Unfortunately, their every move had already been anticipated by Su-tian. Only seeing him gently retreat, he suddenly withdrew a distance of 10 meters, and the two hunters' pounces fell short, both revealing shocked expressions. How is that possible? There were a few moments of disbelief in their eyes. This teenager was at most in his early 18 years of age. He should have only awakened his profession not long ago. Why was his speed attribute so high? They were doomed to not know the truth. Not far away, Su-tian's mouth surfaced a faint cold mockery. Then a white shadow pounced and tore the two hunters into pieces. Looking at the four corpses, Su-tian shook his head. Overestimated you guys. Originally, he had thought that 4 level 20+ combat professions Xiaobai would be unable to deal with, but now it seemed that he had completely overthought it. Xiao-tian, are you alright? At this time, Su-yun stepped forward and asked worriedly. Sis, I'm fine. Those two didn't even touch me, Su-tian easily said. Hearing this, Su-yun instantly remembered something, her face pale as she looked at the huge white tiger on the side, her eyes showing fear. Xiao-tian, it's my harnessed beast called Little White, a creature of the apocalypse world. Oh. Su-tian saw this and busily introduced it to Su-yun. At the same time, he touched Little White's huge head after his illusionary size and softly said, Little White, this is my sister, quickly say hello. As Su-tian's harnessed beast, Little White was telepathic to a certain extent. Ow! Hearing Su-tian's words, Little White instantly ran to Su-yun's side, his huge head unable to stop arching towards Su-yun's body. The furry head tickled Su-yun for a while, and she laughed gently. Big sister, you're safe now, quickly go home. After a while, Su-yun said to the big sister of the gatherer who was also caught. When the elder sister heard this, she gratefully looked towards Su-tian and Su-yun. Little girl, thanks to your brother, or else I'm afraid we'll have a hard time escaping death today. Su-tian just smiled faintly and waved goodbye to that big sister. Afterwards, he picked up the props and equipment dropped by those four hunters. It should be said that these few people were quite rich, with 2 pieces of silver equipment alone, as well as no less than 5 pieces of bronze equipment in various accumulated materials, all of which had fallen out of the storage space. Xiao-tian, it's getting late, let's leave this copy as well. Looking at the harvested Su-tian, Su-yun couldn't help but laugh. Although she didn't know how Su-tian had gotten this white tiger divine beast, it was undoubtedly a good thing for him. Wait a moment. Su-tian looked towards the secret realm that still existed, and a flash of interest surfaced in the bottom of his eyes. Secret realms, which had a certain chance of popping out after killing elite monsters or bosses, usually had 4 levels: normal, difficult, nightmare, and purgatory. Generally, secret realms above the nightmare level required at least a team that exceeded the level of the copy by an average of 10 levels or more. That is to say, this Red Moon Forest is a level 20 copy. If there is a nightmare secret realm, it will require at least an average level 30 team to pass through. The highest level of the secret realm that elite monsters could explode was Nightmare, and the Purgatory secret realm was only triggered by the bosses in the copy. This secret realm in front of him should only be popped by an elite monster, and it had already entered the final countdown. Seeing Su Tian's eyes, Su Yun's heart was suddenly startled. Xiao Tian, what are you doing? You don't want to. That's right, I want to go in. Su Tian nodded and softly said. Su Yun lost her color as she panicked. Xiao Tian, are you crazy? This secret realm doesn't know what level it is yet. And just now, those few hunter unions were at their wits' end, wanting to use us as bait to test that secret realm boss. Hearing Su Yun's words, Su Tian immediately revealed a smile. Sis, I'm not those hunters, and you've just seen Little White's strength. With it here, even if we can't kill that secret realm boss, we can at least retreat in one piece. Upon hearing this, Su Yun still looked hesitant. After all, it was almost time to enroll in a university, and with Su Tian and Little White's abilities, they must have done well in the big exam. If they were recognized by a famous school, they would definitely soar in the future, and she didn't want something to happen to Su Tian at such a time. However, seeing Su Tian's confident eyes, her heart softened again. Alright, then we'll go in, but you have to promise me that you'll leave as soon as there's danger. Hearing Su Yun's words, Su Tian nodded excitedly. Sister, don't worry, Little White can definitely protect us, right? After saying that, Su Tian patted Little White's head. Ow! Little White raised his head with a flourish, making a confident look. Seeing this, Su Yun was filled with helplessness. These two fellows were really singing in unison. Welcome to the Nightmare level secret realm, the Count's castle. Rumor has it that the Earl was a long-time resident in a castle deep in the forest. When the red moon descended, everything in the forest changed, and all the people in the castle mutated as well. They were berserk and cruel, and they were addicted to biting everything in the castle. Listening to the string of narration filled with horror, Su Yun's little face turned pale in fear as she looked towards Su Tian, her voice trembling. Xiao Tian, it's a Nightmare level secret realm. Shall we leave? Su Tian didn't say anything, but instead brought Little White slowly forward. Fresh blood, I need blood. Suddenly, a strange woman in a maid's outfit rushed out, biting frantically at Su Tian. Bang! However, before it could get close, it was slapped out by Xiaobai's claw. Eye of Insight. Target, mutated maid. Level, 24. Life, 237. Strength, 54. Defense, 47. Speed, 60. Energy, 50-inch. Seeing the attributes of this mutant maid, Su Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was a bit strong, it was still manageable. Blood. At this moment, more and more mutant maids rushed out from all around. Little White. Seeing this, Su Tian faintly spoke out. In the next moment, the snow-white fur on Little White's body gradually glowed red, and then a circle of dark red lines appeared on the ground, spreading in all directions with Little White as the center. Divine Beast Technique, Killing God Field. The mutated maids that swarmed around were affected by the God-killing domain, and their speeds all slowed down by a few points. Su Tian was unprecedentedly excited when he saw these maid costumes, because just now, he heard the experience rewarded for killing that mutant maid, plus 35 points. You know, Su Tian's current experience bar was only 500 points, and the small monsters he killed in the previous novice copy only had 1 or 2 points of experience, while this one mutant maid had 35 points, so it wouldn't take 20 of them for him to be upgraded. This was no Nightmare Mystery Realm. It was clearly a pool of experience. Divine Tree. Su Tian shouted in a low voice, directly utilizing the skill he had just learned. This skill was able to increase the rate of experience gained by a full 20%, and it couldn't be more appropriate to use it here. Little White, start killing. The next second the voice was issued. Su Tian's mind was left with only the sound of experience acquisition. Half an hour later, looking at the pile of rewards popping out from the secret realm boss on the ground, Su Tian was still a little too intent on this secret realm upgrading a little too quickly. In just half an hour, he had risen from the original level 6 to level 13, and even Xiao Bai, who was extremely slow in gaining experience, had risen by 4 levels, and had now reached level 8. To say that there was something difficult about this secret realm, it was that this secret realm boss Little White had enough 5 claws to slap him to death. Other than that there wasn't much. Su Yun on the side was still frozen in place, looking at the pile of brightly colored boss drops. She was still a bit confused. This was all it took to clear a Nightmare Mystery Realm? The entire process only took half an hour. Even an average level 30 adventuring squad might not be able to do it, right? Most importantly, Su Tian had only just awakened his profession. Looking at his master and pet who were frolicking and playing on the side, Su Yun felt as if he had witnessed the growth of a pair of demons. After casually picking up that secret realm boss drop, Su Tian and Su Yun retreated from the secret realm, and the original secret realm passageway had also disappeared. Let's go. Go home. This trip into the replica. In addition to the golden weapon obtained from being the first to explore the treasure, they had also leveled up so much. It was simply not a wasted trip. Teleportation Center. Jiang Xiaoye was waiting anxiously with a girl who was about 20 years old. The girl was wearing a pair of close-fitting shorts underneath, revealing her pair of long and slender legs perfectly, while the upper half of her body was an ordinary white short sleeve, with a slender waist that was too slim to hold, making her both sexy and full of temptation. Jiang Xiaoye, on the other hand, was wearing a goose-yellow knee-length skirt, coupled with her delicate little face, showing innocence. Such a pair of contrasting beauties appeared in the teleportation center, immediately drawing the attention of countless people. Sister, why don't we go in? Jiang Xiaoye looked towards the slender girl and spoke out to beg. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaochu frowned slightly and said, Xiao Yu, it's already good enough that I'm sneaking out this late at night without Dad's knowledge to accompany you, but you're even thinking of going down to the copy? I'm telling you, don't even think about it. It's almost the day of enrollment. There's still the school exam waiting for you then. I don't want anything to happen to you before that. Jiang Xiaoqing had a lecturing tone. Sis, but Su Tian, he really can't have an accident. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoye simply pulled the girl's hand and pouted. Seeing Jiang Xiaoye's adorable appearance, even Jiang Xiaosukyo was somewhat unable to resist, and immediately waved her hand helplessly. Alright, I'll accompany you in, but definitely fight monsters in the middle of the way. You know, with my rank, if I do it in the Red Moon Forest, I'll be expelled very soon. I know, sister. Don't worry. At those words, Jiang Xiaoye instantly revealed a smile. As soon as her words fell, the teleportation channel in front of her flickered with luster, and a teenager's figure emerged from it. Su Tian. Seeing this person, Jiang Xiaoye instantly let go of the hand that was pulling on Jiang Xiaosucherry and violently pounced towards Su Tian. Feeling the warm fragrance and soft jade that suddenly appeared in his arms, Su Tian was also confused for a moment, while the pretty face of that Jiang Xiaoye at the back even turned into black charcoal. Su Tian felt a killing intent locking onto him, and before he had time to see clearly, the girl in his arms was carried out by the neck. Su Tian glanced over and saw only a pair of beautiful legs that were hard to describe in words. So, long. Your name is Su Tian? The slender woman moved her snow-white legs and took a few steps to walk in front of Su Tian, asking in a cold voice. Yes. Su Tian nodded his head consciously. Shall you just use the centralized system without father's knowledge for your sake, and even sneaked out? So you'll definitely be chastised when you return. I heard that you're also a beast master? You're not destined to be from the same world. I hope you won't contact Xiao Yu again in the future. Jiang Xiaochura had a commanding tone that made Su Tian uncomfortable to listen to. He faintly said, What if I don't agree? Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoqing sneered. You can try. After saying that, she lit up her leveling information, which was surprisingly as high as level 59, with one of the lowest attributes being above 4 digits, which caused Su Tian to freeze violently. The surrounding passers-by who were brushing their copies were also stunned by Jiang Xiaochu's level. Level 59. This was a strong person who had succeeded in the 4th turn, and might have already ascended the leaderboards. This teleportation hall, this kind of strong person would actually appear. While displaying her rank, Jiang Xiaochu also applied attribute suppression to Su Tian, which was an ability that high-ranked powerhouses had over low-ranked professionals. As long as the higher-ranked party did not make a move in the case of attribute suppression, it was possible to incapacitate the lower-ranked party. Under this attribute suppression, Su Tian's face gradually turned red, and his pupils exploded with scarlet blood. Sister, seeing this scene, Jiang Xiaoye hurriedly panicked and went to pull Jiang Xiaoshu, but the latter was unmoved, a pair of beautiful eyes coldly staring at Su Tian, as if she wanted to see the moment when he conceded defeat. Roar! Suddenly, Little White in Su Tian's arms broke away from the embrace and let out a roar at Jiang Xiaochu, his figure rapidly growing huge and transforming into a divine beast white tiger. The appearance of Little White caused Jiang Xiaosakura to be startled. Yet what shocked her even more was that this white tiger's level wasn't high, yet its attributes were ridiculously high. Even some of the diamond class bosses she had killed did not have such perverted attributes. What kind of potential creature was this? Moreover, it seemed to follow Su Tian's orders. Could it be Su Tian's beast master? But wasn't it rumored that beast masters were unable to harness high-level ferocious beasts? With Little White's support, Su Tian gradually felt that pressure lessen a bit. His gaze staring straight at Jiang Xiaochu, he said in a cold voice, Maybe you right now you're stronger than me, but have you ever heard of a saying? Don't deceive the young and poor. Su Tian's words were like a flood of bells, causing Jiang Xiaocherry's mind to be shaken. This divine beast, the white tiger, was indeed out of her expectations, but could her strong character, how could she give in to weakness? I admit, the current you does have a lot of potential, but don't forget, Beast Masters will eventually backfire. If you can get through that hurdle, only then will you be a true fish leaping dragon gate. Zhang Xiaochu gradually withdrew her attribute suppression and frowned. Upon hearing this, Su Tian just smiled faintly. This was a problem that he didn't need to worry about at all, as he had the loyalist talent, and all the beast harnesses were 100% loyal to himself. That's not something you need to bother about, Su Tian said indifferently. Seeing him this confident, Zhang Xiaoqing couldn't help but frown slightly. Although this guy had a very strong pet, wasn't he a little too inflated? Su Tian, don't be too complacent. There are countless awakened people in the world, and there are not a few powerful hidden professions among them. Even me, I'm only just starting out in this world, Zhang Xiaoqing coldly said. However, Su Tian didn't pay any attention to these words of hers, but instead asked rhetorically, "Are we in the same world now?" You. Zhang Xiaozhua was choked by Su Tian's words as she said with a cold face, "Sort of, but if you want to be with Xiao Yu, you have to at least reach my kind of strength." Your strength? Fourth turn? It will be reached. Su Tian gently smiled, then looked behind him at Su Yun, who had been tense, and said, "Sister, let's go." Looking at the departing back of the two, Zhang Xiaoye surprisingly didn't make a sound this time. Instead, she lowered her head with a sweet look on her face. "Hey, the people have left. Do you want to be so flamboyant?" Seeing her own sister like this, Zhang Xiaoye said somewhat helplessly, "Sister, did you just promise that we can date?" Zhang Xiaoye raised her head, her beautiful eyes flashing with a strange luster. Zhang Xiao Sakura froze. When did she say that? Xiao Yu, although he has a lot of potential, but don't forget our status. Maybe one day he can struggle to our level by himself, but who knows what will happen before that? Zhang Xiao Sakura said softly, "I don't care. I believe in Su Tian anyway." At those words, Zhang Xiaoye pouted her small mouth. Seeing Zhang Xiaoye's appearance, Zhang Xiaoqing sighed helplessly. "Alright, I'll talk to father when I have the chance and see what his attitude is." Back home, Xiao Tian, you were too reckless today. That girl is a level 69 fourth turn powerhouse. If you really start a conflict with her, you will definitely suffer, Su Yun said with a worried face. "Sis, she's Xiao Yu's sister. No matter what, she won't be able to lay a deadly hand on me. Besides, don't I still have Xiao Bai?" Su Tian smiled and comforted. "Ow." When Little White in his arms heard Su Tian mention himself, he immediately raised his head with an I can handle it expression. The attitude of the master and pet duo made Su Yun cry and laugh a little, but she remained serious in her attitude. "That won't do. You've awakened the beast master profession, and now that it's so hard to get Little White, you mustn't let it be in danger." "Got it, sis. I will definitely take good care of Little White." Upon hearing this, Su Tian's heart warmed and said with a smile, "Since that's the case, then you should rest well, and tomorrow, after breakfast, go down the copy, or get a good score in the entrance test." After saying that, Su Yun left Su Tian's room. Looking at Su Yun's departing back, Su Tian scratched his head. In fact, he hadn't just said that he didn't need to take the entrance test at all. With his 3,000 plus points, he was afraid that there were a lot of schools grabbing for him right now. So where was the need for him to participate in any entrance test? The next day, although he might not have to take the entrance test, he still came to the teleportation hall ready to find a copy to brush up on. After all, no one would mind having a high level. Furthermore, Xiao Bai, the experience bucket, had to brush a lot of monsters in order to be fed. The pale end of the sky is my drop of love. The cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang, causing the young lady who received Su Tian to be stunned. "Excuse me, I'll take a call." Su Tian pulled out his cell phone with a calm face and answered it. "Hey, Su Tian, are you at home? We formed a team to go to a level 25 copy to brush up on monsters, and I want you to accompany me. Is that okay?" Zhang Xiaoye's gentle voice rang out. A level 25 copy? Su Tian was staggered after hearing this. Xiao Yu's family history was a bit too strong. She probably wasn't more than level 5 right now. Was she? Normal people, who would go and brush a copy that exceeded their level 20? What was the difference between this and finding death? But Zhang Xiaoye will, at this moment, although not see each other. But Su Tian seems to have seen that all experts escort team. After thinking about it, Su Tian still decided to reject Zhang Xiaoye, as he felt that he could brush the monsters a bit faster by himself with Xiao Bai. But before he could even open his mouth, he heard Zhang Xiaoye's surprised voice. "Su Tian, turn around. I can see you." Su Tian was stunned, and slowly turned around, and indeed saw Zhang Xiaoye in a goose yellow dress running towards him, and she seemed to have dressed up carefully, the exquisite makeup adding a few points of innocence and movement to her. And behind her, A pair of tall and slender legs followed closely, and the pretty face of its owner was like the frost that would not melt for ages. At this moment, Zhang Xiaochu's mood was very unpleasant. Originally she was going to bring 2 of her family's experts along to escort Xiaoyu, but she didn't expect Xiaoyu to actually call on Su Tian. Although Su Tian and that white tiger's strength shouldn't be weak, but what they were going into was after all a level 25 copy, and Su Tian's level shouldn't be more than level 10, and the best way to form an adventure squad was a group of 4. If it was a team of 5, the efficiency of experience acquisition would be half as low, so to add Su Tian they would inevitably have to subtract an expert, otherwise it would slow down Xiaoyu's upgrade speed. Xiaoyu, seeing that Zhang Xiaoye had already seen him, Su Tian greeted him, then looked at Zhang Xiaosuzhen and said in surprise, "She's also accompanying you to brush copies?" "Yeah, although there is a level suppression in the low-level copies, but after all, my sister has the advantage of having the 4th turn of her profession, and her attributes are much higher than a normal level 30 powerhouse," Zhang Xiaoye explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Tianfan nodded. It was true that low-level copies were not very friendly to high-leveled powerhouses, and would suppress high-leveled people in the same level range, but there was no such restriction for copies after level 40. As for awakened people, after level 20, they could make a breakthrough transfer every 10 levels, and after success, not only would their attributes skyrocket, but they might also be able to trigger a career evolution. And Zhang Xiao Sakura as a 4th turn powerhouse, the strength is even stronger to the point of being ridiculously strong. Even if the level is suppressed at 25, it is estimated that it can easily crush this copy. Then these two. Su Tian looked at the other 2 people behind Zhang Xiaoye. One of them was an older man of about 30 years old, and there was also an ordinary-looking young woman with a hot body. "Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is Uncle Chen. He's a 3rd turn Earth Warrior. This is Sister Lu. She's a 3rd turn Water Spirit Mage. We're going to a copy called the Fire Mound Ghost Cave this time. Sister Lu's water attribute can largely restrain the monsters inside." Zhang Xiaoye introduced the 2 to Su Tian one by one. Upon hearing this, Su Tian once again sighed. These 2 were indeed also multi-turned powerhouses, with the worst of them being 2nd-turned water spirit mages, yet they were willing to work for Zhang Xiaoye. "How about it, Su Tian? Go brush copies with us. You'll definitely be able to level up to 20 very quickly." Zhang Xiaoye laughed and issued an invitation. Su Tian originally wanted to refuse, but once he thought that with so many experts working for him, he and Little White would only need to lie down and gain experience, he immediately agreed. With these 3 around, the efficiency of brushing monsters would definitely not be faster than himself and Little White. Wouldn't it smell good to whore him out? Seeing Su Tian really excitedly agreeing, Zhang Xiaochura instantly let out a cold laugh. Didn't someone swear yesterday that he would never bully a young man into poverty? How come he has no ambition today? Yeah, sooner or later I'm going to surpass you, but until then you're helping me brush up on my experience. It's like you're helping me surpass yourself. In response, Su Tian just laughed rascally and stood beside Zhang Xiaoye. At those words, Zhang Xiaoye froze. She hadn't seen such a brazen person, but she couldn't do much about Su Tian, and could only gnash her teeth at him for a while. A group of 5 people all entered the level 25 Fire Mound Ghost Cave, and Zhang Xiaochura had chosen to form a single team, and didn't team up with the 4 of them. Soon after entering the Circle of Light, they were teleported into the copy. When they opened their eyes again, their surroundings had turned into a dry, hot, barren place. The ground was filled with withered white bones, and even the trees were hard to see. This eerie scene caused Zhang Xiaoye to instantly get scared and burrow into Su Tian's arms, cuddling with Little White for warmth. As for Uncle Chen and that Sister Lu, they seemed to have entered this copy and reacted very calmly. It wasn't long before Zhang Xiaoye relied on a prop to find them and the 2 sides converged. Let's begin. Looking at the white bones all over the ground, Zhang Xiao Sakura faintly opened her mouth and immediately transformed into a wildcat-like residual shadow. Ka ka ka. Ka! As Zhang Xiao Sakura moved, those white bones on the ground unexpectedly stood up one after the other, moving stiffly as they took a step toward Su Tian and the others. Eye of insight, Su Tian murmured at the sight, instantly seeing the panels of these monsters. Target, Fire Mound Skeleton. Level, 25. Life, 976. Strength, 96. Speed, 78. Defense, 129. Energy, 60-inch. The monsters in this copy, although they were also over level 20, had double the attributes of the monsters in the secret realm he entered last time, and this was still a normal monster, not one from the secret realm. It should be because of the difference in the level of the replica that there was such a difference, but monsters of this level, not to mention Xiao Bai, could be killed by Su Tian himself. His current level was already 13, and because he was a divine beast master, his 4 dimensions were generally higher than normal professions, and the values, for that matter, were 76 strength, 70 speed, 69 defense, and 70 energy. However, he also had Xiao Bai's attribute link, and Xiao Bai's average 4 dimensions were now almost on the verge of breaking 4 digits, even if it only linked to 10% of his attributes. It was enough for Su Tian's attribute panel to easily crush these skeletons. However, there was absolutely no need for him to make a move here. The speed of Zhang Xiaochu of the solo team was so agile that she almost single-handedly reduced these skeletons to a crippled blood, and then left them for Su Tian and Zhang Xiaoye to fill in the gaps so that the two of them could maximize the rate at which they gained experience. To Su Tian's surprise, these skeleton monsters were of a higher level than the monsters he had encountered in that nightmare mystery realm before, and their attributes were also higher than those monsters, but the rewarded experience was more than twice as low. This caused Su Tian to lament that it was still the secret realm that was good. He just didn't know if they had the chance to explode a secret realm. As the day passed, Su Tian had only managed to raise 2 levels. On the contrary, it was Zhang Xiaoye, who seemed to have a low-level bonus, and now she had risen to level 10. During this time, they also brushed a lot of elite monsters, but unfortunately, they didn't explode the secret realm and didn't encounter any bosses. But the harvest was also quite successful. For the next few days, Zhang Xiaoye was looking for Su Tian to brush copies as usual, and Su Tian didn't refuse. With Zhang Xiaosuzhen's pair of white and tender thighs, laying flat to upgrade was simply not too comfortable. But this night, they were met with an accident. The boss is refreshed. Let's go fight the boss. Su Tian looked at the invisible universal map in front of him. After the past few days of research, he had discovered that this Fire Mound Ghost Cave wasn't that it didn't refresh bosses, but rather that someone was squatting on the time when the bosses refreshed, and once the bosses were refreshed, they would directly take seconds. That's why Su Tian hadn't been able to see the boss logo on the map, and just now this is only just refreshed. The universal map can display the information of the boss in real time. The icon has been displayed for more than 3 minutes. This boss mark has not disappeared, proving that this boss does not have someone squatting, and the location is very close to them. They finally have the opportunity to fight the boss today. Hearing Su Tian's words, Zhang Xiaosakura froze. How did this guy know where there was a boss refresh? But that wasn't the point. The experience rewarded by the boss was a lot. Plus there were equipment drops. Kan Xiaosakura made a snap decision and led the crowd towards the boss spot. 10 minutes later, the crowd appeared at the outer perimeter of the boss refreshment. There were already quite a few teams around, but all of them were blocked by the small monsters refreshed at the outer perimeter, making it difficult to enter. These monsters seem to be quite a bit stronger than those in the periphery. It seems that the refreshed boss is not simple. Zhang Xiaoqing, who noticed this situation, whispered, "How about we don't fight this boss?" Zhang Xiaoye said softly, "After all, they were here to level up. There was no need to risk their lives for a boss. Xiao Yu, there's a 4th turn expert here. If we all give up, I'm afraid there's really no one who can deal with this boss," Su Tian said with a smile. Hearing Su Tian's words, that Uncle Chen and Lu Xiao in the back revealed a slightly unhappy expression. Did this kid really think of them as free fighters? After a few days of getting along, they had actually long been dissatisfied with Su Tian because this guy came to rub experience in his face every day, and still didn't put in half the effort. If it wasn't for the sake of second miss, how could they bring along a wasted job beast master? On the other hand, Zhang Xiaochu gave Su Tian a blank look without any good humor, then said, "Xiao Yu, Su Tian is right. The boss is right in front of us. Is there any reason to give up? Besides, brushing a few more bosses will be beneficial to you and Su Tian's future growth." "Got it, sister." Zhang Xiaoye sniffed and nodded seriously. On the side, Su Tian was hanging back. "If we don't go any further, this boss will really be nothing." Hearing this, the crowd began to speed up the speed of clearing the monsters. Although the monsters here were much more powerful than in the outside world, with Zhang Xiaochura, a 5th turn expert, they were still as powerful as ever. However, when this speed reached the inner circle of the boss territory, it dropped drastically because the monsters here were actually all level 28 elite monsters, and there were so many of them that even Zhang Xiaosakura couldn't manage to kill them in seconds. "This boss, I'm afraid it has gold potential." Zhang Xiaosakura's face became much more grave. Generally, the bosses that were refreshed in level 20 to 30 copies were silver potential, while the gold potential bosses were all in level 30 plus copies, and the probability of them being refreshed in level 20 copies was extremely low. Once it was refreshed, it would be a dimensional blow to the awakened where the copy was located, like the silver potential arachnid mother that Su Tian and his team had encountered in the novice copy. Even if 2 teams went in, they would only be abused. And this boss, I don't know what it was again. If it was a tricky boss in gold potential, I'm only afraid that they might not be able to raid it. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Xiaochu decided to temporarily form a 5-member squad. Although this would have the efficiency of gaining experience, she couldn't care less. Only this way could ensure everyone's safety. Soon, they decided on a strategic deployment, with Jiang Xiaojun and Uncle Chen, a third-turn warrior, acting as the front row, Lu Xiao, a second-turn water spirit mage, in charge of the back row output, and Jiang Xiaoye, although she had not yet grown up, but after all, she was a hidden occupation holy angel, whose healing ability could not be underestimated. It seems that only Su Tian is the most useless, which makes Uncle Chen and Lu Xiao's dissatisfaction with Su Tian deepen again. Su Tian didn't care, but instead frowned as he studied that universal map, because it seemed like he had just seen that boss's icon flash and turn into 2. But it was only a flash and returned to normal. Could it be a misreading? Su Tian rubbed his eyes, and just then, Zhang Xiaoye's alarming cry suddenly came from his ears. Sister Lu Xiao, be careful. Ah, this was followed by that water spirit mage's panicked cry. Su Tian squinted his eyes and saw that it turned out to be an elite skeleton wolf that had broken through Zhang Xiaoye's and Uncle Chen's defenses and was coming straight for the back row. This skeleton wolf's attack attribute and speed attribute were both extremely high, and the mage itself was vulnerable. So if he wasn't careful, the water spirit mage named Lu Xiao might be killed or injured by this flame wolf. Seeing this, Su Tian knew that he couldn't touch the fish anymore, and immediately pulled out the golden weapon he had obtained from his exploration some time ago, the soul-hunting sword. On his body, he was also wearing 2 other pieces of golden equipment, the wind spirit boots and the gold silk soft armor. The former directly attached 120 points of speed to Su Tian, while the latter attached 80 points of defense and 300 points of life. Moreover, after these few days of brushing monsters, Su Tian's level had already reached level 18, and with the addition of these 3 pieces of gold equipment, Su Tian's attributes were already so outrageous that he was almost able to catch up with Zhang Xiaochu, who was suppressed at level 29. It was important to realize that Zhang Xiaochu was not an ordinary level 29. She was a 4th-turn powerhouse. Even if her attributes were suppressed, her 4-dimensional attributes were still as high as over 400 points, and her life value had even exceeded 1,000. Flame chop. Only hearing a low drink, the skeleton wolf that ran in front of Lu Xiao was chopped to pieces by a sword, and the white bones all over the ground were still burning with flames. The shocked Lu Xiao's chest rose and fell continuously, and even fine beads of sweat surfaced on his forehead. If it wasn't for Su Tian's chop, perhaps that skeleton wolf had already bitten his throat just now. Sister Lu Xiao, is everything alright? At this time, Zhang Xiaochu and Uncle Chen had also cleaned up the surrounding monsters and hurriedly turned around to ask. It's fine. Fortunately there is. Su Tian here. Lu Xiao shook her head, her beautiful eyes looking towards Su Tian with a strange luster floating up. Just now, she clearly remembered that the distance between Su Tian and herself was more than 3 meters, but he was actually able to instantly arrive in front of her, which was enough to prove that his speed attribute was high. Moreover, if he had killed the skeleton wolf in a second with a single sword, how terrifying should this Su Tian's strength attribute be? Su Tian, who had always been regarded as a waste by himself, ended up becoming his savior, which made Lu Xiao's heart ripple with mixed feelings at the same time. Su Tian? Zhang Xiaochu and Uncle Chen were slightly surprised, and the latter even had a skeptical look on his face. Wasn't this kid a beast master? How could he deal with an elite-ranked skeleton wolf without even having a beast master? Gold equipment? Zhang Xiaochu, on the other hand, looked at the equipment on Su Tian's body and froze violently. It was because she realized that on Su Tian's body, there were actually a full 3 pieces of gold equipment that didn't limit the equipment level. Where had he gotten them from? One had to know that the price of gold equipment with an unrestricted level could be more than 3 times more expensive than those with a restricted level, and one piece could be sold for several million gold coins. But she remembered that Xiaoyu had said that Su Tian's family was very ordinary. So where did this guy get 3 pieces of gold equipment from? Even on Zhang Xiaoye, there was only one such gold equipment that didn't restrict leveling, and it was one that her father had spent a lot of effort to buy. Zhang Xiaoye looked at Su Tian as if she had seen a ghost. This kid first had a divine beast potential grade harnessed beast, and now 3 pieces of unrestricted grade gold equipment. It was also too bizarre. This made her gradually feel that her previous behavior of threatening Su Tian didn't seem quite right. There are more and more elite monsters here. You guys can't defend anymore. It's dangerous for the back row. Why don't you let me go to the front row as well? At this moment, Su Tian voiced out a proposal. Can you do it? As soon as his words fell, he heard Uncle Chen's questioning voice. The front row position is very important. Not only do you need high defense and high life, you also need to have some output ability. You should not be level 20 yet. How can you fight with us? Uncle Chen frowned. Upon hearing this, Su Tian was somewhat helpless and simply displayed his attribute panel. Life, 1598. Strength, 379. Defense, 407. Speed, 421. Energy, 321 inch. Seeing this attribute panel, Uncle Chen and Lu Xiao directly dropped their jaws. Is this damn sure it's the attributes of a beast master? And it's still level 17? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Uncle Chen subconsciously rubbed his eyes, wanting to eliminate the illusion in front of him. But what he saw when he opened his eyes was still this attribute panel. He looked at his own again. As a third-turn warrior, his strength attribute was only 300 dues. Sinful. Thinking that he had just questioned Su Tian, now he couldn't help but start questioning who was the warrior and who was the third turn. Oh yeah, I don't have gold equipment to add to this attribute, so it's going to be a bit lower, and I should be a bit stronger than I am right now when I put on my gold equipment again. At this moment, Su Tian added. Hearing this, Uncle Chen almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. Hear this. Is this speaking human words? Without gold equipment your attributes have surpassed me as a third-turn warrior. So with gold equipment on, wouldn't you be going up to the heavens? On the side of Jiang Xiaochu saw this attribute panel. Her face was also a bit complicated, because her current strength attribute was only 400 plus points. Moreover, her level was restricted to level 25 and she could only wear silver equipment. Once Su Tian wore his 3 unlimited level gold equipment, he might even surpass himself in the attribute panel. In an instant, Su Tian had turned into the existence with the strongest attributes in the team, which gave the crowd an indescribably strange feeling. Sister, Uncle Chen, you guys just let Su Tian go to the front row. I'll definitely add more healing to keep you guys safe. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoye also spoke out. With regards to Su Tian's strength, she should be the one who knew the most about it in the entire room. Having been able to kill the silver potential arachnid mother over the level in the novice copy, he would only be even more terrifying now. Good. This time, Jiang Shaoqing didn't hesitate. With Su Tian's addition, the pressure on the entire team suddenly decreased, and Su Tian's way of brushing the monsters was simple and brutal. Seeing the elite monsters was a blazing flame slash that came with his weapon, usually killing them directly in seconds. Interestingly, Lu Xiao's back row assistants seemed to be intent on taking care of him, and every monster that approached Su Tian was subjected to a water current slowdown, which allowed Su Tian to brush the monsters even more like a fish out of water. Soon, the crowd finally saw the boss. It was actually a skeleton knight riding a fiery horse. The knight's face was burning with flames. The white withered bones were like a hypnotic mask, and there was also a broken knight's long sword in his hand, and his crotch ghost skeleton horse hooves under the same stepped on the ghostly flames. Appearance eerie horror. Jiang Shaosakura directly threw out an appraisal talisman, and the information of these two monsters was revealed. Target, Ghost Rider. Potential, Gold. Life, 3,721. Strength, 782. Defense, 896. Speed, 642. Energy, 862. Skills, Flame Field. Flame Chop. Night Streak. Fire Rain Meteor. Target, Ghost Horse. Potential, Gold. Life, 4,286. Strength, 684. Defense, 921. Speed, 936. Energy, 532. Skills, Fiery Trample. Brutal Charge. Looking at the attribute panels of these two bosses, even Jiang Shaosakura couldn't help but pale a little. It was actually a gold potential Ghost Knight and Ghost Horse. These were bosses from a level 39 copy. How could they be refreshed in this level 25 copy? The most frightening thing was that this was a twin boss. Once they merged, their battle power would be doubled again. Quickly go, Jiang Shaosakura said on the spot. Not to mention them, even a whole team of 4th turn awakened who were all suppressed at level 25 might not be able to defeat these two bosses. Going away was the most correct choice. Jie. Unfortunately, the very next second after her words fell, a circle of rising flames filled the surroundings, blocking their path. Oh no, it's the flame field. The bosses must kill technique. It doesn't intend to let us go. Jiang Xiaoqing's face was ugly. As for Uncle Chen and Lu Xiao, they were even more pale. Gold potential bosses possessed a must-kill technique. Once they were locked, they could not exit the boss's territory until they killed the boss or were killed. And the necessary killing technique, usually the boss is enraged before releasing. How come this one released it before the fight even started? How could this be? Uncle Chen's face was ugly. This gold boss would actually release a must-kill technique directly. This was not in line with common sense. This is the end. Jiang Shaosakura similarly had a pale face. Although she had the strength of a 4th turn, it was impossible for her to kill two gold bosses in this situation of suppressed levels. Seeing that everyone had a look of despair, Su Tian spoke up somewhat helplessly. We haven't reached the end of the mountain yet. Why are you guys looking so negative? What else can we do? This is a ghost knight and a ghost horse, both with a single defense of over 800 points. We can't even break their defenses. Oh, poor me. I haven't even found a boyfriend yet and I'm going to die here. Lu Xiao actually cried as she spoke. Seeing this, Su Tian couldn't help but be a little speechless. This mentality was a little too bad. Su Tian, give up. We can't beat these two bosses at all. Uncle Chen on the side also sighed. Yeah, you're right. We can't beat these two bosses. But my pet can. Su Tian said helplessly. Pet? Uncle Chen and Lu Xiao froze at his words and looked at Su Tian dumbfounded. You still have pets? Yeah, my profession is a beast master. What kind of beast master am I without a pet? Su Tian said calmly. Uncle Chen and Lu Xiao glanced at each other. Although what Su Tian said made sense. But isn't it already common knowledge that beast masters can't harness beasts? This Su Tian could actually harness beasts? Where is your beast master? At this time, Lu Xiao weakly asked. It's right there. Su Tian turned around, pointing at the little white that he had handed over to Jiang Xiaoye when he went to the front row to brush the monsters, and faintly spoke out. What? This cat? When Lu Xiao saw Little White, the fire of hope that had just risen was instantly dashed. How could this cat possibly beat the Ghost Rider? Uncle Chen's mouth twitched as well. Originally, they had thought that Su Tian had some powerful harness beast, but they hadn't expected it to be a pet cat. Seeing this, Su Tian spoke out with some dissatisfaction. How can a cat not be able to beat a Ghost Rider? Little White, change one for them. Ow! In the next second, the mighty divine beast White Tiger roared out, its crystalline snow-white fur fluttering in the wind, its kingly aura leaking out. This, Uncle Chen and Lu Xiao stared wide-eyed at the kitten that was being held. Could this be the legendary divine beast White Tiger? Moreover, it was still Su Tian's beast harness? How could it be? The two of them looked at Su Tian in disbelief. Didn't they say that beast masters didn't have the ability to harness beasts? And where did he harness a divine beast from? On the other side, when Jiang Xiaochu saw Xiaobai come out, her beautiful eyes also shrunk slightly. She had naturally seen this divine beast, the White Tiger, before, but it seemed to be in its juvenile form, and its level hadn't even exceeded level 10. Could it be a match for the Skeleton Knight and Skeleton Horse? Let me help it. Jiang Xiao Sakura hesitated for a moment and spoke out. Anyone else who entered the field might have the risk of being seconded, but her own profession was special and she could avoid the attacks to a great extent. Su Tian looked towards Jiang Xiaochu. Her occupation seemed to be a mystic occupation as well, favoring the assassin type, and as she was a fourth turn expert, she could indeed help Xiaobai some. However, Su Tian thought, there's no need for that. He shook his head and lightly smiled as he beckoned, and Little White immediately pushed her round. Huge brain over to enjoy Su Tian's touch. Little White, go second these two guys. Su Tian pointed at the two bosses not far away and softly said. Ow! Little White sniffed and immediately held his head high, looking like he had no problem with it. You go then. Su Tian smiled. Roar! In the next moment, Little White instantly ran towards those two bosses, and a tiger roar directly lowered their defense. Subsequently, the god-killing domain was released. Ow! A white pillar of light converged in Little White's mouth and finally blasted out, piercing through the Skeleton Knight and Skeleton Horse. When the white light dissipated, the Skeleton Knight and the Skeleton Horse were gone, leaving only two piles of leftover drops and the crowd messing in the wind. Voodoo! Uncle Chen, who had questioned Su Tian earlier, had his eyes glazed over. This was the Skeleton Knight and Skeleton Horse, just like that in seconds? But then he remembered Su Tian's harnessed beast. It was a divine beast. That's fine. Is this the terror of a divine beast? Jiang Xiaoqing was equally shocked inside. There was at least a 20-level difference between this White Tiger and the Skeleton Knight. Right. And to actually be able to kill the other party so easily was simply terrifying as hell. Wrap it up. Seeing the treasures dropped on the ground, Su Tian yawned. A splash of golden light amongst the pile of treasures was dazzling, and there was no doubt that it was a gold equipment. This Skeleton Knight and Skeleton Horse were originally gold potential bosses, and it wasn't surprising that they had burst out gold equipment. And this equipment, for Jiang Xiaocherry they did not have much attraction. After all, they were now long gone at this level. For Su Tian, the attraction is also not big, because this is a staff-type weapon, and is also biased towards the auxiliary healing type, and does not have any output ability. However, to Jiang Xiaoye, it was a great attraction, as her holy angel profession was an auxiliary healing type profession. Su Tian didn't hesitate and handed the staff to Jiang Xiaoye. Here, this gold equipment is for you. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoye quickly waved her hand with a blushing face. No, you killed both bosses. Without you, we might all be in danger. I can't have this staff. Upon hearing this, Su Tian frowned slightly. If I say I'll give it to you, you'll take it? Besides, you didn't take care of me in school all these years. But, seeing the two of them like this, Jiang Xiaochu on the side couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Xiao Yu, just take this equipment. We can buy it at the market price. After Jiang Xiaoye heard this, she was instantly somewhat moved, as she also quite liked the staff, so she looked at Su Tian expectantly. Su Tian saw Jiang Xiaoye's expression and knew that if he didn't agree to this condition, Jiang Xiaoye wouldn't accept the staff, so he immediately nodded. Alright, then it's a one-bite price. 300,000 gold coins. The reason why he was so generous was because during the past few days of leveling, he had explored the purple gold resources once and had dug up something unimaginable. Even gold equipment was nothing in his eyes. Deal. Jiang Xiaochu nodded. A gold equipment was worth at least 300,000 or more. Weapons were usually even more expensive. And the price Su Tian gave was considered a very friendly price. The rest of the things Su Tian looked at, roughly all materials, and a silver skill book, not very valuable. The Jiang sisters naturally couldn't look at them, so Su Tian pocketed them all. Well, let's stop here with the leveling activity. Tomorrow is the time when the results will be announced. You and Xiao Yu will both go back and prepare for enrollment. I will transfer the money to you. Returning to the teleportation center, Jiang Xiaosakura said, not knowing if it was because of those two skeleton bosses. Jiang Xiaosakura's attitude toward Su Tian had obviously softened a bit. Su Tian nodded and didn't have any comments, so the box parted ways, and before parting, Jiang Xiaoye reluctantly glanced back at herself. Trading center. Su Tian didn't go home first, but instead headed to the trading center, going to a material store that he frequented to get rid of the materials that had piled up over the past few days. It coincided with the sound of Jiang Xiaochu transferring money, and at this moment, the balance on Su Tian's card had already surpassed 2 million, and in just a few days, he had earned another 1,000,000 gold coins. Little brother, you've been playing copies quite hard lately. The material merchant climbed into conversation with Su Tian. Obviously, after a few transactions, he had already determined that Su Tian was a combat profession, as most of what he was selling were monster materials, and some of them were even rare boss materials. This was enough to prove Su Tian's potential, so he rose to befriend him. Not bad. Su Tian was also clear about the merchant's intentions, and only responded indifferently. Little brother, I'll give you a piece of gossip. Recently, the boss refresh pattern in the copies is a bit chaotic, so if you're going down, it's best if you don't challenge the bosses. The material merchant didn't care about Su Tian's attitude, but continued to open his mouth and said, "Oh." Su Tian's expression gave a slight lurch when he heard this, which reminded him of the two skeleton bosses that he had just killed today, and even the arachnid mother from his novice copy. Thanks, Su Tian said softly, considered to have made this friend. Little brother, my name is Su Fu. This is my business card. In the future, if you come to me here to get out materials, I will charge 10% more than the market price. Su Fu struck the iron while it was hot. Su Tian accepted the business card and suddenly turned his tone and said, Brother Su, is there an auction recently? Auctions? Su Fu froze, then immediately nodded. Yes, there's one tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Upon hearing this, Su Tian revealed a look of gratitude and then rushed in the direction of the auction house. Alas, this month's performance is going to be incomplete again. The Heavenly Cloud Auction House. A beautiful woman in a cheongsam sat on an office chair in the reception center, looking at the lots for tomorrow's auction with disinterest. One of the finale lots was actually nothing more than a volume of platinum skill books, which was worth a few million gold coins, too far from her 15 million performance standard. Hello, I would like to auction off an item. At this moment, a dusty teenager broke into her eyes. Seeing the youth's appearance, Xiaoya pursed her red lips and her beautiful eyes revealed a touch of disappointment, and awakened at such an age. Even if he was a combat profession, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to take out anything rare. So it seemed that her idea of coming to the reception hall to squat on the prowl was really unrealistic. Despite this, she still revealed a professional smile and received, Hello sir, may I ask what you are auctioning off? The woman's melodious and fluffy voice caused Su Tian to faintly freeze, and then he returned to his senses, pulling out something from his pocket. I'm going to auction this. A scroll? Seeing the thing Su Tian pulled out, Xiaoya frowned. This was because the appearance of this scroll was too peculiar, with a golden light all over it, but it was not like a gold skill book, giving off a feeling of vicissitude and mystery. Could it be some prop-type scroll? This idea was born. Xiaoya's inner disappointment was even greater. Generally prop scrolls are one-time use, so the value is not high. Even the platinum-level prop scrolls are only worth 100,000 gold coins. Okay sir, I will help you take it to an expert for appraisal and give you a conservative price later. Xiaoya did not show her inner loss, but said professionally, Good. Su Tian nodded. and seeing Xiaoya's shapely back as she got up to leave, he suddenly called out to the other party again. Wait, I want to ask, how many gold coins is the Mystic class transfer scroll worth? Xiaoya's pace lurched, along with that petite body all stiffened in place. She twisted her head, a pretty face written with shock. Sir, what did you just say? I was saying, how many gold coins is the Mystic profession transfer scroll worth? Su Tian whispered. This time, Xiaoya heard it clearly. Her right hand couldn't help but tremble, forcibly holding back the fluctuations in her heart. She walked back to sit in front of Su Tian. Su Tian was even able to see that her pair of beautiful legs wrapped in black silk were shaking slightly. Sir, are you saying that this is a Mystic profession transfer scroll? Xiaoya's beautiful eyes stared at Su Tian as she said in a hard voice. Yes, Mystic profession. Fire controller. Su Tian said softly. This scroll, which he had obtained in the past few days while opening a golden legendary treasure, was the Fire Controller's transfer scroll. Fire Controller, one of the Mystic professions, had an even greater advantage over fire elemental mages in that they were able to manipulate the special flames in the apocalypse world, thus significantly increasing the power of their spell attacks, and were often known for their explosive output. According to the rules, Mystic class transfer scrolls, both warrior professions and Mystic professions could be transferred. However, living professions and props professions couldn't. They could only use their own transfer scrolls. Otherwise Su Tian wouldn't have taken this Fire Controller's transfer scroll out to sell, and just gave it directly to Su Yun. When Xiaoya on the opposite side heard this, her heart twitched violently again. It was actually a Fire Controller's transition scroll, which was one of the professions with the strongest output ability in the Mystic class. If an ordinary person swiped the scroll, I'm afraid that they would use it up on the spot. So all the major auction houses and even the merchant houses, it would be difficult to see a Mystic professions transfer scroll for a few years. And this young man on the opposite side, he actually took the scroll out for sale after he swiped it. Then what should his profession be? I'm afraid it's not an occupation that's even more terrifying than Fire Control Master. Invisibly, Xiaoya's attitude towards Su Tian became much more respectful. Sir, I'll ask the most senior appraiser in the auction house to come over. You wait a moment. Xiaoya rose and bowed, the huge gulf in her chest causing Su Tian to gulp violently. Good. Su Tian nodded repeatedly with nothing to do. After learning that this was the mysterious transfer scroll, even the quality of service had improved, this heavenly cloud auction house needle not poking. In a few minutes' time, an old man with gray hair arrived, holding a magnifying glass to examine the scroll back and forth, and finally taking a deep breath, he solemnly said, That's right, it's a transfer scroll, and it's also a Fire Controller's. His eyes looked at Su Tian with excitement. The explosion rate of transfer scrolls could be said to be 1 in 10,000. And the possibility of a Mystic profession transfer scroll bursting out was even more minuscule. Sir, this Fire Controller's transfer scroll is priceless. It's not even too much to say it's a miracle. The old man sounded excited, but was helplessly interrupted by Su Tian. Stop, I just want to know how much the starting bidding price is appropriately listed. The old man and Xiaoya exchanged a glance, and the latter's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Then she looked at Su Tian and solemnly said, Sir, I would suggest that the starting bidding price be hung at 100 million gold coins. 100 million? Su Tian stood up directly in excitement. Seeing this, Xiaoya laughed and said, Sir, actually 100 million isn't too high. I believe that the price at which this scroll is finally sold will definitely exceed your imagination. Su Tian nodded. He couldn't help but want to see the hundreds of millions of gold coins arrive. Then can I get this scroll on tomorrow? Su Tian asked expectantly. Xiaoya's expression stagnated and her red lips opened slightly, which was tantalizing. What? No? Su Tian blinked and said, No. Xiaoya smiled bitterly and said, Sir, the Fire Controller's transfer scroll has a great impact, and we need time to publicize it for you in order to attract more bidders interested in it to come. Oh, that's so. Su Tian nodded. Alright then, you guys handle it, just notify me by the auction date. Also, keep an eye out for life-type transfer scrolls for me. Something with a higher safety factor, preferably something like a cook. Okay, I will keep an eye out for you. Xiaoya nodded. Seeing Su Tian about to leave, Xiaoya hurriedly caught up with him in quick steps. Sir, I'll see you off. The two of them were side by side, and from Su Tian's angle, he could even clearly see the snowy whiteness on the other party's chest, which made him almost lose his Dao heart. Until the doorway, Su Tian was relieved, and for the first time, he realized that the original auction house was also so torturous. The second day, the results were announced, and Su Tian became the top scholar with a dominating advantage, crushing all the geniuses in the southern province. The only thing that surprised him was that the second top scorer actually also had a high score of 2,300, only 1,000 points behind him. Gentle. Sounds like a gentle girl. Just the moment he checked his scores, the doorbell of his home rang, and when his sister opened the door, she saw a group of people wearing suits and carrying large and small packages standing outside the door. Hello, may I ask if this is Su Tian's home? I'm the head of enrollment for Southern University. Hello, I'm the head of admissions for North University. Hello, I'm the of Qing University. Seeing these people, Suyun first froze for a few seconds before she let the door open. Please come in, please come in. This line of people, a full 7 or 8 came, and all of a sudden it looked like the interior was crowded. Su Tian went out to see such a big battle, and was also taken aback. You guys, is this a group coming? When the group of enrollment leaders heard this, they all smiled sarcastically, and then looked at their peers with some hostility. Su Tian instantly understood that these people should have met by chance, and after they knew the list of results in the first place, they came straight to his house. This made Su Tian unable to help but smile bitterly, worthy of being the topmost academy in the whole of China. This efficiency alone was beyond the reach of anyone. Su student, our Tiannan Academy will open the door. If you agree to enter our Tiannan Academy, all the costs of entering the replica in the future will be fully reimbursed by us, and we can open up all levels of replicas to you. In addition, we can also reward you with a set of Dragon Residence Villa, 3 pieces of gold equipment, and a gold-grade specialized skill book. The person from the Tiannan Academy's admission office was straightforward, causing the heads of the remaining several academies to be shocked, but there were also disdainful voices that came out. This little thing, how dare you take it out? Student Su, if you can join our academy, we can fulfill all of the conditions that the Tiannan Academy has just put forth, and additionally gift you with a set of gold equipment, as well as a platinum-ranked skill book. This person who spoke was the Haimen University's admissions office, and the richness of the conditions he offered was nothing short of moving. Even Su Tian was a bit moved. Platinum skill book, a skill book for a cold profession like his could be said to be hard to find in 1,000 gold, let alone a platinum skill book. Mr. Su, we at North University Academy give 2 sets of gold equipment. We'll give 3 sets, plus a platinum skill book. Just you guys, can you get it? Step aside. Su Tian belongs to our Great Cloud Academy. Seeing Su Tian showing signs of being moved, the rest of the people from the Academy's enrollment office immediately became anxious and even argued. Seeing this scene, Su Tian couldn't help but be somewhat speechless. Teachers, please be quiet. You're here to enroll students, not to fight. Su Tian sighed and said, right. What Mr. Su said is true. Then I wonder how you've considered it? Our Tianfu University is full of beautiful women. If you come, teacher will help you introduce a few yo. When these words came out, it immediately drew contemptuous gazes from all around. This guy was so shameless, actually using the beauty trick as well. Su Tian stared at his brows and thought hard. The conditions they gave were undoubtedly all very generous, but in the end they were almost the same, making it hard for him to choose. Student Su, my Qing University mansion has yet to offer its conditions. At this moment, a slender female voice rang out. This was a young woman with an unrivaled temperament. Simply sitting there quietly gave one a feeling of astonishment, during which Su Tian had also paid attention to her, and she didn't seem to be involved in the argument just now. And when the woman spoke, the field was obviously quieter by a few points. Even some of the heads of the enrollment office looked at her with a few points of scorn in their gazes. Chu Wan, what conditions can you, Qing University, give? Isn't it still the same as ours at most? The head of the admissions office of an academy coldly snorted. Chu Wan glanced at that person and softly said, you're wrong. There is one thing that only I, Qing University, can give out of all the academies, and I'm sure that student Su will be interested in it as well. After saying that, Chu Wan's beautiful eyes looked towards Su Tian, a strange light flowing in his eyes. Su Tian was slightly silent as he asked, what is it? Divine state dear by dear. As soon as Chu Wan spoke these words, Su Tian noticed that the faces of those in charge of the enrollment office around him changed drastically, and at that moment, Su Tian couldn't help but be curious in his heart. What is divine state by dear? Divine state dear by dear is a mysterious copy located in the apocalypse world. Its area is more than 10 times that of an ordinary copy, and the abundance of materials within it is 100 times more than that of an ordinary copy. Being in it, the efficiency of killing monsters and gaining experience is increased by 200%. The explosion rate of materials and equipment is increased by 300%, and the opening rate of the secret realm is increased by 50%. And, in the divine state of deer once appeared in the artifacts and unlimited combat class transfer scrolls and legendary skill books. Of course, if you want to enter the divine state by deer, the most important thing is the entrance ticket. Usually these entrance tickets will be purchased by the powerful forces or families of Huaxia in equal shares, and ordinary people have no chance to obtain them. But this year, Qing University, got one. As long as you are willing to join Qing University, I can guarantee that this entrance ticket is yours. Chuan's words made Su Tian's heart thump. Divine state by dear. The material and equipment explosion rate was 3 times that of a normal copy. He had to know that he was equipped with the exploration system. So once he entered divine state dear by dear, he could use the universal map to discover the rare materials within. If he could obtain a divine artifact, he would be able to soar to the heavens. When the rest of the admission officers heard Chu Kuku's words, they had different expressions on their faces. Some had shocked faces, some were also jealous, and some were even more envious. Because of this divine state deer, even they wanted to enter it, because with the supplies in the divine state deer, even a dog that went in would come out fully armed and refreshed, and would even possess the potential to ask for the list. Alright, I'll enter the Qing University Academy. Su Tian no longer hesitated, because the attraction of this divine state deer by deer was too great for him, and when Su Tian's decision was finalized, the remaining heads of those enrollment offices all revealed a look of mourning, because Su Tian wasn't just the top scholar of the southern province, he was also the top scholar of the whole of China, and there was no second example of his 3,000 points in the ancient world. It wasn't that there hadn't been a case of a team slaughtering 3 bosses of a novice copy in the past, but that was a team. The points were divided equally. Each person had at most 1,000 points, but Su Tian was the one who slaughtered 3 bosses. This was too shocking and horrifying. It was no wonder that all the universities wanted to recruit Su Tian into the academy. Student Su, congratulations on joining Qing University. After the rest of the enrollment office leaders had left, Chuan stretched out her flamboyant hand with a smile. Su Tian shook it and only felt an indescribable cold comfort. Right, there's one more thing. This year's entrance test is a bit special. It will be conducted jointly by several well-known academies. Do you want to participate? Chu Kuku seemed to have remembered something and said softly, of course, you have a guaranteed place, so you can directly enroll if you don't want to participate. Chu Wan added, since it's a joint effort between several universities, the reward for first place shouldn't be low, right? Su Tian asked after pondering for a moment. That's right, the first place in the enrollment test will receive special rewards prepared jointly by several university campuses, and as far as I know, one of them is a diamond skill book for beast masters. Chu Wan laughed. The corners of his mouth rippled out in 2 pair swirls. Extremely pretty. Beast Master's diamond skill book? Su Tian's 2 eyes lit up, and he immediately did not hesitate. I'll participate. Good. Then I won't bother you guys. This is my address. If something happens you can come and find me. 3 days before enrollment I'll also contact you in advance. Have a nice vacation. Chu Wan got up, her slender figure visible, and waved her hand at Su Tian. Teacher Chu, I'll see you off. Su Tian followed suit and got up, but when he opened the door, he saw the 2 sisters, Jiang Xiaoyu and Jiang Xiaocherry. Teacher Chu, both of them politely greeted Chu Wan. Su Tian was stunned. You guys know each other? Yeah, Xiao Sakura is also a student of the Qing University Academy, so we've known each other before. Well, if Xiaoyu is concerned, originally I planned to go to her home after looking for you. Chu Wan tilted her head and said, Su Tian, are you going to join the Qing University Prefecture? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoye said with a few moments of excitement. Aha! Su Tian nodded. Good then. I'm going to go to the Qing University mansion as well. Zhang Xiaoye immediately leapt out. In that case, it will also save me from having to make another trip. As for your enrollment rewards, Xiao Yu, I'll discuss it with you in detail later. Chu Wan smiled sweetly. She could tell that the Zhang family sisters had something to look for Su Tian, so she said so. Okay Teacher Chu. Zhang Xiaoye nodded politely. Only after Chu Kuku left did the Zhang family sisters enter Su Tian's home, and Zhang Xiaoye looked at Su Tian with odd eyes. I really didn't expect that the academy would actually send Teacher Chu here in order to recruit you this year. Hearing this, Su Tian froze slightly. Is there a problem? When Zhang Xiachura heard this, her willow eyebrows gently raised. You don't know yet, do you? Teacher Chu isn't just an ordinary tutor, but she's also a mysterious profession. A frost snow elementalist. Her damage come control, penetration and group damage, whether it's brushing monsters or bosses, are all very strong, and usually other people spend a lot of money begging her to form a team to brush the books. Moreover, she's only a titular mentor in Qing University Mansion, usually not accepting students. I didn't expect the school to actually ask her to come out for your sake. Hearing all this, Su Tian then understood why those people from the admissions office were jealous of Chu Wan, but she didn't say anything about all this. No, you don't even know this. Then why did you agree to enter the Qing University school? At this time, Zhang Xiaochu also understood, and immediately asked, They promised to give me an entrance ticket to some divine state by state. Su Tian spread his hands and said, divine state dear by dear entrance ticket. Jiang Xiaochu's beautiful eyes shrunk, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but spill out a bitter smile. I didn't expect that the school actually gave it to you. No wonder. Sister, now you know Su Tian's potential, right? Even the Qing University administration is really paying so much attention to him. On the side, Jiang Xiaoye sniffled, her face full of pride as if she was the one who had earned that honor. Jiang Xiaoye's eyes were complicated. Just a few days ago she had threatened Su Tian, but now, Su Tian's potential had reached a point that she found frightening. By the way, what is it that you guys are looking for me for? Su Tian asked out loud. The Jiang sisters glanced at each other, and it was Jiang Xiaojun who spoke out. You shouldn't know our true identities yet, right? Upon hearing this, Su Tian shook his head. Although he had guessed that the two had extraordinary family backgrounds, he did not know their specific identities. Only seeing the two sisters take a deep breath, they slowly said, we are the daughters of the provincial chief. Provincial head? You mean provincial Jiang Tianwen? Su Tian's hand holding the teacup shook violently. Before this, although he had had many guesses, he hadn't dared to think that they were the daughters of Jiang Tianwen, the head of the southern province. With such an honorable status, it was no wonder that Jiang Shaoqing had been so forceful earlier in not allowing herself to socialize with Jiang Xiaoye, so it turned out to be so. Like their status, it's normal to be a little wary, right? Su Tian let out a bitter smile and said, you guys wouldn't be here specifically to tell me about my identity, right? Of course not. Yesterday I told my father about you saving us in the copy, and he was so grateful that he specially asked us to send a thank you gift. Saying so, Jiang Xiaochu pulled out a delicate gold-patterned magnetic card. Seeing this card, Su Tian's pupils shrunk slightly, as this was the bank's supreme power card, which could only be handled with at least $10 million in deposits. This provincial chief was surprisingly so generous. What, in father's heart, are we not as good as this $10 million? Seemingly seeing Su Tian's surprise, Jiang Xiaoye giggled. At the same time, she looked at Su Tian with eyes full of anticipation. She was hoping that Su Tian would accept this $10 million. After all, Su Tian's family had grown up in poverty. This $10 million was definitely enough to make his life rich. Jiang Xiaochu did not say anything, and neither did Su Tian. He knew in his heart that this shouldn't be some kind of honorarium, but rather that the Jiang provincial chief was interested in making friends with himself. And as for the reason, he was afraid that he already knew about the matter of him carrying a divine beast. If they revealed this matter, then trouble would ensue for him. Don't worry, other than this $10 million, our Jiang family can guarantee that we won't disclose anything about Xiaobai, and that my Jiang family will come to your aid if you have any difficulties, Jiang Xiaochu said seriously. Hearing this, Su Tian hesitated. That provincial head should have seen his potential and thus made a kind of investment in himself, and he was sufficiently confident that he could become someone who stood at the top of the pyramid. He accepted the Jiang family's investment. Next, Jiang Xiaoye chatted with Su Tian for a while about his expectations for the university before reluctantly following her sister out. Jiang family. Dad, as per your instructions, the items have been given to Su Tian and he accepted them. Jiang Xiaocherry was wearing a casual nightgown, compared to the coolness of the day. At this moment, she instead had a few moments of warmth. That's good. Jiang Tianwen nodded excitedly. There was even a point of excitement on her face. Little Sakura, I want to reconfirm that he can really tame high-level ferocious beasts to fight for himself? Well, Uncle Xiaoyu Chen and I saw it with their own eyes. His pet is only at level 10. Yet he was able to kill the strongest skeleton knights and skeleton horses among the golden potentials. I'm afraid, his pet is a legendary divine beast, Jiang Shaoqing said in a deep voice. Divine beast. Jiang Tianwen's face was shocked as he murmured. Everyone says that a beast master is a wasteful profession, but I don't know how terrifying a beast master who can tame divine beasts for his own use is. I don't know what kind of luck this Su Tian possesses, to be able to receive a divine beast as a beast master. He will certainly have a great future in the future. Jiang Tianwen sighed. Yeah. Jiang Xiaokuram nodded, then seemed to think of something and asked, right Dad, Xiaoyu's matter, what do you think should be done? From now on, you don't need to stop Xiaoyu from dating him. Let them go with the flow. Jiang Tianwen thought for a moment and said, understood. Jiang Shaoqing nodded slightly, and her heart was finally relieved. Xiaoyu was simple-minded and was born in a family like theirs, so Jiang Tianwen had always been worried that she would be used by someone with an ulterior motive, which was also why Jiang Xiaochu said those words to Su Tian earlier, but now it seemed like she didn't need to worry. After those few days of copying together, she could tell that Su Tian was quite a good person, or at least would definitely not harm Xiaoyu. Right, didn't you say that he also enrolled in the Qing University Academy, close to the water? You can also set him up with Xiaoyu by the way. Jiang Tianwen laughed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaochu was surprised, remembering that Jiang Tianwen was very precious to Xiao Yu, and now it actually seemed like he wanted to send his daughter out into the world. However, when Jiang Tianwen said that sentence about setting up a match, a twisted feeling was born in her heart for some reason. There was still at least a month or so before the school test started, and during this period, Su Tian decided to ascend to at least level 40, and this time, he didn't choose to enter the replica with Jiang Xiaoye and the others, because with his current strength, it would be faster to brush the book solo. With Little White, a divine beast, even if it was a level 30 copy, Su Tian dared to go through it. However, it was limited to this, because after level 30, the copies belong to the platinum copies, controlled by the state. Want to enter must have the appropriate proof, such as school certificate, labor union certificate. Su Tian hadn't enrolled in school yet, so he didn't have the qualifications to enter the platinum copies, but now he didn't need to go to the platinum copies. The monsters in the gold book ended up upgrading him. Su Tian, today Uncle Chen and the others have something to do. Can you take me to level up? As usual, Su Tian was about to enter the copy, but he received a call. It was from Jiang Xiaoye, and it could be heard that the girl's voice had a few moments of anticipation. Of course, but what could he have to do with Uncle Chen? Su Tian teased. Well, it seems like the Magic City Ren family has a VIP guest arriving in Southern Province, and Uncle Chen went with my father to receive him. Jiang Xiaoye said. Magic City? Su Tian froze. Originally he thought that Uncle Chen had something to do was just an excuse that Jiang Xiaoye had found in order to see him, but now it seemed that it was actually true, and it was him who had made a fool of himself. Yeah, the Ren family in Mordu is one of the 4 families behind the Hunter Union. Extremely honorable in China. Even my father has to be polite and respectful, Jiang Xiaoye said. Oh, Su Tian faintly replied back and stopped talking. He didn't have a good feeling about this whatsoever. Hunter's Union. Then Su Tian. You can wait for me at the teleportation center. I'll be right over. Jiang Xiaoye didn't notice Su Tian's attitude. Instead, she said excitedly before hanging up the phone. Having no choice but to promise Jiang Xiaoye, Su Tian could only sit next to her and wait for her. Not long after, a pair of extremely eye-catching men and women suddenly walked in at the entrance of the teleportation hall. Among them, the girl was particularly gorgeously dressed, with an azure gemstone pendant on her snow-white neck, and her appearance was also quite exquisite. Su Tian only took a glance at them before withdrawing his gaze. This was the teleportation center hall, and it wasn't strange for some special people to appear. However, Su Tian did not continue to look at the other party, but the woman instead rushed Su Tian's way and stopped in front of him. Finally, you should be Su Tian, right? The woman spoke out, but there was a condescending attitude between her words that made people very uncomfortable. Su Tian frowned. Listening to these words, it seemed like she had come specifically to find himself, but he didn't recognize this woman. I'm Su Tian. Do you have something to do? The woman sized up Su Tian for a moment, then spoke out bashfully. Su Tian, if my information is correct, your awakened profession is a beast master, right? Hearing that the woman had revealed his occupation in a single word, Su Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. He hated this feeling of being investigated by others, and thus didn't pick up the conversation. Hey, this lady is talking to you. What's your attitude? Seeing that Su Tian didn't reply, the woman immediately rebuked in displeasure. At those words, a flash of impatience flashed across Su Tian's eyes. What exactly is your business? It's really as the information says, an orphan, no one to raise or teach. I'm here today to send you a great opportunity. Is this how you treat your benefactor? Seeing Su Tian this impatient, the woman couldn't help but sneer and open her mouth. Introduce myself. I'm the eldest miss of the Ren family in Mordor. Ran Qian. You should know about the Ren family, right? One of the 4 founding families of the Hunter Union, with connections all over China. After the woman finished speaking, she raised her head proudly. Upon hearing this, Su Tian's face fiercely hardened by a few points. This woman first smugly said something about sending her own chance, and then later insulted his parents with her words. If it wasn't in a public place, he would have been unable to hold back his violent rage. Scram! Su Tian shouted coldly. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold back his hand in the next second. Hearing Su Tian's words, Ran Qianqian's face changed slightly. Hey, how dare you scold me? Didn't you hear where I'm from? Where you come from is none of my business. All I know is that if you don't get out of my sight again, I'll be impolite. Su Tian said in a cold voice. A lowly civilian's temper isn't small. Never mind. I'll be generous and get down to business first. I'm sure you'll be on your knees asking for my forgiveness when you hear about it. Ren Qianqian still had a clear-cut demeanor, her voice certain. Su Tian indifferently glanced at her, not wanting to pay the slightest attention. Ren Xianxian was talking to herself. You should be clear about the specialties of a beast master's profession, right? If you want to tame the powerful beasts in the apocalypse world with your own strength, it would be impossible even if you exhaust your life. I, however, can give you a chance to harness a high-level ferocious beast. After saying that, a silver light flashed in front of Ren Xianxian and she took out something from her storage space. It was a sealed cage, and within it, a prostrate beast was slumbering. Su Tian cast an appraisal spell, and immediately, his pupils shrank. Target, Barbarian King Bear Juvenile. Potential, Legendary. Level, 12. Life, 5679. Strength, 672. Defense, 645. Speed, 527. Energy, 308 inch. This was actually a juvenile Barbarian King Bear, and a juvenile at that. It was important to know that the potential of apocalypse monsters were categorized into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, purple jade, epic, legendary, and divine beasts. Generally speaking, legendary potential monsters appeared in level 80 plus copies, and once the bosses within such copies went berserk, even level 90 powerhouses might not be able to deal with them. And yet, this Run clan was able to capture cubs from them, which was simply incredible. However, that was all Su Tian felt. He didn't have any thoughts about this juvenile barbarian king bear, because he had a divine beast level pet in his hands in the form of Little White. Also in the teens, Little White's 4 circumferences had broken 1,000, while this savage king bear was still struggling in the triple digits, so the so-called legendary potential pet wasn't much of a big deal in his eyes. How about it? Stunned, right? On the side, Run Xianxian's red lips rose slightly as she smiled triumphantly. A bumpkin like you must not have seen such a powerful creature. If he knew that this barbarian king bear's father was the strongest boss of the level 87 Stardow Forest, I'm afraid he would be scared to death. Ren Xianxian mocked recklessly. Su Tian, this is the chance I bestowed upon you. This barbarian king bear cub is controlled by me with this sleep cage. During the sleep period, it won't put up any resistance, so you can directly form a contract with it without worrying about it falling into a berserk state, which would result in a failure of beast mastery. Sleep cage? This is an epic level prop. Any creature that is imprisoned in it will fall into a deep sleep, thus losing the ability to resist. Afterwards, Myron family deployed several experts to enter the copy of the Star Dipper Forest before this cub was captured. In the whole of China, only our Ren family possesses a ferocious beast with this kind of potential. Ren Xianxian raised her snow-white chin, revealing a lofty superiority in her words. Su Tian couldn't help but sneer at his words. You guys are actually willing to give me such an expensive thing? Of course, but from now on, you have to serve me as your master and be obedient to me, and apologize on your knees for your rude behavior just now. As long as you promise, I can reward you with this savage king bear cub, and from now on you will be a beast master with epic potential, enjoying supreme glory. Ren Xianxian proudly said, well, kneel down at my feet and bow down if you consider it clearly, so that I'll forgive you for the disrespect you've just shown and also let you have this heavenly opportunity. Hearing these words, Su Tian couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. How interesting. It was clearly her who spoke out of turn first, and now he actually wanted himself to kneel at her feet and ask for forgiveness? He, Su Tian, was at least a 7-foot man, kneeling to the heavens and the earth to his parents, but would never grovel to such a person. What's more, the legendary potential of harnessing beasts, is it very powerful? On the other hand, Ren Xianxian was still waiting for Su Tian's response with her snow-white neck, and in his opinion, with an epic potential harnessed beast, Su Tian would never be able to resist the temptation. In the next second, she instead heard a sentence that was enough to send her into a rage. SB. Su Tian stared at the still delicate pretty face and calmly spat out 2 words. Ren Xianxian's expression went from lonely and proud to stunned, before turning into a twisted rage. You orphan born of a father but not raised by a mother. You dare to scold me? She screamed in a shrill voice. Ren Xianxian's words instantly poked the scales in Su Tian's heart. The most impermissible thing in his life was for someone to insult his parents, because his parents had died in the copy for him. Su Tian's eyes gradually developed a cold aura, staring at Ren Xianxian like a vicious wolf. After all, Ren Xianxian was the eldest lady of the family. Where had she seen such eyes? And immediately retreated a step in fear. However, she quickly reacted. She was actually scared by a kid with no background? This damn pariah. If this matter is spread to the upper class, then what face would she have? Damn it. Today I'm going to teach you a lesson so that you know how to respect others. As the words fell, a black staff emerged in Ren Xian's hand. Su Tian. It was at this moment that a young girl hurriedly ran over. It was none other than Zhang Xiaoye who had rushed over. She seemed to have dressed up meticulously, her pretty face lightly powdered, and she trotted over in a long goose yellow dress, as dazzling as a princess. Su Tian, what's going on? Jiang Xiaoye had long since seen the conflict over here and asked anxiously. Su Tian's face was expressionless as he said indifferently, this woman is the eldest miss of the Ren family in Mordor. I don't know if she's got an obsessive disease. She wants me to apologize to her on my knees, and now she wants to teach me a lesson. What? Jiang Xiaoye was stunned. Shouldn't the big miss of the Ren family of magic capital be received by her father and Uncle Chen and the others? How could she appear here? However, the more important thing right now was the conflict between the two sides. Jiang Xiaoye thought for a moment and said, Su Tian, I'll go negotiate. Su Tian frowned and was just about to stop her when he saw that she had already run in front of Ren Qianshan. Hello, I'm Su Tian's friend. You're here to help him out, right? Before she could finish her sentence, she heard Ren Qianshan's aggressive voice. I'm not standing up for him. I'm trying to say that you guys might have some kind of misunderstanding. Jiang Xiaoye froze for a moment and said. When Ren Qianshan heard this, she let out a cold laugh. Misunderstanding? Which eye do you see that I have a misunderstanding with him? Such an uneducated thing. Today I will teach him a lesson for his dead parents. Jiang Xiaoye was shocked. Wait, Miss Ren. Wait, my ass. What qualifications do you have to talk to me? Ren Qianshan's face twisted as she flung her hand and slapped Jiang Xiaoye's face. A crisp sound rang out and the entire hall fell silent. Jiang Xiaoye reacted. Her jade hands covering her reddened cheeks, mist already floating in her eyes. On the other hand, Ren Qianshan was letting out an open-hearted laugh. Humph, bitches, I'm the eldest miss of the Ren family in Magic City. Am I not something you can humiliate? Seeing this scene, Su Tian was completely enraged. This woman was simply bullying people too much. First she made herself kneel down and apologize, and now she slapped Jiang Xiaoye. Could it be that just because the family was powerful, she could do whatever she wanted? Who told you to hit her? Su Tian's eyes were cold as he approached Ren Qian step by step. Upon hearing this, Ren Qianshan smiled disdainfully. It's just a woman. I hit her. What? You still want to return it for her? Bang! As soon as Ren Qianshan's words fell, she felt a black shadow flashing in front of her, followed by a huge force coming from her chest. The whole person flew out upside down, and continuously flipped several times on the ground before stopping. She got up from the ground in a daze and shook her head. Her delicate skirt was already covered with dust, and her lower half of her body revealed a touch of white skin. When she raised her head again, her pretty face had become twisted to the extreme. You pariah, how dare you hit me? Ren Qianshan gritted her teeth and stared at Su Tian, saying in a hateful voice, Bastard, you're finished. Do you know who you've offended? I'm Magic City Ren. Before she could finish her sentence, she heard Su Tian sneer. Magic what do Ren what family? Could it be that you only hang these words on your lips when you go out? Originally, he didn't hit women, but this Ren Qianshan had gone too far. A mouthful of pariahs, not treating them as human beings at all. Then it's not his fault. Hearing Su Tian's words, Ren Qianshan's face stiffened, and her heart was even more incomparably ashamed. You unknowing pariah, do you know that I can take your life in a minute? Missy, do you really think that this is still the Magic City? Su Tian sneered and stared at Ren Qianshan, his eyes glowing with a ghostly light. What do you want? Being stared by Su Tian, Ren Qianshan shivered and opened her mouth. I'm telling you, if you dare to touch me, no matter how far the sky and the sea go, our Ren family will definitely not let you go. Hearing Ren Qianshan's words, a cold aura flashed across Su Tian's eyes as he faintly said, Still dare to threaten me? Saying that, Su Tian once again threw out a slap, printing it on Ren Qianshan's delicate and pretty face, the powerful force jerking it into a 720-degree rotation before it fell to the ground. Clear palm prints appeared on Ren Qianshan's fair face, looking like a red swollen apple. There were people around who had already gathered around, and when they saw Ren Qianshan's appearance, they were all sighing and casting different eyes. Such a beautiful girl, actually beaten into such a way. This teenager is also ruthless enough. This slap is to return it to you on behalf of Xiao Yu. At this moment, Su Tian walked to Ren Qianshan again and said indifferently. Hearing this, Ren Qianshan's petite body trembled in fear as she looked at Su Tian in horror, her voice already taking on a sobbing tone. You dare to hit me? I'll definitely have my family send someone to break you into pieces and split you into 5 horse corpses. Still dare? Su Tian's eyes narrowed and he was about to slap him again, but he was stopped in time by Jiang Xiaoye. Su Tian, let it go. She's the Ren family's eldest miss. Making a scene will end badly. Su Tian frowned. So what? She hit you and insulted my parents with her words. So today I'll teach her what respect means. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoye was a little touched, but she still advised. Su Tian, she's an honored guest that my father is going to receive. So think of it as giving my father face. Hearing this, Su Tian frowned, not wanting to let this woman off so easily, but he saw the palm print on Jiang Xiaoya's pretty face, which softened his heart by a few points. Alright, just give Uncle Jiang a face. Aha, just leave it to me to handle next. Seeing Su Tian's agreement, Jiang Xiaoya nodded repeatedly. After saying that, she walked towards Ren Xianshan, who was still sprawled on the ground, and said softly, Miss Ren, I'm the daughter of the head of Jiang province. I'm sorry for what happened, but I'm sure it's a misunderstanding. I've already notified my father, and he'll be coming over soon. Hearing Jiang Xiaoya's words, Ren Xianshan, who was originally a bit afraid of Su Tian, suddenly burst into a rage. What? You're the daughter of the provincial head of Jiang? Good. You actually joined hands with this asshole to hit me. Is this how you Jiang family treats your guests? Let me tell you, our Ren family also has high officials in the capital. If you treat me like this, I will definitely tell the elders of our Ren family, so that they can suppress your Jiang family, and you Jiang family will wait for your family to be destroyed. Ren Xianxian said with incomparable resentment. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoya's face turned ugly. Although she had the intention of easing Su Tian and the Ren family's attitudes, but with this Ren Xianxian's words coming out like this, she was by no means a lord to be messed with. Miss Ren, I have seen what happened. Justice lies in the hearts of the people. You are so aggressive. Even if you make a scene in the capital, you may not have an advantage, right? Jiang Xiaoya said in an unassuming manner. Ha, are you provoking the strength of my Ren family? Let me tell you, your father's position as the head of the province isn't even worth mentioning in my Ren family's eyes. As long as we want to, even a dog can be lifted up to that position, as well as that uneducated orphan. Just by yourselves, you want to fight with me? Ren Xianxian's pretty face twisted as she said in a licentious manner. Su Tian in the back had long since stopped listening, and the moment those words fell, he walked over and threw out a slap, directly sending Ren Xianshan flying a few meters, with one of his teeth falling out and blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Ah! Ren Xianshan climbed up from the ground, trembling with anger. You beast, you still dare to hit me, I'm going to kill you by 1,000 cuts. After saying that, Ren Xianshan looked towards the sleep cage not far away, a flash of extreme madness in her eyes. You all go to hell. As the words fell, Ren Xianshan actually opened the sleep cage. Originally, the barbarian king bear in this sleep cage was slumbering, and the crowd didn't pay attention to it. At this time, the cage was opened, and the giant bear in that cage instantly climbed up. Its burly figure was like a mountain tower, and its eyes shot out a ferocious light. Roar! A low roar caused the faces of everyone present to change drastically. Chuan, legendary potential monster, barbarian king bear. How did a legendary potential monster appear here? Run! There was chaos all around. Even the staff of the transmission center fled in fear. Seeing this scene, Ren Xianxian revealed a vicious color. Her pretty face was only filled with hatred at the moment. What can you do if you're even more powerful? Is it hard to deal with a monster with legendary potential? Su Tian frowned slightly as he looked at the savage king bear that stepped out of the cage. This barbarian king bear's attributes he had just read were not something he could handle. But he still had Little White. Really think that a legendary potential ferocious beast is some kind of rare species? Little White, come out and show her. Only Su Tian faintly spoke, and then a contract formation surfaced behind him. Hearing Su Tian's words, Ren Xianshan was slightly stunned. What did this mean? Could it be that this beast master had actually succeeded in harnessing a beast? In the contract formation, a soft and cuddly little white tiger walked out from it. Seeing the little white, the apprehension in Ren Xianxian's eyes instantly turned into a sneer. What did you expect? This is your harnessed beast? Surprisingly, it's a... Before Ren Xianshan finished her words, Xiao Bai's figure rapidly grew huge, transforming into a majestic snow-white giant tiger, the glistening luster dangling its fur, making Xiao Bai appear as if it was bathing in divine light. This is... Seeing this suddenly appearing white tiger, Ren Xianxian covered her mouth with her hand in shock. The moment the white tiger appeared, that opposite barbarian king bear cub couldn't help but shiver, and even ended up prostrate on the ground, bowing down to the white tiger. Why is it like this? At this moment, there was only one possibility in Ren Xian's mind, and that was that the white tiger's potential was even higher than the barbarian king bear cub. Could it be a divine beast? You actually harnessed a divine beast? Ren Xianxian's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Wasn't it said that no beast master has ever been able to harness a high-level ferocious beast? Why can he? Missy still has some eyesight to recognize that this is a divine beast. Hearing Ren Xianxian's words, Su Tian smiled bashfully. Upon hearing this, Ren Xianshan felt a sudden burst of shame. The reason why she had come to Su Tian was so that he could harness that barbarian king bear cub, and she had not necessarily blabbered that there was no second person in the world who could possess this kind of high-level ferocious beast. As a result, Su Tian was the one who had harnessed a divine beast-level pet. This made her previous behavior like that of a jumping clown. No wonder Su Tian had turned a blind eye to the lure of the barbarian king bear. Run Shenxian stared at Su Tian with a face full of hatred. She was the eldest miss of the Run clan, and she had never been subjected to such teasing and humiliation. But right now, that barbarian king bear didn't even have the courage to raise his head when he saw Su Tian's white tiger. So how could he avenge her for those 2 slaps? Did she have to swallow her anger and suffer the humiliation of those 2 slaps today? No way, absolutely not. She is the eldest miss of Rin family. If today's matter is spread out, then what face does she have to see others? Even if she had to do whatever it takes today, she would want the Su Tian to walk out of the teleportation hall. Only then could she salvage her face. Thinking of this, Ren Xianxian clenched her teeth and violently operated a remote control, which was originally a prop used to paralyze the barbarian king bear, but now she was using it to provoke the barbarian king bear. Ren Xianxian pressed the switch, and in the next moment, she saw the savage king bear let out a low hissing sound, and when he raised his head again, his eyes were already scarlet. Not good. This savage king bear has gone berserk. Jiang Xiaoye on the side had a pale face. How could this Ren family dare to do this? After going berserk, the barbarian king bear's attributes were increased 5-fold, and its 4 dimensions exceeded 2,000. And this was only a low-level teleportation center hall, so even if all the guards were to join forces, they wouldn't be a match for the barbarian king bear. If it was a golden potential beast there might still be a chance, but this was a legendary potential. Its basic attributes were ridiculously strong. That would only be even more terrifying after berserking. Jiang Xiaoye worriedly looked towards Su Tian, but she saw him calmly looking at the berserk barbarian king bear without the slightest hint of fear. And Jiang Xiaoye froze. Su Tian, are you not afraid? What's the point of being afraid of it? A ferocious beast with legendary potential is just that. Su Tian laughed lightly. After saying so, he rushed Xiao Bai and whispered, "Go!" As Su Tian's words fell, he saw a layer of blood-colored light emerge from Little White's body. Killing God domain. The strength attribute was increased by 50%, and the speed attribute was increased by 100%. Originally, after upgrading over the past few days, Little White's level had already risen to level 12, and its average quad attribute had already reached a terrifying 1,000 plus, with its strength attribute being as high as 1,327. After the illusion, its attributes had been increased by 100% across the board, plus the 50% of the god-killing domain, which was a whopping 3,000 plus, also at level 12. Just by virtue of the skill buff, Little White's attributes crushed the barbarian king bear in its berserk state. From this, it could be seen how huge the gap between divine beasts and other potential ferocious beasts was. Roar! The next moment Xiao Bai had already made his move. After a tiger roar, the barbarian king bear lowered its defense by another 20%, followed by a radial white tiger roar light wave. Ow! Barbarian king bear was struck out several meters by the light wave. That fierce and vicious appearance instantly disappeared. The sound of screaming continuously, rolling on the ground. That voice, there were actually a few points of aggression. Su Tian and Jiang Xiaoye looked at each other in dismay. Xiao Bai's blow actually directly knocked that savage king bear out of its berserk state. Roar! Little White looked at that sorrowful savage king bear and let out a low roar. And then, that savage king bear actually endured the pain and ran in front of Su Tian, his body shrinking into a ball, a look of an aggravated man. Ow! Little White also ran in front of Su Tian at this time, rubbing its head against Su Tian continuously, and lifting its paw to point at the savage king bear. Su Tian instantly understood its meaning. Little White was trying to get himself to take this barbarian king bear as a pet as well. Seeing this, Su Tian pondered slightly. According to common sense, an ordinary beast master could only tame one pet in their lifetime. But he was different. His profession had been improved by the system, turning him into a divine beast master, allowing him to tame more pets. Moreover, this barbarian king bear's defense seemed to be very strong. Just now Xiao Bai's attack had a base of 3,000 power attributes, and it actually only screamed twice, which was evident of the strong defense. Furthermore, its potential is not low, the legendary level. The future will not be too dragged back. Xiao Bai usually brush monsters tired. Let it play part-time work is also good. With this in mind, Su Tian directly threw out a contract formation. The savage king bear didn't dare to resist in the slightest, and directly signed the contract. Ren Xian and Jiang Xiaoye and the others were directly confused. How could this happen? Wasn't it said that a beast master couldn't make a contract with a high-level ferocious beast? Wasn't it said that contracting a ferocious beast was difficult? Shouldn't high-level ferocious beasts go berserk when they are contracted? Why did he accomplish it so easily? You, Ren Xianxian's eyes were bared. At this moment, She had already fallen into a frenzy inside. Being so humiliated by Su Tian, she had wanted to let the berserk savage King Bear kill the other party after going berserk, but she didn't expect to end up losing her wife and her army. This barbarian King Bear had actually been contracted by Su Tian. Bastard! You actually dared to contract my Ren family's barbarian King Bear. Do you know how much effort my Ren family spent to obtain this? If you don't hand it over today, you definitely won't be able to walk out of here. Ren Xianxian exclaimed furiously. Hearing this, Su Tian let out a cold laugh as he slowly walked in front of Ren Xianxian and blandly said, "Let me not walk out of here? You actually dare to say such words nowadays. May I ask on what basis are you?" After saying that, Su Tian turned around and prepared to leave. He didn't want to get entangled with this self-righteous woman anymore. Su Tian's words caused Ren Xianxian to wake up in a flash. She then realized that she was not Su Tian's opponent at all, and her last dependence, the barbarian King Bear, had also been contracted by Su Tian. Is she destined to not be able to snow today's humiliation? No, she was the eldest miss of the Ren family in Magic City. As long as she left here, she could send countless people to get Su Tian killed. Thinking of this, Ren Xianxian couldn't help but laugh maniacally as she looked at Su Tian's back. Don't you forget my identity. As long as I leave here, I'll have 10,000 ways to make you kneel at my feet. I'll issue a bounty order for everyone to hunt you to the ends of the earth, as well as your family and friends. Not one of them will be spared, and they'll pay a terrible price because of your actions today. Hearing those words made Su Tian, who had already planned to stop paying attention to Ren Xianxian, have a stutter as he slowly turned around, killing intent already flashing in his eyes. He could not care less about his own safety. He could not care less about Ren Xianxian's threat to himself, but he could not stand that last sentence of Ren Xianxian. His family, Su Yun, his only family member after the loss of his parents, had worked so hard to raise him, and if he died at the hands of the Ren family because he was implicated, he would never be able to forgive himself for the rest of his life. He slowly clenches his fists and walks towards Ren Xianxian, his killing intent gradually blooming in his steps, and arrives in front of Ren Xianxian as if it were substance. Ren Xianxian is nothing but a pampered rich girl. Where has she seen this kind of scene? That fierce aura came on her face, pressurizing her breathless. Even the lower half of her body is softening, uncontrollable. Wait! Just as Su Tian was about to make his move, an urgent voice suddenly rang out, followed by the sound of disorganized footsteps. Miss, how are you? What happened? Several people in suits with panicked faces ran to Ren Xianxian and held her up. One of them only felt wetness under his feet, and when he immediately looked down, his pupils shrank. There was actually a puddle of yellowish water stains there. Miss urinated. There were also many people around who saw this scene and took pictures of it, and the group of Ren family leaders became furious. Who the hell is it? Who did this? He turned his head to look at Su Tian with shocked eyes. It was you. Su Tian stared at him and did not utter a word, but his heart was incomparably grave. This person was very strong. The Ren family steward looked at Su Tian, thinking to himself, wasn't the one the young lady wanted to see a beast master? How could she be beaten like this? However, when he saw the white tiger behind Su Tian, a powerful sense of oppression shook his mind. Divine beast. This person had actually harnessed a divine beast. His future potential was only limitless. He was also aware of his own young lady's temperament. He must have thought that this Su Tian was an ordinary citizen, so his attitude was a bit arrogant, thus triggering a conflict. His eyes flickered, watching the attitude of this young man just now, actually killed his own young lady. I'm afraid that this conflict is not an ordinary conflict. The other party should have already taken the Ren family as a life and death enemy. Since this is the case, then he simply do not do anything, directly to the death of this teenager, in order to prevent him from growing up to cause big trouble for the Ren family. With his mind made up, the Ren family steward's gaze towards Su Tian also became dangerous. Kid, come with us. With that, the Ren family steward reached out to grab Su Tian's shoulder. Ow! The little white at the side was eager to protect his master, so he wanted to rush up, but he was enveloped by a wave of light, at least a level 60 space system control mage. With just a glance, Su Tian could tell the man's strength, and immediately, his heart sank to the bottom. Although Little White was strong, he was now ultimately a juvenile, and there was no way he could be a match for this man. What would be the result of being taken back by him? Su Tian knew without guessing. Was he going to be planted here? Your Excellency, wait a moment. Right at this moment, a low voice suddenly rang out, only to see another group of people coming. Among them was a figure Su Tian was familiar with, Jiang Xiaochu, and in front of her, there was a middle-aged man with a somewhat Confucian air, with a serious aura that was not angry. Provincial head Jiang, what do you mean by this? When that Ren family steward saw the visitor, he immediately grunted in displeasure. This person was none other than the head of the southern province, the father of the Jiang family sisters, Jiang Tianwen. Dad. When Jiang Xiaoye saw Jiang Tianwen, she immediately pounced over in aggravation. Xiao Yu, who hit you in the face? Jiang Xiaochura in the back noticed the palm print on her face and immediately exclaimed in shock. Knowing that the Ren family was very powerful and not wanting her father to be implicated in this, Jiang Xiaoye lowered her head and didn't make a sound. However, Jiang Tianwen had already guessed what happened, and immediately looked across the room with a heavy face and said, Steward Liu, shouldn't you give me a statement? When Steward Liu heard this, he immediately let out a cold laugh. How interesting, Jiang provincial chief. Our young lady has been beaten up by that kid. I haven't even said anything yet, but you're the one who first managed to ask for a statement from us? What? Jiang Tianwen sniffed and looked towards the assisted Rin Shenshen. At this moment, the young lady had already fainted, but her red and swollen cheeks and the water stains on the ground were still clearly visible. There was only one fellow present as if nothing had happened, and that was Su Tian, which caused Jiang Tianwen to look at him with incomparably complicated eyes while feeling a headache. This kid, he had caused him such a big trouble in the first meeting, but for some reason, he still had the thought in his heart that Su Tian had done a good job. Provincial head Jiang, you should be well aware of our Rin family's power in China. We cannot pursue the responsibility of your Qianjin in this matter, but this beast master named Su Tian, we are definitely going to take him away today. At this moment, that Steward Liu spoke again. Jiang Tianwen was silent for a while before slowly speaking. What if I don't let you guys take it away? Provincial Chief Jiang, what do you mean by that? I would advise you, but don't make any mistakes. Steward Liu's eyes steeply grew a few degrees colder. Steward Liu, my meaning is very clear. This matter happened in my southern province territory. As the head of the southern province, I naturally have to find out what happened, and until the ins and outs of this matter are clarified, anyone involved in this matter has to stay in the southern province. Of course, your family's young lady is seriously injured. You may bring her back to heal, Jiang Tianwen said. Jiang Tianwen. As soon as his words fell, Steward Liu's irritated voice from the opposite side had sounded. Do you know what you're doing? This matter concerns the honor and face of my Ren family. It's no longer something that you, a small provincial head, can control. I would advise you to hand over this person. Otherwise you are destroying your own future. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianwen still didn't change his face. Steward Liu, as a national dignitary, I should be impartial and lawful. And what I just said is all about the Chinese legal process. Even if the above blames me, I'm still just as justified in what I say. But Steward Liu, don't worry. This matter Jiang Tianwen, will definitely investigate this matter strictly. If it is really Su Tian who committed the murder in the first place, I will also give you an explanation. After hearing this, Steward Liu laughed back in anger. Could you, Jiang Tianwen? You are determined to protect this kid today, but right? Wait, my Rin family will never stop. After saying that, Steward Liu did not delay any longer and took Rin Xianxian with him and left. After Rin family's people left, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Tianwen slowly walked to Su Tian and let out a bitter smile. The impact of this matter is not small. The Ren family is not only the founding family of the Hunters Guild, but also one of the 4 great families of the Magic City. Let's just say that you've gotten yourself into a big trouble this time. Dad, think of a way to help Su Tian. Jiang Xiaoye, who was on the side, sniffed and busily begged. Jiang Tianwen smiled bitterly. It's not that Dad won't help, but this matter is beyond Dad's ability. I'm afraid it won't be long before the Ren family sends someone down. Xiao Yu, don't worry. This matter was caused by me. I'll take it on myself, and the fact that Provincial Head Jiang was just able to bail me out once has already made me very grateful. Su Tian spoke out. Indeed, just now, if it wasn't for Jiang Tianwen's timely intervention, I'm afraid that he would have already been taken away by the Ren family's people. After all, he simply couldn't deal with that 67th level spatial system control mage. Su Tian, this matter is not your responsibility, and since you are Xiao Yu and Xiao Sakura's friend, I will definitely try my best to protect you, Jiang Tianwen solemnly said. At those words Su Tian froze, offending the Rin family, one of the 4 great families in Magic City, for himself was a huge trouble, and although Jiang Tianwen was the head of the province, he didn't have the ability to fight against such a family, did he? Although he didn't know why he did so, there was no doubt that Su Tian owed him a favor. Let's do it this way. I'll contact my teacher to see if I can ask him to come out. If his old man agrees to come out, then this matter will be better. Jiang Tianwen thought for a moment and said, however, my teacher has an odd temperament and has been out of the world for many years, so he may not agree. So for double insurance, Su Tian, I suggest you go find someone. Jiang Tianwen added. Who? Su Tian was slightly stunned. Your future mentor, Chu Kuku. Jiang Tianwen said softly. Chu Koku? Su Tian was stunned. And that woman who was as light as water and as cool and unassuming surfaced in his mind. That's right, her identity isn't simple. And the background behind her is even better than the Rin family ever was. If she can protect you with all her might, then this matter will be worry-free. Jiang Tianwen said. Well, I'll turn around and try. Su Tian sighed. He didn't know Chu Koku well, and at most, it was just a master-disciple relationship that hadn't even begun yet. So maybe the other party would just stop recruiting him after hearing that he had caused such a big trouble. Since that's the case, let's split up. I'll try my best to help you buy time and opportunities. Let's hope that this time you'll be able to turn the danger into a success. You guys also go with Su Tian. Xiao Sakura, you are also a student of the Qing University Academy. Hopefully you can be of some help. Jiang Tianwen said to his two daughters. Good. The Jiang sisters nodded in unison. Then they watched as Jiang Tianwen exited the teleportation center, leaving only some people in charge of cleaning up the mess. It's not too late. Let's go visit Teacher Chu right now. Su Tian scratched his head and said. In fact, he himself was in no hurry. It was still the same approach. As long as he hid in the copy, this Rin family could not do anything about him. But the key was that he still had his sister, Su Yun. If those bastards used his sister to blackmail him, then he was bound to be in a passive position. Good, and the last Chu Koku left the address. Not long after, the three people will find this upscale hotel, and the receptionist said a word. The three people will be to Chu Koku live on the floor. Not long after ringing the doorbell, the door was opened. The face of Chu Koku wearing a cartoon pajamas, but also maintained the posture of brushing teeth. See, the three people instantly stiffened. In the next second, this high-cool female teacher flew back into the house, only to come out a few minutes later. This time, she changed into a casual dress for the home, just enough to bring out her concave and convex figure, but her earlobes still hung a touch of crystal and scarlet. How are you guys? I thought it was a waiter coming to change the household goods, Chu Wan said as she put the three inside, her back to them. Su Tian could hear a hint of trembling in her words, and it was clear that she was still experiencing mood swings because of what had just happened. Even Su Tian didn't expect that first meeting that high, cold, elegant, beautiful teacher actually had that kind of side, wearing cartoon pajamas, and also liked to sleep because it was now almost noon. Teacher, we actually have something to ask you to help us today. After a moment of silence, Su Tian spoke out. What is it? Chu Wan looked at Su Tian curiously. This national no. One scholar would actually still need her help? It's a long story. The short version is that I beat up the Rin family's eldest miss, Su Tian said quickly. The Jiang family sisters also didn't expect Su Tian to be so direct. They all froze in place, while Chu Wan also didn't react for a moment. You beat up the Rin family's eldest miss? Which Rin family? It's the Rin family of Magic City, Su Tian added. Magic City's Rin family? Chu Wan Xiaomei slightly clustered, and after hearing this name, she did not reveal too much of a look of panic or shock. How did it happen? Chu Koku asked after pondering for a moment. It's like this. Su Tian thought for a moment and told Chu Koku the ins and outs of the matter. After hearing this, Chu Koku pondered for a while longer before softly saying, this is a good thing to do. Good to do? When the Jiang family sisters heard this, they immediately revealed a look of delight. Su Tian, on the other hand, asked after a slight silence, what do you need me to do? As expected of a national scholar? Smart. Chu Wan smiled faintly, revealing an appreciative gaze. Although you had already obtained the title of national top scholar during the college entrance exam, you should also be clear that at that time, everyone's careers had only just awakened, and although the results obtained were somewhat representative, they were not the ultimate potential of the students. All of the academy's executives, including those behind me, are actually waiting for the opening test in a month's time. This session's opening test is jointly conducted by the top academies in multiple provinces and cities, and the best of them will be the true sons of heaven in China. As long as you can get first place in the opening test, the people behind me will be able to keep you safe and sound, Chu Koku said with a confident face. What about before that? Su Tian asked after a moment of hesitation. Before that, I'll keep you safe and sound, Chu Koku said indifferently. When these words came out, they immediately drew gasps from the Jiang family sisters, and even Su Tian was shocked by Chu Koku's words. What a domineering mentor. Su Tian felt that choosing the Qing University Academy in the first place was truly a correct decision. However, teacher, actually, I just want to ask you to help me protect my sister because I plan to go to a copy to train for a month to raise my level and strength, but I'm worried that the Rin family will lay their hands on my sister during this period. Su Tian said. That's so. Chu Koku nodded. Then why don't you let your sister stay with me? This hotel has already been bought by me. The Rin family definitely wouldn't dare to lay a hand on your sister here. Hiss. Su Tian couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. If he remembered correctly, this beautiful mentor should only be temporarily living in the southern province, yet she had directly bought a hotel. This financial strength, a proper rich woman. For a while, Su Tian couldn't help but be a little curious about the power behind Chu Wan as well. In the end, he still didn't ask. After all, this was Chu Kuku's secret, and it might not be too polite to ask rashly. After that, Su Tian planned to go home and tell his sister about this matter. And Chu Kuku, worried that Su Tian would be unable to tell, simply went back with him. Arriving home, after Su Tian made all of this clear, Su Yun instantly shed teardrops of worry. That's the big miss of the Ren family in Magic City. Xiao Tian, how could you provoke such a person? There shouldn't be any accidents, right? Su Yun's actions warmed Su Tian's heart, only to hear him laugh softly. Sis, don't worry, the current me has two powerful pets, Little White and Little Barbarian. Even a level 30 copy is as good as I can do, and there's still suppression in the low-level copies. As long as we stay inside, those people from the Ren family can't do anything about me. Only after hearing this did Su Yun feel a lot more at ease as she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said, Xiao Tian, don't worry, I'll definitely stay at your teacher's place for the month that you're in the replica. Knowing Su Tian's family situation and understanding how deep the sibling duo's feelings were, Chu Wan smiled and said, Su Tian, don't worry about going, I'll definitely take good care of your sister. Many thanks, teacher. At this, Su Tian was very grateful and said, Su Tian, I can't accompany you to your copy. My dad said that this time it's an unparalleled grind for you, and I'll only drag my feet if I follow you. In front of the teleportation hall, Zhang Xiaoye said with a face full of shame. Su Tian smiled lightly at his words. How could that be? Your holy angel profession will definitely be strong if you grow up, but this time, it's better to listen to your father. I should encounter quite a bit of trouble in the copy. He knew very well that the Ren family would definitely not let him pass through this month smoothly. The other side would definitely try to find ways, even issue a bounty order to round himself up. This situation was bound to be perilous. If Su Tian was alone it was fine. Little White and Little Barbarian were enough to protect him. But if there was one more Zhang Xiaoye, the outcome would be hard to say. And Zhang Xiaoye was also convinced that Su Tian could solve the danger. So she clenched her pink fist and arrogantly said, But you won't be able to get rid of me either, because father has also made a special upgrade plan for me. The freshman test will definitely surprise you then. Oh, then I'm somewhat looking forward to it. Su Tian laughed. Su Tian, let's go. Come back alive. I'm still waiting for you to enter the Qing University Academy to become my schoolmate. At this time, Zhang Shaoqing, who had been at the back, stepped forward. Who wants to be your schoolmate? I'll be your senior if I want to be. Su Tian yawned and said. He didn't have a bad impression of Zhang Shaochu. Although this woman was a bit overbearing the first time they met, it was all because she was looking out for Xiao Yu. After witnessing the Zhang family sisters leave in their car, and those Zhang family guards around them had also withdrawn, Su Tian knew that it was time for him to enter the replica. This, level 37 copy, 10,000 Beast Mountains. Su Tian walked up to the front desk and didn't hesitate to name a copy he had thought of. Although this copy was on the high side, it was one of the level 30 copies with the largest map range, and it was the most suitable for circling around those pursuers. When that white light lit up, Su Tian turned around to look behind him, where there were already many gazes in the air. The moment Su Tian's body line completely disappeared in the white light, that last Zhang clan sedan also left the teleportation hall, and then there were countless people coming out of the shadows, all of them aiming at the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Little White, Little Barbarian, you two don't be lazy. If we kill one more monster, we'll be able to gain a little more experience. Over there. Hey yeah, there's also this one. Take care of them all. In the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, a handsome-looking teenager commanded two behemoths. One of them was the divine beast white tiger with hair like snow and extraordinary steed, while the other was the barbarian king bear that was as sturdy as a mountain tower. Entering the 10,000 Beasts mountain range for an hour, Su Tian had almost figured out the rules of brushing monsters here, specializing in picking places where the monsters were dense, while he himself wasn't idle, and had been summoning the divine tree's skill to boost the speed of experience gain. Although most of these small monsters are more than 30 levels, but the potential can only be comparable to bronze. In the small white and small savage under the hands cannot last more than 3 seconds. Of course, if you let Su Tian hands, I'm afraid that it is bad enough. Ding! Congratulations on killing the monster and gaining the opportunity to explore the resources. Drip! Resource exploration successful. Found a red extreme resource. Is it heading there? The system's voice suddenly rang out. Red extreme grade resource. Su Tian was overjoyed in his heart. Ever since this super exploration system was opened, he would place a resource exploration opportunity once a day. However, the The chances of red resources were too small, and he had only encountered them when he first encountered Xiaobai's egg. On weekdays, he lived on purple rare resources, and although the rewards were all not bad, they were simply too outdated compared to super resources like red extremes. After pulling out the universal map to check the location of the resource, Su Tian instantly mounted Little White, revealing an excited expression. Red extreme resource, I'm coming. Before he even arrived in the vicinity of the extreme resource, Su Tian felt that there were more hidden scents around him. His current 4-dimensional attribute was already comparable to that of a level 30 powerhouse, and his senses of the surroundings were very sharp. Obviously, these people were assassins arranged by the Ren family to take his life. Su Tian didn't want his mood to be ruined when he was looking for resources later, so he immediately stood there and said in a cold voice, "Gentlemen, all come out. He seems to have some strength. It's good to have strength, otherwise it would be too boring. Really admire you, kid. Obviously not even level 20. Actually dare to enter this level 37 copy, simply looking for death. I'm warning you, this person is mine. None of you will try to steal it. Hunter Guild stinkers, this kind of job is better left to us." The Temple of Moro. In all directions, no less than 10 people walked out, all staring at Su Tian as if he were prey. In turn, these people were divided into 3 groups, seemingly grouping together to kill themselves. Seeing this, Su Tian couldn't help but let out a faint laugh. Looks like my life is still worth a lot of money. Ha, kid, you're still pretending so much when you're dying. I'd advise you to tie your hands, so you won't have to suffer the pain of flesh and blood. A big man carrying a wolf-toothed stick stood forward, and a rough voice rang out. Ow! Little White fiercely stepped forward and let out a roar. A pair of tiger pupils stared at the man without anger. His eyes had a ferocious light blossoming. The crowd of killers were all startled by it. I heard that this kid has a divine beast level pet. Looks like it's it. Bullshit, how could anyone have a divine beast? It must be this kid talking out of his ass to bluff. Kill him and you'll get 1,000,000 gold coins. A few killers rushed up in disbelief. Yet before they could reach Little White's feet, they were scraped to death by a wind blade. This scene caused the rest of the killers to immediately get scared and chilled. This is too strong, right? A group of killers looked at me and I looked at you, instantly losing the arrogance they just had. Bastard, didn't you say it couldn't be a divine beast? How could it be so strong? It's strong, but that doesn't mean it's a divine beast. One of the assassin teams directly imploded. Seeing this scene, Su Tian couldn't help but be a little speechless. What kind of killers are these? And too unprofessional. How about this? I won't let Little White get his hands dirty. It'll just be me and you guys fighting one-on-one. How's that? Su Tian said indifferently. Fight us one-on-one? Those killers froze, then looked at Su Tian as if he were a fool. To have a divine beast pet and not use it. To actually choose to fight with them one-on-one. Could it be that this person was stupid? However, they wouldn't let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Killing Su Tian would give them 1,000,000 gold coins, which was a huge sum of money. They could buy at least 3 pieces of gold equipment. You don't walk in paradise, and you barge in here without a door to hell. In that case, don't blame us for being impolite. You brat! One of the killers laughed eerily and instantly rushed towards Su Tian. Seeing this killer, a faint sneer floated across Su Tian's eyes. These killers were only level 30 or so, and their average 4-dimensional attributes had only just reached 300, not even as high as the water spirit mage Lu Xiao, who had previously been suppressed at level 25. And Su Tian now? Although he was only level 19 and his base 4-dimensional attribute was only around 150, he still had Little White's attribute link. With Little White's current attributes, even a 10% link would be enough to make him comparable to a level 34-dimensional attribute. Moreover, in the Fire Mound Ghost Cave, he had relied on Bai's attribute link and gold equipment to pull his 4-dimensional attributes to an average of 400. Now against these killers with an average 4 dimensions of only 300 or so, it was naturally a no-brainer. This time, however, he didn't wear the golden equipment because he wanted to take the opportunity to practice his combat abilities. Killing God's domain. Seeing the killer that was charging straight at him, Su Tian directly turned on the ability that he had obtained on Little White. In an instant, his attributes changed once again, his strength directly breaking through 400 points, and this was without him holding a weapon. The assassin on the opposite side naturally discovered Su Tian's attribute change, and his heart was incomparably shocked. What was wrong with this kid? Just now, his attributes were just over 150, but now they had actually jumped to 400. Such a horrible attribute. Is this really a beast master? However, the arrow on the string, he already had to send. At that moment the heart of a ruthless pulled out a silver scimitar. The average silver weapon had a very small increase in attributes, only about 10 to 30 points. Seeing his opponent pull out a weapon, Su Tian just shook his head. Not caring. Barbarian King Ironbone. Only Su Tian let out a low shout. And in the next moment, his body changed. Clang! That silver scimitar landed on Su Tian's body with a crisp ringing sound, and then it actually snapped into two pieces. The killer looked at Su Tian as if he had seen a ghost. How could this be possible? That was a silver weapon of his. Even if he chopped level 30 monsters, it wouldn't break. How could this happen? Su Tian revealed a faint smile. As expected, this killer couldn't break his own defense even with his weapon. The skill he had just used was one that he had acquired from the Barbarian King Bear not long ago, and belonged to the passive defense class skill, Barbarian King Ironbone. When attacked by the enemy, he could strengthen his own defense, exempting himself from 30% of the damage, and if the opponent was unable to break his own defense, the exemption was increased by 100%, while rebounding damage equal to his own defense. It could be said that this was a divine skill. The Barbarian King Bear, worthy of being a legendary level monster, carried such extraordinary skills on its body. It could be said that with the Barbarian King's iron bones, coupled with the Slaying God's domain, an all-around attribute boosting skill, Su Tian had gone from a handless beastmaster to a pentagonal warrior. In this way, Su Tian didn't have to worry about dragging Little White and the others down in future battles. At the same time, that killer on the opposite side disbelievingly pulled out another bronze weapon and stabbed hard at Su Tian's chest. There was still a crisp sound, and the weapon shattered into two halves. Su Tian smiled as he looked at the other party and said, "You should be thankful that you didn't hit me with your empty hand. Otherwise you'd have broken your bones by now." Before the assassin could react to what he meant, he was kicked in the chest by Su Tian, the powerful force causing him to tumble on the ground several times, only stopping when he hit a tree trunk. The crowd of killers gulped. At this moment they seemed to finally realize why Su Tian dared to enter this level 37 copy at level 19. It was because this kid was purely a pervert. Not only was the contracted pet perverted, even he himself was a pervert. Looking at the killer who had fainted to death from his own kick, Su Tian was a little unfulfilled, not expecting this bastard to be so unbeatable. At that moment, he looked towards those remaining people. Next, Su Tian's words fell, but none of the killers dared to go forward. Their strength and the strength of that killer just now was just in between, and their equipment wasn't much different, and that guy could be said to have just been killed by Su Tian in seconds. In this situation, who would dare to move against Su Tian? Wasn't that purely looking for death? Bunch of losers. Right at this moment, a mocking cold laugh came out from the group of killers, followed by a person wearing a mask walking out. Seeing this person, the pupils of the remaining killers all shrank. It's Black Wind. He's here too. Looking at the killer who walked out, Su Tian was slightly puzzled. Does Black Wind actually have the surname Black? Idiot, that's my nickname, understand? Because I kill as fast as the wind without a trace. That's why I'm called Black Wind. The killer wearing a black mask sneered. Oh, so it's a nickname. Su Tian revealed a look of understanding. Seeing Su Tian's expression, that Black Wind couldn't help but shake his head and sneered. You still don't know yourself even when you're dying, but it's not a waste of a life for you to die in my hands. Saying so, Black Wind directly revealed his attributes, with all four dimensions above 400 on average, even approaching 500. Seeing this, Su Tian instantly narrowed his eyes. An expert. Although these killers were numerous, they were nothing more than a bunch of trash, and some of them hadn't even reached level 35. This Black Wind level, however, was 37. Su Tian felt that he himself should have exceeded this level, meaning that this Black Wind had come to kill himself while his level was suppressed. Moreover, he had reincarnated his profession. Generally speaking, career transmogrification could be performed every 10 levels after level 20, but it required extremely large resources and time to complete. It was very difficult for ordinary people to want to transmute immediately after level 20, unless their family was very privileged and could afford the transmutation fee, such as Jiang Xiaochu, a level 59 powerhouse. The transmutation every 10 levels did not fall in the slightest. This kind of person was known as a full transmuter, while those who did not undergo a full transmutation were also known as crippled transmuters or untransmuters. For example, these ordinary killers, all of them were level 30 but had not completed a single transmutation, which was why Su Tian was able to easily crush them just now. But this Black Wind was different. After a professional transmutation, every turn would undergo a radical change. Professional strengthening, attribute strengthening, and even skill strengthening. This was an all-encompassing enhancement, so those crippled transmigrators would have a hard time hoping to win against a full-tier transmigrator. Black Wind's current attributes weren't far off from Jiang Xiaochu, who had been suppressed at level 25, but Jiang Xiaochu was level 25 at the time. She who was suppressed at level 25 was comparable to Black Wind, who was now fully armed and up to level 37. From this, It could be seen just how powerful the benefits of reincarnation were. However, Su Tian could also judge from this that this Black Wind's number of transmigrations wasn't high, and should only be 2. Even so, it was still tricky. Just as Su Tian was thinking about all this, that Black Wind also pulled out a dagger, his eyes staring at Su Tian through his mask as if he were a snake. Kid, ready to die? Su Tian saw the dagger in his hand and also understood the other party's occupation. So it's an assassin. Come on, let me see your strength. Su Tian's attitude made Black Wind quite irritated. A mere level 19 and you dare to be so arrogant. As the words fell, Black Wind's shadow actually disappeared from the spot. Su Tian was startled. This guy turned out to have transformed into a shadow assassin. This kind of assassin was usually paired with stealth skills, and could silently reach the enemy to hunt them down. Most suitable for the business of being an assassin. Clank! Right at this moment, a spark suddenly came from behind Su Tian. It was that Black Wind who had launched an attack. However, it seemed that he didn't use any skills in this strike, and it didn't break through Su Tian's defense. Damn it, it's that skill again. Black Wind's spat came from behind him. However, when Su Tian turned around, Black Wind disappeared once again. The rebound didn't shatter the dagger. Looks like that was a golden dagger of his. Su Tian mused slightly. Generally speaking, the attributes added to a golden weapon were around 70 to 120 points. For example, his soul hunting sword belonged to the very best of the golden weapons, with 127 points attached to the physical attack attribute. He just didn't know how many attacks were attached to Black Wind's weapon, and if the grade was very high, he was afraid that the next blow would break his defense. Su Tian did not intend to be injured because of this guy. After all, he was a solo team without a priest, and if he was injured, he could only drink a blood bottle to heal. The blood bottle he drank. Very bitter. Not good. Immediately, Su Tian put on his golden silk soft armor. Clank! It coincided with Black Wind giving Su Tian another slash, but this time he used a skill, and it was a silver skill. Viper Strike. How come? It still didn't break defense? Black Wind was confused. Didn't this guy just have a defense attribute of 400? How did it become 480 in the blink of an eye? No! You're wearing gold equipment. You're only level 19. Why can you wear gold equipment? Suddenly, Black Wind shouted in shock. That and the surrounding killers were also confused when they heard this. This kid is wearing gold equipment? What kind of family background? Just dare to open up? Haven't you ever heard of equipment that doesn't limit the equipment level? Seeing the fuss they were making, Su Tian sighed. Was there a normal slayer here or not? Equipment that doesn't limit equipment level? Black Wind's expression stagnated. No wonder he was so alarmed. It was entirely because he hadn't even remembered this kind of thing. Because this kind of equipment was too rare. One piece was worth several $1,000,000. And who in their right mind would go out and buy this kind of equipment? However, the kid in front of him didn't seem to be too serious. Not to mention that he could single-handedly challenge a level 30 powerhouse at level 19. But his perverted attributes alone made people feel terrified. No, it has to be a quick battle. A feeling of uneasiness suddenly arose in Black Wind's heart. This target called Su Tian was too bizarre. At that moment, Black Wind once again concealed himself into the darkness before violently stabbing out a blade. Clang! With a crunching sound, he completely broke his defense. Why is it still not doing any damage? Looking at Su Tian's wrist guard that he had slipped onto his hand at some point, his eyes spat fire. You have gold equipment. Why didn't you take it out when you dealt with those killers earlier? Hey, you don't think I still need to wear gold equipment to deal with them, do you? Su Tian looked at him and yawned calmly. Me. Black Wind only felt both his eyes faint, and when he looked up again, he had already turned his gaze viciously towards the group of killers. The group of killers silently shrugged their shoulders. Blame us for being vegetables? Is there anything you haven't taken out? Black Wind took a deep breath to look at Su Tian. If there was none, then he was going to zoom in this time. He never wanted to see Su Tian's ugly face again. Well, I still have a sword. Saying that, Su Tian pulled out his extreme gold equipment, the soul hunting sword. Almost instantly, Black Wind saw Su Tian's power attribute jump directly from 400 to 520, and his entire body was confused. Wait, before he could finish his sentence, he turned into a bubble under the flame chop that slashed horizontally, leaving behind only a pile of drops that glittered with golden light. This meant that the character died. Black Wind is dead. The crowd of killers looked at each other. All of them could see panic in the eyes of the others. This Black Wind was a level 43 second turn powerhouse outside, and he didn't expect to die in a level 30 copy. It wasn't until now that they realized how hard of a stalwart this Su Tian was. When they first saw the bounty order, level 19, Beast Master, they thought it was a very killable character, but now they seem to be very wrong. That we're in the wrong place, a group of killers said weakly before preparing to run away. Su Tian, however, didn't even look at them, directly summoning the contract spell formation, and the barbarian king bear's huge body was revealed. Go on, you and Little White. Finish them all off, Su Tian said indifferently. Ow! Roar! Two roars like thunderous tremors rang out, and then the two ferocious beasts rushed towards the group of fleeing killers. Seeing their huge bodies, Su Tian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. These two guys were still in their infancy, but their size was already comparable to the adult beasts in the outside world. If they were adults, they would be like giants, right? Little White was fine. After all, there was an illusion function that allowed it to shrink and grow larger. But Little Barbarian was a bit difficult to handle, and I'm afraid that it would have to reduce its appearance in non-combat situations in the future. 5 minutes later, Su Tian will be full of golden light put away into the storage space. Have to say, these killers are a little deposit, especially that Black Wind. Alone gold coins have more than 3 million. As for his golden dagger, it was just the most common golden equipment. The added attack attribute was only 77, but that could be sold for hundreds of thousands of gold coins. The rest of the killers were a bit worse, but with the materials and props they had stored up, there was a conservative estimate of 6 million gold coins worth. As for Su Tian himself, he only had 2 million gold coins saved up. TSK, it seems like money comes quickly this way. Su Tian blinked, a not so mature idea sprouting in his mind, but it was quickly extinguished by him. What a joke! Was he, Su Tian, that kind of person? Besides, when the auction opens in a few days, he doesn't know how many gold coins he'll be able to sell for that mystic profession transmutation scroll, so when he wants to buy whatever skills he wants to buy, he'll be happy to think about it. As for these killers, killing them is also forced. Who let them want to take their own lives? It's still important to find my treasure. Su Tian thought about the important things here. Knowing that he had found the white tiger's divine beast egg in the first red resource, he wondered what kind of treasure it would be this time. His heart filled with anticipation. Su Tian found the red resource and then slowly opened it. Brush! Golden light shot out in all directions, and Su Tian was even blinded by the dazzling golden light. Golden legend. As the golden light gradually revealed itself, Su Tian finally got a good look at the other side. A platinum-colored scroll. Platinum? It can't be a prop scroll? Su Tian frowned. Although prop scrolls were effective, they were far less valuable than equipment, and were even inferior to the transfer scrolls that he had found in the legendary resources last time. By all rights, it wasn't supposed to appear in the red resources. So with trepidation, Su Tian opened the scroll and immediately became excited after reading its contents. It's actually a Beast Master's specialized skill book. That's right, this scroll was clearly a book of Beast Master's platinum skill, and it was a very strong one at that. Beast God Descent, possess all the attributes and skills of a pet for a short period of time, and gain the power of the Beast God. Increase damage to bosses by 200%, maintain time 30 seconds, weaken for 1 hour after use. This was a skill used to fight bosses, for a short period of time to gain the attributes and skills of a pet. Of course, it could also be used in the usual fight against the enemy, but it didn't have that Beast God's power buff at the back. Even so, this skill was very powerful, allowing him to have the attributes of a divine beast for a short period of time. Worthy of being a skill produced by red resources. Bullish. Another thing Su Tian had discovered was that all the things in the red resources seemed to be enhancing Su Tian's strength. The other resources were randomly refreshed with various things, sometimes even unrelated to Su Tian, such as the mysterious scroll of the fire controller last time. It might be a priceless treasure to others, but it was of no use to Su Tian, and he couldn't even give it to the people around him to use, so he could only take it and sell it for money. But the red resources were different. Every time he acquired something, it could greatly enhance his strength. Ow! The little white beside him followed suit and purred before turning into a little white cat and jumping into his arms. Next door, Little Barbarian revealed an envious look, then followed suit and rubbed over, but was promptly stopped by Su Tian. Stop, you'd better return to the contract space. Roar! Little Barbarian let out a low growl with some demoralization, but still obediently entered the contract space. Seeing the flickering contract space, Su Tian couldn't help but smile. Magic Capital Rain family. Really polite. You guys gave Little Barbarian to me even if it's not enough. You actually let so many people send me money. It seems like I'll have to thank you properly when I get out. 10 days later. 10,000 Beast Mountain Range map. Quick, I found that kid's trail. He's injured. He must not be able to run far. A blood-covered assassin appeared in front of a group of people who had just picked up the bounty order and were preparing to kill Su Tian. Seeing these people, he shouted excitedly, but there was a flash of gloom under his eyes. What? That kid is injured? That's great. What a heavenly opportunity. Looks like that 1 million gold coins reward is going to be mine. An assassin shouted excitedly and ran frantically in the direction the other party pointed. The rest of the killers reacted and followed suit. While the assassin who had reported the news saw the scene, the corner of his mouth was hooked into a grim arc. Deep in the mountain forest, Su Tian was lying on Little White's body in a good mood. And it had to be said that this little guy's body was soft and incomparable after it had gotten bigger. And along with that snow-white fur, it also exuded a fresh fragrance, giving people an indescribable comfort. During these days in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, he almost rarely let Little White change back to its small form anymore. Ha ha, Su Tian, don't come out to die yet, you're in big trouble today. A wild voice rang out, and then a killer with a large sword jumped out from the forest. Yo, come to deliver money? How much did you bring? Su Tian lazily got up and looked at the assassin. The assassin froze when he saw Su Tian's appearance. Didn't you say you were seriously injured? Doesn't look like it? You believe that guy even when he lied to you. Su Tian skimmed his mouth. The killer froze, but then let out a cold laugh. So what if he's lying to me? I will definitely take your life today. At those words, Su Tian sighed. This kind of dialogue, which he had already heard no less than 5 times in his 10 days in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, was just too meaningless. Isn't there any fresh vocabulary? Little barbarian. Su Tian gently beckoned, and a spell formation emerged in front of him, in which a ferocious bear stepped out. Little barbarian's figure, compared to 10 days ago, had grown another circle, and its height had reached a staggering 4 meters, like a small mountain, and its level had also reached level 19 from level 12 at the beginning, taking the final step towards the adult stage of level 20. Once it reached adulthood, Little Savage would undergo a radical change. Similarly, the Little White under Su Tian also had tremendous growth, but its level had only risen to level 17 because it required too much experience for this divine beast potential. It was a full 50% more than the legendary potential of Little Savage. Of course, Su Tian had slowly accepted this, and he interpreted it as someone who was powerful would eat more. Anyway, upgrading and fighting monsters was its own business, so letting them fight a few more small monsters was just fine. What are you asking Su Tian for? As the pet's owner, the world's strongest beast master, of course he had to lie down. Why else would his profession be called beast master? A few minutes later, Little Barbarian came back with hiccups, and now that its average 4 dimensions had almost broken through the 4 digits, it was easy to take care of this group of killers. Hey, you shouldn't have eaten those people, right? Seeing Little Barbarian in this state, Su Tian immediately revealed an expression of disgust. Roar! Little Barbarian hurriedly stood up and swung his paw before drawing a pig's head on the ground again. Su Tian was furious and just wanted to scold the bear, but then he realized what it meant. It turned out that it was saying that it was a little hungry after settling the group, so it had stopped by to catch a pig in the forest that had peaked at its great display of power. However, Su Tian always felt that there was an element of adding fuel to this sentence. What about the treasures left behind after those killers died? Su Tian asked again. Roar! Little Barbarian waved his paw and hurriedly ran into the forest, returning moments later with a bunch of things in his arms. Su Tian gladly put them into his storage space, and just then a beep sounded in his ears. The boss is refreshed? That beep was the reminder function of the universal map, representing that a boss had been refreshed in the copy he was currently in. Bosses had been fought by Su Tian in the past few days, but unfortunately, this 10,000 Beasts mountain range was an open copy with no limit on the number of people, and there were a lot of people squatting on the bosses. Every time he arrived, those bosses were almost all already hanging, and he wasn't in the mood to study the refresh time of those bosses. However, this time, this boss seemed to be different, and the resources around him showed a purple color. One should know that the 10,000 Beast mountain range was only a level 37 copy, and the boss potential it corresponded to should be gold, and the resources produced by gold bosses were usually blue. Sometimes yellow would appear, but purple was never possible, because this was a resource that could only be popped out by a diamond level boss. Of course, the purple resources he was digging up every day. That was the lowdown on his exploration system. He wasn't really interested in this purple resource, but he was very interested in the boss itself. He remembered that earlier, the merchant he sold materials to had told himself a tip that there seemed to be something wrong with the Apocalypse World's boss refreshment. He'd come across this situation before, but hadn't thoroughly confirmed it, and right now, this boss in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range was a good opportunity to confirm it. Thus, Su Tian immediately let Little Barbarian enter the contract space and prepared to rush towards the boss refresh point. Just then a figure covered in blood appeared. His blood bar had already bottomed out, having been punched by Su Tian earlier. You're still alive? Seeing this guy, Su Tian revealed a surprised expression. This guy had sneak attacked himself earlier, and had been counter-wounded by one of his barbarian king's iron bones to the point of crippling blood, then cried and begged to be spared. Later on, Su Tian thought of a good way to let him off by asking him to go and call those killers who wanted to kill him. That's why there was that scene earlier. But he didn't expect that this one was actually still alive. It seems that in the future, he has to find a way to get a skill with poison, save there is residual blood to escape. However, why did this bastard come back? Big brother, I've done everything you said. May I ask if you can spare my life now? This assassin swallowed his saliva and said with trepidation. Just now in the forest he had witnessed the brutality of the barbarian king's bear. Slapping a killer with a single slap was simply too strong. He could no longer have any killing intent towards Su Tian at all. Otherwise he was afraid that he would be slapped to death by Su Tian's pet. Wait. Hearing his words, Su Tian hesitated slightly. Didn't I just already let you go? Spared me? The killer froze. When did this happen? It's when you called out to the killer. You can completely not come back and directly leave here. I did not give you poison. But how did you come back again? Su Tian looked at him with a puzzled expression. The killer was dumbfounded in place. As if, indeed that was the case. Then why did he come back? Big brother, listen to me. I came back actually. The killer panicked and tried to explain. But then he saw a flash of sword light in front of him, and a fiery flame instantly incinerated his entire body. I didn't expect that your heart to kill me would not die. Then I have no choice but to send you on your way. Su Tian retrieved his soul hunting blade and sighed leisurely. Kaboom! Right at this moment, Su Tian suddenly felt a flash of something above his head, and immediately let out a loud shout. What person? The echoes were continuous, but there was no more movement in that forest, which caused Su Tian to frown slightly. Was there no one? Boss refresh point. Sister Gentle, did you find any strong people? A small team was at the periphery of the boss, and one of them, a girl with a staff, anxiously asked. The object of her inquiry was a woman wearing a long clean white dress. She had a pure and aesthetic appearance, and her temperament was gentle. No, instead, I found an interesting person. The woman named Gentle lightly shook her head, her beautiful eyes revealing a flash of color. Interesting person? Gu Yao was dumbfounded at her words, and then the anxious look on her face became even more intense. This boss was capable of bursting out purple rare resources, and if possible, it would even burst out diamond-grade equipment. However, they had just gone in once and hadn't even been able to see the face of the boss. Right now, there were more and more people around, so if a powerful team got there first, it would be a big loss. Gentle, why don't we try again? Just now I had problems with my coordination. I'm sure it'll work this time, a boy in armor said. Behind him, he was also carrying a knight and a shield. Clearly this was a warrior. Gentle hearing shook his head. There's no need. Even if we meet the boss this time, we may not be its opponent. And if the boss unleashes a must-kill technique, there's still a chance that we'll be left inside. You guys, you shouldn't want to die at the hands of the boss either, right? Hearing those words, the boy who had originally proposed to try again suddenly blanched and stopped speaking out. Then are we going to give up on this boss? It's dropping purple rewards on it, Gu Yao said with some reluctance. Not necessarily, if he's willing to team up with us. Gentle's narrow, beautiful eyes revealed a touch of contemplation. Him? Who is it? Gu Yao looked at Gentle with a bewildered expression. There's a bit less people on the periphery of this boss. Not far away. Su Tian had already arrived on Little White. It was strange that there were very few teams outside this boss refresh point. Could it be that the refresh location of this boss was randomized and others had yet to arrive here? There was this possibility. Su Tian thought deeply, and was about to enter with Xiaobai when he was stopped by a figure. Wait, a boy in armor walked up to Xiaobai and spoke out. However, when he saw Xiaobai underneath Su Tian, there was no reason for some trepidation in his heart. Sister Gentle, did you see that? If Lin Fei hadn't shouted at him just now, this guy would have gone in alone. Is he that brave? Gu Yao at the back blinked her eyes, shock written all over her face. If it was a team, maybe she wouldn't have reacted so strongly. But this guy was just one person. Wenro smiled at this and then walked forward to look at Su Tian. Hello, my name is Wenro. I'm the captain of this squad. May I ask if you're interested in joining our team and raiding this boss together? Su Tian looked down at Gentle. This name seemed a bit familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. But, why would I want to team up with you guys? Su Tian yawned and said indifferently. Hearing this, Lin Fei beside Gentle frowned. Hey, do you know what level this boss is? Even the monsters refreshed near it are all elite monsters. I'm only afraid that the level of this boss will be even more terrifying, and the diamond potential of the honored one might be possible. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Su Tian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. This is a level 37 copy. Would it even refresh a boss with diamond potential? Su Tian's words immediately drew a scoff from Lin Fei. Don't you people read the news? Recently, all the duplicate boss refreshments have appeared to float to a certain extent. What's so rare about a level 37 duplicate brushing out a diamond potential boss? That's so. Su Tian revealed a dazed look. He had been leveling up these days and his phone had gone dead, so he indeed didn't know about this matter. It turned out that the official announcement had been made, which meant that the material merchant's words were all true. The news was confirmed, but Su Tian didn't intend to leave either. Having come here, it would be too much to say if he didn't get this boss killed. Cough cough. Thank you for this friend's reminder, but can you give way now? Su Tian smiled. At those words, Lin Fei was a bit annoyed. Hey, are you people listening to me or not? I said that's a diamond potential boss. If you don't want to die, team up with us and go in. Sorry, I don't really need to. Su Tian's expression was slightly cold, so he was about to ride Little White in, when he suddenly had a familiar feeling and narrowed his eyes. What person? Come out. The words fell, but there was nothing moving in the surrounding bushes, and immediately Su Tian wanted to have Little White spray a wave of tsunami light at a certain place in the forest. Wait, the girl named Gentle suddenly spoke out, closing her eyes in the next moment. In the darkness, a slender silhouette stepped out. This woman actually looked exactly the same as Gentle, the difference being that she was wearing a long black dress. She stood together with Gentle, who was wearing a white dress, like twins, vaguely revealing a bizarre feeling. Hello. The black-skirted gentleness revealed a soft smile, compared to the white-skirted gentleness's holy temperament. This black-skirted gentleness seemed to have a kind of innate charm on her body. I remember now. You're Gentle, the second-ranked top scorer in the country. Looking at the treacherous scene in front of him, Su Tian finally remembered where he had seen the name Gentle. The college entrance examination achievement ranking. This Gentle was the top scorer who had scored more than 2,000 points at that time and ranked second. Is your profession the dual life master of the mysterious professions? What you said is right. My occupation is indeed the dual life master. At this time, the Gentle in a white dress also opened her eyes. The two identical-looking gentlenesses were facing Su Tian, and for some reason, it gave him an immediate feeling of a horror movie. I've heard that after awakening, another personality will be born within the body of a twin master. Can you tell me which one is your original personality? Su Tian suddenly wasn't in a hurry to fight the boss at the moment. Instead, he became interested in Gentle's profession. Of course it's me. The second body will only be taken over by the second personality if it's not under the control of the main personality. And right now it's her who's taking over. White-skirted Gentle said helplessly. Second personality. It sounds like it's very interesting, but why didn't you just let her talk to me directly? Su Tian blinked. If he remembered correctly, just now, after white skirt tenderness closed her eyes, that black skirt had walked out. During this period of time, it should have been Master Graham who was controlling the black dress's body. White skirt Gentle's cheeks blushed slightly. This, don't you know if you ask her yourself? Seeing white skirt gentleness with this look, Su Tian felt even more strange and immediately looked at black skirt gentleness. If I remember correctly, you're called Su Tian, right? That national top scholar. The black-skirted gentleness smiled faintly, and in the next second, she actually instantly moved to Xiaobai's body and appeared opposite Su Tian. A wisp of odor like orchid musk poured into Su Tian's nose, and then he saw the black-skirt gentle wink staring at him. I would like to see how exactly you, the top scholar, is above our sisters. The words just fell. A ray of coldness suddenly flashed underneath the black-skirted gentleness's eyes, and then a dagger surfaced in his jade hand, stabbing down fiercely at Su Tian Pan. I go. Good ruthless. Su Tian was startled, and immediately it was a barbarian king iron bone. Clang. The crisp chirping sound made the black-skirted gentle dumbfounded, and the white-skirted gentle below also dumbfounded. So hard. The black-skirted gentle's pretty face dumbfounded a murmur, so that the white-skirted gentle's pretty face, who had just come to his senses on the side, instantly reddened into an apple. This guy, what tiger and wolf words ah? Twin life contract. The native gentleness hastily summoned a formation, and in the next second, the black-skirted gentleness entered the formation and disappeared, and Su Tian also came back to his senses, feeling speechless at what just happened. This he meow. It turned out that the black-skirted gentle's character was actually like this. No wonder the gentle herself was so resistant to letting her take control of her body. At this time, Su Tian couldn't help but look at one herself. Her appearance and temperament were extremely pure, like the kind of high-cool goddess in the campus, but for some reason, when he saw this face, he couldn't help but think of the black-skirted one. Obviously is the same face. Black-dressed gentle is flavorful. Charming days. This huge contrast. Let Su Tian a time cannot accept. Cannot help but say a not too mature request. That, can you let her come out again? The gentle and reserved pretty face couldn't pretend any longer, and instantly turned cold. Drinking. Scram. Ahem. No more jokes. I'm going to fight the boss, but I really don't need a group unless there's a priest amongst you. Su Tian sighed, and gave Gentle a strange look in his eyes before parting. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Wenro from the back spoke out, and she seemed to be somewhat hesitant, pursing her lips. Only after a moment did she softly say, "This form of mine, it's a priest. So this white dress of yours is a priest. What about that black dress?" After releasing a little savage to go out and clear the small monsters brushing near the boss, Su Tian asked Gentle behind him. Gentle was also sitting on Little White at the moment, but for the first time, she was sitting on a tiger with a boy, and the feeling made her squirm. The black dress is a mage. Wenro blankly glanced at Su Tian, and at the same time, remembering something, she subconsciously glanced at a certain place on Su Tian's body. You wouldn't want to take a stab as well, would you? Feeling the other party's line of sight, Su Tian instinctively went to protect his brother. Gentle's delicate face instantly turned red. What are you thinking? Really? To actually want her to come out? I was suspecting that you have some kind of special fetish. Su Tian smiled sarcastically. How could he possibly have a special fetish? However, Wenro, this twin life master actually possessed the two professions of mage and priest at the same time, equating to both output and healing abilities, which was a little too perverse. No wonder, she got more than 2,000 points in the college entrance exam. Say, isn't this a suspicion of pet abuse? After a while, Gentle suddenly said. What? Su Tian looked at her blankly. I mean, do we really not need to step in and help it? Wenro pointed at little barbarian, who was not far away from her, who was fighting monsters with great vigor, while she and Su Tian sat comfortably on the white tiger. Would it be a bit too cruel? I'm a beast master, alas. If I don't let my pet fight, do I have to fight the injuries myself? Su Tian innocently spread his hands, and then he added with a twinkle in his eye, if you want to contribute, it's fine to call her out to fight the output. Upon hearing this, Wenro's pretty face changed. I'm not going to let her come out, otherwise you'll be taking advantage of me. How can it be me taking advantage of you? It's clearly her who took the initiative. Su Tian immediately protested. You, Wenro's beautiful eyes glared round. This guy was really taking advantage of her. But what could be done about it? Who made her other character so open? Wait, it seems like it's reaching the boss's face. Right at this moment, Su Tian put away his jokes and stared at a certain place in the forest with a straight face. No Wenro looked around blankly and didn't find any clues. However, the little barbarian in front of him was like an enemy, staring at the row of trees in front of him, constantly letting out low growls. The little white underneath him similarly slightly arched his waist and entered a fighting state. Oddly enough, Su Tian didn't realize that the monster was there either. Eyes of insight. After frowning slightly, Su Tian used the skill to scan the surrounding information. When his sight landed on a giant tree, a clear text responded in his mind. Target, ancient vine tree monster. Potential, diamond. Level, 39. Life, 38,671. Strength, 3,782. Defense, 4,236. Speed, 3,899. Energy, 4,657. Skills, camouflage, nightmare entanglement, sleeping wood powder, wood spirit, cage field. Receiving this piece of information, Su Tian's expression violently froze on the spot, while in the next second that ancient vine tree monster seemed to sense the threat, countless vines popping out at a rapid pace. Su Tian came back to his senses and hurriedly said, "This is a plant-type diamond boss. Quickly dodge." Ow! Little White dodged those vine attacks with agility, while letting out a roar in defiance. As a divine beast, how could it be provoked by this low-level potential trash? Roar! On the other side, Little Savage chose to drop the vines hard. It had the Barbarian King's iron bone in its body, which could exempt it from a lot of damage, but his level was still a bit low after all. After being hit by the vines, a few blood marks instantly surfaced on the surface of its body, and the blood bar at the top of its head dropped a bit. When Su Tian saw this, he pulled Gentle and leapt down from Little White, while saying to Little White, "Go help Little Barbarian." Ow! Little White received the order and quickly ran to the first line position. "Gentle, please heal Little Barbarian's injuries." After Su Tian finished speaking, he pulled out his soul hunting sword and headed straight for that ancient vine tree monster. Are you crazy? Seeing Su Tian's actions, Wenro hastily pulled him back. That's a diamond potential boss. Aren't you a beast master? What's the point of going to join in the fun? Even the legendary potential barbarian King Bear under him had suffered a loss against the ancient vine tree monster, and Su Tian actually dared to rush up. Could there be something wrong with this guy's brain? Although Little White's attributes are comparable to this ancient vine tree monster after his manifestation, Its blood strip is too thick, with more than 3W of life, almost 3 times that of Little White's, and only if Little White and I join together can we kill it in seconds as quickly as possible, Su Tian said indifferently. Gentle was confused. At the moment, there was only one thought in her head. Are you alright? She also had a skill that allowed her to view the target's attributes, and according to her view, Su Tian's average 4 dimensions was only just over 700, and even though this panel was already perverse for a level 27, it was a complete head-scratcher for the ancient vine tree monster. Even if this boss was only level 40, it was a diamond potential after all. Even if Su Tian used his full power, there was no way he could break its defense. What did he say? He's going to kill the boss with Bai? You're the one getting spiked. Right, don't joke around. It's better if I summon her out to help Little White. Maybe she can be of some help. Saying that twin life contract formation surfaced in front of her. A gentle in a black dress appeared, with seductive red lips and charming eyes. The black-skirted gentle first looked around blankly, then her gaze landed on little barbarian. This big guy is injured? Well, this is Su Tian's pet. White-skirted gentle nodded. You should come if you're injured. What are you calling me for? The black-skirted gentle clasped her arms over her chest, her fullness outlining a tantalizing picture of mountains. Seeing this action of hers, 3 black lines surfaced on the white-dressed gentle's glossy forehead. If it wasn't for the appearance of this personality, she was only afraid that she wouldn't have known that she had so much potential in her life. Hey, is that Su Tian? What did he go and do? The 2 women realized in the midst of their bickering that Su Tian had walked out of the boss's attack range at some point. Oops, it's all your fault. I forgot about business. You quickly go get Su Tian back. His strength is all dependent on his pet. I'm afraid he can't even withstand a single hit from that ancient vine tree monster, the white dress tenderly said anxiously. Are you sure? The black-skirted gentle opened her small rosy mouth, a delicate pretty face written with surprise, realizing that something wasn't right. White-skirt gentle turned her head to look in the direction of the boss, and instantly, her beautiful eyes shrunk, only to see Su Tian and that divine beast Little White had already rushed to the face of the ancient vine tree monster, the former holding a golden greatsword, blazing flames emerging from the end of the sword, continuously and frantically slashing at the ancient vine tree body. On the other hand, Xiaobai was also not willing to show weakness. White light waves shot out from his mouth while waving his powerful claws. Wind attribute and fire attribute damage rose up on the gutting tree monster as if it was smoking. The full screen was left with only damage. I'll go. This is too fierce, isn't it? The black-skirted gentle looked at the frantic output of the main pet duo, her beautiful eyes committing starlight. The white-skirted gentle beside her also gulped. She finally realized why Su Tian was able to single-handedly challenge 3 novice copy bosses by himself. It was too strong. Who said that Beast Master was the weakest profession? Last strike. Flame slash. With Su Tian's shout, the ancient vine tree monster fell to the ground in response, and the curtain fell on this boss's life. Wrap it up. Looking at the falling patch of purple light, Su Tian yawned. Amazing. Is this the national champion? Truly terrifying as hell. The black-skirted gentle appeared beside Su Tian like a phantom, looking at the corpse of the ancient vine tree monster and letting out a gasp. Ha! You came out? Su Tian's eyes lit up when he saw the black-skirted gentleness. However, as soon as the words left his mouth he felt a wave of weakness hit him, and in the next moment he fell straight forward. AI, what happened to you? The black-skirted gentleness hurriedly came forward to hold Su Tian. The dimly conscious Su Tian only felt that he had fallen into a cotton hometown, and his entire being relaxed. At the same time, the white-skirted gentleness also walked over, and seeing the actions of the two, her beautiful eyes immediately erupted with fire. Hey, you quickly don't let him take advantage of me. The black-skirted gentleness looked down at Su Tian on his chest and immediately pouted unhappily. What's your cheapness? This is clearly my body. But we both look exactly the same. The white-skirted gentleness was about to go crazy. That's not necessarily true. Maybe it's just the same face. The black-skirted tender blinked. The white-skirted tender froze. And then her mood stormed out. You. Alright. Aren't you a priest? Quickly heal him. Black skirt tender saw that it had annoyed white skirt and hurriedly said in a proper manner. Humph. White skirt gentle hummed lightly before she took out her staff to cast a healing spell. A moment later she sighed in relief. It's nothing serious. He's not injured. It's a weakness buff after casting a skill. Skill? The black dress gently blinked. Could it be that he could just frontalize the ancient vine tree monster because he used a skill? Hiss. The white-skirted gentle looked back and immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Didn't they say that beast masters are weak? There's actually this kind of terrifying skill? One had to know that ancient vine tree monster's 4-dimensional attribute was an average of over 3,000, while Su Tian's true 4-dimensionality was only about 700. It could be said that this one skill had directly pulled more than 2,000 attributes for Su Tian. This skill, it was simply perverse. For a moment, the two gentlenesses were both a little envious of Su Tian's profession and gave each other a disgusted look. Ow. Right at this moment, the white-skirted gentle suddenly felt someone barraging her. And looking back, it was actually Little White. Obviously fight the boss to battle ferocious, but at the moment looks a kind of inexplicable dorky. Gentle, a girl's heart melted. What's the matter? Ow. Xiaobai called out, then pointed with his paw to the little barbarian lying on the side. Ah. Sorry, I forgot. When Ro saw the wounds on little barbarian's body and instantly blushed. I actually forgot to heal little barbarian's injuries. 1 hour later, Su Tian's weak state finally disappeared and gradually came to his senses. I'll go. This weakness buff will actually make it completely inoperable. It seems like this beast god skill will have to be used sparingly in the future. Su Tian looked around and murmured with a palpitating heart. Yes, the reason why he was able to resist the boss output just now was because he used the beast god skill that he had just acquired, gaining Xiaobai's attributes within 30s. Although he had only gained the basic attributes, it was enough to deal with that ancient vine tree monster with Little White. And Little White had the illusion buff, plus they opened the god-slaying domain at the same time. Although he hadn't looked closely just now, Little White's average 4 dimensions had only reached 4,000. It was truly perverse. Su Tian looked towards the two gentlenesses on the side. At this moment, Little White had already changed back to his kitten form, and the two guys were there teasing the cat. You finally woke up. The white-skirted gentleness couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw Su Tian walking towards her. I thought you guys would take the dropped treasure and run away. Su Tian let out a light laugh. Hey, am I this kind of person in your heart? At those words, the white-skirted gentleness instantly furrowed her brows in displeasure. You won't be, but she might not be. Su Tian raised an eyebrow at the black-skirted gentleness. He hadn't forgotten that this guy had stabbed himself in the black the first time they met, and he had also stabbed the vitals. Hi. I wasn't saying hello to you then. Black-dressed gentle revealed a flirtatious smile. Greeting. The white-dressed gentle face stiffened. Reason dare to ghost a little? Forget it. Do you guys need any of these things? If not, I'm going out. Su Tian yawned and said, we didn't contribute to this boss. So, before the white-dressed tender words were finished, they were directly interrupted by Su Tian. No, even if. Little White, little barbarian. Let's go. Looking at Su Tian's departing back, the two gentlenesses froze in place for a moment, and a moment later the black-skirted gentleness snorted with a smile that actually had a bit of a woe-is-me flavor. What an interesting person. If I'm not mistaken, that barbarian king bear cub of his should be the one recently captured by the magic capital Ren family, right? Black-skirted gentle said indifferently. White-dressed gentle slightly frowned. That barbarian king bear she also saw, just did not confirm, but now it seems that I guessed correctly. Those killers into this copy are rushing to him. Dare to grab something from the Ren family. Really bold. Is my favorite type. Black-dressed gentle laughed softly. At those words, the white-dressed gentle face changed. Hey, what are you talking about? I don't like him. You and I look the same. Doesn't me liking it mean you like it too? Black-skirted gentle followed Su Tian's example and yawned, then took the initiative to conjure a contractual spell formation and walked in. Seeing the spell formation disappear, Gentle stomped his foot in anger, but then fell into a contemplative color. The profession of dual life master had also been awakened by quite a few people in Huaxia, and she had inquired about it, and it seemed that it wasn't quite the same as her own situation, because other people's twin life masters all listened to their master's orders. This Magic City Rin family. Father, that's Su Tian, a beast master in the district, without any background, actually dared to bully me so much and beat me up like this. You must do it for me. And that southern province chief, how many days has it been? He still hasn't caught that Su Tian. I think he's just trying to bend the law, harboring that person. Inside the boudoir, Ren Xianxian was crying with a pearly blossom and a pitiful look. In front of her, a middle-aged man with a dignified face was also filled with helplessness as he looked at this pampered daughter of his own. Daughter, it's not that I won't help you take revenge, but they said that Su Tian went into the duplicate. But I've already sent people in the teleportation center, so as long as he comes out, I'll be able to catch him. But, is this matter really as you said that he started it in the first place? According to my investigation, this kid is a national scholar. Although it's not a big deal, it will still have a bit of an impact if he moves. After saying that, Ren Yunshan looked at his daughter with a burning gaze. Ren Xianshan was stared at and her eyes dodged for a bit, but finally she gritted her teeth and said, right, it's that unqualified guy. He hit me first, and snatched away the barbarian King Bear Cub contract. What? He snatched away the barbarian King Bear Cub as well? Ren Yunshan's face changed drastically, and his eyes turned grim. I know. You rest well. Outside the door. It was the steward Lu from that day, who saw Ren Yunshan and hurriedly begged. Family master, that beast master named Su Tian, he contracted the barbarian King Bear's cub as well? Such a big deal. Why didn't you say so earlier? I always thought that the barbarian King Bear cub was still with the young lady. Ran Yunshan said indifferently. This, family master Steward Lu was frightened, and immediately kneeled down in fear. Alright, that kid is just a college freshman who just awakened his profession. You go to the southern province again. Make sure to bring that kid over. Ran Yunshan calmly said. Yes, family master. Only then did Master Lu breathe a sigh of relief. Remember, no misses, Ran Yunshan said expressionlessly. Don't worry family master. Although I am not as strong as those on the family's list, I am at least a fifth turn, and I will never miss for a newly awakened brat. Steward Lu laughed. Well, go down. Ren Yunshan waved his hand. Transmission center. As soon as Su Tian appeared, countless people surrounded him, and these were clearly the assassins who had ambushed him. Although they couldn't kill people in the human world, they could likewise collect a bounty for capturing Su Tian back. For these killers, Su Tian turned a blind eye as he had prepared for this. Make way, the Heavenly Cloud Auction House has come to receive its honored guests, so those who have nothing to do with it should step back. At this moment, a loud shout rang out, and it was coming right at their direction. The crowd of killers all froze. People from the Heavenly Cloud Auction House? Although the Heavenly Cloud Auction House was a business, the power behind it was huge, and it was definitely not something that people like them who relied on receiving bounty orders to get bounties could offend. Immediately, these killers backed away to make way. Only Su Tian remained in place. Drop. Several Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of Su Tian, and inside one of the cars, a slender woman wearing a cheongsam walked out, her temperament resembling a white rose as noble and elegant, and her appearance was even more stunning. It's Xiaoya, the supervisor of the Heavenly Cloud Auction House. This kid is dead. Actually dares to block their way. Humph. Still want to catch him to get the bounty. Just offended the Magic City Rin family, and now the Heavenly Cloud Auction House. This kid is really a death wish. Seeing this, the assassins next to him sneered in their hearts. Xiaoya walked straight towards Su Tian. Her black high-heeled shoes struck the ground with a crisp sound. A pair of beautiful legs even folded with the rhythm, and the surrounding people all gulped their saliva. This kind of stunning woman, who is married home is not beautiful death. Just when everyone thought that Xiaoya would directly dump Su Tian with a slap in the face, Xiaoya unexpectedly bent down respectfully to Su Tian, revealing a smile. Mr. Su, it's good to see you again. I didn't expect that you guys would actually come to pick me up even though you know that I've offended the Rin family. Su Tian looked at Xiaoya's exquisite features and laughed lightly. Xiaoya's red lips lifted lightly. Mr. Su brought a Mystic Professions transfer scroll for our Tianyun auction house. While his Rin family doesn't have one, we naturally distinguish between the lesser and the greater. After saying this, Xiaoya looked around the room, her narrow eyes revealing a hint of majesty as she faintly said, Mr. Su is my Xiaoya's guest of honor, and I hope that all of you will think about whether or not you can undertake my Tianyun auction house's retaliation when you move against him in the future. The moment these words came out, all four seats were shocked. How could it be possible? Didn't the Rin family's bounty order say that Su Tian had no background? How could he have climbed into a relationship with the Heavenly Cloud Auction House? It had even become the honored guest of the supervisor, Xiaoya. For a while, there were quite a few killers whose faces changed in color. They had accepted the bounty order for money, but they didn't want to offend the Heavenly Cloud Auction House because of it. In just a few minutes, there were dozens of people who gave up their bounties and quietly retreated. Xiaoya's action left Su Tian is also a little surprised. She did not expect Xiaoya surprisingly so decisive, so equivalent to stand in the magic capital Rin family on the opposite side. That was one of the four great families of Mordor. Could it be that the Heavenly Cloud Auction House wasn't even afraid of them? Mr. Su, let's go. Seeing that there were killers retreating all around, Xiaoya then revealed a satisfied smile, her beautiful eyes looking towards Su Tian. Good. Su Tian nodded and followed her to the car. I told you so, didn't I? Su Tian will definitely be able to easily take care of those killers. Not far away, the Jiang family sisters sat in a Maserati, looking at the Tianyun auction house's fleet of cars that were heading away, and Jiang Xiaoye proudly said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaochu frowned and said coldly, didn't you just see that woman? She's the supervisor of the Heavenly Cloud Auction House. Don't you think about why Su Tian would know her? Su Tian is so powerful. Isn't it normal to know some powerful people? Jiang Xiaoye looked like she was taking it for granted. Jiang Xiaoye was a bit speechless. Why did this sister look a bit unenlightened? Aren't you afraid that she'll snatch your Su Tian away? Jiang Xiaosakura asked in a cold voice. Jiang Xiaoye laughed delicately at her words. How could that be? Sister, your imagination is too rich. isn't it? Su Tian just turned 18. That sister looks like she's 24 at the very least, right? Although she's very pretty and dresses very sexy. But, said Jiang Xiaoye, suddenly realizing that something was wrong. She panicked and looked at her sister, weakly saying, it can't be, right? Jiang Xiaochu. Inside the Mercedes-Benz, Su Tian sniffed some light fragrance in the air. This seemed to be Xiaoya's private car, in which the decorations were all on the girlish side as well, and the scent should be some kind of perfume. It smelled good. Xiaoya drove by herself. Su Tian sat on the co-pilot's seat. From his angle he could easily see the other party's white and tender legs under the cheongsam. Cough cough. Su Tian retracted his line of sight after coughing twice dryly, looking out the window at the scenery. The reason why he chose to leave the copy at this time was because he had received a message from Xiaoya that the fire controller's transformation scroll was going to be auctioned off. Of course, he had something else going on. Transmutation. He himself was already level 27 and could perform a career transmutation, but he didn't have enough materials. Reincarnation, which could be done anywhere, required the necessary materials, the most important of which were the reincarnation energy crystals. These could not be obtained directly. They needed to be made by a builder with dropped materials, and were usually only sold in the human world, so he had to come out for a trip. By the way, Supervisor Xiao, do you know about that phenomenon of boss refreshing chaos in the duplicates? Su Tian suddenly asked. Boss refresh confusion? Of course I know about it. Although I haven't played a few copies, the news channels of Tianyun Auction House are still very strong. I've heard that there are a lot of copies that have problems with boss refreshment. The death rate of explorers has surged, and some of them even brush out monsters that exceed the level of the copy. Why, Mr. Su, have you encountered them as well? Xiaoya asked as she turned her head slightly, her beautiful eyes looking at him. Well, I did come across them. Su Tian nodded, and he had encountered this phenomenon more than once. It's rumored that the country is already counting the refreshment of copy bosses, thus updating the level range for entering the copies. Xiaoya added. Oh, Su Tian nodded. The country had already intervened, so it seemed that the impact was indeed quite serious this time. Arriving at the Heavenly Cloud Auction House, Su Tian didn't go to the site first, but instead gave Xiaoya a list. Seeing the things on it, Xiaoya revealed a hint of surprise. Mr. Su, are you transmigrating? Looking at Xiaoya's expression, Su Tian was slightly stunned and then reacted. His personal details weren't hidden, and it was assumed that the Heavenly Cloud Auction House had checked it, so it knew his identity. A freshly awakened freshman who had grown to the point where he could transmigrate in just half a month was indeed a bit mind-blowing, so it was no wonder she had this expression. Since you already know my identity, let's not call me sir. It sounds quite awkward. Su Tian didn't mind the other party checking himself out. After all, the Heavenly Cloud Auction House was open for business, and these were all basic operations. Fine, then I'll call you Su Tian. And don't call me Supervisor Xiao, just call Sister Xiaoya. Xiaoya said. Sister Xiaoya? Hearing this title, Su Tian blinked, his expression somewhat strange. But you have to be careful of the Ren family, even though I said those words in the teleportation hall, but rich and powerful, there will still be people who will be eyeing you. Is that savage King Bear Cub contracted by you? Xiaoya asked. Su Tian froze, then let out a bitter laugh. Sister Xiaoya, you guys are really checking me out for bitter teas. Upon hearing this, Xiaoya hurriedly waved her hand. Her pretty face had a hint of redness as she said, Su Tian, you mustn't misunderstand. I'm just aware of your career association. I'm not clear about what happened between you and the Ren family's daughter that day. Moreover, the Ren family has also blocked this news. That's so. Su Tian smiled, then said frankly, that savage King Bear Cub was indeed contracted by me, but that day, it was also that Ren family's young miss who first found fault. True enough. Xiaoya looked at Su Tian with a complicated expression. Although she had guessed earlier, but when she really heard Su Tian admit it, her heart could not help but be shocked. She was almost certain that Su Tian's future was bound to be extraordinary. Daring to rob the Ren family's pet during the period when he had just awakened his profession. This kind of boldness was already far beyond what any other person could compare to. Do you know why the Ren family wanted to catch this barbarian King Bear Cub? Xiaoya said softly. Why? Su Tian looked at her curiously. To be honest, he had always felt that there was a reason for it. Otherwise, why would the Ren family waste so much effort to catch a barbarian King Bear Cub? For this reason, they had even utilized a precious prop like the sleep cage. Because the Ren family has discovered a restricted secret realm. This secret realm is an extreme secret realm, in which there is a possibility of dropping divine artifacts or extreme skill books, Xiaoya said. What? A secret realm that can drop divine artifacts? Su Tian's heart shook. He didn't expect that the Ren family had actually discovered this kind of secret realm. But why did they want to capture the Savage King Bear's cubs? Could. Su Tian suddenly thought of something and narrowed his eyes. That's right. The restriction of this secret realm is the profession. The Beast Master profession. Xiaoya nodded. And that secret realm was found in a level 60 copy. So it requires at least a level 60 or higher Beast Master to go in there to be able to do so. And in addition, the potential of the Beast Master should never be low, so as to have the certainty of passing through that secret realm. That's why the Ren family went through the trouble of capturing the Savage King Bear cubs and utilized the sleep cage prop to help the Beast Master contract succeed. Xiaoya said. No, doesn't the Ren family know that high-level harnessed beasts can backfire on their masters? Even if a beast harnesser contracted that barbarian King Bear cub, it wouldn't be possible for it to grow to level 60. Su Tian frowned. There's no need to worry about this, because the Ren family has conducted tests, and those pets that backfire on their masters usually strike at level 59, which is when the harnessed beasts enter their prime. As long as the barbarian King Bear doesn't exceed level 59 and the Beast Master himself reaches level 60, it will be completely feasible to enter the secret realm this way, Xiaoya said. Level 59? At the prime of life? Su Tian was stunned at his words. It was the first time he knew that the original Beast Harnesser's backlash was at level 59. Xiaoya also reacted at this time. Su Tian was also a Beast Master, which meant that when his pet grew to level 59, it would definitely backfire as well. At that time, Su Tian would either choose to dissolve the contract, or his pet would backfire on him. Su Tian, don't feel bad. If there's no way to do it by then just break the contract. It's better than being backfired on, Xiaoya persuaded. Su Tian came back to his senses and couldn't help but smile when he heard Xiaoya's words. Should he tell Xiaoya that it was impossible for him to be revolted? Or forget it? After all, every Beast Master had been revolted. It had become something that everyone knew. Otherwise, why did people say that Beast Masters were the most wasted profession? Even if he told Xiaoya, she might not be willing to believe it. Sister Xiaoya, let's talk about the auction. After the auction is over, I want you to help me find some buyers who have Beast Master skills, preferably the kind that give pets a bonus type of skill, and an experience bonus is the best, Su Tian said. These two cub species upgraded too slowly. He couldn't help but worry about it, especially Little Barbarian. Its own potential was legendary. If it leveled up, the role would definitely be great. At the very least, it definitely wouldn't be in such a sorry state with the ancient vine tree monster like today. As for Little White, it didn't matter if it upgraded slower. Anyway, its skills were perverted, and even if it upgraded slowly, it could still cross the level to kill the enemy. Okay, I'll have someone help you look for it in the warehouse. If not, I can send out an acquisition. At those words, Xiaoya nodded seriously. Right, Sister Xiaoya, there's that thing I asked you to do last time, Su Tian added. By that, he was referring to the matter of asking Xiaoya to help find life class transfer scrolls. I didn't find any transfer scrolls for life class professions, but I did find something else that I believe you'll be more interested in. Saying that, Xiaoya pulled out a scroll and handed it to Su Tian. Su Tian opened it and was pleasantly surprised. It's actually an unlimited prop profession transfer scroll. Great! With this scroll, Sister no longer needs to risk her life to collect resources in the duplicates. Hearing this, Xiaoya was relieved. It turned out that Su Tian had actually looked for this in order to use it for his sister. Unfortunately, the unlimited combat transfer scroll is too hard to find, otherwise I would have gotten that for you, Xiaoya said with some loss. What she said was true, as she herself was a prop profession and had been waiting for an unrestricted combat transfer scroll for so many years. Unfortunately, there really was a price for it. Although there was only a difference of one word between unrestricted and restricted, the burst rate was a world of difference, and it was almost impossible to produce. It's fine. This one unrestricted prop transfer scroll is pretty good, and it also takes tens of millions of gold coins to receive it, right? Su Tian looked towards Xiaoya. I'm afraid you don't know how attractive your fire controller's transfer scroll is. This time, not only are the four great families of the magic capital, even the northern capital side has come a lot of people. There are also some of the remaining families. Although they don't have the financial resources to buy this fire control master's transfer scroll, they all came to see the fun. The popularity of our Heavenly Cloud auction house has become a national hot search, and as you should be well aware, popularity represents profit. So, although this scroll is expensive, it's not worth mentioning compared to the revenue brought by your fire control master. My sister made the decision for the auction house. This scroll is directly given to you. Xiaoya smiled sweetly. Upon hearing this, Su Tian blinked. In that case, do I have a share of the dividends from this auction? Xiaoya froze, then blankly glanced at Su Tian. Good thinking. Su Tian also smiled at this. Although Xiaoya didn't say it, he could also imagine how much publicity the Heavenly Cloud auction house had paid. Well, It's almost time, let's go to the auction house. This time the auction is hosted by sister herself. Xiaoya got up, her perfect figure was stunning. Aha! Su Tian nodded. Tianyun Auction House, one of the largest auction houses in the southern province. But from now on, that title of one was afraid to be taken down. Xiaoya personally sent Su Tian to the No. 1 VIP compartment before going to the backstage to get ready. Two clean-looking waiters stood respectfully on either side of the doorway. Su Tian asked for a cup of tea to take a closer look. Of course, he was looking at the auction house through the holographic projection in the room. His VIP compartment was actually a room on the second floor, but with the holographic projection installed inside, it was as if he was in the center of the first floor auction house, where he could have the closest contact with the stage. On the other hand, around the first floor, there were countless ordinary guest seats. Some auctioneers have already arrived one after another. Su Tian is not in a hurry. Cozy sip tea, from time to time to look at the two waiters. Well, the quality is very good and eye-catching. Honorable guests, welcome to this auction. My name is Xiaoya. This auction will be hosted by me for everyone. I believe that all of you have been looking forward to this auction for a long time. Xiaoya can assure you all that I won't let your wait be disappointed, and I wish you all the best of luck in capturing the treasures of your heart. Then next, let's bring out our first lot. Xiaoya's heavenly-like soft voice rang out, and the entire auction house instantly boiled over. I'll go, it's Goddess Xiaoya. She's actually personally presiding over this auction. Nonsense. I came here just because she's hosting. She's my dream girl. Goddess. Goddess. I love you. The rising and falling cries caused Su Tian in compartment 1 to freeze. His face instantly odd. How was this not like an auction, but more like a concert? However, it was also right. With Xiaoya's figure, appearance and voice, it could be completely no weaker than some of the popular stars, or even better. This woman seems to have no shortcomings. LOL, it seems that everyone's clamor is very high. Since that's the case, then I'm going to introduce the first lot. This lot is from the replica Deep-Sea Fish Valley, and I believe that everyone will be interested in it, as it is an epic-grade equipment drawing of unlimited level, called Deep Blue Kiss. This is a healing staff-type weapon drawing that possesses extremely impressive healing attributes, and it also comes with a weapon-exclusive skill, the Deep Blue Song. It can slowly restore the blood level of teammates within 20 seconds while stacking barely buffs, and can be equipped by priests, elves, sacrifices, and other professions. Now announce the starting price, 100 W gold coins. Each bidding increase shall not be less than 10,000 gold coins. Now everyone can bid. As Xiaoya's voice fell, someone immediately raised the price. 200 W gold coins, 230 W gold coins. Listening to those incessant price increases, Su Tian was also very shocked. Worthy of being the Heavenly Cloud auction house, the first lot was so expensive. This was an epic level unrestricted equipment, and although it was just a drawing, it was very terrifying when it was built. Moreover, this kind of equipment was usually not bought by people of the same level. Only those big families and powers would buy it, and they had only one purpose, to train their children. Come to think of it, if a level 30 priest, fighting with an epic that could only be equipped at level 60, against a group of teammates who were also level 30, what kind of milk would it be? One bite will fill him up. From now on, you don't have to worry about playing copies, you only need to bring 3 violent outputs. This is really something that only rich people can afford to play. Su Tian sighed with emotion. Fortunately he wasn't a supporting profession, otherwise he would have to be moved in the face of this fight. Just as he was secretly thinking about this, the drawing of the Deep Blue Kiss had already been bid up to a price of 1000 W, and was eventually auctioned off by the person next to him in the second VIP compartment at a price of 1320 W. Meanwhile, the second VIP compartment. Dad, aren't you going to auction that fire controller's transfer scroll later? Why are you wasting your money here? Zhang Xiaoye looked at Zhang Tianwen and said anxiously. Ha ha, this Deep Blue Kiss is of great use to you as a holy angel profession. Epic level unlimited equipment. Besides, it only cost over 10 million gold coins in total. It's only a drop in the bucket for the fire controller scroll. It won't have too much of an impact. Zhang Tianwen shook his head and laughed. Zhang Xiaoye's lips pouted. But, alright, it's almost time for the next lot, so let's not talk about this matter anymore. Zhang Tianwen waved his hand and said indifferently. Xiao Yu, Dad is right. That fire controller scroll will cost at least 100 million gold coins to auction off. This 10 million or so is really just a drop in the bucket for it. Zhang Xiaoqing also spoke out to persuade. Alright then. Zhang Xiaosakura pursed her lips and didn't say any more. Although the next lot was also good, it was not very appealing to them. So Zhang Xiachura cast her gaze to the number 1 compartment not far away and softly said, in the past auctions, they have always invited you to the number 1 compartment. So why has it changed this time? Zhang Xiaoye also blinked and asked curiously. Right, could it be that the person in there is even more official than Dad? Hearing this, Zhang Tianwen laughed. You guys are wrong. It shouldn't be an official in here. Guess who it could be? Could it be that strong person who auctioned off the fire controller transfer scroll? Zhang Xiaoqing instantly had an idea. That's right, there shouldn't be anyone else but him. Zhang Tianwen nodded. The two sisters looked at each other in dismay. The person next door was actually the one who had auctioned off the fire controller scroll. And the person who had the courage to come up with this kind of thing must be extremely strong in his or her own right, and might even be on the rankings. Strange, obviously that woman picked up Su Tian. Why haven't we seen him? Zhang Xiaoye wasn't really interested in the auction. Instead, she kept checking the audience through the holographic projection, but she didn't see Su Tian's shadow. He's still wanted by the Ren family, so he probably won't show his face on this kind of occasion. But you guys said before that he was picked up by someone from the Tianyun auction house? Zhang Tianwen asked. Yes, it was that host Xiaoya on the stage. We saw her pick up Su Tian with our own eyes. Zhang Xiaoya nodded, and even looked at Xiaoya with some hostility. Because at this moment, Xiaoya was too dazzling. A dressy gown almost perfectly set off that concave and convex figure, and her white skin was like a fat jade under the light. Even she, a girl, was envious of it. Is that so? But how did Su Tian know someone from the Heavenly Cloud auction house? Zhang Tianwen looked towards Xiaoya, pondering. In compartment number 1, Su Tian continuously looked at a few lots that did not have his heart set on them, and for a while, he felt a bit bored. Just as this time, the crowd was erupting into a period of quarreling. Your Excellency, I'm the steward of the Rin family of the Magic City. This item is in our Rin family. Why don't you sell me a thin face, so that we can meet in the future? The one who spoke was compartment 4, while the one who clashed with it was compartment 17. This 17 compartments within the people should be a local family in the southern province. They and Rin family at the same time look at this auction now. Both sides of each other to increase the price has been added a few minutes. At this moment this Rin family actually is not increase the price. Directly with the power to pressure the 17th box people, stop the other side of the bidding. What a shameless Su Tian frowned slightly, not realizing that the Rin family's people were actually so shameless that they actually used this method to oppress others as a way to reduce their expenses. VIP of compartment 4, the auction house prohibits the use of coercion and other means to stop others from bidding. If you violate the rules again, we are about to take coercive measures. Xiaoya on the stage also frowned slightly at the situation and then issued a warning. Unexpectedly, that Rin family steward was shamelessly laughing. Supervisor Xiao, I'm not forcing this 17th compartment, but I just happen to know them well, so I'm just suddenly exchanging pleasantries. What do you say, friend of compartment number 17? After saying that Rin family member also asked to the people in compartment number 17. That's right, I've known the stewardship lord for a long time. I just didn't know it was the stewardship lord. Otherwise how would I have competed with him? That compartment number 17 was also a person who saw the wind at his back. As soon as he heard that it was the Magic City Rin family, he immediately accompanied a smiling face, and his tone of voice took on a bit of ingratiating intent. Ha ha, when the auction is over, I'll definitely go sit at your place. The Rin family's people laughed loudly, very pleased with themselves. Seeing this, Xiaoya was helpless and could only continue to introduce the lot. And this time, the Ren family bid again. But this time, because of the Ren family's identity being exposed, very few people bid with them, resulting in the lot being auctioned off by the Ren family without calling the price a few times. For several consecutive times, the Ren family made bids, and the results were invariably the same. The strange thing is, during the period there are a few people with the Ren family bidding, are just mean to add a 10W gold coins, and then deliberately let to the Ren family. Its purpose is just want to let the Ren family to remember them. The price of the latter lots auctioned off was much lower than Xiaoya's expectations, which made Xiaoya anxious at once. But on the contrary, the Ren family did not do anything in the back. She could not afford to have an attack, and could only helplessly continue to introduce the lots. The four great families of Magic City, their power was encompassing the whole country, far from being able to compete with these small families in the southern province. And the Ren family's move made the representatives sent by the other three big families in Magic City want to move. Box number 7. Miss, doing this is too cheap for the Ren family. Should we? Forget it. What's the difference between doing this and being a villain? It's just that the Heavenly Cloud auction house is afraid to bleed this time. Shu Wan shook her head, her beautiful eyes looking towards Xiaoya on the stage. That Ren family clearly had no intention of stopping. Instead their behavior became more and more reckless, bidding on almost every lot. Below the ordinary guests did not have the strength to compete with them. On when no one among the VIP boxes dared to bid with them, For a time this Rin family even had the air of wanting to put all the lots in the bag. Ninth box. Interesting. Is this Rin family bullying the Heavenly Cloud auction house, to be honest? The black-skirted gentleness stretched her waist, and her tantalizing curves were revealed before the white-skirted gentleness's eyes. The white-skirted gentle's pretty face slightly reddened. This movement of hers, the amplitude was too big, right? What are you looking at? Do you envy me for being bigger than you? Noticing white-dressed gentle's line of sight, black-dressed gentle gave her a coquettish blank look, her style revealed. The white-dressed tender looked down, as if the size was really a bit different. Instantly she pounced over in annoyance. Damn it, you stinking woman. Hey, don't scratch. 320W. The auction was still going on, and at this time, the auction was for a rare material, used to create legendary equipment, which normally sold for at least 500W in the black market. But right now, this Rin family added to 320W already no one bid. If they bid successfully, that day Cloud Auction House is bound to blood loss. Xiaoya's pretty face on the stage was already very pale. She didn't expect the auction to turn out like this, but she couldn't do anything about it. Those small clans were afraid of the Rin family, and those large clans that really had the strength to compete with the Rin family were actually here for the Fire Controller transition scroll, and were simply not in the mood to go up and fight for anything in this kind of thing. Xiaoya was bitter inwardly, already holding the mentality of a blood loss. It was at this moment that a lazy voice suddenly sounded. 500W. The price was directly raised to 500W. The first time the voice rang out, everyone froze. What kind of person was so fierce? Unfortunately, the other party intentionally changed his voice. They couldn't even hear the age of the owner of the voice. They only knew that the voice came from the number 1 compartment. The person from compartment number 1 has struck. I always thought that there was no one in compartment 1, but it turns out there is someone. That must be the big man. Is he suddenly raising the price because he needs this material? There was a commotion at the ordinary guests' table. The Rin family was also silenced by this sudden increase in price, and after a few moments, they actually didn't raise the price again, but instead, a cheerful laughter came out. Since your excellency is interested in this material, my Rin family is willing to sell you face. The Rin family's man laughed. In reality, people at their level could basically guess the identity of the owner of compartment 1. Someone who could take out a fire controller transformation scroll for sale must have an uncomplicated identity and even superb strength. At the very least, they hadn't swiped a Mystic Professions transfer scroll in a copy yet. After the Rin family's words fell, the entire room was silent as they all waited for the person in compartment 1 to respond to the Rin family. After all, the Rin family is one of the 4 great families of the Magic City. This strong man is even more powerful, but also always have to greet. But they are waiting for a full 5 minutes. The number 1 box did not even have a half response. This makes the faces of those ordinary guests below oddly abnormal. This no. 1 box between the big brothers seems to be a little tempera. Even the face of the Rin family are not given. The Rin family's people may also feel that their faces can't hang on. And the next 2 lots didn't make a sound. On the stage, Xiaoya's beautiful eyes were filled with joy as she looked towards compartment number 1, revealing a touch of gratitude. Who was in compartment number 1? She couldn't be clearer. It was just that she didn't expect Su Tian to actually step in and help himself. Because he shot it in public. Then the money to buy this material will have to come out of Su Tian's own pocket. Inside compartment 1, Su Tian's face was expressionless. In fact, he had long since heard out that the person from the Rin family inside compartment 4 was Steward Liu, who had threatened himself that day. This guy, Su Tian impression is very deep. Presumably the back of those bounties is also he called people out. And now he is in the auction house in public to engage in this. Really shameless for Su Tian. It doesn't matter if it's money or not. He just wants to mess with this guy. The next lot is a fragmented map that was dropped from a level 76 mysterious snake cave copy. And it said that you can get a treasure after collecting all the maps. Similar mutilated maps. There have been people who have obtained and collected all of them. And the ultimate harvest of the treasure is a divine weapon. The base auction price is 300W gold coins. Each bid shall not be less than 10W gold coins. Now start bidding. As Xiaoya's voice fell, an outcry arose in the arena. What? This is actually a treasure map of a divine artifact? I'll go. It's only 3 million gold coins. It's too cheap. I'll offer 3.5 million. Are you nuts? It's been said that it's the last person to collect all of them that gets the artifact. What if this one isn't? And this is only a remnant diagram. Are you going to spend 3 million gold coins for a remnant map? These words dissuaded some of the upper echelons, but there were still quite a few bidding and fighting for it. Until box number 4 spoke out. 5 million gold coins. Steward Liu's flat voice caused those who still wanted to bid to freeze. The Ren family had made another bid, and there was an air of determination in that voice. Those who originally still had their hearts set on the remnant map chose to call it quits after some hesitation. Inside compartment number 4, Steward Lu breathed a sigh of relief and secretly celebrated. The family had instructed me to bring back this remnant map, and now that I've gotten it for only $5 million, it's not bad at all. 7 million. Right at this moment, the number 1 compartment spoke out. Steward Lu's expression stiffened in place. Compartment number 1 has bid $7 million. May I ask if there are any more guests who wish to continue raising the price? Xiaoya's soft voice also sounded. Steward Lu stared at the location of compartment number 1 for a long time before finally gritting his teeth and saying, 8 million, 9 million. Su Tian immediately followed. Steward Lu was furious at his words. This damnable compartment number 1, deceitful. May I ask if there are any more VIPs bidding? If not, then 9 million for the first time. Xiaoya's voice rang out from the stage. Steward Lu, it's almost time, the attendant at the side hurriedly reminded. 2,000. Before Steward Lu could finish his words, he was interrupted by the attendant. Steward Lu, the family had instructed that the remaining funds should be reserved for the purchase of the fire controller transition scroll. The other budget given to you is only $30 million, and previously you have already spent $20 million. Now there is only $10 million left. Hearing the attendant's words, Steward Lu snapped. What? There's only $10 million left? Yes, the attendant said bitterly. Quickly, call the family head. I need to increase the funds. We must get this mutilated map. Steward Lu panicked. And at this time, Xiaoya's voice had already shouted to 9 million for the second time. And seeing that it was about to reach the third time, Steward Lu hurriedly spoke out. 10 million. After shouting, his heart became apprehensive. Cold sweat broke out behind his back. He only hoped that the person in compartment number 1 would not raise the price again. Unfortunately, 11 million. Su Tian's lazy voice sounded once again. Steward Lu's hands trembled after hearing this, and only after a long time did he let out a bitter smile and said in a loud voice, Your Excellency from compartment number 1. I wonder which expert on the list you are. I am the steward of the Rin family of the magic capital. The necessary object is something necessary for our family master. Can you sell a thin face? The characters on the list. My Rin family also knows a few of them, but don't let the big water wash away the Dragon King's temple. Steward Lu said smilingly. The moment these words came out, the faces of the guests in the arena were suddenly odd. This Rin family was repeating the same old trick. I wonder what the big brother between the number 1 box would do. Silly beep. The words that came from between compartment number 1 made the entire audience roar with laughter. Even Xiaoya on the stage snorted a laugh like a lotus flower. I'll go. This big brother in compartment number 1 is too domineering. This Rin family steward. I've long looked at him with disdain. Inside compartment number 2, Zhang Xiaoye laughed merrily. Beside her, Zhang Xiaoqing had the same strange face. Why did she feel that this temper was very similar to a person? Compartment number 9. Gentle. Guess who the person in compartment number 1 is? Black-skirted Gentle said with a mysterious face. Could it be that your skill can quickly say who it is? White-skirted Gentle asked curiously. It's Su Tian. Black-skirt Gentle said. What? Su Tian? Him? The white-skirted Gentle had a look of disbelief. Shouldn't the one in box number 1 be the big shot auctioning off the fire controller transformation scroll? Could it be that this scroll is what he's selling? Impossible. The Mystic Professions transfer scroll, that is. The level 90 copies have never been brushed out. Where did he get it from? White-dressed Gentle murmured in disbelief. Stupid law, you don't think about it. He even has a divine beast. What's a fire controller's mystic scroll? The black-skirted Gentle laughed cheekily. The white-skirted Gentle's small face was dumbfounded as she came back to her senses. Seems right. Oh, VIP of compartment number 4, due to your repeated violation of the order of the auction house, please leave this auction house now. Inside compartment number 4, the Heavenly Cloud auction house's enforcer said indifferently. Steward Lu clenched his fists. I'm the steward of the Rin family of the magic capital. You, sir, please also cooperate, or else we'll have to implement coercive measures. The enforcer's eyes went cold and he lit up the level on his head. Level 70. The corners of Steward Lu's mouth twitched at the sight, and he could only put down a harsh sentence. Our Rin family won't let it go. At the same time, Xiaoya in the field also got the news and picked up the microphone and said, Guests, we just got the news that the guest in the 4th compartment has now left the auction house to pick up the auction house due to not abiding by the rules of the auction house. And the auction will continue next. And this lot is the long-awaited mysterious profession? The Fire Control Master Transfer Scroll. I believe that this lot you should have understood. Any combat profession can be used after the transfer to become one of the mysterious occupation of the Fire Control Division. It has a super strong output ability, can be called the engine of the group. Xiaoya doesn't talk much nonsense. The bidding price is 150 million gold coins. Each increase shall not be less than 1 million. Now start bidding. 180 million, 200 million, 300 million. Just as soon as the bidding began, the price of the auction climbed straight up to $300 million, which made Su Tian in compartment number 1 unanticipated. Wealthy, Su Tian's breath began to catch. He had never imagined that he would one day possess so much money. He had originally thought that this scroll could be sold for $200 million at most, but now it seemed that he had still underestimated the attractiveness of the Fire Controller Transformation Scroll. In the end, the scroll was auctioned off by box number 5 at a price of $730 million. By this point, the auction was nearing its end. Damn, box number 1, actually causing me to not have the chance to bid on the Fire Control Master Transition Scroll. Outside the auction hall, Steward Lu's teeth itched with hatred. Steward Lu, should we check the people in compartment number 1? The attendant asked. Steward Lu thought for half a day, but still shook his head. Forget it, maybe it's an expert that the Ren family has offended. Let's not check it and inform the family head. Yes, the attendant nodded. Su Tian, this is your proceeds from this auction. A total of 730 million gold coins. This is the gold card. Take it, and in the future at the Heavenly Cloud Auction House and the Chamber of Commerce, you can have a 25% discount. Xiaoya sat across the sofa and pushed Su Tian a purple golden card with a graphic belonging to the Heavenly Cloud Auction House printed on it. $730 million? There's no drawback? Su Tian was puzzled. Generally speaking, when an auction house sold on behalf of an auctioneer, it would take a certain amount of draw, ranging from 10 to 30%. How come this Heavenly Cloud Auction House didn't take a cut? It's our president. He said that you helped restore order at the venue during the auction. Otherwise we're only afraid that we'll lose even more. As well as the things that you bought from the Ren family, we're giving them to you for free. Xiaoya smiled sweetly, moving her heart. All right. Su Tian nodded and took the purple gold card, then pushed it back. What? Xiaoya looked at him suspiciously. Help me buy the materials I'll need for the next 7 turns, and also some Beast Master skill books. The higher the level the better. Su Tian laughed. If money was concerned, wasn't earning it used for spending? Good. Xiaoya understood Su Tian's meaning and turned to leave with the money card, her graceful figure swaying like a peony in full bloom. Su Tian went home and rested for the night, handing over that prop profession's transmutation scroll to his sister and then leaving behind another money card to use for her to cultivate her profession before departing. Before parting, Su Yun was both relieved and heartbroken that Su Tian had only just awakened his profession and was working so hard for the family. However, when she checked the balance of that card, the whole person was confused. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. 1 million. Did he rob a bank? Sister will send you here, but you'll have to be careful with everything when you get to the replica. The Ren family shouldn't let you off easily. After knowing about the conflict between Su Tian and the Ren family, Xiaoya looked at Su Tian with great concern. Outside, she could still protect Su Tian with the power of the Heavenly Cloud Auction House, but once she entered the apocalypse world, she didn't have that ability. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Su Tian smiled and turned around to wave goodbye to Xiaoya. Xiaoya didn't leave at the first opportunity, but watched as Su Tian arrived at the front desk of the teleportation center. Su Tian's information was presented in the front desk lady's computer at the first time. Level 27, Beast Master. May I ask which copy you're going to? The receptionist lady asked. Level 40, Blue Moon Canyon. Su Tian calmly said. Okay. The receptionist lady responded habitually and froze in the next second. Are you sure it's level 40 and not level 20? Sure, it's level 40. Su Tian rephrased. Are you really sure? After level 40, there will be no level suppression in the copies. Any strong person with any strength can enter. The receptionist lady asked again. I'm really sure. Su Tian sighed helplessly. Alright then. Although the front desk young lady was puzzled, she still opened the teleportation channel. Su Tian walked straight in, followed by a flash of golden light. Supervisor Xiao. It seems like the one he just entered was a level 40 copy? The assistant following behind Xiaoya said with some uncertainty. Xiaoya naturally saw it, and her entire body was in a daze. Wasn't Su Tian a college graduate? If she remembered correctly, the highest leveled college graduate of this session wouldn't be just over 20 levels, right? What a demon! Xiaoya muttered and spat out a sentence. Congratulations on entering a copy for the first time today, rewarding you with a super exploration opportunity to discover a black gold legendary treasure. The system's voice came, causing Su Tian to brighten up, and then he opened up his free routine of brushing monsters and searching for treasures. Moreover, Su Tian also discovered a special pattern that killing elite monsters or bosses would have a greater chance of obtaining a random exploration treasure. Thus, His active direction this time was elite monsters and bosses. 3 days later, did you find out which copy he entered? In the real world, Steward Liu faintly asked his subordinates. His main mission this time was actually to catch Su Tian. The auction was just something he came across in passing, and he had already told the family head about it. The family head hadn't blamed him, but had only asked him to return quickly after capturing Su Tian. However, at that time, none of them had seen which copy Su Tian had entered. Only in the past few days, they had checked all the level 30 copies and found no trace of Su Tian. Could it be that the one he entered wasn't a level 30 copy? Steward Liu frowned. Expand the search. Yes. Half a day later, the attendant came forward with an excited face. Steward Liu, we've found it. Someone said they've seen him in the level 40 copy of Blue Moon Canyon. What? Blue Moon Canyon? He actually chose a level 40 copy. Great. Originally, I was worried that we'd be suppressed in strength after entering a low-level copy and it wouldn't be favorable to us. But now I see that this Su Tian is just asking for death. Order those people not to follow. I can handle it alone. Steward Liu sneered. The attendant hesitated. Steward Liu, why don't we bring more people? Bring more people? Could it be that I, a fifth-turn powerhouse, am still inferior to those killers? Steward Liu sneered. You have a point. The attendant no longer refuted. Meanwhile, Blue Moon Canyon. The only difference between a level 40 open map and a lower level open map was that its map range was much larger. Su Tian had already been brushing monsters for 3 days, but he hadn't even finished 1/10 of this map yet. From this, it could be seen just how huge this map was. In addition, this map said that there was no level restriction, but Su Tian still hadn't seen any high-level powerhouses. The reason should be very simple, because the level of the map corresponded to the good or bad resources. The resources of high-level maps were naturally more abundant than those of low-level maps, so very few high-level characters explored maps that were lower than their own level. Meanwhile, Su Tian had just killed a boss when a system voice came from his mind. Drop. Congratulations to the host for killing the boss and obtaining a random number of exploration resources. Red Extreme Resource found. Please use the universal map to check the location immediately. Another red resource? Su Tian, who was lying on Little White's body, came to his senses and greeted Little Barbarian as he returned. Scanning the time, the boss that Little Barbarian had killed this time was a level 42 Lone Wind Wolf, which had taken 3 minutes of time. This made Su Tian very pleased, although a replacement for Little White should have seconded this boss, but after all, Little Barbarian was only a legendary potential, and also favored defensive pets. To be able to single-handedly take on and kill a level 42 boss was already very good, and a large portion of the damage was dealt by Little Barbarian's newly acquired skill when she broke through level 20, Anti-Injury Stabbing Armor. The effect of this skill was to rebound damage according to a percentage when the enemy dealt damage to itself, and it didn't conflict with Barbarian King Ironbone. Even if the other party cannot break their own defense to cause damage, can still rebound the corresponding damage. It can be said that this skill so that the small barbarians in the defense of the powerful at the same time added a stable output ability. In addition, level 40 copy experience acquisition efficiency is very high. 3 days time, small barbarians have risen to 23. Small White has also reached the level 19 bottleneck, is about to break through level 20. After level 20, it was the youth of the pet, and there would be a sea change. For example, Little Barbarian, now standing in the jungle, was already as tall as a large tree, the ground shaking with every step. Even his body had undergone some changes, with some marvelous scale armors growing on his chest and arms, greatly enhancing his defensive capabilities. And Su Tian had also reached level 30, allowing him to make his second turn. However, he hadn't even transmuted his first turn yet, as he had been leveling up after entering the copy. It's about time. We'll go for the first turn after finding this red resource. After deciding, Su Tian urged Little White to head towards the location of the red resource on the map. Dum. Little Barbarian shook his body to follow behind, and the explorers along the way saw this behemoth and retreated to avoid it. Arrived at a hidden valley, Su Tian made Little White stop and leapt down. There were quite a few adventurers around, and all of them were stunned at the sight of Su Tian, especially at the presence of the 2 behemoths he rode beside him, leaving people confused. What kind of profession was this? A summoner? What are all gathered here for? Seeing the people around him, Su Tian blinked, and after inquiring a bit he understood. It turned out that there was a cave in front of him, a randomly refreshed secret realm in the replica, but there had already been 3 waves of people who had gone in and hadn't come out, which proved that they had died inside. Is that so? Su Tian raised an eyebrow, coming to be interested in this secret realm. Moreover, his red treasure was also inside the secret realm. Thus, Su Tian brought Little White and Little Barbara and stepped straight into the cave. and the next moment a mysterious voice came from his mind. Adventurer, welcome to the level 47 nightmare difficulty secret realm, demonic spider lair. Have a pleasant journey. Hearing this voice, the smile at the corner of Su Tian's mouth solidified slightly. So it was a level 47 nightmare difficulty secret realm. No wonder all three teams perished here. In terms of intensity, the average four-dimensionality of a normal level 40 monster was around 1500. The average four-dimensionality of the small monsters in this secret realm should be a bit higher than that of normal small monsters, only to reach over 2000. However, there is no need to worry too much. The average four dimensions of the youth stage little barbarians have also reached more than 2000. And even if Xiaobai has not reached the youth stage, he also has the same four dimensions attribute of more than 2000. Coupled with the fact that Little White has a 100% attribute bonus after his transformation, there shouldn't be any difficulty in passing through this secret realm. Thinking this way, Su Tian continued traveling inward. Meanwhile, the people in the outside world were dumbfounded. That guy just went in alone? Doesn't he know that 3 teams have already died in this secret realm? Maybe it's some big brother. Hey, who knows? It feels like another one to die. The crowd murmured, and one of them frowned tightly as if he was thinking about something. And suddenly his eyes lit up before he hurriedly left. Bang! A highly poisonous spider turned into a puddle of venom under Xiaobai's windblade and went limp on the ground, becoming part of the experience bar. Ow! The narrow cave could barely accommodate Little Savage's massive body, and its head could almost reach the surrounding cave walls, making it extremely inconvenient to act here. It seemed like it didn't need to move either. As long as it stood there, a bunch of spiders would come up to surround it and subsequently be killed by the anti-wound stinging armor bomb. Pust! A puddle of venom splashed onto Little Barbarian's body from afar, emitting a scurry of ear-piercing pouring and melting sounds, which caused Su Tian to worry slightly. Although Little Barbarian's defense was amazing, she wasn't immune to toxins after all. He hadn't brought a cleric-type profession with him, so if the poisonous elements piled up too much, then Little Barbarian might be poisoned to death alive. Roar! At this moment, Little Barbarian let out a roar and swung his arms in front of him, and those toxins stained the armor but did nothing at all, flowing down to the ground. Seeing this scene, Su Tian was slightly surprised. So the armor evolved by Little Savage is also immune to poison attacks. Awesome! With the aid of Little Barbarian's armor, the attacks of these poison attribute spiders could almost be said to be null and void. It covered the front and Little White followed behind with the output, and the journey swept straight through. Soon they arrived at the second barrier of the secret realm, surrounded by a fiery red magma. Its surrounding rock wall was inhabited by a giant red and black spider. It looked eerie and terrifying. Fire-devouring spiders, specializing in fire attribute attacks that spray magma liquid. Su Tian narrowed his eyes, wondering if Little Barbarian's armor was still immune. Sensing the arrival of Su Tian and the two beasts, those fire-devouring spiders began to stir as well, spreading their knobby bamboo-like 8 spider legs to crawl towards Su Tian and the others. One of the slightly larger fire-devouring spiders should be of the elite level, and it tilted its head to let out a long whistle, followed by spewing out a puddle of liquid that emitted high temperatures. Little Barbara raised her arms, and the high-temperature liquid clashed with the liquid on its arms, only to be bounced off and splattered on the ground in the next second. Bang! Little White slapped out a wind blade with a claw, directly twisting that elite-level fire-devouring spider into pieces. Looking at this scene, Su Tian faintly smiled. It seemed that this armor of Little Barbarian was even stronger than he had expected. If he hadn't estimated wrongly, it should be immune to all attacks in liquid form. After figuring out the usefulness of Little Barbarian's armor, Su Tian stopped procrastinating and ordered Little White and Little Barbarian to attack with all their might. It wasn't long before they saw the boss under the overwhelming attack of the two beasts. A giant spider perched in a pool of water. Dropping. Target Insight. Species, Poison Pool Spider Mother. Potential, Platinum. Level, 47. Life, 27,231. Strength, 3,921. Speed, 4,201. Defense, 3,728. Energy, 3,899. Description: a powerful arachnid mother born in a poisonous pool, possessing both water attribute and toxicity elemental abilities. The spider silk washed by the venom is extremely sticky. Be careful not to be pulled into the poisonous speech by him. Su Tian froze slightly when the information came into his mind. The system actually thoughtfully added a description function. At the same time, he also realized that what was underneath that arachnid mother wasn't a pool of water at all. It was a poisonous pool. Be careful. Don't get bound by its spider silk, Su Tian hastily spoke out. Although this arachnid mother was only a platinum potential, it had a level of 47. And in terms of attributes, it was even higher than the ancient vine tree monster he had encountered the other day. And only again, fighting in such an environment suited to it. it would only be difficult to deal with. Unfortunately, Su Tian's cry was late. The instant his words fell, a bundle of spider silk had already curled around little barbarian's arms, and the powerful tensile force caused little barbarian's huge body to stumble over it. Little White, seeing this, Su Tian shouted out sharply, "Ow!" Little White understood and immediately slapped a clawed wind blade at the bundle of spider silk. However, it only cut off half of the spider silk, and there were still some spider silk hanging on Little Savage's arms. Roar! Little Barbarian roared angrily, pulling with all his might before completely tearing off the remaining spider silk. Su Tian was slightly alarmed. This was the first time he had seen Xiaobai's wind blade fail, thus showing how difficult this spider mother was to deal with. He hesitated to use Beast God Descent, but he gave up after seeing that pool of poisonous water. If he fell into the poisonous pool, I'm afraid that Little White wouldn't be able to save himself then. Ow! At this time, Little White suddenly let out a long whistle, and then the snow-white fur began to be colored with a layer of blood-red halo. At the same time, the three attributes of attack, speed, and defense rapidly climbed, which was its skill Killing God's domain. Moreover, this was a skill with a range effect. All of its own units benefited, and even Little Barbarian's attributes were also increased. Right, I seem to have this skill as well. Su Tian suddenly remembered something and his eyes lit up. The Slaying God domain's increase in strength was 50%, speed was increased by 100%, and defense was increased by 30%. Perhaps one God-slaying domain wasn't enough to allow Little White and Little Barbarian's attributes to crush this poisonous pool spider mother. But what if it was two? God-killing domain. As Su Tian let out a low drink, another red spell formation rose beneath their feet. 100% power attribute bonus. Little White's attribute directly broke through 5,000, and Little Barbarian also climbed to almost 4,000. This power attribute was already comparable to a level 50 warrior. Su Tian smiled faintly and said, "Take it." Ow! Feeling those inexhaustible power in his body, Little White excitedly let out a roar, followed by a white light condensing from his mouth. White Tiger whistling light wave. Without a long-range attack, Little Barbarian simply dug down a huge rock directly from the stone wall next to him, and then smashed it towards the spider mother without any fancy. The moment the white light hit, the poison pool arachnid mother let out a miserable scream before spewing out countless amounts of venom. Little Barbarian promptly blocked his body in front of Su Tian and Little White, the armor scales on his body acting as a shield, blocking the venom as much as possible. Seeing this, the poisonous pool arachnid mother let out a shrill whistle in incomparable anger, and then spat out another piece of spider silk, binding Little Barbarian's arm. However, this time, it was not at pulling Little Barbarian, only to see Little Barbarian pupils flashed a trace of disdain, and then both arms along the spider silk will be that venom spider mother step by step to pull towards themselves. The venomous pool spider mother realized that something was wrong and hurriedly retreated backwards, but unfortunately it was of little use. Its strength was now lower than Little Barbarian's. Not long after, the venomous pool arachnid mother was pulled in front of Little Barbarian. Then Little Barbarian clasped his two claws into fists, straightened his body, and aimed a blow at the venomous pool arachnid mother's head. The poisonous pool arachnid mother was dazed by this smash, and all 8 of her spider legs went soft. Seeing this, Little White also went up and followed with a claw of wind blade. Afterwards, the two beasts launched a period of extremely brutal thrashing on the arachnid mother of the poison pool. Leaving the arachnid mother of the poison pool is an ordinary spider that will spit spider silk, at most the blood after the point. A few minutes later, the two guys solved the battle. The arachnid's body next to a pile of shiny drops. For these drops Su Tian wasn't interested, as he was here to find that red resource. It just so happened that the resource was displayed within this secret realm. Su Tian pulled out the map again, looked carefully, found the location of the red resource slightly stunned. This resource actually in the poison pool. Su Tian turned his gaze towards the two harnessed beasts that had just finished fighting and were waiting to be complimented, revealing an amiable smile. "Two love ministers, who is willing to take the risk for me?" Ow! Little White was prepared for this and made a backward jump, leaving only Little Barbarian standing dumbfounded in place. "Alright, it's you then." Su Tian nodded in satisfaction. Little Barbarian, still in a daze, walked over to the side of the poisonous pool, and looking at the still bubbling poisonous pool, the entire bear was confused. Could this go down to the claws? Suddenly, it looked towards the corpse of the spider mother, brightened up, and ran over with gusto. "What's it doing?" Su Tian froze. Click. Responding to him was a crunching sound, only to see that Little Barbarian broke one of the spider mother's legs on the spot, then took it to the poisonous pool and stirred it up, pulling out a round object in no time, then running to Su Tian in surprise. Little Barbarian was holding the unknown object in one claw and carrying the spider's leg in the other. The scene was extremely spicy. Su Tian didn't know why he suddenly had a feeling of regurgitation. Vomit. You brat. You go out and don't say you're my. Vomit. Harnessed beast. After vomiting, Su Tian felt much more comfortable, and only then did he survey the unknown object that had been pulled out. Suddenly, he stared at the mysterious round object and his eyes lit up. Divine Beast Egg. That's right, this was a Divine Beast Egg. Following Little White's Divine Beast Egg, another Divine Beast Egg had come out of the red resource, which made Su Tian's heart incomparably excited. I wonder what kind of Divine Beast it was this time. Looking at the green Divine Beast Egg on the ground, Su Tian was filled with anticipation. According to the first experience, this thing didn't need to hatch, it would come out on its own. After waiting for a few moments, the egg really shook a bit, and then the first crack appeared. Click! Immediately after, the Divine Beast Egg chapped at a speed visible to the naked eye. Opening into two halves, a deep emerald-colored head broke out of the shell, followed by a side of thick tortoise shell. The tail was short, but at the end was a snake's head, hissing and spitting scarlet snake letters. Seeing this little nub, Su Tian was stunned, then realized, could this be the Divine Beast Xuanwu? Aang, the little beast below saw Su Tian and let out a low chant before crawling towards him, though his speed was somewhat uncomplimentary. At the same time, information about the little beast surfaced in Su Tian's mind. Target, Xuanwu. Potential, Divine Beast. Status, Juvenile. Level, 1. Life, 843. Strength, 128. Defense, 307. Speed, 52. Energy, 278. Skills, Xian Gravity Field. Xian Wu Water Shield. Water Energy Healing. Heavy Water Imprisonment. Illusion. Xian Gravity Field creates a gravity boundary within a 100-meter radius, with a large reduction effect on the enemy's speed from the outside, gradually decreasing from the inside to the outside. Xuanwu Water Shield, attach water shield protection to the designated target. The value of the water shield is 70% of the target's life, and the target boosts its defense by 50% during the time the water shield is in effect. Water Heal instantly heals 40% of the target's blood, and grants 20% immunity to the target for a short period of time. Heavy Water Confinement, generate a water elemental cage, confine the target for 10s, during which time the target cannot use skills, bear damage increased by 10%, and continue to slow down the target for 10s after the confinement is over. Illusion, entering combat form, attributes increased by 100%. Illusion, entering combat form, attributes increased by 100%. It's really Xuanwu. Seeing this panel, Su Tian was overjoyed, and the Xuanwu's panel was, well, perverse. It seemed to be a support pet with healing and control abilities, as well as a strong defense. However, at the moment, it had yet to grow up, making it difficult to be a front-row powerhouse, but his assist and control skills could be adapted to the current stage. This was because his healing attribute was added according to the percentage of the target's blood, and his control skill was also a mandatory 10s. From now on, you'll be Xiao Wu. Su Tian touched Xuanwu's turtle head and laughed lightly. Aang, Xiao Wu affectionately rubbed against Su Tian's palm and obediently climbed onto Su Tian's right shoulder, turning into a turtle shell and standing still. Alright, everything's settled. Su Tian breathed a sigh of relief and turned his head to look around, realizing that the secret realm hadn't disappeared yet. He thought about it and decided to simply transmute directly here. After all the monsters here had already been killed, and there was still Little White and the others guarding them, so there was absolutely no need to worry. After deciding, Su Tian took out the materials used for transmutation, the most important of which was the first stage transmutation stone, used for the first transmutation profession. Su Tian placed his hand on its surface, and it instantly transformed into a layer of mysterious runes that wrapped around Su Tian's entire body, and the glittering golden light illuminated the entire cave with a haze of light. At the same time, outside the secret boundary, Steward Lu, this is the place. I personally saw a person go in with 2 pets, one of which was a tiger with snow-white fur, and another was a big bear like a small mountain. I looked familiar, so I thought it should be the person you're looking for. Look, the 3 people were not far outside the secret boundary. One of the adventurers had a fawning attitude, and the object he was currying favor with was clearly Steward Lu of the Rin family who had come to the southern province. Don't worry, the same you deserve will not be less for you. You go out with my attendant to get the money, Steward Lu said indifferently. Steward, if I go out then you, the attendant heard, immediately worried to open. What? You look at that secret realm outside, the level of the highest one but also only 45 level. I am 67 level of the 5-turn space system mage. Magic Road, you afraid I cannot deal with that Su Tian and 2 beasts? You go out and tell the family head by the way. It won't take more than a few days for me to make the return trip, Steward Lu blandly said. Yes. When the attendant heard this, there was no way to say anything else, so he left with that adventurer. After the two left, Steward Liu was incomparably arrogant as he directly lit up his rank and walked towards the secret realm, and the onlooker adventurers saw him and avoided him. I'll go. Here comes the big brother, level 67. I don't know who called it in. TSK, it's good to have connections. Big brother, is this planning to enter the secret realm directly? Bull batch. Hearing the whispers of admiration around him, Steward Liu instantly raised his head even higher. He intended to directly enter the secret realm to get Su Tian killed, but he was stopped by the entrance. There's actually an entry restriction? No matter. I'll just wait for him outside. He's going to come out anyway. A brat with no background who actually dares to swallow our magic capital Rin family's pet, doesn't know how to die. After laughing coldly, Steward Liu sat aside and waited quietly. One day later, congratulations to the host's first reincarnation success, obtaining the opportunity to choose the career branch direction. 1. Divine Great Ice Elemental Beast Master, strengthening the abilities of ice element pets while obtaining exclusive skills. 2. God-level Fire Elemental Beast Master, strengthens the fire elemental pet's abilities while gaining exclusive skills. 3. God-level Wind Elemental Beast Master, strengthen the wind elemental pet's abilities while gaining exclusive skills. Dropping. Special tip. Since you are an honorable God-level Beast Master, all the abilities of the transmutation profession can be stacked. Su Tian opened his eyes, not realizing that his choice of career branch actually directly turned into a system option. Was this considered an opening? Especially since the abilities of this reincarnated profession could actually be stacked. This was too perverse. After a normal person made a second reincarnation, the abilities gained from the previous reincarnation had to be discarded, but this one of his was actually able to be stacked. Doesn't this mean that he can have 9 different professions? Bullseye. I choose God-level Wind Elemental Beast Master. Without much hesitation, Su Tian directly chose the third one, because he didn't have any fire and ice elemental beast harnesses right now, and Little White just happened to be wind attributed. It was an unbeatable choice. However, he didn't leave after this reincarnation, as he had to perform another, second reincarnation. Before this, his level had risen to 30, and the monsters in this secret realm had even more experience bonus. He was already level 31. It just so happened that he could take this opportunity to perform a second turn, so that his strength would be taken to the next level. Moreover, he had already bought the materials needed for 7 reincarnations at once before entering the copy. After replenishing a bit of food and water, Su Tian began his second reincarnation. 2 days later, outside the secret territory, Steward Liu had been waiting for a full 3 days. 3 days? Do you know how he spent 3 days? What kind of secret realm was it that could actually make that little bastard Su Tian fight for 3 days? And during that time, he had also tried to enter, and without exception, he had been bounced back, which proved that Su Tian was still in there and hadn't died. He was almost frantic. Could it be that Su Tian knew that he was squatting him outside and deliberately didn't come out? Impossible. Su Tian had clearly gone in. How could he know he was coming? Just as Steward Liu was scratching his head, Su Tian had already completed his second reincarnation within the secret area. 2 days have passed? It seems that the time required for each reincarnation will rise accordingly. Su Tian glanced at the time and muttered faintly. And at that moment, the system's prompt rang out in his head. Congratulations to the host for completing the second career transmutation and obtaining the opportunity to branch out towards a career. 1. God-level Gold Elemental Beast Master, metallic pets gain reinforcement after selection, while gaining exclusive skills. 2. God-level Dark Elemental Beast Master, dark elemental pets gain reinforcement after selection, while gaining exclusive skills. 3. God-level Earth Elemental Beast Master, after choosing the Earth Elemental pet gains reinforcement while gaining an exclusive skill. Another difficulty-free multiple-choice question. Su Tian directly chose the last one. Earth Elemental. Little Barbarian happened to be an Earth Elemental, while the remaining 2 attributes of the harnessed beast Su Tian did not have. Drop. Congratulations on becoming a God-level Wind Elemental Beast Harnesser. Obtained the exclusive skill, Child of the Wind. Congratulations on becoming a God-level Earth Element Beast Master. Obtained the exclusive skill, Rock Barrier. Son of Wind, has the ability to manipulate the wind attribute within 60s. All attacks are accompanied by wind elemental damage of 20% of one's attack power. In addition to obtaining the Wind God's Blessing, which allows one to obtain 3 chances to move instantly during the period of time it is in effect. Cooldown 1h. Rock Barrier. Raise a rock barrier within a certain range. The barrier has the ability of absolute defense. Accelerate the healing speed by 50%, and remove all negative effects within the range of the party range. The barrier exists for 20s. Cooldown 1h. 2 exclusive skills that were ridiculously strong. This skill effect could be called a divine skill. With these two skills, Su Tian even had the confidence to challenge real level 50 plus diamond bosses, not the level 39 imposters like the ancient vine tree monster from last time. After his excitement, Su Tian observed his own panel again. The average 4-dimensional attribute of a normal level 30 adventurer was only around 700, and after completing the second turn, it should be able to reach 1,000, an attribute that Su Tian could already reach before he had been reincarnated. What's more, he now had 3 more harnessed beasts, and that attribute link function of the system could be applied on all the harnessed beasts. In other words, he could obtain 10% attribute link on each of his pets. Currently, Little White and Little Barbarian's average 4 dimensions were both over 2000. So Su Tian had a full 400 attribute bonus, and his Divine Beast Master's professional attributes seemed to be a bit higher than ordinary players, so his current average 4 dimensions was over 1,600. Thinking of this, he smiled bitterly. He was level 31, while Little White was only level 19. There was a difference of 12 levels between the two sides, and his own 4 dimensions were not as high as its. In the end, who the hell is the master? Of course, these attributes didn't count Xiao Wu's. If Xiao Wu reached Xiao Bai's level and theirs, then his own attributes could be raised some more. Su Tian also thought about contracting a few more harnessed beasts as a way to utilize the ability to link attributes to enhance his strength, but gave up after a moment's thought, because the Divine Beast Master only gave him 2 additional pet spots, and after that, he could get an additional pet spot for not raising 10 levels. Su Tian could only contract 5 pets now that he had already contracted 3. The remaining positions were just 2. And he was now unable to go to the high-level copies to contract pets with high potential. Rather than contracting 2 low pets now to split the resources, it would be better to wait for the system's divine beast eggs to be suitable. Moreover, he is not so urgent about the improvement of his own strength. After all, there is Little White Little Barbarians they are in. There are few times when they need to do it themselves. Thinking of this, Su Tian waved at Little White and Little Barbarian who were standing guard not far away, and the two fellows immediately ran over excitedly. The former was fine, shrinking in size to become the size of a cat, but Little Barbarian was a bit more sketchy, with a large head coming over, almost failing to kill Su Tian. On the other hand, the recently acquired Xiao Wu had been shrinking into its turtle shell, right on Su Tian's shoulder. Let's go out. Su Tian hugged Little White and let out a light smile, then led them out of the secret realm. The moment they stepped out of the secret realm, the entire cave behind them disappeared, and the scenery of the outside world was clearly imprinted within Su Tian's line of sight, and compared to the oppression within the cave, the outside was undoubtedly soothing. Jie, you finally came out. I thought you died inside? Right at this moment, a gloomy voice rang out. Su Tian turned his head to look, and his eyes instantly narrowed into a dangerous arc. Steward Lu, how did he follow him here? At this moment, the surrounding unidentified Guyanese people were shocked at the sight of this scene. So this great god didn't come to fight the secret realm, but to find this person. It looks like the two have some kind of grudge. This little brother beat the secret realm all by himself, so I guess he's pretty strong too. There's a good show to watch now. I remember. Isn't this the little brother who was rewarded by the Ren family some time ago? Then this person on the opposite side is. Everyone looked at Steward Lu with a few more scorn in their eyes. They had already guessed the identity of this person. Someone from the Ren family of the Magic City. No one had expected that Su Tian would actually dare to enter a level 40 copy despite being rewarded by the Ren family. There was no restriction on what level one could be in this place, and what Su Tian was about to face would be a descending blow from the Ren family. Unfortunately, this seems to be a genius as well. It's rumored that he once killed a level 43 powerhouse who was suppressed in level, but he shouldn't be able to escape this time. It seems like he just awakened his profession a month ago. If he wasn't stifled by the Ren family, he would definitely be a Chinese heavenly pride in the future. Too bad. The people around them lamented and lamented. They all thought that it would be hard for Su Tian to escape this fate. Meanwhile, Steward Lu revealed a smug smile and said to Su Tian, "Hear that? If you surrender now and are willing to follow me back to the Ren clan to kowtow and apologize to the young lady, then become a slave of my Ren clan, I can still let you live." Hearing these words, Su Tian immediately let out a cold laugh. "I advise you to worry about yourself, steward sir. If your family head knows that you have fallen here, I wonder what he would think." At those words, Steward Lu gradually put away his smile, his eyes growing cold, sharp-tongued. "I think you're looking for death." As the words fell, a pure silver-colored staff emerged in Steward Lu's hand, followed by a wave of light falling towards Su Tian. Roar! The battle was imminent. Little Barbarian directly rushed forward to block Su Tian's body, and the silver light struck its scaled armor with a roar. As the halo dispersed, blood flowed out of Little Barbarian's chest, and those scaled armors were also damaged to a not-so-small degree. This caused Su Tian's heart to sink. Just a casual strike could cause Xiao Bai to be injured. This steward Lu was afraid that he was extremely terrifying. Eye of insight. However, actually checking the other party's attribute panel further chilled Su Tian's heart. Target, Lu Yonghong. Level, 67. Occupation, Spatial System Control Mage. Reincarnation, 5. Life, 23,748. Strength, 7,782. Defense, 8,063. Speed, 9,792. Energy, 13,642 inch, as high as 13642 energy. This made Su Tian's heart feel like a sinking valley. Without a doubt, this was the most terrifying opponent he had ever encountered. Too high. Even if all kinds of buffs were stacked up, it was impossible for Bai's attributes to catch up with him. Was this the strength of a fifth-turn powerhouse? How about it, desperate boy? It's not too late to regret. Steward Lu, who was suspended in the air with the help of spatial magic, saw Su Tian's expression and revealed a mocking smile. His entire body was covered in epic equipment, and he had also completed the fifth turn of his profession, and a void staff alone had added more than 1,000 energy to him. So with this kind of crushing strength, what was Su Tian going to do to fight with him? Lord Steward, could it be that you really think you've got me? Su Tian let out a long breath and looked towards Little White. Little White understood, and immediately let out a roar, his body glowing with red light. Su Tian did the same as two red auras surfaced around them, double killing God Domain. Almost at a speed visible to the naked eye, Little White and Little Barbarian's attributes climbed. On top of that, there was a layer of fantastical light lingering on their bodies, and under this light, the skills of both beasts were strengthened to a certain extent, especially Little White, whose slaying God Domain increased his own a little more, with his power increased by a full 70%, together with his own 50%. This was an increase of 130%. It was a pity that this increase was in accordance with Little White's basic attributes, and did not stack with the increase in illusion. Su Tian checked Little White's panel, and the strength attribute was already as high as 6784, but this attribute was hardly enough to break that guy's defense. Across the room, Steward Lu frowned slightly as he realized that pet's attributes had actually increased drastically, with its strength reaching over 6,000. Is this a divine beast? It was indeed powerful. It can actually increase its attributes by so much? Divine beast. From now on it's going to become our Rin families. A flash of fire flashed across the bottom of Steward Lu's eyes, and his gaze towards Little White became a little more greedy. Right at this moment, another green creature suddenly appeared beside Su Tian, its round turtle shell extremely eye-catching. Turtle? Steward Lu was stunned. How could there be a harnessed beast? He hadn't heard of Su Tian having any other harnessed beasts before. Could it be a newly contracted one? Should be. Thought here Lu Steward could not help but let out a cold laugh. This kid seems to be intending to fight to the death. Actually even this just contracted pets out to fight with their own. Steward Lu let out a cold smile, immediately ready to move. But his face suddenly changed, because he found that his speed reduced. At this moment, he was as if he was stuck in a quagmire, moving very slowly, even in the air. A control class pet? Steward Lu looked towards the divine beast Xuanwu, a hint of shock flashing in the bottom of his eyes. This little guy had yet to grow up and actually had the ability to affect his speed. It seemed like it wasn't an ordinary potential either. It was probably another divine beast. What a terrifying kid, to be able to contract two divine beasts. If I let you grow up, won't the Rin family be destroyed by your hand? Steward Lu's eyes were ruthless. Originally Rin Yunshan had asked him to bring Su Tian back, but now he wasn't going to do so. He was going to kill Su Tian, no matter how strong you are. In the end, you're only level 20 or so. I'll let you know what the gap in strength is. Steward Lu's eyes were indifferent as he whirled his staff, a spatial spellball striking out and heading straight towards Little White. Little Barbarian let out a low roar at the sight, then ran to Little White's body and raised his chest, fending off the spell. But was the damage of a level 67 mage so easy to carry off? With just a single normal spellball, Little Barbarian's blood level dropped wildly by half a tube. Su Tian was startled and hurriedly shouted lowly, "Xiao Wu, Wu!" Xiao Wu let out a low roar, immediately releasing water energy heal and shield to apply on Little Barbarian. 40% of the blood returned, causing Little Barbarian's blood bar to immediately return to a healthy state, along with a huge anti-injury shield. It can also heal? What a powerful support pet. Steward Lu looked towards Shen Wu, a flash of shock flashing across the bottom of his eyes. At this moment, he could almost conclude that this turtle was definitely a divine beast. Otherwise how could it have such a strong ability? Unfortunately, you haven't grown up yet. Healing at full power once is only the blood volume of one of my normal attacks, Steward Lu said indifferently, and then released the spatial spell ball once again. Little Barbarian's eyes reddened as he stepped forward, once again heavily blocking in front of him, and the high amount of spell damage instantly broke the shield that Xiao Wu had put on him, and knocked his blood into a crippled state. 14,000 energy, terrifying as hell. Su Tian's heart trembled. This would never work. This Steward Lu's damage was too high. Xiao Bai, interfere. Xiao Wu, imprison, Su Tian commanded. Ow, Little White sniffed. His clawed winds continuously swung out a path of astral winds, forming several wind blades that struck at Steward Lu. At the same time, Xiao Wu released the water energy imprisonment skill. Oh, think you can control me like that? Steward Lu laughed coldly, and in the next moment, his staff swung, and the space around him trembled at breakneck speed. Bang! With a boom, the confinement directly shattered, and Xiao Bai's wind blade was blocked by an elemental space shield. Too weak. Steward Lu shook his head indifferently, a hint of mockery in the bottom of his eyes. This is the so-called number one heavenly pride of the college entrance exam? Nothing more than that. This thrill of abusing a genius is so comfortable. Alright, I've had enough fun. You can go die. Steward Lu looked towards Su Tian, his eyes flickering slightly. Su Tian only felt a sense of crisis come over him as Steward Lu's spatial elemental energy suddenly surged out furiously, forming a spatial tornado that blew in. Son of Wind, Su Tian immediately shouted in a deep voice, his feet floating as his figure flashed out dozens of meters, dodging the blow. Spatial transfer? Steward Lu froze, looking at Su Tian in shock. It was actually a spatial transfer ability. How could Su Tian possess such an ability? This was an advanced skill of a spatial mage, and even he wasn't qualified to learn it. This Su Tian, how could it be possible? You've really surprised me, but I don't believe that you can keep using this ability. Steward Lu's eyes were venomous as he once again swung out an attack. Su Tian took a deep breath and once again used the instantaneous movement ability of the Son of Wind to dodge this attack. The corners of Steward Lu's mouth twitched, and his eyes began to go crazy. Dodge again if you're capable. Spatial attributes flashed by, and Su Tian instantly moved once again. At this point, all of the Wind Child's instantaneous movement opportunities had been used up, and Steward Lu had reached the edge of his rage. Very well, this is what you forced me to do. Space, blockade. Steward Lu drank lowly, and then the space around him changed, seemingly locked by a mysterious energy. Su Tian frowned. What kind of ability was this? Swish. In the next moment, a cage-shaped elemental energy suddenly landed on Little White's body. Little White, Su Tian was startled, but as soon as his words left his mouth, another cage enveloped Little Barbarian. Swish. Following closely behind, Xiao Wu was also enveloped. At the same time, Steward Lu's maniacal laughter rang out. Su Tian, I don't care what means you have. Within this spatially blocked domain, I can control your harnessed beasts at will. The only reason why you've been able to tangle with me for so long is because of these 3 harnessed beasts of yours. And without them, what else do you have? Steward Lu's words rang out, causing Su Tian's heart to instantly freeze. Spatial System Control Mage, worthy of being one of the strongest of all attribute mages, with such a perverse ability. He was right. The only reason he could hover with him for so long was because he relied on Little White and the others. Without his pets, he could only be considered an ordinary combat profession at best. Could it be that he was really going to be buried here today? No, absolutely not. He still had one last hope. The Beast God's skill. After using it, he could briefly possess Xiao Bai's attributes. This was his last chance to fight. Su Tian gritted his teeth and looked towards Steward Lu, his eyes gradually firming up before chanting an incantation. Wow! At a speed visible to the naked eye, Su Tian's attributes skyrocketed, and he soon possessed the same panel as Little White. Steward Lu also sensed this scene and couldn't help but faintly froze. It seems like I really underestimated you, but even if you have the same attributes as your pet, it's still impossible for you to defeat me, because the gap between us is really big. Su Tian's mind was tense. He knew that Steward Lu was right. Even if he possessed Xiao Bai's attributes, there was still a lot of difference between them, but this was his last chance. Roar! Right at this moment, a roar suddenly resounded from Su Tian's body. In the next second, a huge phantom suddenly appeared behind Su Tian. Only a white tiger phantom with a similar appearance to Xiao Bai, but more mature, appeared, and raging wind attribute energies swirled around it. Target, Beast God White Tiger's Phantom. Potential, level, life, strength, defense, speed, energy. Seeing this introduction, Su Tian was able to take a deep breath while he thought back. Beast God Descent. This was a hidden attribute in the Beast God Descent skill that could trigger the Beast God Descent once. I didn't expect it to actually appear so coincidentally. What is it? When Steward Lu saw the phantom of the Beast God's white tiger, a bad feeling also arose in his heart, and he was about to say something when he saw that the claws of the phantom of the Beast God's white tiger had already landed. No, Steward Lu's eyes widened as he tried to flee, but he found that he was firmly locked in place by the invisible wind element. Su Tian only saw Steward Lu turn into a golden light of falling objects, and in the next moment, he lost consciousness and fainted on the ground. When Su Tian woke up, Little White was sleeping on his body, and not far away, Little Barbarian stood guard like a mountain tower, feeling safe and secure. What made his face black was that Xiao Wu was actually lying on his head. Ow! Little White was the first to discover Su Tian waking up, letting out an excited cry, and the remaining two beasts also looked over, revealing a color of intimacy. Su Tian stroked their heads respectively, then stood up and looked towards the not too far away place, where Steward Lu's corpse was still there, along with a pile of golden light representing the fallen objects. This reminded him of everything that happened before he passed out. If he hadn't triggered the phantom descent of the beast god White Tiger, I'm afraid that he would have really accounted for himself today. It seemed that in the future, he still had to prepare a few more means of running away, or else he might not be so lucky if he encountered today's situation again. After celebrating, Su Tian looked towards the dropped items left behind by Steward Lu, and after checking them out, Su Tian immediately revealed a look of awe. Worthy of being a steward of the Rin family, he was actually so rich. There were countless equipment materials, as well as prop scrolls, rare potions, skill books for various professions, and so on. As for the equipment, his set of epic-level equipment was already at the highest level, but unfortunately, they were all restricted to levels, so Su Tian was unable to equip them. However, he found another thing inside, the remnant map. Su Tian picked up the remnant map and took a look at it. Why did it feel very similar to the one he had bought at the Skycloud auction earlier? Immediately, Su Tian took out his own remnant diagram and compared it to it, and sure enough, it was able to fit, except that it was still missing the other two parts. No wonder he made an offer to buy that remnant diagram at the auction house that day. It turns out he already had one. Su Tian laughed, but this time, it was a bargain, so he had two remnant diagrams. He only needed to collect the other two, and he would have the chance to search for the legendary treasure. And he had heard that there was a chance of obtaining a divine artifact, divine weapon. This was the topmost existence of all equipment. Not even legendary equipment could match it. What's this, a purple gold card? Su Tian took out another card that seemed to be the same as the one Xiaoya had given him, the only difference being that it didn't have the Skycloud auction house logo. He just didn't know how much balance was in this card. After packing these things up, Su Tian left with Xiao Bai and the others, and he was going to change his copy, because the news that he had killed Steward Lu would soon spread out, and at that time, the Rin family would definitely not let themselves go, and would even send stronger people to kill them. And this Steward Lu, if not for his carelessness, he could not achieve victory so quickly. Even so, Su Tian is considered to be the bottom of the card, and then another one he cannot be sure to deal with. Now the best way is to hide his tracks, and then smoothly through the remaining 10 days. As long as to the new student test, Mr. Chu Kuku will step in to protect himself. In short, this level 40 copy couldn't stay. 2 days later, the magic capital Ren family. What did you say? Steward Lu is dead? Ran Yunshan stared at the attendant, his voice cold. Yes. Steward Lu was going to squat on Su Tian at that time. He sent me back to the outside world first to wait. Who knows that yesterday suddenly the news of Steward Lu's death came out. It is said that he was killed by Su Tian. This follower was clearly the one who followed Steward Lu that day. At the moment he was full of fear, sweat falling like rain in front of his forehead. Asshole! Ren Yunshan was furious and slapped his hand on the desk, actually directly smashing it to pieces. Didn't I ask you to follow him? Don't you know that he is the only space system control mage in our family? If he is cultivated to level 90, there will be a place for him in the mage heavenly ranking. As a result, he actually died at the hands of that kid Su Tian who just awakened his profession? Hearing Ren Yunshan's words, the follower shivered in fear and directly knelt on the ground, fearfully saying, "Family master, it's not that I don't follow Steward Lu, it's rather that he won't let me follow. He said that he could deal with Su Tian, that's why I." Ren Yunshan closed his eyes and tried to calm down. He was naturally clear about Steward Lu's character, lofty and arrogant. Forget it. He shook his head and asked again, "He is dead? Then did you get back the things in his hands?" The attendant froze, then said, "Home Lord, when I arrived that Su Tian had already left, and the things on Steward Lu's body had also been looted. I really don't know where that Su Tian went, that's why I came back." Before the words were finished, Ren Yunshan had already smacked him out, only to see that this Rin family head, one of the 4 great families of the magic capital, was already filled with violent anger. "Bastard, who told you to come back? Do you know what Steward Lu has on him? Other than that remnant map, I haven't recovered the $1 billion that I newly transferred to him. If Su Tian gets it, do you know what the consequences are? At this moment, Ren Yunshan had gone completely berserk. $1 billion gold coins might not mean much to the Ren family, but it was enough to cultivate Su Tian into an even more terrifying opponent. That Su Tian was able to kill Steward Lu during such a period of time proved that his potential was unimaginable. And once such a strong person grew up, the Ren family would surely face heavy retaliation. The attendant gulped and hurriedly said, I know, family head. I'll go to the southern province to capture that Su Tian back. Wait. Ren Yunshan waved his hand and said, forget it, your strength isn't as good as Steward Lu's. It seems that the time for the freshman test is coming up. I'll go myself this time. Hearing this, the attendant nodded respectfully. Yes. A dozen days later, inside the level 39 copy, two identical-looking girls were dealing with a freshly refreshed boss. However, the boss seemed to be stronger than they expected. So much so that the girl in the black dress suffered a trauma, adding a smear of blood to the corner of her lips. Quickly, get out of here. This is a platinum potential boss. The black-skirted gentle shouted anxiously. The white-skirted gentle's beautiful eyes shrank and she was about to leave when she was stopped by a black light. The black light slowly spread, forming a boundary-like scene. Seeing this scene, black-white gentle's delicate pretty face instantly turned pale. The boss must kill technique. Fight with it. I don't believe that a monster can still take our lives. The black-skirted gentle's pretty face flashed with a touch of fury. White-dressed gentle's expression was bitter. If it was a team complete with warrior and assassin professions, there might still be a chance to kill this platinum boss. But now that it was just the two of them, it was simply impossible. Originally they just wanted to test it out, but they didn't realize that this boss had actually opened a must-kill technique. Right at this moment, Black Skirt Gentle landed a few more spell attacks on this boss, and this time, she seemed to have completely pissed off that platinum boss across the street, only to see the lion-shaped monster lunging at her. Watch out! The white-skirted Gentle uttered a horrified voice, but it was too late. Black-skirted Gentle was dumbfounded in place, her heart in despair. In a flash of lightning, she suddenly felt a black shadow flash by, and then she fell into a man's embrace, and the male scent that came to her face made Black Skirt Gentle dumbfounded. Hi beautiful girl, need help? Su Tian's bright smile reflected in her eyes. You, Su Tian? After the black-skirted gentleness was dazed, her pretty face snapped up in surprise. However, soon, her face flushed. After just a twist, she violently noticed that Su Tian's large hand was resting on a certain private part of her. Cough. Wait here. I'll get this boss first. Su Tian coughed dryly, somewhat reluctantly putting Gentle down, and then saw the platinum boss. Another over-leveled and refreshed boss? Su Tian narrowed his eyes as he walked towards the boss. That's right. For some time now, he had been traveling to level 30 plus copies, and although the bonus experience was a bit less, it was better than steady. It was because he was invincible in a level 30 copy. He even directly let Xiao Bai take Xiao Wu out to brush up on his leveling, while only keeping a little barbarian by his side, in order to improve his own real-world combat ability. After Steward Lu's battle, he realized the truth that it was impossible for Bai to protect himself all the time, such as by Steward Lu's type of confinement magic. Therefore, it was necessary for him to improve his fighting ability. Thus he had been actively looking for bosses to fight during this period of time, and this time he had unexpectedly run into Gentle by mistake. Although she was a mystic profession dual life master, she seemed to be only level 35, and even if the two of her joined forces, she was no match for a level 39 platinum boss. However, it wasn't that difficult for Su Tian. He only saw a pitch-black longsword appear in Su Tian's hand, with ancient patterns on it, like a sword drawn from hell. The Black Hell. This was a diamond weapon that he had obtained during one of his treasure quests, and with no restriction on the level at which it could be worn. The increase in attack attributes alone was more than 700. Flame of Black Hell. Su Tian let out a murmur. Then his speed exploded, swept in front of the platinum boss, and slashed down heavily with his sword. Ow! The platinum boss let out a mournful scream as it retreated back and forth, looking at Su Tian in fear. The attack power is still a bit poor. Seeing the platinum boss that hadn't died in a single hit, Su Tian sighed, immediately applying a water energy imprisonment on the boss, and then going up to slash the boss several times before it fell to the ground. The whole process was simple and brutal without any frills. Just like that solved? White-dressed Gentle still some did not return to God. This is less than a minute. Su Tian will boss dead? Thinking of how the two of them had just been forced to the end of their rope by this boss, White-skirt Gentle felt her pretty face rolling. Or else, Su Tian walked over and yawned calmly. Last time, he was able to kill a diamond boss in 30 seconds. So what's this one platinum boss? The black dress at the side gently reminded. But he didn't even deploy his beast harness this time. white-dressed gentle whispered. Upon hearing this, the expression on the black-skirted gentle's face also stiffened. Right. Last time, this guy only killed the diamond boss with the help of a harnessed beast, and this time, he could actually fight it alone already? Although it was only at the platinum level, this was enough to prove that Su Tian's growth speed was simply perverse. Hey, you guys don't do everything so fast, do you? The black-skirted gentle teased and laughed. Su Tian froze, then instantly understood what she meant, and immediately returned nonchalantly. You can come and try. The black-skirted gentleness winks. Good, do you want the two of us to join together? Ahem. Su Tian was somewhat unable to withstand the black-dressed gentle's offense. This woman seemed to be a bit fierce. On the one side of the white-dressed gentle is also pretty face slightly red. How this guy always topped their face to say this kind of words? Engaged in a good shame. Say, aren't you guys also mystic professions? You're level 35, but you can't even handle a level 39 platinum boss? Su Tian hastily sidetracked the topic. That's because we don't have profession transmutation yet. If profession transmutation is available, this boss is definitely not our match. White-skirt gentleness was afraid that black-skirt gentleness would say something about tigers and wolves again, and hurriedly grabbed the answer. Oh, then wouldn't your dual-life master's profession be equivalent to being reincarnated twice if you were to reincarnate? Su Tian curiously said. Yeah, our attributes can be stacked on top of each other after reincarnation. How about that? It's awesome, right? The white dress gently laughed, finally able to raise some head in front of Su Tian. Not bad. Su Tian nodded. The dual life master was worthy of being one of the strongest of the mystic professions. The advantages were still great. What the hell? Seeing Su Tian being so perfunctory, the white-skirted gentleness was instantly somewhat demoralized. Hey, you're so powerful. Why don't you bring us along to level up? At this time, the black-skirted gentleness suddenly leaned over and hugged Su Tian's right arm with both hands, exhaling like an orchid fragrance. The soft touch coming from his arm's elbow made Su Tian's mind flutter, and then he bit his tongue. This woman seemed like a demonic spirit. He quickly pulled his arm out and laughed. I'm still being chased by the Ren family. I'm afraid you guys will be implicated if you stay with me. Che, we're not afraid of the Ren family. Black-skirted Gentle skimmed her mouth. Su Tian froze. It seemed that Gentle's background wasn't simple either, but he was used to being alone, bringing two girls, especially with a black-skirted Gentle. He couldn't quite get used to it, even if both of them were superb beauties. Forget it, it's scaring you. I know you're not interested in taking us. It just so happens that the time for the freshman test is coming up. We're going out to complete our career transmutation and prepare for the test. Seeing Su Tian racking his brain, the black dress gently laughed petulantly. Su Tian scratched his head awkwardly, then instantly thought of something and asked, by the way, which academy did you guys choose? Your neighboring Beta University Academy. Of course, if we knew that you chose Qing University Academy, we would definitely go along and compete with you. After all, you robbed us of our top student, the black dress said gently. Is that so? Then there's a chance to compete in the freshman test as well. Su Tian laughed. Who wants to compete with you, pervert? The black dress gently and delicately swung him a glance, and when she was about to turn around, she also glanced at his lower body, which caused Su Tian's brother's back to suddenly feel cold. Let's go. Don't listen to that guy's nonsense. The white-skirted Gentle waved goodbye, while her pretty face slightly reddened as she said. After the two women left, Su Tian glanced down at the time. There were only 3 days left before the freshman test. Now that he had risen to level 37, he wondered if he could take advantage of this last time to break through to 40. 3 days later, freshman test. The map for this freshman test was a secret realm called the Nine Demon Cave. It was said that this was a secret realm unique to China that could only be opened once a year, and it was said that there was a chance to obtain a divine artifact after defeating the 9 levels, but no one knew if this was true because no one had been able to pass the 9 levels yet. Countless people had almost dumped their money in order to purchase the opportunity to open it, and it was not expected that this year's opportunity would actually be taken by all of the university houses jointly and used as a map for the freshman test. It seemed that this time, the various schoolhouses had used their hearts and minds for the freshman test. At this time, the special transmission center in the southern province, the Jiang family sisters have arrived early. Jiang Xiaoye changed into a snow-white holy priest robe. The whole person looks less childish and more pure. With the help of her older sister Jiang Xiao Sakura, her level had skyrocketed within this month, and she had already reached level 39, just one step away from level 40, and she was holding an azure blue staff in her hand, which was the epic weapon she had obtained not long ago, the deep blue kiss. Beside her, Jiang Xiao Sakura was tall, wearing a tight t-shirt that showed off that broad chest to the fullest. The lower half of her body was still a pair of shorts, and her white and slender legs were a bit eye-shattering. A pair of sisters just standing there attracted the attention of countless people. Why hasn't Su Tian come yet? Jiang Xiaoye crossed her fingers, expecting to find that glimpse of figure in the crowd, but unfortunately, she didn't see it. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sakura. At this moment, a cool voice rang out from behind her. Teacher Chu. Zhang Xiaoyu turned around and called out in surprise. Well, hasn't Su Tian come yet? Chu Wan wore a white shirt with a short black skirt underneath. Her high nose also had a pair of rimless eyes, and she had a special flavor in her coolness. Not yet. Jiang Xiaoye shook her head. Chu Cuckoo scanned the week. Her eyebrows knitted slightly, revealing a hint of worry. Teacher Chu, is something wrong? Jiang Xiaoye asked. I received news that Ren family's family head Yunshan is likely to come personally. Chu Wan nodded and said. What? Jiang Xiaoye exclaimed in shock. Ren Yunshan actually came in person? Then wouldn't Su Tian be? Teacher Chu. At this time, the Zhang sisters' fathers also walked over. Head of the Zhang province. Chu Wan nodded his head in greeting. Ren Yunshan. Zhang Tianwen was just about to say something when he was interrupted by a voice. Provincial head Jiang. How have you been? I remember the last time we met. It was still at the capital city conference, right? A bright laugh rang out, and the crowd instantly raised their heads, only to see a middle-aged man in a suit, followed by uncountable black-clothed security guards, each with a rank of 70 or above, with a full aura, and beside him stood a black-skirted young girl, Ran Qian. Her gaze even revealed a touch of resentment when she saw Jiang Xiaoye. Family head Ren is also still in style. Zhang Tianwen responded, but his expression didn't change much. This should be Teacher Chu of the Qing University Academy, right? Major Earth ranking no. 1. I've heard about it for a long time. Ren Yunshan looked towards Chu Wan and saluted out. Good day Ren family master. Chu Cuckoo responded in a salty manner. Regarding Chu Cuckoo's attitude, Ren Yunshan didn't care, but instead looked towards Zhang Tianwen and said with a smile, Provincial head Jiang, you're not unaware of my Ren family's strength. I've traveled from the magic city for one thing and one person only. Su Tian, that beast master that your southern province has awakened. Hand him over to me. Hearing this, Zhang Tianwen shook his head. Ren family master, you know the ins and outs of the matter. Not to mention that Su Tian is still from my southern province. If I were to hand him over to you, wouldn't I, Zhang Tianwen, be dishonored? So, you are definitely going to protect him? Ren Yunshan's eyes grew cold. Yes, Zhang Tianwen said blandly. The Chu Cuckoo beside him glanced at him with a face full of surprise. The Ren family was one of the 4 great families in Magic City. Influencing the position of the head of a province was still something that could be done. And Zhang Tianwen's move was undoubtedly standing on the opposite side of Ren Yunshan. Was he taking his future to protect Su Tian? Very well. Hearing this reply, Ren Yunshan revealed a cruel smile. Since that's the case, then you'll wait to be buried with him. Yo, where are all of you? Suddenly, a frivolous voice rang out. The crowd looked up to a short distance away, and it was definitely Su Tian, who was still holding the sleepy little wight in his arms. Su Tian, seeing him, Jiang Xiaoye instantly revealed a smile of delight, but then thought of something and hastily covered her mouth. Su Tian, I didn't expect you to actually dare to show up. Ren Yunshan also turned his gaze towards him, his eyes cold. The moment Ren Yunshan's words fell, those black-clothed security behind him moved in unison, closing in on Su Tian. Sensing the strange movements around him, Su Tian looked towards the person who had just spoken, and when he saw Ring Xian, he instantly understood the identity of this person. Ren family head, he actually came in person. Then he took a look at those black-clothed security guards. Good guy, all of them were above level 70. Zhang Tianwen's face sank when he saw this, and immediately behind him, a number of people also stepped out to confront him. Zhang Tianwen, do you know the consequences of doing this? Seeing this, Ren Yunshan laughed out angrily. He was angry that this Zhang Tianwen was actually so insensitive as to go against himself 3 times, and at the same time, he also laughed at Zhang Tianwen's insouciance, actually presuming to be an enemy of the Ren family. Before doing this, I naturally thought of the consequences, but Ren family head, do you dare to prove in front of everyone that this matter was Su Tian's fault first? Zhang Tianwen said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Ren Qian beside Ren Yunshan's face flashed with a moment of weakness, but on the contrary, Ren Yunshan laughed coldly. I don't care who was at fault first. He, Su Tian, dared to beat up my daughter, and even took my Ren family's barbarian king bear cub. Even if he dies, it's not worth it. Ren Yunshan's words caused Jiang Xiaoye to burst with anger. This Ren Yunshan was actually this overbearing, but the truth was clearly that it was his daughter who hit first. Ren family head, since this matter is your fault, then you should spare others. I can let Su Tian return the barbarian king bear cub to you, and from now on, you can be at peace with each other. At this moment, Chu Cuckoo spoke. The soulful voice was like that of a lark, but it didn't eliminate the atmosphere of saber rattling. Ren Yunshan gradually narrowed his eyes. Chu Cuckoo, could it be that you also want to protect Su Tian? You have to think clearly whether it's worth it for a Su Tian or not. Chu Cuckoo responded blandly. Ren family master, Su Tian is the national top student of this college entrance exam and the most outstanding student I've ever received. Do you think it's worth it? Chu Wan's words could be said to have hit Ren Yunshan in the face, only to see a scowl gradually emerge on the face of this Magic City Ren family's family head. Good. In that case, then don't blame me for not being polite. Ren Yunshan said 3 good words in a row, and then a strangely dressed woman walked out from the crowd, her bare skin tattooed with countless venomous snakes that looked as if they were real. Mysterious profession snake spiritist. You are Dai Yasi. Chu Cuckoo spoke out after a moment of silence. The moment these words came out, everyone in the room looked at the snake-tattooed woman warily. Snake spiritist? This was a ranged damage-type mysterious occupation. Its biggest characteristic was that it didn't differentiate between enemy and self, and it was impossible to control the target of its attack. Thus, very few people were willing to team up with a snake spiritist, and Dai Yasi was still a true heaven-ranking powerhouse, so everyone present was fearful. Su Tian also narrowed his eyes. Worthy of being one of the 4 great families of the magic capital, there was even a heaven-ranking powerhouse by his side. At this moment, he was ready to summon Little White and the others at any time. Seeing everyone's reaction, Ren Yunshan smiled in satisfaction. Then with a wave of his hand, a level 86 shield master appeared in front of him. Yasi, grab that teenager for me. Ren Yunshan spoke indifferently. Yes. Dai Yasi nodded her head expressionlessly, but those snake patterns on her body truly came to life and began hissing and spitting snake letters. The always calm Chu Cuckoo was also rarely nervous, because she was actually only level 86, while this Dai Yasi was an actual level 90 powerhouse. Even if she was the number 1 on the Earth ranking, she might not be her opponent. Zhang Tianwen was even more needless to say. He was only a provincial leader, not very high-leveled, only just level 80, even less likely to be that Dai Yasi's opponent. Why do you all need to fight to the death? Right at this moment, an old voice rang out. An old man in a Tang suit slowly stepped out from within the special passageway and said with a smile. The moment the old man appeared, the atmosphere of swords and crossbows instantly dissipated by half, while even those serpentine patterns around Dai Yasi fell into slumber once again. Mind Master. Zhang Xiachura couldn't help but voice out when she saw the old man's ability. Su Tian was slightly surprised. This old man was actually a Mind Master, which was also a type of mystic profession, known for increasing teammates and removing their negative effects. It was a very strong supporting profession. Principal Tang, I didn't expect you to even show up in person. Seeing the old man, Ren Yunshan also revealed a slightly scornful expression. Of course, he wouldn't be scornful of a mere principal, but rather the power he possessed behind him. The Tang family of the capital. Grandpa Tang. Chuan walked to Tang's side and respectfully said, Girl, your grandfather dragged me to take good care of you. Now can you be considered to have kept your promise? Ha ha ha. Tang De laughed. Of course. A rare smile appeared on Chuan's cold and pretty face. This conversation of theirs caused Ren Yunshan to become a little angry. Both of you, could it be that you are trying to start a war with me on behalf of the Tang and Shu families in the capital? As far as I know, you guys shouldn't have that qualification yet. Ren family master, we naturally don't have that qualification, but it might not be the case when Su Tian takes the freshman test. Chuan faintly said. Ren Yunshan's face turned ugly when he heard this. Su Tian's talent strength was strong, so strong that he could kill his own steward. And with this kind of terrifying talent, once he shone in the freshman test, he was bound to be noticed by those old guys. And at that time, Su Tian would naturally be sheltered by them, and everything he had done would be undone. That was why he had traveled all the way from the magic capital to this place, in order to be able to take Su Tian away before entering the special passageway. But he hadn't expected Chu Cuckoo and Tang De to actually come and get into this muddy water as well. So, you guys must protect him today? Ren Yunshan asked in a low voice. At the very least, it has to be after the freshman test, doesn't it? Tang De said softly. Good. Ren Yunshan angrily flung his cuffs. He knew that with these two people around, he must not be able to move Su Tian right now. It was good that he had also carried out double preparations. I'd like to see, if that Su Tian is the first to be eliminated in the freshman test, what other ways do you have to protect him? Saying that, Ren Yunshan led the others to step inside the special passageway. Seeing this, Tang De walked towards Su Tian and smiled. You must be Su Tian, right? I'm Tang De, the principal of the Qing University Academy, and I've heard a lot about you. Good day, Principal Tang. Su Tian greeted respectfully. As for your matter, it's troublesome to say the least, but it's also simple. In the end it's just the trouble you caused by hitting the Rin family's daughter and taking the barbarian king bear. The former is not a big deal, but this barbarian king bear is very important to the Rin family. As for why, wait until you can win from the freshman test and then I'll tell you. The rest of everything, it all depends on yourself. Remember, want to stand out in a crowd of new students, and let that group of old guys bail you out. You must get the first. Only by being first can you be remembered by others. Understand? Tang slowly said. Understood. Su Tian nodded, then gratefully glanced at Chu Cuckoo. He knew that he wasn't worthy of this Principal Tang being so mutual right now. All of this should be Chu Cuckoo's operation behind the scenes. She had given herself the opportunity, then he must grasp it. Good, then let's go in together. Tang pointed at the special passage. Su Tian was a little puzzled as to what was behind the special passageway, but he still followed the crowd and went in together. After a period of teleportation, Su Tian felt his vision open up in front of him, and there was a huge 9-tiered tower towering a few hundred meters away, while below it was a large playground which was packed with people. Some of these people were candidates, some were examiners, and some were high officials from various provinces and cities. Xiao Sakura and I will go over there first. You guys just follow Mr. Chu. After Jiang Tianwen said that, he led Jiang Xiakuram towards a few familiar officials. Su Tian and Jiang Xiaoye, on the other hand, followed Chu Cuckoo all the way to the place where they were waiting for the test. Teacher Chu, what exactly is the mode of this test? Su Tian finally couldn't help but ask. Originally, he had you that this freshman test was an exam and an open copy just like the previous college entrance exam, but now it didn't seem to be that way. Jiang Xiaoye was similarly unaware and looked at Chu Cuckoo curiously. Chu Cuckoo pursed her lips and organized her thoughts for a moment and said, the place where you're taking this freshman test is called the Nine Demon Tower. That's the tall tower in the back. For each round of testing, each academy will send a team to enter the tower, and in defeating the corresponding number of monsters, they will also need to climb the height of the tower. Only by defeating a certain number of monsters on each level will you be able to gain access to the next level, or else you will be eliminated. Hearing Chu Cuckoo's explanation, Su Tian and Jiang Xiaoye instantly understood a lot. I see. Su Tian nodded with a look of realization. Right, the number of people on a team is 4. Have you found the remaining 2 teammates? At this time, Chu Cuckoo asked. Pets count? Su Tian asked after hesitating for a moment. Chu Cuckoo blinked her beautiful eyes, her red lips raised and said, what do you think? Hello, where are you? A few moments later, Su Tian dialed out a call. I'm at the waiting point. What's wrong? A nice female voice came from the phone. Have you formed a team? Su Tian asked again. No, the girl responded. We're second class here. Interested in coming? Su Tian asked. Wait for us. After saying that, the girl hung up the phone. Jiang Xiaoye on the side looked at Su Tian in confusion. Su Tian laughed. A friend I met in a copy. And it's also a mystic profession. And the strength is quite good. Oh, Jiang Xiaoye nodded and obediently followed behind Su Tian. Not long after, Gentle, who was wearing a white dress, appeared in front of the crowd, and when she saw Su Tian she instantly greeted him. This is my mentor at Qing University, Mr. Chu. This is my friend, Jiang Xiaoye. Her name is Gentle. Su Tian introduced each other. Hello. Jiang Xiaoye and Wenro spoke out at the same time, and then sized each other up. From a certain perspective the two women's temperaments were very similar, both belonging to the quiet kind. However, Jiang Xiaoye's quietness was more on the well-behaved side, with a kind of little sister next door feeling, while Wenro was just like her name, and would sometimes blush, like a sister who would be shy. There only seems to be 3 of you here, right? Chuan asked after a moment of silence. Hearing this, Su Tian smiled and looked towards Wenro. Gentle understood and immediately summoned a contract formation, from which a silhouette wearing a black dress walked out. It actually looked exactly the same as Wenro, and as soon as she came out, she chased after the white dress Wenro. Damn stinking woman, how dare you put me in the spell formation again? Seeing these 2 girls who were almost exactly the same, Jiang Xiaoye and Chu Cuckoo were both dumbfounded, and the latter even narrowed her beautiful eyes as she murmured, Twin Life Master? That's right, it's the Twin Life Master. Su Tian laughed. Chuan nodded, but his gaze had a hint of abnormality when he looked at the 2 gentleness. Next, they exchanged their respective occupations and leveling information with each other. All 3 had already completed their second turn, but there was a conflicting matter. Jiang Xiaoye looked at the white-skirted gentleness and asked with some hesitation, both you and I are in the healing profession, will it affect the balance of the team? White-skirt gentle froze, then smiled. With this pervert around, is there still a problem with career balance? Su Tian touched little white in his arms and laughed all the same. I'm a team myself. Let's go. Looking at Su Tian's back, the black-skirted gentleness revealed a flamboyant look. It's really getting more and more domineering, but you seem to have an opponent. The white-skirted gentleness pointed at Jiang Xiaoye beside Su Tian. That one is the original match. Oh, the black-skirted gentleness looked over, her red lips pursing slightly. Indeed, it's an outstanding girl. But, are we going to give up so easily? Of course we won't. We must snatch Su Tian over. At those words, the corners of the white-skirted gentle mouth suddenly twitched. Hey, if you snatch yours, can you not bring me alone? We are sisters. Do you want me to fight alone? With my tricky eyes, that Jiang clan's sister is also interested in Su Tian, the black dress tenderly said. No way. The white dress gentle was a bit hesitant. That Jiang family's sister is so cold-looking. How could she look at Su Tian? Then let's make a bet. If you lose, you'll have to join me in snatching Su Tian away from those two sisters. The black-skirted gentle confidence said. Good. Who's afraid of you? The white-skirted gentle clearly didn't believe the black-skirted gentle's words. The crowd arrived under the Nine-Demon Tower. At this moment, many students had already gathered around, and there were also some high-powered leaders and principals, all of whom were incredibly concerned about this test. The rule of entering the Nine-Demon Tower is that each university prefecture sends a team into it every round, and the one who reaches the top wins, where each layer has certain requirements for the participants' attributes. So from a certain point of view, the higher the level, the more advantageous it is. Two gentleness walked up to Su Tian, and one of them said, in that case, wouldn't I be the strongest in the room at level 39? Su Tian laughed. The black-skirted gentle gave him a delicate look. With that attribute of yours, you'd be just as perverse even if you weren't level 39. It seems like you're the champion this time. Just the champion? Su Tian raised an eyebrow, then gave the two gentleness a somewhat strange look. But then again, is it really okay for you two from North University to team up with us? The final results are settled according to a single person, so there aren't that many restrictions on teaming up this time, and many conditioned Heavenly Pride have also teamed up across schools in order to have better results. The white dress tenderly shook her head and explained. I see. Su Tian nodded. Look over there. Suddenly, White Skirt Gentle pointed at a four-member team and said. Su Tian sniffed and looked. His eyes instantly narrowed lightly. There was actually an acquaintance of his in this four-member squad. Of course it might be more appropriate to call it an enemy. Ren Qian Qian. If we encounter them, we're afraid we'll have to be careful. Ren Qian Qian's own profession isn't weak. It's a mysterious profession called Curse Master, and there are two other mysterious occupations awakened by his side. The boy in black clothes on the right is a mysterious occupation puppeteer, and the girl on the left is a snake spiritist. Snake spiritist? Next to her, Jiang Xiaoye was stunned and asked, what's Dai Yasi's relationship with her? Dai Yasi is her sister. What, you guys know? The white-skirted gentle looked at Jiang Xiaoye suspiciously. Well, we just met outside the special passageway. She's a hitman of the Ren family, and had wanted to take Su Tian away. Jiang Xiaoye nodded. Then this Ren Xian Xian's team seems to have been specially formed by the Ren family. I'm afraid that it's coming for Su Tian. Black-skirted gentle said thoughtfully. Even so, there's no way for them to guarantee that they'll be in the same round as us, right? Su Tian frowned. The white-skirted gentle shook his head. No, the one responsible for arranging the candidates' rankings is the Mordor Academy, and of the shareholders behind the Mordor Academy, the Ren family is the biggest one. So, they'll get their hands dirty during the exams? Su Tian narrowed his eyes. No wonder that Ren Yunshan let slip that he would be the first to be eliminated when he finally left. It seems like that should be the case. The black-skirted gentle yawned. Oh, in that case, do you guys still plan to continue teaming up with us? Su Tian asked with a smile. Nonsense. With these few shrimp soldiers, I'm afraid they're not enough for Xiao Bai to slap. The black-skirted tenderness skimmed her delicate red lips. Jiang Xiaoye also had a relaxed look on her face. That's why this is strange. Ren Yunshan should be very clear about Su Tian's strength. He couldn't possibly arrange just such a team to deal with us. In short, it's better to be careful when we go in later. The white dress tenderly whispered. Aha! Su Tian nodded. From the beginning to the end he hadn't taken things too lightly. Soon, a summoning sound was heard from the center of the square, to Su Tian as they entered the Nine-Demon Tower. While waiting for the teleportation, Su Tian noticed that the two gentle faces were much heavier, and couldn't help but ask curiously, what's wrong with you guys? A lot of heavenly pride. The white-skirted gentleness's brows knitted tightly, and there was an uneasy color emerging in her eyes. Over there on your side, it's Tianfu University's team. There are enough two mysterious professions in them. One of them is a Vajra fighter who is known for his melee output. And over there, Ningfu University's He Lushan, known as the strongest summoner amongst this class of freshmen in Huaxia, because he's learned a skill that can summon epic monsters. And over there, Dancing Lin Lin, Mystic profession moonlight elf. Mysterious occupation soul burner. Mysterious occupation wood spiritist. One by one, the mysterious occupations came out of Gentle's mouth, causing Jiang Xiaoya's pretty face to turn slightly white. Why? So many mysterious occupations? Jiang Xiaoya asked in a trembling voice. Su Tian similarly frowned tightly. Mysterious occupations were generally extremely rare, and it wasn't easy for one to appear in each college. Yet almost all of them were mysterious occupations in this round, just like Chinese cabbages in the market. This caused an idea to surface in the hearts of Su Tian's several people, and Black-White Gentle even turned back to look at Su Tian. The answer calling out, "It's the Ren family. They must have promised heavy benefits and then secretly manipulated the field of contestants, allowing them to hunt Su Tian." The white-skirted Gentle whispered. "Then wouldn't we have to make enemies of all the Academy's heavenly prides?" The black-skirted Gentle frowned. "I'm afraid, yes." The center of the ceremonial platform. A group of Academy principals also realized the situation and discussed it one after another. What's going on? Why are there so many mysterious professions this round? These seem to be the heavenly prides of the various academies, right? All of them are in the top 500 in the college entrance exam. Headmaster Mordor, I hope you can explain. Seeing Su Tian in the crowd, Tang De instantly guessed the clue and asked in a deep voice. The rest of the principals also looked at the principal of the Mordor Academy, hoping to receive a reasonable explanation. Principals, don't you think that this is what makes it more challenging? If these heavenly prides were spread out in each round, then the champions of each round would have no suspense. On the contrary, by placing these heavenly prides in the same round, wouldn't it be better to recognize who the true geniuses are? As soon as these words came out, a strange color flashed in the eyes of all the school principals, and they turned their gazes towards Tang De, who all knew that the top student of the college entrance exam was a beast master and had been recruited into the school by the Qing University School. And for all of this, they were more or less unbalanced in their hearts, although they had also sent people to recruit Su Tian. But in the end, Su Tian was still recruited by Qing University in a strong manner. In fact, if they fight each other with all their strength, Su Tian may not necessarily choose Qing University in the end. And the reason why they did not do their wholeheartedly all-out effort is because they have a doubt in their hearts. How is it possible for the Beast Master to take the top prize? Maybe that Su Tian used some kind of means? If they could take advantage of this time to make Su Tian fall from the altar of that top scholar, then the Qing University Academy would become the laughingstock of the whole of China. Moreover, if the heavenly pride recruited by their academy could become the champion of this round, then the academy's status would also be high in the water of China. For a time, all the principals actually stopped issuing queries. I agree. Perhaps this distribution is the most reasonable. I also agree. Cloud North University seconds the motion. All the major principals raised their hands and voted, and finally all the gazes looked at Tang De in unison. After being silent for a little while, Tang De suddenly let out a light laugh. I hope you all won't regret your decision. The principal of the Magic Capital Academy gave Tang De a deep look, and finally said lightly, in that case, then let's arrange for the candidates to enter the teleportation. Su Tian, you have to be careful. The principal of the Magic Capital Academy has tampered with the test, and the people you encountered in that round might all be opponents. At this time, the cell phone received a text message. Teacher Chu Wan. Su Tian raised his head to look behind him. Chu Kuku was standing not far away, looking at Su Tian with a calm brow. Su Tian nodded, then turned around and entered the teleportation channel. There was one thing that Teacher Chu Kuku was right about being careful, but the person who needed to be careful wasn't him. The first floor of the Nine Demon Tower. A halo of light floated by, and the surrounding vision gradually cleared up. Everywhere were forests of erected strange stone monuments. The air around them was humid, and a gray and heavy atmosphere filled the air. And not far away, the same flickering golden light, from which four silhouettes emerged. These were the participating teams. After a group of participants blankly surveyed the surroundings and found no danger, they began to observe the nearby teams. Many unkind gazes landed on Su Tian and the others, and two of the teams nodded at each other as they walked toward Su Tian and the others. I didn't expect that luck would be so good to actually bump into this top student of ours so quickly. One of the boys carrying a black sickle said with a smile. A beast master can also be a scholar. I'm afraid it's a false name, right? Another team asked. Whether it's a false name or not, won't we know if we try? The eyes of the teenager carrying the black scythe flickered for a moment as he sneered. You should be Qin Shan, right? A reaper in the mysterious profession. Ranked 439 in the college entrance exams, and accepted by the South China Academy? At this moment, the white-skirted Gentle walked up and coldly said, Oh, you actually know me? Chen Shan slightly froze and looked towards the white-skirted Gentleness, but when he saw another silhouette behind the white-skirted Gentleness, the pupils of his eyes instantly shrunk. Twin Life Master? You're the ranking gentle? Chen Shan's exclaimed voice drew a wave of scorn from the ranks of those watching not far away. It was actually the second-ranked gentle from the college entrance exam. Although they questioned Su Tian's performance as a beast master, it didn't mean that they questioned the second-ranked gentle, because the name of the dual life master was as strong as thunder, and even amongst all the mysterious professions, it was powerful enough to be ranked in the top 3, having 2 professions at the same time, and with the 2 characters being mind-linked and complementing each other, it could be almost invincible in a sparring match, regardless of whether it's a single combat or a team. Dual life masters have an unspeakable advantage. It was said that there was once a twin master who killed a level 70 legendary boss with another character at only level 60. The video of that battle had already been recorded into the textbooks of various universities, and the coordination between the 2 personalities was so seamless that it was practically textbook level. Any other mystic profession would probably have died in the hands of that boss long ago. At this moment, the outside world, in order to better monitor the results of this freshman test, the Magic Capital Academy had specially invited one of the mirror masters from the mysterious occupation, and he had connected to the situation inside the tower, and this scene that happened inside the tower happened to be seen by the principals of the various academies, especially the principal of the South China Academy, who had originally thought that Chen Shan had gotten the chance to defeat Su Tian, but did not realize that Gentle, who was second in the college entrance exams, was actually on Su Tian's team. Immediately, he turned his head to look at the principal of the Northern University Academy. Shen Xingrong, what are you looking at me for? It's not like you guys don't know that girl's identity. Are we in charge of her? Feeling the sights cast around him, Shen Xingrong helplessly spread his hands. The corners of the mouth of the group of school principals twitched, and then remembering Gentle's terrifying background, they stopped saying anything more. On the other side, Magic Capital Academy principal Tang was also frowning. This Gentle and Su Tian teaming up was something he hadn't expected, but it wasn't a big problem. After all, he had prepared a big gift for Su Tian. With just one Gentle, he could not stop those people. The corner of Tan Ying's mouth held a cold smile. Dare to touch the Ren family's daughter? This Su Tian would just wait for death. Gentle, let me do it. These people are here to find me. On the first floor of the tower, Su Tian stepped out from the group and blandly said. White-skirted Gentle hesitated for a moment, but still retreated behind Su Tian. I didn't expect you to be quite the gentleman, but in that case, you're going to be out of luck. When Chen Shan saw this, a flash of excitement flashed across his eyes. Originally, he was worried that Gentle would intervene in this matter, but he didn't expect Su Tian to be so foolish as to abandon his thighs. Seeing Chen Shan's excitement, Su Tian shook his head. This bastard's grades in the college entrance exam were not bad, but his IQ left something to be desired. Didn't he think about the fact that Gentle was the second-place winner in the hallowed college entrance exam? If he really had problems with his grades, how could this Gentle team up with him? Shadow scythe slash. Right at this moment, Chen Shan from the opposite side let out a strange cry, and then waved his scythe and slashed over at Su Tian. Su Tian calmly stood in place, not even meaning to dodge, just waiting for the scythe to slash at him. Clang! With a crisp sound, Chen Shan's side broke into 2 halves, turning into scrap metal lying on the ground. My golden weapon. Seeing this, Chen Shan immediately lost his voice and shouted. Why? This was a golden weapon of his. How could it break just after hitting Su Tian's body? There had to be something wrong with it. What props did you use to destroy my weapon? Chen Shan stared resentfully at Su Tian and roared. In his eyes, Su Tian was only a beast master, and even if he was strong, he was still a strong beast master, so this weapon must have been broken by him using props. Hearing this, Su Tian was somewhat speechless as he beckoned. Come over and I'll tell you. Chen Shan looked at Su Tian skeptically, but finally came over, and in the next second, he was directly sent flying out by a fierce kick from Su Tian. Brother Chen! The remaining 3 people in his team exclaimed in shock at the sight and hurriedly got up to help him. Chen Shan climbed up from the ground, furiously pointing at Su Tian. You actually dared to sneak attack me? What are you still waiting for? Get him dead. The remaining 3 people sniffed. All of them looked at Su Tian coyly. Through the situation just now they had already realized that this Su Tian didn't seem to be the waste they thought he was. As for Chen Shan, he also finally realized that something was wrong. His expression changed in a cloudy manner before he finally looked at the other team beside him. Let's join forces. As long as we defeat Su Tian, we'll be able to get the Ren family's bounty reward. That's an epic skill book, Chen Shan whispered. Upon hearing this, the other team hesitated for a few seconds before taking steps towards Su Tian in unison. Seeing this scene, Su Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. Still not leaving? Then none of them will leave today. As the words fell, a long sword draped in black flames emerged in his hand, and the moment it appeared, the temperature around him seemed to rise a little higher. Chop! Chop! As Su Tian let out a low cry, a black flame broke across the void and landed on the 8 people. The burning black flame caused the 8 people to let out a mournful wail, accompanied by a crazy decrease in the blood bar above their heads, which was almost ready to be emptied in the blink of an eye. Once the blood bar was empty, it meant death. Su Tian didn't have any intention of stopping, quietly standing by the side and watching. The 8 people finally couldn't hold on and pulled off the life-preserving bracelets on their wrists. This test was just an assessment of the strength of the new students, so all of them were also distributed with special life-preserving bracelets. After all, these were all carefully admitted students from various universities, so even one death would be a huge loss. Buzz! A pillar of light flashed, and the 8 students returned to the outside world. At this moment, these 8 people's faces were as black as coal, and their moods were even more indescribable in words. Being eliminated on the first level, without even seeing a small monster. This meant that their test scores were 0, and even inferior to some ordinary students. Moreover, there was a mirror master on the scene broadcasting the entirety of it, and their every move was watched by the students and teachers of the various schools. It was simply too humiliating. The principal of South China Academy had a gloomy expression. This Chen Shan could be said to be one of the most talented students recruited by their academy, but he ended up with a 0 score. How could he accept this? One must know that the rewards for this freshman test were jointly contributed by all the academies, awarding the rewards according to the results. Originally, he had hoped that Chen Shan would have a breakthrough in his results this time, allowing the South China Academy's status to grow, but it turned out to be a 0 egg. This couldn't even get back the resources that their South China school had contributed. Principal Tang, shouldn't you give us an explanation? He joined forces with the principal of another academy and looked at Tang De with a gloomy face. Oh, an explanation for what? Could it be that this test has a rule that students can't eliminate each other? If I remember correctly, it seems that it was still Chen Shan who provoked first, right? Tang De said flatly. You. The South China Academy principal's face was a shade of blue. He had the intention to retort something, but he had nothing to say. After all, everyone had seen that it was indeed Chen Shan's 8 people who had picked a fight first, and it was humiliating that they had been eliminated by Su Tian all by himself. For a time, the eyes of all the school principals looking at Su Tian changed. It seems that this top scholar of the college entrance exam doesn't have too much water in it. But is this kid really a beast master? Why is he holding a sword? The principal of the Devil's Capital Academy similarly stared at Su Tian in the picture, his eyes seeping out a touch of viciousness. This kid's talent was too strong. If he grew up, he would certainly be a threat to the Ren family, and their academy was closely related to the Ren family, and he had targeted him this time, and he would certainly be held in grudge by the kid in the future as well. Then this kid this time must die in the 9-demon tower. Inside the tower, when Su Tian easily resolved those 8 people, the surrounding teams that were watching immediately withdrew their thoughts of getting a piece of the pie and instead turned around to break through the barrier. Looks like they won't make a move on you for now. Wenwen walked up and laughed. These teams don't have any strong people, but after the level of breaking through is high, I'm afraid there will still be strong people who will make things difficult. Jiang Xiaoye said softly. Well, it's better to be careful. Su Tian nodded, not being careless because of this small victory. After all, there were still a lot of geniuses in this round, such as the summoner who could summon epic monsters, as Gentle said. After tidying up, the crowd also began their journey to climb the tower. Because of the entanglement of Chen Shan's 2 teams, their progress was already quite slow compared to the other teams. After traveling only a short distance, some small monsters began to appear in the surroundings. These monsters were shaped like demon spirit gases, while some were directly in the shape of sword spirits. Is this the origin of the 9-demon tower? Seeing this, Su Tian let out a light laugh and directly threw out Little Savage. Roar! A low roar full of majesty resounded, the extended sound spreading far and wide, causing the crowd of participating teams to change color, especially some of the teams close to Su Tian and the others. The moment they saw this behemoth appear, they all retreated in succession. Outside the tower, when Ren Yunshan saw the barbarian King Bear, his eyes instantly narrowed into a dangerous arc. His face did not change in expression, but there was already a fury surrounding him. Clear the field. Su Tian inside the tower waved his hand, signaling Little Savage to clear the way. The attribute requirements of this first level weren't a problem for their team, but it was necessary to hunt down enough small monsters to trigger the appearance of a boss to advance to the second level. The attributes of the small monsters were not high, averaging just over 30 levels, and they were all bronze monsters, so Little Savage easily solved them. It didn't take long for the team to enter the second level. The teleportation location was randomized, and the teams around them changed, but Su Tian and his team still didn't encounter any strong teams, and some of the teams that were foolish enough to see the gentleness had temporarily withdrawn their minds from making a move. Therefore, Su Tian and his team directly started hunting small monsters mode, and this time, Su Tian summoned Little White out as well, but not to kill monsters, but to lie down, comfortable. In the middle of the journey, he even summoned the other 3 women up as well, so even if the 4 of them sat on Little White, it wasn't crowded. Aang, right at this moment, the crowd suddenly heard a low hiss, and then the entire layer of the tower began to shake dramatically, and the gray soil in the distance tumbled like a cloud of smoke, as if something had broken out of the ground. What is it? Su Tian gazed slightly, raising his head to look into the distance. The 3 women were similarly startled. After hesitating for a moment, Su Tian ordered Little Savage and Little White to rush over there at the same time. The area within this tower wasn't small, and it was hard to see the end of it at a glance, so it was already 10 minutes later when Su Tian and the others arrived at that area. There were still quite a few squads gathered around, many of which had the top 100 scores of the college entrance exams, all of which were staring at the place where the smoke and dust filled the air. These squads had also noticed Su Tian, but they didn't have the heart to make a move on him, instead staring at that dusty place in unison. This was because this could be the 9 heavy demon pagoda's hidden treasure, or a secret realm of sorts. The 9th demon tower was a replica that countless people were eager to get their hands on. It was an extremely rare secret realm in itself, and ascending the 9th tower even gave one the chance to obtain a divine artifact, which showed what kind of opportunities and treasures were hidden in this demon tower. With such a copy, how could the secret realms refreshed in it be ordinary? Therefore, almost all of the squads gathered here were waiting for the true colors of this dust. Gradually, the gray smoke dissipated. Everyone stared there with unblinking eyes. Even Su Tian and the others were no exception. Yet when the line of sight became clear, Su Tian's pupils suddenly shrunk. How could it be? Only to see that the place was being crawling up from the earth with countless oddly shaped and morose white skeletons, some in human form, some in beast form, but their eyes were invariably glowing with a reddish light, just like the army of the undead coming back from the dead. Behind these skeletons, there were 4 pale-faced teenagers who were chanting under their breath. Along with their incantations, there were still dead bones crawling out of the surrounding soil, and the crackling and popping sound made people smell the color. The mysterious secret realm that everyone was looking forward to was actually created by these 4 people. What are their identities, and why did they cause this commotion? The undead 4 heavenly sons of the Hunters Union. Why are they here? Gentle looked at the 4 people below and stared. Hunters Union? Su Tian froze and immediately said, "Isn't that the Rin family's power?" "Well, but strictly speaking, the Rin family can only be considered a shareholder," Gentle said. "So, they're also one of the Rin family's means of preparing to deal with me?" Su Tian asked with a yawn. Gentle glanced at him and nodded lightly. "It should be. This undead 4 Tenchi's college entrance exam scores aren't that high. They're all around the 500th percentile. But, that's because of their occupation problem. All of them are undead masters. The role they can play in this kind of place will be 10 times stronger than ordinary copies. It can be said that they are like a fish out of water within this 9 demon tower. And perhaps that's why the Hunter Guild sent them over. So you have to be careful this time." Although Gentle's voice was still calm, it was not hard to hear the worry in his voice. "What are you afraid of? Soldiers will come to stop them. The undead 4 heavenly sons? This name is quite bluffing." Su Tian laughed heartlessly. The black dress tenderly and delicately blanked him. "You guy, don't think that the Hunters Union is vegetarian. The 4 of them are notoriously ruthless." Hearing this, Su Tian's expression finally became a bit more serious. For this Hunters Union was also considered to have some knowledge. The unscrupulous style was indeed detestable, and below was already densely strewn with skeletons and white bones, all of which were the bones of the corpses buried within this 9 demon pagoda. As Gentle had said, this was indeed the paradise of the undead masters. "That, I seem to be able to restrain them." Right at this moment, a weak voice suddenly came from beside them. The crowd turned around to look, only to see Jiang Xiaoya blinking her pure eyes with an innocent expression. "Restrain them?" The black-skirted Gentle pointed towards the group of undead and asked curiously. "Well, I can feel that my skills and attacks can greatly restrain these undead monsters." Jiang Xiaoyu nodded. Xiaoyu's profession is Saint Angel, and it does seem to have a restraining effect on this kind of obscene monsters. Su Tian also remembered at this time, his eyes brightening as he said, "Holy Angel?" The 2 gentleness looked at each other and both sighed in relief. After all, there were 4 undead masters on the other side, so if they summoned all the undead monsters on the entire 2nd floor, it would definitely be a big trouble. "By the way, aren't you also a priest profession? If I remember correctly, priests also have a certain level of suppression against this kind of monster, right?" Su Tian suddenly looked towards white-dressed Gentle and asked softly. There was a slight problem with my priest profession transfer," white-dressed Gentle said with some embarrassment. Su Tian was stunned and curiously said, "What did you transfer into?" "Divine." Divine Shield Priest, White Skirt Gentle whispered. The corner of Su Tian's mouth twitched at the words. That legendary Divine Shield Priest who doesn't have a single bit of output ability and whose defense relies solely on a shield. It's this one. White Skirt Gentle smiled nervously. In fact, the Divine Shield Priest is very strong. Within all the priest transfer can be ranked into the top 3, because there is no output ability. So the protection ability of the Divine Shield Priest Team C position is far beyond the ordinary priest. In battle, it can not only apply a high blood shield to the output position, but also has the ability to continuously restore blood. At this time, Zhang Xiaoye spoke out. Is that so? Su Tian raised an eyebrow. If the Divine Shield Priest skill was really such that it could restore life while applying a shield, then it could completely be called a top-tier assist. That's right, we tested it together after the transfer, and a shield skill going down can restore nearly 20% of her life. White Skirt Gentle softly said. 20%? Su Tian's eyes widened. Although Black Skirt Gentle was only a mage, her life was now nearly 7,000 plus. A single skill could restore nearly 2,000 life, and on top of that she could also apply a shield to the target. Wasn't this equivalent to directly adding half a life to the opponent? Should I say no? This amount of milk is more or less outrageous. What about you, Little Moon? Hearing this, Su Tian couldn't help but look at the young girl beside him. She was a pure mystic profession holy angel, so I wonder how terrifying the amount of milk would be. Moreover, if Su Tian remembered correctly, she had an epic level scepter in her hand. The type I've switched to is Holy Light Angel, which allows me to apply an aura while replying to the target's blood, which can provide the target with gain buffs such as damage reduction, defense increase, immunity to control, and so on. At the same time, the target within the aura has a chance to receive an angelic blessing. As for the effect, it's not clear yet. For the amount of healing, if you take Deep Blue Kiss, it should be able to return 3,000 lifesteal at once, Zhang Xiaoye slowly said. Hearing this value, Su Tian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. 3,000. This amount of healing was almost a level 50 priest that could only be achieved, and Xiaoyu now possessed it at only level 39. Was this the terrifying aspect of the holy angel profession? On the other side, White Skirt Gentle was also a bit surprised to hear this value, as Divine Shield Priests already belonged to the ceiling of the healing professions, yet they hung so much higher than holy angels at the same level. Of course, she wasn't too envious. After all, she wasn't just a mere priest, but also had another personality at the same time. The two complemented each other with both output and healing, and were probably even more useful than Zhang Xiaoye in an actual battle. TSK, I'm much more relieved to have you two as my milk, Su Tian lamented. Both of these two had very powerful assisting abilities, which were completely enough to reply to the injuries that Xiao Bai and Xiao Yan had received in the tower. Of course, there was still a bit of a gap compared to Xiao Wu and the girls. After all, Xiao Wu's skills all replied according to a percentage, rather than a fixed value. However, Xiao Wu was acquired by himself in the late stages within the replica, and the only person who currently knew of its existence was Steward Lu of the Ren family, and Steward Lu was already dead. Therefore, Su Tian did not intend to reveal Xiao Wu's existence, but instead used it as a base card, which might be able to play an unexpected role. Rumble. It was at this moment that another loud boom suddenly came from below, and the land under Su Tian and the others' feet began to tremble with this boom, and stones visible to the naked eye bounced on the ground, and an area in front of that undead four heavenly suns suddenly began to fall, the undead skeletons standing above them falling down one by one, and then a section of stairs extending downwards appeared, leading straight into that dark and deep underground. What is this thing? Hey, what the hell are you guys up to? Seeing this, many of the surrounding teams couldn't help but loudly bellow at those four. Seeing this, the undead four heavenly suns finally stopped chanting their incantations and turned to look at the surrounding participant squads, a bizarre smile surfacing on their pale faces. Congratulations to all of you for discovering the hidden secret realm, the Tomb of the Undead. Hidden secret realm. There actually really was a hidden secret realm here. Hearing these words, the surrounding participant squads all became excited and leapt to their feet as they looked at the steps that led to darkness. Seeing this, the corners of the undead four heavenly suns' mouths rose slightly, and they immediately chanted an incantation to signal those skeletons to disperse. Thus, the passageway that led to the hidden secret realm appeared in front of the crowd without any obstacles. However, not a single squad went in. Hey, the four of you discovered this hidden secret realm. Why are you sharing it out? There shouldn't be a scam, right? A participant asked loudly. Jia, this secret realm is an open secret realm. Even if we don't share it with you guys, will you guys obediently stay outside? The undead four heavenly suns laughed strangely. At those words, all the participant squads froze, which seemed to make sense when they thought about it carefully. Since this was an open secret realm, they could still enter after the undead four heavenly sons went in. In which case, what was the point of blocking it? Everyone, the precious props of the open secret realm are limited. First come, first served. At this time, the undead four heavenly sons said another sentence and then walked into that ladder. When those participants who were foolishly eager to move saw this scene, all those concerns in their hearts were immediately thrown out of their minds. Fearing that they would miss the first opportunity, one by one, they quickly rushed towards the secret realm passageway. Let's go as well, or else there won't be anything left in a while. Seeing this, the black skirt gentle turned back to look at the crowd, eagerly said, "No." Su Tian shook his head and said, "These four people have a problem." "What problem?" Black-skirted gentle froze and asked in disbelief. "Look, they didn't enter the secret realm, but instead utilized an elemental magic to hide in the undead skeletons." Su Tian pointed to a spot in the white skeletons. Because they were sitting on little white, they could see very clearly from above. When the crowd looked, they really found four guys in black robes among those white bones. Who were they if not the undead four heavenly sons? How did they? The black-skirted gentle was filled with surprise, because just now they clearly watched these four people walk up the steps. They should have some sort of prop that can shift their position, and just walking in was nothing more than a blindfold, while the real purpose was to trick the rest of the contestants into entering. Su Tian faintly said, "What was their purpose in doing so?" Zhang Xiaoye said with some doubt, "I'm guessing it's the usual trick of the Hunters Union, finding a scapegoat." Su Tian narrowed his eyes and slowly spoke. "Scapegoat?" The three women looked towards Su Tian, their delicate pretty faces all bearing a hint of confusion. "I once encountered people from the Hunters Guild, and when they encountered a secret realm with unknown risks, they would choose to coerce some uninformed people into exploring the level of ferocity of this secret realm." Su Tian explained. "What? To actually be this shameless? Isn't this a straw man? In case it's really dangerous, wouldn't the people who go in be?" The three women's faces all changed slightly, revealing a look of hatred. "That's right, this kind of behavior is very detestable, but I guess these four guys are afraid that their purpose is more than that. Have you guys noticed that the reason why this secret realm appeared was entirely because these four fellows controlled the surrounding undead skeletons?" Su Tian said. "It seems like this. Could it be that these skeletons?" Zhang Xiaoye furrowed her brows, already having some guesses in her heart, and her pretty face gradually became grave. "If I'm not wrong, these skeletons should be the key to opening the secret realm. As long as you kill them, you can make the secret passage appear, and with the undead four heavenly sons controlling them, they should also be judged as dead. Thus the secret passageway will appear. However, the undead masters have the ability to communicate with skeletons, which means that they most likely already know that there is something in this secret realm that they can neither control nor deal with, which is why they lured those people into going in first. Otherwise, with the number of skeletons out here, it's completely enough to intercept those participants," Su Tian said indifferently, and when his words fell, the expressions of the three women changed slightly, especially after they saw those densely packed skeletons. They felt even more that Su Tian's guess was right. Those skeletons numbered at least a few hundred, and it was definitely possible to try to stop the rest of the participant squads from entering the secret realm, but the undead four heavenly sons had allowed them to open the way. Doesn't this mean that the terror of the things in that secret realm even surpassed the skeleton army outside here? What happened to those participating squads? Thinking of this, the three women's expressions shuddered. This undead four heavenly sons was also too terrifying to be this ruthless. If there was no teleportation bracelet, then wouldn't this be a direct burial of dozens of lives? Wonderful, worthy of being a scholar. Right at this moment, the ear-piercing sound of applause suddenly rang out, and at some point those four undead masters had already arrived not far in front of them. Arriving with them was a black-packed army of skeletons. "It seems like you guys were indeed sent by the Rin family," Su Tian said blandly at the sight. "You took something you shouldn't have, so you naturally have to spit it out." One of the necromancers spoke, his voice hoarse. "Do you guys have the ability to do that?" Su Tian sneered. Jia, don't you know if you have the ability to try?" The undead four heavenly sons laughed strangely in unison and chanted in the next second. Clatter! Skeletons constantly broke out from underneath Little White and grabbed Little White's limbs. Seeing this, Little White was just about to lash out when he heard a light spirit's voice. "Holy light shines!" A touch of holy light suddenly emanated from Zhang Xiaoye's body. A golden glow instantly illuminated the area. Those skeletons that had just drilled out under the irradiation of this holy light instantly let out mournful screams. Gusts of black smoke emanated from the white bones, and finally completely lost the ability to act. "Holy angel? There's actually a holy angel profession in your team." The undead four heavenly sons lost his temper and spoke out, while the skeleton army beside him continued to lose their mobility. And the culprit of all this was Zhang Xiaoye. Seeing this scene, the undead four heavenly sons' faces hidden under their cloaks instantly turned livid, and in the next moment, One of them chanted black light magic and swooshed at Jiang Xiaoye, divine shield. With a wave of the white-skirted gentle hand, a layer of holy light shield was placed in front of Jiang Xiaoye, blocking that black light. You're bold, daring to touch my people. Su Tian looked towards the one who had made the move, and his eyes snapped cold. Not good. The undead four heavenly sons let out a low cry, and before they could retreat, Su Tian had already appeared in front of them, and a long sword surrounded by black flames slashed directly at the top of one's head in the next moment. No, the man looked up, his pupils shrinking violently. The skill of this sword was simply not something he could resist. He had a premonition that he might die if this sword came down. At that moment, he didn't hesitate and directly ripped off the teleportation aura. A flash of light flashed, and this person disappeared in place. When the remaining three undead masters saw this, they were all horrified. They had long heard that Su Tian's melee combat ability was also very strong, but they didn't expect that he would actually be so fierce, cutting their companion out with a single sword. Was this still a fucking beast master? Even a berserker blood warrior didn't have such a strong attack power. Retreat! The remaining undead three heavenly sons hastily droned, while frantically retreating under the cover of the skeletons. In the blink of an eye, the three of them were tens of meters away from Su Tian and the others, and it was only then that they breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Su Tian with resentment in their eyes. This kid was really tough. Originally they wanted to take advantage of the geographical advantage here to deal with him, but they didn't expect to be restrained by the other party's holy angels before they even came to fight their own skeleton army. What they didn't expect was that one of their companions was directly hit by Su Tian until he pulled off his bracelet and teleported out. His own strength was actually terrifying to this extent? But wasn't he a beast master? Shouldn't a beast master focus on the strength of his pet? If he was this strong in person, then how outrageous should his divine beast pet be? For a moment, the three actually had a feeling of regret for agreeing to deal with Su Tian. Don't fight him for the time being. Let's wait until we rendezvous with Yao Sen and the others. The priority is to take the things in the secret realm. The three of them looked at each other and whispered. On the other side, Su Tian saw them retreating back into the skeleton army, hesitated for a moment, and still didn't take any chances. If he wanted to deal with this skeleton army, he would mainly rely on Little Moon's Saint Angel suppression trait, and if he entered these skeleton groups, Little Moon would probably be in danger. As for the remaining three guys, there would always be a chance to teach them a lesson. Brush! Right at this moment, there was a sudden flash of silver light, and two wretched figures appeared at the entrance of the secret passageway, one of which was a young girl holding a silver staff, her face particularly pale, and beside her was a knight equipped with a sword and shield, only that the knight's equipment was in tatters, obviously after a grueling fight. It's Bai Yuner. White-skirted Gentle looked at the young girl and exclaimed, Bai Yuner? Su Tian looked at her and raised an eyebrow. The daughter of the White family of the magic capital, and the only awakened spatial attribute mage in this term. In order to protect her, the White family even heavily paid for a divine light holy seal knight of the same level. Gentle explained, is this spatial attribute mage? Rare. Hearing this, Su Tian couldn't help but be confused. Of course, spatial attribute mages not only have high output, but also possess spatial transfer abilities. High-level spatial system mages are even able to bring their teammates out of the boss's must-kill technique, which can be called a life-saving artifact. Gentle said, so powerful? Su Tian was slightly taken aback, which made him not help but think of the steward Lu that he had killed. That fellow seemed to be a space system mage, right? But unfortunately, it seemed that he hadn't learned that kind of skill yet, so he died in his own hands. Only this by family miss and that night came out. So the rest of the people have been eliminated? Su Tian blinked. It should be. Gentle nodded slightly. Sheen slant. You undead four heavenly sons actually dared to count us out. Bai Yuner was now dusty, yet her delicate and pretty face could still be seen. Yet at this moment, she was looking at the remaining undead three heavenly sons with a sulky face. Miss Bai, what are you talking about? That secret realm was something you guys entered on your own. I didn't force you to go in, so how can we be blamed for what happened now? You guys, hearing these shameless words, Bai Yuner gritted her teeth in anger, her chest heaving. Oh right, you guys should have encountered the boss down there, right? What a shame that you couldn't actually kill it. It looks like we still have to do it ourselves. The undead three heavenly sons laughed as they walked into that secret passageway. Seeing this scene, Bai Yuner's heart was even more enraged. How could she not know what these three guys were going to do? They must have gone to kill that boss that had been consumed and bloodied by all of them. Shameless, Bai Yuner cursed angrily, but there was nothing she could do about it. She and her teammates had exhausted all their strength in order to escape. The blood strips and blue levels were almost at the bottom. There was no chance to fight with those three guys for the boss. Just at this moment, another group of people walked by in front of them, a man and three women, especially the boy with a strange drawing style and a cat in his arms. There were pets inside this copy? Suddenly, Bai Yuner seemed to remember something. Her beautiful eyes trembled violently, and her heart and mind perked up as she blurted out, "It's him! Miss, what's wrong?" The knight at the side sniffed in disbelief. "It's Su Tian, the top student of the college entrance exam. That undead four heavenly sons is very much related to the Rin family. This Su Tian actually dares to follow him. There's a good show to watch. Let's quickly follow them," Bai Yuner said in an excited mood. "Miss, but we're in a state. Now," the knight said with some hesitation. "Don't worry, we'll just watch from afar. Even if we can only see those guys suffer, I'm satisfied," Bai Yuner whispered. "All right then." Seeing this, the knight could only nod in agreement. In the secret realm, after passing through the steps, the crowd arrived at a gloomy grotto, which was shaped like a tall underground cage, with rusty iron-barred cages visible everywhere, and some bloodstains on the ground. These should be left behind by those exploration teams in front of them, who encountered small monsters here. Only now those small monsters have been removed. Ahead, the undead three heavenly sons embraced an army of countless skeletons as they marched forward, running towards a certain place with a clear goal in mind. Looks like my guess was right. These guys know what the underground boss is. Su Tian and the others quietly followed behind. "Hey, why are we coming in?" Black Skirt Gentle asked with some confusion. "Of course it's to grab the boss. You guys don't want to see these three guys kill the boss and get the secret realm rewards, right?" Su Tian said. "Of course I don't want to, but this is an army of their skeletons in all directions. Can we really rob them?" Black Skirt Gentle asked. "Of course, don't you believe in my strength?" Su Tian skimmed his lips. "Believe? We can definitely do it." Zhang Xiaoye spoke out, trusting Su Tian unreservedly, but there was a hint of trembling in her voice. Su Tian turned around, and sure enough, he saw a hint of fear in her eyes, which made Su Tian suddenly remember that Zhang Xiaoye had the disadvantage of being afraid of the dark, and at that moment, he turned his head and pulled on Zhang Xiaoye's hand. The black dress tenderness saw the situation, pretty face suddenly changed. Dizzy running to Su Tian's side and said, "Su Tian, I'm also afraid of the dark." Su Tian gave her a blank stare and said, "Go go go. Find your sisters." Upon hearing this, the black-skirted gentle's pretty face collapsed, and the white-skirted gentle walked up to see her frustrated appearance and couldn't help but speak out to tease her. "What? Now you know who is the main palace, right?" Black dress gentle hate cut her a glance. "What are you laughing at? Anyway, you're the one who'll be disgraced if I can't snatch Su Tian in the end." The white dress gentle face stiffened. Seems to be really this reason. Just when she wanted to say something, but heard Su Tian's low call, "Stop," seems to be to the boss point. The crowd hurriedly stopped and quietly hid. At the moment, they were hidden in a dark place, like ghosts. This was a skill of Black Skirt Gentle that could disguise itself as a shadow, usually allowing for unobtrusive spell output, and was a great dark mage life preservation skill. Meanwhile, the undead three heavenly sons looked back and let out a cold laugh when they didn't find anything unusual. He, it seems that this Su Tian doesn't dare to come down. Of course, this is our brother's home turf. There are more skeletons and undead underground than up here. If he dares to come down, he'll be told not to return. Well, it's better to get this boss killed first and see what treasures are there. The three of them looked at the boss. It was a big snake with a black body. Its scales flashed with an ebony luster, and its pupils were as scarlet as blood. This was a living boss that the undead three heavenly sons had no way of controlling, which was why they let the rest of the contestants consume it. At this moment, the boss's blood level was already below half. Seeing this, the undead three heavenly sons smiled triumphantly. "Looks like the treasure of this secret realm is not ours." After saying that, a group of skeleton undead swarmed up, and then the hissing sound of the great snake came from the grotto. After fighting for almost 20 minutes, the blood level of this big snake finally bottomed out, and the undead three heavenly sons gulped in anticipation. "I'm afraid that the potential of this boss is higher than diamonds. I really don't know what kind of props it will produce." Pang. Finally, with a boom, the boss fell to the ground in response. With only a sliver of blood left, a burst of purple light bloomed around the serpent's body. However, in that instant, a figure carrying a black long sword appeared in its place. The undead three heavenly sons all stiffened as they looked at the familiar figure, then yelled, "Su Tian, you dare!" "What wouldn't I dare?" Upon hearing this, Su Tian let out a faint laugh, and then a sword fell. As a section of lingering black flames swept past, the great serpent's blood level was completely cleared, and then an endless golden light erupted. Golden color. The undead three heavenly sons were stunned and murmured out, "It's actually a golden reward." Swish. However, before they had the chance to see what the reward was, the pile of treasures was included in Su Tian's storage space with a wave of his hand. Damn it! The undead three heavenly sons were furious. Having painstakingly designed everything to see that they were about to get the ultimate reward of this secret realm, They didn't expect it to be taken away by this guy Su Tian. How on earth did he appear here? Su Tian, hand over the item, or you won't be able to walk out alive today. Right now, he's alone. That holy angel profession isn't with him. Kill him and the treasure will still be ours. At this moment, the undead three heavenly sons had just moved to kill. Su Tian's eyes were calm. If he wanted to leave, he could do so at any time, as he used the exclusive skill of the wind attribute Beast Master, the Son of Wind. This skill had 3 opportunities for instantaneous movement while it was in effect, which was why he had appeared and snatched the boss reward in a mysterious manner. But now, he wasn't going to leave. Kill me? Do you guys really have the strength? Su Tian spoke indifferently, and then a contract spell formation appeared around his body, from which Little Barbarian's massive figure stepped out, instantly trampling a patch of undead skeletons. Little White. Su Tian softly called out again, and a loud and clear tiger roar came from the distance, before the snow-white shadow ran to Su Tian's body, trampling down a piece of skeletons on its way. The undead three heavenly sons' faces changed drastically. Was this Su Tian's pet? This attribute? It was simply terrifying. Those skeletons were actually defenseless under their feet, as if they were stepping stones. But fortunately, these were undead skeletons, only to see the three heavenly sons begin to chant an incantation. And in the next moment, those trampled skeletons slowly converged again and then climbed up. Su Tian narrowed his eyes. These undead skeletons could even come back from the dead. However, that was all. Their attributes weren't worth mentioning to Little Barbarian and Little White, and as long as that undead three heavenly sons was resolved, these undead skeletons would naturally lose control. Immediately, Su Tian cast his gaze towards the three heavenly sons hiding amongst the group of skeletons. Sensing Su Tian's line of sight, the three heavenly sons' faces changed drastically, and they scrambled to gather the surrounding skeletons to protect their sides. Poof! Su Tian shook his head, allowing Little White and Little Barbarian to open the way. The crowd of skeletal undead were like dirt and mud under the claws of Little White and Little Barbarian, falling apart the instant they touched them. Not far away, Bai Yun'er, who had sneakily followed her in, was simply dumbstruck at this scene. What is this? A ferocious beast fighting an army of undead? Those two ferocious beasts are so strong. Could it be that guy's harnessed beasts? Bai Yun'er looked towards Su Tian, who was standing behind Little White and Little Barbarian, her pretty face filled with astonishment. It should be. The knight at the side gulped his saliva. Such an army of undead. If he were him, he would have long been devoured by the group of skeletons, but they were like mud to those two harnessed beasts, and they couldn't even harm the two harnessed beasts. His profession was a divine seal holy light knight, which was also a type of mystical profession, and in the college entrance examination, he even achieved the 97th place in the country. Originally, he thought that everyone was in the top 100, and even if there was a gap, it wouldn't be too huge. But his worldview was completely turned upside down at today's sight. It was outrageous. This Su Tian was simply a pervert. The personal combat power he displayed alone was already inferior to his own divine seal holy light knight, and his two harnessed beasts were even more monstrous, actually being able to regard the skeleton army as ants and trample on them with impunity. Didn't they say that beast masters were the most useless profession? Wasn't it said that there was something fishy about Su Tian's first place? The person who said this opened his eyes to see, if this damn thing could be called a waste, then wouldn't they people be worse than a waste? But how come there are still 3 of the undead 4 heavenly sons left? Bai Yun'er said with some confusion. The other one might have already been taken out by Su Tian? The knight turned his head and looked at her face to face. On the other side, the 3 gentle girls were equally shocked, and the black-skirted gentle, who had originally planned to help, silently put down the staff in her hand. This guy, does he really have to be this perverted? The future pillar of Huaxia. There will be a place for him. Beast Master on top. Think about it and feel dreamy. The white dress gently led to emotion. I knew it. Su Tian, he must be the best. Zhang Xiaoye smiled and narrowed her beautiful eyes. Meanwhile, under the cover of Little White Little Barbarian, Su Tian had closed in on the 3 undead masters. The army of skeletons protecting them had already been slapped into mud by Little White and Little Barbarian, and even if there was still a steady stream of skeletons drilling out from the surroundings, they were dispersed by Little White's claws the moment they appeared. Seeing this scene, the undead 3 heavenly sons' faces turned pale. They now finally realized how terrifying Su Tian was. No wonder the Ren family was spending a lot of money to put a bounty on his life. Su Tian slowly stepped out from behind Xiaobai Xiaoban and looked at the 3 people in front of him as he said indifferently, "Will you guys go out on your own? Or will I help you?" The 3 Tianzi glanced at each other before looking at Su Tian with gloomy eyes. Su Tian, don't bully people too much. You don't want to feel better if you push us too hard. Oh, hearing these words, Su Tian slightly raised his eyebrows. Fine. Whatever means you guys have, then use them. It just so happens that I also feel that eliminating you guys just like this isn't very challenging. Hearing this, the three heavenly sons only felt that their souls had been insulted, and immediately chanted an incantation. Right at this moment, Su Tian suddenly felt a strange movement coming from behind him, and he slowly turned around, his pupils shrinking violently, only to see that the great snake boss that had just been killed had actually come to life. However, this great snake's flesh had already been scorched clean by Su Tian's black hell's flames, leaving only a skeleton, its entire body emitting an ethereal light and its eyes scarlet. This boss has diamond potential to say the least, and it can actually be controlled by the three of them? Su Tian furrowed his brows as he looked towards those three heavenly sons. Ha ha, Su Tian. You didn't expect it, did you? This boss has diamond potential, boss. There's no way you can be its opponent. Still want to kill us? Su Tian, today is the day you die. The three heavenly sons laughed openly. What? They actually controlled that boss? Bai Yuner and the knight, who were hiding in the back, couldn't help but be shocked when they heard this. They couldn't be clearer about the strength of this boss. However, it had almost wiped out all of them in a group, and if it wasn't for the fact that they had the spatial shift skill, I was afraid that they would have been eliminated as well. Unexpectedly, this boss was actually a diamond potential. If it was a team with all three turns, there might still be hope for victory. But how was that possible? The participants present were all freshmen who had just awakened their professions for a month, and even if they upgraded even faster, it was impossible for them to exceed level 40, much less complete the third turn. Could it be that even Su Tian was no match for them? Diamond boss. In the shadows, Jiang Xiaoya's delicate and pretty face revealed some worry when she saw the dead and resurrected great snake. At this time, the gentle two girls on the side but suddenly laughed out delicately. Xiao Yu, you don't have to worry. This guy was able to kill diamond bosses at level 27. White-skirted gentle pursed her lips and laughed. Ha! Jiang Xiaoye was dumbfounded. Although she believed in Su Tian's strength, she didn't expect Su Tian to be so raw. Level 27 killing a level 50 diamond boss. Was this serious? Yeah, this guy's perversion is far beyond imagination. There's no need to worry for him. Black Skirt Gentle smiled and said. She was even a little secretly happy in her heart. It turned out that this little ninja didn't know Su Tian that well either. It seemed like she still had a chance. Is this the only extent? Looking at the skeletal great snake, Su Tian shook his head. This great serpent was a true level 50 diamond boss, far stronger than the level 39 withered vine tree monster he had met back then, and his 4 dimensions had reached an average level of 5,000. However, he himself was also far from the level 27 munchkin he was back then, and Little White and the others were no longer the juveniles they were back then. Little White. Su Tian beckoned, and he didn't even allow Little Savage to assist him from the side. Roar! Little White looked towards the large snake and let out a low roar, followed by the fur on its body radiating a faint red light, its high head divine and extraordinary, as if it was an immortal beast bathed in holy light. In the next moment, there was white light gulping from its mouth, and regal wind attribute energy converged, forming a ball of light that was almost ready to explode. Seeing this scene, the undead three heavenly sons laughed coldly. Su Tian, you don't think your pet can fight against a diamond potential boss, do you? And it's level 50. Even if your pet is a divine beast potential, there's no way it's a match for it. So you, boom! Before the words of the undead three heavenly sons fell, the ball of light in Xiaobai's mouth had already transformed into a ray that shot straight out, penetrating the body of the skeleton great serpent. The white tiger whistled a wave of light. Time seemed to stand still in this instant. The intense white light kept devouring the body of the skeleton serpent, and finally, in everyone's shocked eyes, the skeleton serpent shattered with a loud bang, and even the white bones were cut into pieces by the surging wind attribute power. How could it be? The expression of the undead three heavenly sons froze in place, and the mouth of that person who was originally going to speak was also open and motionless, with nothing but horror in his eyes. That white tiger had actually killed the skeleton serpent in a direct second. That was a level 50 diamond boss, and it was actually killed in seconds? Impossible. It was absolutely impossible. The shocked expression of the undead three heavenly sons fell in Su Tian's eyes, and the latter couldn't help but faintly shake his head. You guys know nothing about the power of divine beasts. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and Little Savage directly charged towards the three. Without the protection of the undead skeletons, they were not even as good as an ordinary mage, and could be said to be unbeatable. Seeing Little Barbarian swing down with a claw, the three of them hastily pulled away the teleportation bracelet. Before leaving, the undead three heavenly sons gritted their teeth and said, Su Tian, we will definitely not let you go. At those words, Su Tian raised the tip of his eyebrows and violently swung out a black prison flame with. The flame cauterized their black robes, and only then did the three of them flee the spot with a shriek. Outside the tower, Quickly extinguish the fire. The undead three heavenly suns were covered in black flames, and as soon as they appeared, they screamed in alarm. Immediately, a water attribute mage came forward beside them, but a water magic came down and didn't extinguish the flames on them. Get out of the way. The principal of the Magic Capital Academy appeared. His eyes flashed with a cold aura, and immediately, 3 channels of bone-chilling ice water were poured over them, extinguishing the black flames. Headmaster, seeing Jia Xianyue, the faces of the undead 3 heavenly sons immediately cried out in sorrow. Headmaster, that Su Tian isn't human at all. The divine beast in his hand is simply not something that can be fought against. Shut up. Useless things, all of you get the hell down. Jia Xianyue's face was gloomy as he roared lowly, his face uncertain. This undead 4 heavenly sons were precisely the students recruited by the Demon Capital Academy, and originally, he had wanted to use the 9 Demon Pagoda specialness to have them eliminate Su Tian, but he hadn't expected them to be so humiliated. Moreover, it was still in full view of everyone, and the face of his Devil Capital Academy had been disgraced by these 4 people. At this moment, the undead 4 heavenly sons also sensed those strange eyes and immediately lowered their heads, not daring to say a word more as they retreated. Jia Xianyue returned to the front of the council table pretending as if nothing had happened, but a line of sight landed on him. Headmaster Jia, your academy's actions are really eye-opening, saying fairness, but actually secretly engaging in these small maneuvers. Yes, your academy is one of the top 5 ranked academies in China. Isn't it unseemly to target a student like this? TSK, really lifting a stone to stone their own feet. The secret realm rewards were robbed, not counting. Actually, even the people were eliminated out. The undead 4 heavenly sons, even being eliminated is neat and tidy. Tang De sat on a chair and leisurely said, these words were not very hurtful, but extremely insulting. Even if Jia Xianyu's old face was thicker, he couldn't help but be a little embarrassed at this moment. You all are wrong. The fights between them are all personal grudges. What does it have to do with our Magic City Academy? Jia Xianyu looked at the crowd with a smile on his face and said, is that so? Then Su Tian has too many enemies. Actually, even the Hunter Guild's undead 4 heavenly sons can be offended. Tang De faintly sneered. Jia Xianyu's face stiffened, but he didn't say anything, only that his eyes grew colder and colder, while looking at Su Tian in the mirror image with even more killing intent. Inside the tower, after the undead 3 heavenly sons were eliminated, all those undead skeletons in the field also lost control and turned into puddles of dead bones. The gentle 3 women walked over and all looked at Su Tian with a slight color in their eyes. Hey, you're not too focused on teamwork, are you? To actually take care of all of this place by yourself? The black dress gently teased. Just these few fellows. Where is the need for you beauties to do it? Su Tian also laughed. If you can talk, say more. The black-skirted gentle pretty face smiled even more intensely. Jiang Xiaoya's eyes were rich in color, but she didn't say anything, only looking at Su Tian with beautiful eyes. Alright, the air here isn't too good. Pack up and let's go out, the white dress said gently. Speaking of tidying up, there wasn't really any need to do so, as all the treasures dropped by the great snake boss had already been collected by Su Tian, and all that was left on the ground were withered bones. Just as the crowd was preparing to leave the secret realm, Black Skirt Gentle suddenly looked in a certain direction, her voice carrying a hint of coldness. Who's where? Come out. If you don't come out, don't blame us for not being polite. Saying that, the Black Swarm Gentle's hand moved slightly and summoned a dark magic. Don't. We can't come out. A delicate voice sounded behind the stone. White Yuner, and that divine seal Holy Light Knight. Seeing the 2 people who appeared behind the stone, White Skirt Gentle was slightly stunned. I'm sorry, we didn't mean to peek, but those 4 fellows are really too detestable. That's why we followed them. Just now we saw you eliminating those fellows. It's simply too inspiring. Bai Yuner looked towards Su Tian and said with a face full of excitement. The young girl's reaction made Su Tian a little surprised. She had taken such a risk, actually just to see how miserable the undead 4 heavenly sons were? Well, it was a ruthless person. You've seen what happened to them. Can you leave now? Su Tian said flatly. This Bai Yuner was also from the Magic City. There was no guarantee that she wouldn't be associated with the Ren family, so it was better to be careful. However, as of now, this possibility was slim to none, as this Bai Yuner seemed to have a great distaste for the undead 4 heavenly sons. Of course, your pet is so powerful, we wouldn't dare to mess with it. As Bai Yuner spoke, her beautiful eyes also looked curiously at Little White in Su Tian's arms. She hadn't forgotten how Little White had just gone on a rampage, killing the diamond boss in one hit. Now it had turned into such a cute and well-behaved cat. This was too amazing. After looking at it for a few moments, she clearly felt Su Tian's eyes go a few notches, before she turned around and left, giving Little White a fond look before leaving. TSK, This Bai clan miss seems to be very interested in Xiao Bai. Why don't you let this little guy go and use a beauty trick to abduct someone over? A spatial mage will be very useful to the squad in the future, the black dress said in a gentle and delicate voice. Su Tian blankly glanced at her. If you want to use a beauty trick, you go. With your charisma, you can handle even a girl, right? Can I interpret that as meaning that you're saying that I'm charming? The black dress tenderly stretched her body. Her concave and convex figure was extremely eye-catching. Even Zhang Xiaoyes and the white-skirted gentle size couldn't help but fall over, especially the latter, who muttered something about a goblin. Obviously the same looks, one's own split personality. Why were some parts of it different? There's been quite a delay. Let's hurry up and climb the tower. After leaving the secret realm, Su Tian looked at the time and said, "Good." 1 hour later, Su Tian's trio appeared at the end of the 3rd floor, and at their feet was a freshly decapitated boss that only had the potential of a gold boss, yet had a level of 39. Some ordinary teams had been eliminated by this boss. However, it became a problem for Su Tian and the others, and the real reason that made them stay was that this boss had actually dropped a reward. Although it's only a golden weapon, it's not bad at all. Looking at the weapon on the ground, Su Tian faintly said, he was also only level 39 now, and was still in the stage of using golden equipment, but now he was far from looking at it. During his 1-month training period, he had brushed the treasure dozens of times, and there was no lack of obtaining some diamond, epic, and even legendary grade equipment. However, all of those equipment had level restrictions, and Su Tian was not yet able to equip them, but at the same time, he had also obtained some unlimited level equipment, of which it was entirely possible to put together a whole set of wearable platinum defense. In addition to that unlimited level diamond sword, black hell, so gold equipment. Indeed, the rewards are quite average. The 2 gentle women also nodded calmly when they saw this gold equipment. Both of their family backgrounds were also extremely extraordinary, and although they rarely made a move when they were with Su Tian was able to feel that their equipment shouldn't be bad. As for Jiang Xiaoye, she had an epic level staff in her hand, and she would even less care about this gold equipment. Thus, this equipment was directly given to Su Tian, who had contributed to the effort, as it was little barbarian who had slapped this boss to death. Unbeknownst to him, this golden weapon was worth at least hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in the outside world, yet it seemed to be disliked when it came to them. This made the people watching the mirror image in the outside world speechless for a while. This was golden equipment. Golden equipment, ah, were all the new students nowadays so rich? To think that when they were at this stage, they couldn't even come up with a single piece of gold equipment. 4th level, after killing the boss, things dropped again, but this time, it was 2 pieces of gold equipment and some prop scrolls. It seems that items and props will drop from the 3rd layer onwards, and the higher the layer, the better the drops. Su Tian mused. The 3 women nodded, agreeing with Su Tian. There are obviously fewer teams around. It seems that they are unable to move on due to the attribute suppression within the tower, while others have been eliminated by the bosses. Do you guys feel any discomfort? Su Tian asked again. The 3 women all shook their heads. One Rose's profession was that of a dual life master, and her attributes would be superimposed on both of them after her profession was transmuted, and in a way, it was possible that the current her still exceeded Su Tian in terms of pure attributes. As for Jiang Xiaoye, she had the bonus of an epic staff, and the rest of her equipment wouldn't be ordinary, so the 4th level shouldn't be difficult for her yet. Seeing that the 3 girls were unhindered, Su Tian nodded, then took a deep breath. In that case, let's move on. The end of the 5th layer. Killing the boss dropped 3 pieces of gold equipment, along with 2 platinum prop scrolls. After distributing them, the 4 of them continued on. However, at the end of the 6th layer, a situation arose. There were a lot more teams around than on the 5th level, but many of them were injured equipment, resting and recovering their status nearby. Clearly, the bosses on this level were tricky, and many of the participating teams had their forward progress hindered on this level. The moment Su Tian's team appeared, they attracted the gazes of a number of people, some of whom looked at Su Tian with eyes that were clearly somewhat unfavorable. They all knew about the Ren clan's bounty and the fact that they couldn't defeat the boss on this level, so they had developed a broken idea. Eliminate Su Tian. With the Ren family's bounty, the person who eliminated Su Tian would receive a diamond skill book, and those who killed Su Tian would receive an epic skill book. This kind of reward was insane, and it was hard for someone not to pick up this bounty, knowing that even for the most common shield scholar profession amongst the combat professions, an epic skill book could be sold for more than $10 million. The epic skill books of some mysterious professions were even worth nearly $100 million. In an instant, several teams began to approach Su Tian and the others. One of them walked out of a team, and one of the people in this team Su Tian was extremely familiar with. And right now, she was staring at Su Tian with a face full of mockery. Su Tian, you're finally here. Ren Xianxian looked towards Su Tian, a hint of hatred surfacing on her delicate pretty face. Eldest Miss Ren, long time no see. Seeing the young girl, Su Tian yawned faintly. He, do you know how long I've been waiting for you here? What you did to me that day is still fresh in my mind. And today you're going to pay the price completely. Everyone, this person is Su Tian. Whoever of you can eliminate him will be rewarded with a diamond skill book. If you kill, it'll be an epic skill book. What are you guys waiting for? Even if Ren Xianxian didn't say anything, many people had already recognized Su Tian. After carefully weighing their options, they still chose to eliminate Su Tian. This was because the success rate of defeating the boss on the 6th floor was slim, and even if they did, the reward could not possibly compare to a diamond skill book. On the contrary, with so many people dealing with Su Tian, they would definitely be able to eliminate him. No matter who eliminated him or killed him, it would be a case of fame and fortune, both in terms of reputation to press this scholar head-on, but also in terms of obtaining extraordinary rewards. Looking around at the team that was gradually approaching, Zhang Xiaoya's 3 girls began to tense up and looked around vigilantly. Su Tian, that's Zhao Han, who was 78th in the college entrance exams, and his occupation is a stone demon giant of the mystic class. That one is Huang Chang, who was 92nd in the college entrance exams, and his occupation is a mystic class spell formation master. That one is. As the white skirt's gentle words rang out, Su Tian's eyes grew colder and colder. So many people, do they actually all want to eliminate me? He faintly said. That's for sure. Before the freshman tests began, the Ren family placed a bounty on all the participants, and the person who eliminates you will receive a diamond skill book, regardless of occupation, and the person who kills you will be directly rewarded with an epic skill book. Gentle whispered, is that so? The Ren family really went to great lengths for me. Su Tian's eyes narrowed lightly, and a murderous intent flared up in his complexion. He was moved to true anger. The Ren family had been aggressive several times, and the reward alone had been offered no less than 3 times. So if it were an ordinary person, he would have died without a burial place long ago. Ren family, murmured Su Tian in a low voice, but it was as if he was exhaling cold air from his mouth. Su Tian, they're outnumbered. Should we avoid them for the time being? The black-skirted gentle swept a glance around. There were at least 7 teams approaching. Among them, Ren Xian's team was the most powerful. All of them were mystic professions, and all of them were above level 35. Zhang Xiaoya's pretty face was also a bit gloomy, but she didn't say anything, only placing a pair of beautiful eyes on Su Tian, seemingly waiting for his decision. No retreat. Su Tian shook his head, looking towards the surrounding teams that were eyeing him intently, and laughed coldly. Just by virtue of them, they also want to eliminate me? It's a bit too whimsical. Heaven's pride? In my eyes, they're not even as good as a small monster, Su Tian blandly said. At those words, those teams were all irritated by Su Tian's words. Arrogant, Su Tian. Even if you have amazing skills, it's impossible for you to survive in the hands of so many of our heavenly pride. If you're sensible, you'd better take the initiative to pull off the bracelet and go out. Or you can be spared from the pain of flesh and blood, someone said in a loud voice. Is that so? Then you come and try. Su Tian looked towards that person and spoke blandly. This person was stunned at his words, and his expression was a little hesitant, but after seeing so many people around, there was a flash of eagerness in his eyes. This was the top student of the college entrance exam, and it was also the most wasted beast master profession in the legend. Once he was eliminated, he would surely become a man of the people. This person walked out, and a broad-bladed heavy sword emerged in his hand. Warrior profession. In the next moment, he picked up the heavy sword and charged straight at Su Tian after a low roar. Die! His eyes were both excited and had a hint of ruthlessness. After all, eliminating only had diamond skill books, while killing had epic skill books. Facing this warrior's heavy sword, Su Tian just looked on expressionlessly, without the slightest intention of dodging. When Ro and Zhang Xiaoya in the back couldn't help but get anxious, both calling out, Su Tian, be careful, what's going on? Is this Su Tian scared silly, or has he given up resisting? Ren Xian on the opposite side was equally confused. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, and the heavy sword had already landed on Su Tian's body, and the sword was actually slashing straight down at Su Tian's neck. However, the imagined image of the head and body separating did not appear. Instead, the heavy sword broke in place. The warrior who had struck out was blinded in place as he looked blankly at Su Tian's neck, wondering if he was hallucinating. This Su Tian, why was he unharmed by his sword? You want to kill me? Just then, a ghostly voice rang out. This warrior instantly felt a signal of danger. and subconsciously tried to pull his hand ring, but he was horrified to realize that he had lost control of his body. How could this happen? The warrior's pupils suddenly shrunk, his heart already having a bad feeling, while on its opposite side, Su Tian looked at the warrior who was imprisoned by the water energy with cold eyes. The black hell had appeared in his hand at some point, and in the next moment, it had slashed at the warrior's body. The powerful force, coupled with the accompanying black flames, instantly ignited the warrior's entire body. The warrior looked to his partner in horror to call for help, but was unable to make any sound. The black flames on his body were getting hotter and hotter, and the people around him seemed to smell the odor of burning. That warrior's face was even more distorted to the extreme at the moment. As for Su Tian, at this moment, he clearly had the ability to kill that person directly, but he didn't do that. Instead, he watched as the black flames ate away at the other person's body, watching the other person's blood decrease little by little. Finally, the tense confinement time ended, and the warrior's bloodline was almost at the end, just one step away from death. Su Tian smiled faintly and helped him cut off his bracelet and teleported out. However, the smiling look of his caused those contestants around him to feel a chill in their hearts. This man was simply a devil. That warrior had just been burned to that state by the fire, and I'm afraid that there was no part of his body that was intact. Even if he was teleported out, I'm afraid that he would have become an invalid, and it would be impossible for him to be admitted to the original academy. Such cruel means, simply extinct. Compared to the shock of the rest, Su Tian was calmer as he slowly turned his head to look at the rest of the contestants and spoke indifferently. Now, is there anyone else who wants to eliminate me? Outside the tower, in front of the council table, the various great universities were also shocked by Su Tian's behavior. Asshole, how could he do that? The principal of the academy that had admitted that warrior spoke out in agitation and shock. This son's methods are so cruel. It's simply not something my Chinese people can do. With that black fire permeating his entire body, I'm afraid that student will be ruined for the rest of his life. Yes, this kind of behavior is too abominable. I suggest canceling his test qualification. A bunch of school principals protested Su's behavior. On the other side, the principal of the Magic Capital Academy, Jia Xianyue, was even more joyful, not expecting this Su Tian to be so impulsive, giving himself a great opportunity. Originally, he only needed to follow Ren Yunshan's instructions and find a way to eliminate Su Tian. But now, Su Tian had actually done such a thing and had been protested by the principals of the various university campuses. Once Su Tian's test qualifications were removed, then it would be impossible for Su Tian to re-enter the Tsinghua Academy, and at that time, it would be impossible to protect Su Tian by relying on just one provincial head of a southern province. Kid, I'll see how you can still run this time. Jia Xianyue let out a cold laugh, and seeing that the presidents of the various university campuses had pretty much set the mood, he faintly spoke out. Everyone, as one of the people in charge of this freshman test, I express my great anger at Su Tian's behavior. In full view of the public, he actually had such extreme practices. Therefore, in response to the calls of the majority of principals, I have decided to wait. Right at this moment, a clear and cold voice suddenly rang out. Miss Chu? Seeing the silhouette that appeared in front of the council table, Jia Xianyue frowned slightly. You're only a tutor of the Qing University Academy. You shouldn't be able to come here, right? After saying that, Jia Xianyue looked towards the principal of the Qing University mansion, Tang De. Ever since Su Tian had made such a move, this Qing University mansion's principal had not uttered a single word. Grandpa Tang. Chuan walked over to Tang De and slightly shook his shoulders. Tang De jolted awake and looked around blankly. When the group of school principals saw this, the corners of their mouths twitched. They were talking about his student here and he actually fell straight to sleep. Grandpa Tang. They're talking about Su Tian. Chuan spoke softly. Oh, Tang De dawned, faintly saying that, from now on, Chu Cuckoo will represent our Qing University. I'll go back to catch up on my sleep first. After saying that, Tang De got up and yawned, slowly walking out of the council table. Seeing this scene, the presidents of the various university campuses were confused. What's the game here? The head of such a large academy was changed at the drop of a hat? Even Jia Xianyue's expression stiffened. Did this Tang De make a mistake, changing the person in charge to Chu Cuckoo? This Chu Cuckoo's identity was not the same as Tang De's. She was the most promising pride of the capital city Chu family, while Tang De was just a twilight old man of the capital city Tang family. The former could almost represent the Chu family, while the latter might not be able to represent the Tang family despite being the principal of the Qing University Academy. And now that Tang De took the initiative to give up his position, could it be that the Chu family behind Chu Cuckoo was concerned about this matter? Miss Chu, you, Jia Xianyue was about to test the waters, but was interrupted by Chu Cuckoo's bite. Everyone, I believe that you should have all seen that so many people have taken action against Su Tian at the same time. Isn't this a premeditated and abetted matter? In this situation, if Su Tian doesn't take some measures, then how many people will he face under siege? Furthermore, the location where that warrior's sword hit just now was Su Tian's vitals, and if Su Tian's defense wasn't as good as the other party's attack, then there would be a risk of losing his life. May I ask, which is more important compared to Su Tian's behavior? Chu Kuku's clear and cold voice rang out, causing the crowd of academy principals to freeze. Among them, some were concerned about Chu Kuku's background, while others thought that what Chu Kuku said did have a few points of truth. All in all, the protesting voices were significantly weaker by a few points than just now. Miss Chu, your words are wrong. Su Tian had directly caused that student to lose his ability to fight professionally, while on the contrary, Su Tian was unharmed. Shouldn't he be held responsible for that? Jia Xianyue frowned. Take responsibility? Chu Wan's red lips rose slightly. Principal Jia, did I just say that this warrior's behavior was abetted by someone? So shouldn't the responsibility for him not being able to defeat Su Tian and ending up in this situation also be borne by this instigator? Chu Wan's sharp words caused Jia Xianyue's aura to stagnate, and he gritted his teeth as he was about to say something, but a voice interjected. Headmaster Jia, as the person in charge, you have allowed this test to become what it is now. May I ask if this is still the justice you claimed before the test began? The speaker was the principal of the Northern University Academy. The moment these words came out, all the principals of the academies clamored and murmured. Yes, this does seem to be targeting Su Tian, to have so many people trying to eliminate him. I've heard that it's the Ren family that secretly launched the bounty. So all of the contestants in this round have been tampered with by Jia Xianyue? I heard that it was only because of the Ren family's big Mrs. Brutality. The voices rose and fell, causing Jia Xianyue's face to begin to look ugly. Alright, this matter ends here. No matter what kind of actions the participants make during the test, they all fall within the normal range, Jia Xianyue said in a cold voice. Upon hearing this, the group of academy principals all frowned, but they didn't say anything else. After all, the situation in the tower right now was already tense, and among those eyeing Su Tian were the students admitted to their academy. Regardless of which side one favored, it wasn't quite appropriate at the moment, so it seemed like it would be best to go along with the development. After all, those students had yet to truly become students of the academy. The council platform gradually calmed down, while Chu Wan also breathed a sigh of relief, her beautiful eyes looking towards Su Tian in the mirror image, murmuring faintly, Su Tian, what teacher promised you has been done. The next thing is up to you. Inside the tower, the squad surrounding them still had no intention of retreating. Although the miserable downfall of that warrior just now had shocked them a bit, it was far from reaching the point where it would make them give up on the Ren clan's bounty rewards. That was a diamond skill book, and most of these teams, with the exception of Ren Xian's side, were students from ordinary families, so it could be said that it was as difficult as heaven to obtain a diamond skill book. Su Tian, we admit that you're strong, but you're still too whimsical if you want to take on this many of us alone. That 92nd ranked high school student, Huang Chang, stepped forward and said. With him taking the lead, the remaining contestants gradually mustered up their courage as well. Seeing this scene, Su Tian let out a faint smile. Huang Chang, professionally a spell formation master? Come on, let me see how strong you are. Huang Chang sniffed, revealing a faintly smug smile. You want to eliminate me? It can be much more difficult than that warrior just now. Because, before Huang Chang could finish his words, he suddenly felt an additional figure in front of him. Su Tian's indifferent expression was clearly imprinted in his pupils, while a sharp pain came from his lower abdomen. Because of what? Su Tian asked gently. In his hands, the black hell was already burning with rolling flames, hitting Zhao Han's abdomen. Huang Chang lowered his head, glanced underneath him, and a flash of incredulity flashed through his eyes. This is impossible. Roll out, Su Tian said indifferently, then drew out the black prison. Huang Chang was bathed in fire, his blood constantly fading. Brother Huang, his teammates shouted at the sight. Avenge me, Huang Chang shouted through gritted teeth, then decisively pulled off the teleportation bracelet. With a flash of light, Huang Chang disappeared. Such a scene shocked the hearts and minds of the surrounding participants. Another one had been eliminated. This Su Tian hadn't even summoned a pet yet, and with his own strength alone, he had eliminated 2 people. One of them was also a heavenly pride who ranked in the top 100 in the college entrance exams and possessed a mysterious profession. This is simply too terrifying. His own strength was so powerful. If he added his pet, how strong should he be? At this moment, everyone had the feeling that dealing with Su Tian seemed like a wrong decision. However, right now, the arrow on the string already had to be sent. Huang Cheng's teammates were the first to react as they shouted out. He's just sneaking in while Huang isn't paying attention. Let's go. As long as we eliminate him, we'll be able to obtain the diamond skill book. Go! Along with their shouts, those around them who were appalled by Su Tian's mind followed suit and then rushed up together. Seeing this scene, a cold light flashed under Su Tian's eyes. Looking for death. Xiao Bai. Along with Su Tian's low drink, a contract spell formation surfaced in the air, and in the next second the huge white tiger appeared in the field, letting out a long tiger whistle. Ow! The moment Little White appeared, the crowd of contestants were all shocked. The restlessness that had just risen instantly extinguished as they watched. It's that divine beast. Seeing Little White, Ran Qian, who was not far away, also revealed a slight color of hatred. It was because of it that the barbarian King Bear suffered a tragic defeat and humiliated herself in the first place. In her opinion, Little White was just as repulsive as Su Tian. Dai Yin, kill this pet for me. She looked at the girl beside her and said in a cold voice. Yes, the girl named Dai Yin nodded and looked at Little White with an expressionless face, then chanted some incantations as the serpentine patterns on the surface of its skin began to metamorphose, transforming into a true snake spirit. Regarding this snake spiritist, Su Tian was also a bit curious, so he quietly looked at this woman called Dai Yin, wanting to see what skills she had. At this time, those snake spirits had already left Dai Yin's body and converged in a strange formation on the ground, seemingly a prelude to some sort of skill. Hiss! In the next moment, a large snake in energy form actually burrowed out of the formation, opening its bloody mouth with its eerie fangs exposed. Extremely horrifying. So it's a spell attack. Seeing this scene, Su Tian let out a faint smile and immediately greeted Little White. Ow! Seeing the imposing serpent on the opposite side, Little White let out a loud and clear roar before white light converged in his mouth. White tiger whistling light wave. Boom! Raging energy shot out from Little White's mouth and pierced straight through the energy serpent. And the moment the two touched, the energy serpent collapsed like a cloud of smoke. How is that possible? Dai Yin's eyes widened in disbelief. This strike of hers had extremely high damage. Even a gold boss could be killed in one hit, yet it was broken by that white tiger in one hit? Ren Qian also saw this scene. Her delicate pretty face gradually twisted. Damn it, has this guy's pet gotten stronger again? It actually couldn't even hurt Dai Yin in the slightest. Snake Spirit Master? Nothing more than that? Seeing this scene, Su Tian faintly shook his head. The legendary snake spiritist with no difference in attack and explosive output was just this. What was the difference between him and that ordinary little mage? Buzz! Right at this moment, a water attribute cage suddenly appeared and enveloped Little White's body. Imprisonment skill. Ow! Little White let out a roar, seemingly angry at the cage's confinement. Ha ha, Su Tian. Didn't expect it. I've imprisoned this divine beast of yours. Let's see what else you can rely on to fight us. Without the divine beast, can you still be a match for so many of us? A piercing voice rang out, and the person who spoke stepped out from Rin Qian's team, an ordinary-looking boy. After mocking himself, the boy looked at Rin Qian again with a fawning expression. Miss Ren, how did I do? Not bad. Ren Qian looked satisfied. Her delicate pretty face had a smug smile. Su Tian, you didn't expect it. I've long had a countermeasure against that divine beast of yours, and now that you're without it, what are you going to fight me with? Attention everyone! Su Tian's divine beast has been controlled. Now is the best chance to kill him. Saying that, Ren Qian took the lead to take out her staff and chanted a spell. The one who made his move at the same time was Zhao Han, the 72nd in the college entrance exams. His profession was Stone Demon Giant, a very rare profession with a very odd ability. It could transform itself into a stone giant, balancing strong output and defense, making it a very strong physical output profession. It is still very advantageous in the early stages. Therefore, he was ready to strike the moment Xiao Bai was imprisoned. Su Tian's own strength was indeed not weak, but he was ultimately just a beast master, who might be able to kill a brittle spellcaster like Huang Chang in seconds, but would never be able to kill himself in seconds. Moreover, he had a strong output ability, and as long as he killed Su Tian before everyone else, then the Ren family's bounty reward would be his. Just thinking about this, Zhao Han's mood became a little excited. Seeing the contestants pouncing all around him, a flash of mockery flashed across the bottom of Su Tian's eyes. Thinking that you can kill me just because you've imprisoned Little White? You guys don't really think that I only have one pet, do you? As his words fell, a contract spell formation emerged in front of Su Tian, from which a behemoth covered in armor drilled out. Roar! Little barbarian stomped on the ground, causing a large crater to be made in the ground. Zhao Han, who was about to rush in front of Su Tian, saw an additional barbarian king bear in front of him, and his excitement went cold. Compared to the barbarian king bear's size, his not yet grown stone demon giant was like a toddler. Little barbarian lowered his head and looked at Zhao Han, who had turned into a stone demon giant, and directly slapped him. Just damn it. You want to kill my master, right? This slap directly sent Zhao Han flying 10 meters away, forcibly lifting him from his stone demon giant state and spitting blood on the ground. This power almost sent him to the west. What's going on? Miss Ren, didn't your Ren family say that he only has one divine beast pet? This savage king bear. Zhao Han looked at Ren Qianshan with a pale face and an angry voice. Only one step away and he had succeeded. Ren Qianshan's pretty face turned white. That's right. The Ren family had concealed the fact that Su Tian still had the barbarian king bear. So many of the contestants didn't know that Su Tian had two harnessed beasts. The reason for this was because many high-ranking clans knew that the Ren family had captured a barbarian king bear, and if it was known that this barbarian king bear was with Su Tian, countless people would know that she was not only humiliated by Su Tian, but also robbed of the barbarian king bear. As the daughter of the Ren family, how could she endure such a great shame? Moreover, she thought that Zhao Han could deal with the barbarian king bear, but she didn't expect it to be so unbearable. TSK, it seems that it's not just divine beasts. You guys are also ignorant of the strength of legendary potentials. Seeing this, Su Tian shook his head with a calm expression. Su Tian's appearance was like pouring fire on Ren Qian's heart, her pretty face violently twisting up. Don't listen to his nonsense. A legendary potential fierce beast can't possibly be comparable to a divine beast. So many of us can definitely deal with it. Ren Qianshan yelled. Although she had already said so, the rest of them still didn't dare to move with trepidation. What a joke. That was a legendary potential barbarian king bear, and they were only level 30 or so. Seeing this, Ren Qianshan gritted her teeth. As long as we can kill Su Tian, I'll personally fund another set of platinum equipment to reward him. A set of platinum equipment was also worth $10 million. Hearing this, red light emerged from the eyes of many of the contestants as they rushed towards Su Tian once again. Su Tian's eyes narrowed. Looking for death? Then it's not my fault. Little White. As his words fell, the imprisoned Little White violently let out a roar before slapping the cage with a claw, revealing a divinely handsome figure. How? The sudden change made Ren Qianshan completely panicked. She twisted her head to look at the boy controlling the cage and shrilly shouted, "Didn't you say that this cage of yours can confine it for 3 minutes? How come?" "It can't be. This cage of mine can indeed imprison it for 3 minutes. The boy's face was ugly. Ridiculous. Even a level 67 space mage can only imprison Little White for tens. And you say you can imprison it for 3 minutes? Isn't that too whimsical?" Su Tian's faint mockery made the boys and Ren Qianshan fall into an ice cave. Looking at the slowly approaching Xiao Bai, a bad premonition arose in their hearts. It's over. Swish, swish, one after another. The light flashed, and almost every second, a participant was eliminated, and it was extremely miserable. Su Tian, don't think you've won. As long as you're not number one, when you go out our Ren family can still kill you. Seeing Su Tian stepping forward, Ren Qianshan pointedly said, "Ha!" Su Tian was expressionless as he swung his sword down. Black flames rose, and Ren Qianshan didn't hesitate at all, instantly pulling away her bracelet. Rather, when she appeared outside the tower, her dress was still scorched by the flames, and a disembodied scream came from her. Quickly extinguish the fire. Jia Xianyue appeared in time, and an ice breath spell doused the flames. However, even though the fire was extinguished, Ren Qianshan's skirt was almost burned cleanly, leaving a large portion of her skin exposed along with her beautiful figure, attracting countless greedy gazes. The corner of Jia Xianyue's mouth twitched, and his eyes flashed with coldness. This damn Su Tian. Where did he get such a weapon that an ordinary water mage actually couldn't extinguish his fire? Moreover, so many people had surrounded him and were unable to eliminate him. What kind of terrifying strength was this? If he was really allowed to get first place, he would definitely attract the attention of some big names. And by then, the Ren family would not be able to do anything about him. If they let him grow, they feared that he would become a great danger to them. Hopefully, they can stop this kid. Inside the tower, the scene of Su Tian frantically eliminating the contestants stunned the rest of the people who hadn't dared to make a move against Su Tian. A single person had eliminated all those teams. Among them, there were even quite a few geniuses who had excelled in the entrance exams. No wonder the Ren family had spent a lot of money on a bounty. So it turned out that this Su Tian was already this strong. It's a good thing they didn't join together to deal with Su Tian, or else they'd have been eliminated by now, and they'd have been beaten out of the competition so badly. Such a genius, in the future will certainly be able to enter the Chinese heavenly ranking, and they are not even a world of characters. This kind of character absolutely cannot be offended. After a bunch of contestants were eliminated, Su Tian then retrieved Little Barbarian and Little White. At the same time, several people from Gentle came over, and Zhang Xiaoye's beautiful eyes swept Su Tian up and down. Seeing that he was unharmed, before she sighed in relief, TSK, eliminating a multitude of heavenly prides by yourself. I'm afraid you're the only one in all of history. Su Tian, the black-skirted gentle face teased. In reality, she was also a little worried just now. Those were, after all, the most outstanding students in this session of Huaxia, with a handful of mysterious professions, and they weren't monotonous creatures like copy bosses. But the final result proved that they were obviously overly worried. Under the crush of strength, there was no such thing as fancy. Those contestants were simply no match for Little White and Little Barbarian. Su Tian let out a light laugh as he smiled. Even the boss of this 6th floor can't be defeated. It's not like they're the first echelon of this term, so how hard would it be to eliminate them? First echelon? Gentle blinked. The so-called first echelon refers to the team formed by the strongest students in each term. Usually all 4 of them have powerful professions, complementing each other to reach the level of being able to kill the enemy across levels. This kind of team is usually noticed by the country, and even handpicked and formed by the country's top management. And such a team was formed amongst the students of this term, and it was still 2 of them. Say, with your strength of being second in the college entrance exams, didn't you receive an invitation to form a first-tier team? Su Tian seemed to have remembered something and asked out loud. The 2 gentlemen looked at each other and smiled, saying, "Of course I have received it. A dual life master is equivalent to 2 people in one person. How many teams tend to rush in? However, they invited me just when you called." "Oh, giving up on joining the first echelon just because of a phone call from me?" Su Tian didn't believe it. "Yo, you actually don't believe it?" The black-skirted gentleman sniffed with a delicate laugh before attaching herself to Su Tian's ear. "We know the caliber of those first echelon teams. The 4 of them combined may not be as strong as a Little White, and with you as the thigh not to hold, why would we be foolish enough to go to them?" Hearing this, Su Tian smiled faintly. "Then congratulations, you guys have chosen the right one." The 2 gentlemen looked at each other after hearing this. Both of them could see a point of laughter in the bottom of the other's eyes. In fact, when the first echelon sent out invitations to them, they had recommended Su Tian. However, those people didn't recognize Su Tian's first place in the college entrance exams and rejected the request on the grounds that beast masters weren't suitable for the first echelon. This, then, was the real reason why they had rejected the first echelon. Just ask, if a powerful genius like Su Tian couldn't enter the first echelon, then what was the point of this first echelon? "Let's go to the 7th tier, Su Tian said, then walked towards the 6th layer boss, Little White. He lightly called out, and then Little White walked out from the contract spell formation. After a roar, white light instantly condensed from his mouth and hit the boss with a blast. The white light flashed, and a whimper came from the boss before it turned into nothingness and dropped in equipment. Platinum equipment? The reward has been upgraded instead. Su Tian raised an eyebrow and picked up the equipment before walking into the teleportation channel and entering the 7th floor. I'll be damned. Straight seconds? Those participating squads that were still stuck on the 6th floor were confused at the sight. They hadn't been able to defeat this boss with all their strength and in a single squad. But what about Su Tian's team? No one had even made a move. And with just a pet, they had secured the boss. The gap in between was too obvious. Is this the number 1 in the college entrance exam? It's really scary as hell. I'll go. Who dares to say that Beast Master is the most useless profession? This is simply the god of war, the 7th layer of space. Just after entering this layer, Su Tian felt that the attribute suppression around him had obviously gotten stronger. Are you guys affected? Su Tian turned his head to look at the 3 girls. The 2 gentlemen were fine and seemed to remain relaxed, but Xiao Yu's expression had clearly whitened a touch. Xiao Yu, how are you? Su Tian asked busily. I'm fine. I can still hold on. Zhang Xiaoye shook her head. She also didn't expect the attribute suppression on the 7th floor to suddenly become so strong. The attribute suppression within this tower seems to be according to the average team level. It's all because of you guy. Your attributes are too high. Otherwise how would Xiaoyu suffer like this? The black dress tenderly glared at Su Tian. How am I? My problem again? Su Tian was somewhat speechless. However, he also realized that it was indeed this pattern. Although the attribute suppression was rising with each layer, he and Gentle didn't feel anything. But instead, it was Little Moon, whose pressure instantly became greater. This was enough to prove that his and Gentle's high attributes had raised the effect of the attribute suppression. Why don't you stay here, Little Moon, and we'll continue on? Su Tian thought for a moment and said, he still couldn't bear Xiaoyu to proceed forward. I'm not that soft. If I feel uncomfortable, I'll be the first to pull off the bracelet and teleport out. Zhang Xiaoye shook her head, her beautiful eyes firm, signaling that she would accompany Su Tian as they continued on. She knew that she had already dragged her feet, but she really didn't want to quit now because she wanted to see Su Tian reach the top and become number 1. Alright, let's go then. Su Tian nodded, and the group once again headed towards the end of the 7th floor. The small monsters on this level were almost every equivalent to a boss from the 6th level. Level 40 with golden potential. Unless it was a very strong team or a first-tier team, it would be difficult to cope with. Even Little Barbarian was struggling a bit to cope with it, so Su Tian let Little White help it clear the monsters along with him, while he himself and the gentle 3 girls traveled on foot. And outside the tower, the mirror image showed that only 5 teams existed within this layer of the tower, worthy of being the first echelon team chosen by the country. They can be far ahead even on the 7th floor. The group of school principals all sighed with emotion when they saw the 2 teams at the head of the group. The first echelon's heavenly demon is led by He Lu Shan, who is the strongest summoner in this session and can summon monsters with epic potential. On top of that, his team also has the extremely outstanding Moonlight Elf Dancing Linlin who assists, the long-range output Mystic Profession Thunder God's Eye, and the front row profession Death's Coffin. The other first-tier team named Long Sleep is also very good, with the captain being the Mystic Profession's Miaojiang Bugmaster, with both output and recovery abilities. There's also the control system Undead Compassionist as well as the Ice Spirit Elemental Mage, and finally paired with a game class Auxiliary Mind Master, TSK. This is going the control route, relying on Team Leader and Lon to deal damage? Hey, besides the first echelon, those 2 teams that went up to the 7th floor are not bad either. Their potential should not be underestimated. Yeah, all of them are strong if they can go up to the 7th floor. The twin brothers in that team should be Vajra fighters in the Mystic Profession, right? No wonder they can bring 2 ordinary combat professions into the 7th floor. TSK. This team is actually an all-mysterious occupation lineup as well, but they were able to reach here all because of that knight carrying them. Su Tian's team is the strongest, right? He alone eliminated so many teams, and even killed the boss on the 6th floor in seconds. The principals in front of the mirror image were talking, and there were a few principals whose faces were that of a spring in their step, as there were their admitted students among the teams that had entered the 7th floor. Chuan looked at Su Tian in the mirror image, his pretty face revealing a smirk. Compared to those teams, Su Tian was about to suffer more setbacks, having to deal with the rest of the participants while ascending the tower, but fortunately, he still managed to do it, and with crushing strength, just 1 step away. Win the remaining 4 teams and you'll be number 1. No one will be able to do anything about you then, Chu Kuku whispered in his heart. At the same time, Ran Yunshan also saw the image in the mirror image. Beside him was Ren Xian who had changed her clothes. She stared at Su Tian in the mirror image, her eyes incomparably resentful. Why hasn't he been eliminated yet? Father, if he becomes number 1, do we still have a chance? Ren Xian looked towards Ren Yunshan, her face full of hope. Ren Yunshan's face was equally ugly. He hadn't expected things to develop like this. As things stood, Su Tian's potential and strength had been fully revealed, and a beast master with a divine beast would definitely attract the attention of those at the top. Even if Su Tian wasn't number 1, there was no way he would be left to be slaughtered by their Ren family. The only thing that had a way to end this was to kill him. Ren Yunshan's eyes were grim as he stared at one of the teams in the mirror image, silently murmuring, "I hope you won't let me down." 7th layer. As they progressed forward, a gray mist gradually enveloped the area. The surroundings appeared dim, and the distant scenery was already blurry. Su Tian, there's a team over there. At this moment, when Ro suddenly pointed at a spot in the gray fog and let out a surprised voice, Su Tian crossed onto Xiao Bai's back and looked out at the blurry and faint light, which seemed to be the special effects of a certain profession when they released their skills. After waiting for a few moments and seeing that the team didn't show the slightest sign of movement, Su Tian murmured, "Let's go. Go over and take a look." The reason for this decision was because the 7th floor was just too cold and clear. They had walked for a long time and neither saw the end of the line nor found a team, which was really bizarre. As for whether or not this team had picked up the Ren family's bounty order, he wasn't afraid at all. Someone is coming. Will there be another team here coming to the 7th floor? Su Tian and the others didn't hide their intentions of coming, and as they approached, the team instantly spotted them. Su Tian and the others also finally saw that the faint light was actually emitted by a night shield, which seemed to be used by this team to illuminate the surroundings, while Su Tian and the others were taken on by the white-skirted gentleness to take on this role. "Hey, what do you guys want?" this team asked nervously, a single sentence causing the atmosphere to become somewhat tense. "Don't fight. Don't fight, they are my friends." Just then, a rather familiar voice rang out, only to see a person shrouded in a mage's robe pull down her hood, revealing a pretty face. "You're, Bai." Su Tian looked at the girl, and after a long time of effort, he still couldn't say the other party's name. Bai Yuner, this Bai family's daughter, was mortified. Su Tian ignored her shyness and asked strangely, "Wasn't your team broken up on the 2nd floor? What's going on here?" "We reorganized it. They were just like us, and their teammates were eliminated during the boss fight, so we formed a new team. Bai Yuner laughed. After saying that, she pointed behind Su Tian and said with a florid face, "Is this little white so handsome? Can I touch it?" Touch it. Su Tian was somewhat speechless, not expecting her to actually like little white so much. Bai Yuner sniffed, and was instantly happy like a child, swooping in to hug little whites, rubbing and rubbing against it. The corner of Su Tian's mouth twitched slightly. Was touching like this? Right. How did you guys stop here? Su Tian asked as he looked towards the knight. Oh, the end is ahead. We haven't fought the boss, so we simply came back to brush more small monsters to raise our points, the knight said. Haven't fought? Su Tian was surprised. Their team was a reorganized all-mystic profession lineup, and their average level was above level 38, but they actually couldn't beat the boss on the 7th floor? Yeah, that boss is diamond ranked and has a level 49. It's simply not human to fight. The knight whined. Level 49? Su Tian and Jiang Xiaoya's girls glanced at each other. It seemed that the difficulty of the 7th level really wasn't comparable to the first 6 levels. Well, do you guys know of any other teams that made it to the 7th floor? Su Tian asked again. Before you guys, there are 3 other teams that have gone over. The first echelons Heavenly Demon and Long Sleep, and the Luo brothers. The 2 of them are really fierce. Actually all of them have been transformed into Vajra fighters Rohan Vajra. I'm afraid that the 7th layer boss will have a chance to fight through it as well, the knight said with incomparable envy. Vajra fighters Lohan Vajra profession? Su Tian blinked. Strictly speaking, this Rohan Vajra could not be considered a transmuted profession, but rather, it was similar to that skill of his beast god's descent. Once one entered the state, one's attributes would increase geometrically, while the damage one received was only 1% of the actual damage, with the rest of the damage accumulating to be tallied at the end of the state. This was an ability with a great aftermath. One might play off and hang up if one wasn't careful, but at the same time he was strong beyond words, and was known as the invincible Vajra. Vajra fighter is originally a mysterious profession, very rare, and the chances of becoming a Rohan Vajra in transmutation are even more slim. I didn't expect the Luo brothers to actually succeed. It seems like there are still true geniuses in this term. Su Tian marveled. Like that spell formation master or whatever he encountered before. It was simply weak compared to the Luo Han Vajra. You guys go ahead. There's no way we'll be able to enter the 8th floor. I've heard about you. As long as you can come first, the Rin family definitely won't dare to touch you. Bai Yuner turned back at this time and said, good. Su Tian nodded and turned back to look at the gentle 3 girls. Jiang Xiaoya seemed to be a little hesitant as she looked at Bai Yuner's group and then back at Su Tian before finally saying, Su Tian, I'll stay here with them. Su Tian was stunned, and in his heart, he realized that the attribute suppression in front of him. I'm afraid that Xiaoyu wouldn't be able to withstand it. He stepped forward and touched Xiaoyu's head, saying softly, Don't worry, I'll definitely get first place. Jiang Xiaoya's beautiful eyes were full. I believe in you. Yeah, are you going to join us? Seeing this, Bai Yuner gleefully pulled Jiang Xiaoya's hand, then revealed a hesitant look. Well, but in that case, your team will have one less person. You, go with them to the 8th floor. Bai Yuner's small hand turned and pointed at the Divine Seal Holy Light Knight. What? I'm following? The knight's mouth twitched. What? Bai Yuner crossed her arms with a look of hatred. Do you know who they are? One is number 1 in the college entrance exams, and the other is number 2 in the college entrance exams. 2 great gods taking you properly into the 8th floor. You don't even know how to cherish such an opportunity? The knight sniffed, and only then did he come to his senses, immediately looking at Su Tian with a somewhat shy expression. Great God. He hadn't forgotten that Su Tian had gone on a rampage in the 2nd layer of the secret realm, killing diamond bosses in seconds just like playing, and this 7th layer boss was by no means a problem. This sudden change of face more or less caught people off guard. Su Tian saw him like this. It is not good to refuse. Coughing twice. Are you sure that you can carry the attribute suppression of the 8th layer? Great God, don't worry. I don't have any other advantages in this Divine Seal Holy Light Knight profession. Just high attributes, and it can also be shared with the same team. The knight hastened to show himself. Oh, Su Tian smiled at his words and immediately used his eye of insight to discover that this guy's attributes were indeed higher than normal. Normally, the average 4 dimensions of a level 30 plus second turn knight could reach around 1000, while this guy had more than 1500, almost catching up with himself. The Divine Seal Holy Light Knight, as the only mystical profession amongst knights, is indeed somewhat unique. First of all, his transmutation will turn into a seal, which will be raised by 1 seal every 10 levels. This seal will increase his base attributes for him, and at the same time, it can increase the value of attributes shared with his teammates. Gentle explained from the side. Really? Su Tian was quite surprised when he heard this. Then why don't you join us? Let me see how many attributes you can share. Alright, great god, the knight hastily said. In the next moment, the teaming relationship changed, and the knight entered Su Tian's team with them. And Su Tian's attributes also changed slightly, with pure strength increasing from 1682 to 1763, an increase of more than 80 points. This increase isn't bad. Su Tian's eyes lit up, knowing that the main position of the knight profession was to bear wounds in the front row, and the Divine Seal Holy Light Knight could bear wounds while adding a certain amount of attributes to the entire team. It could be said to be a pretty good front row profession. Not bad. What's your name? Su Tian asked with a smile. Great god. My name is Wei Hang. The Divine Seal Holy Light Knight received Su Tian's approval and instantly revealed a rich smile. It's not too late. Let's set off. Su Tian waved his hand and marched in with his reorganized teammates. At the end of the 7th level, there was indeed no trace of any of the teams, only a piece of rubble after the battle. Looks like those 3 teams really did enter the 8th floor. Su Tian narrowed his eyes. This means that all 3 of their teams have the strength to challenge diamond bosses. Gentle stepped forward. The 2 great gods are so strong. They must be able to beat the boss as well. Wei Hang laughed. At the same time, there was a small trace of excitement within him. Was he about to enter the 8th floor? The 8th floor, but only the first echelon had the strength to enter. So if he could follow the 2 great gods and blend in, wouldn't it be the same as him having the strength of the first echelon as well? Well, yes, they were the first echelon. The group quickly saw the refreshed boss, and it was indeed a diamond boss, and it was a plant-type willow. Gods, I'll resist the damage. Wei Hang took the lead and pulled out his knight shield to block in front. No need to be so troublesome. Su Tian patted his shoulder and calmly shouted, Little White, Little Barbarian. A contract spell formation surfaced, and the next moment 2 harnessed beasts appeared. Little White's gaze locked onto the willow boss, and after a roar, red light surfaced around his body. Killing God Domain. Su Tian narrowed his eyes and chanted the same incantation under his breath as red light surged around him. God-killing domain stack. Strength increased by 100%. Defense increased by 60%. Fun. Wei Hang saw his power suddenly increase from 1,500 to 3,000, and the entire person let out a strange cry. What's going on here? A bug has appeared? He turned to look at Su Tian and Gentle, only to find that their attributes had similarly had a surge, and that white tiger, its attributes were even higher than indescribable. Voodoo. Wei Hang gulped. So this was the true strength of a great god? When he dealt with that boss in the 2nd layer of the secret realm, he didn't even use his full strength? Ow. Right at this moment, Little White moved, and after a roar, it left its original position, like a running phantom, and swept abruptly in front of the willow boss. The attributes of this willow boss is not low. Is a level 49 diamond potential boss? The average attribute is up to 4,000, but to Xiaobai is just a hair. The only thing worth mentioning is that it is very thick blood, as high as 4W, but when Xiaobai slapped it with a claw, a third of that blood dropped. Crap, bull batch, Wei Hang exclaimed in shock. It was too strong. Just now, their team fought this boss for 10 minutes without grinding down a single gram of blood, but the great god's pet slapped away a third of it with a single claw. What kind of divine damage is this? What explosive output was this? The willow boss was beaten, unusually furious, and swung up a branch to whip out at Xiaobai. Xiaobai was prepared and instantly moved behind Little Barbarian. Roar! Little Barbarian raised his chest, and all the armor around his fur surfaced, blocking all those willow branches. Not only did the willow boss's counterattack fail to deal damage, it was instead rebounded with a high amount of damage by Little Barbarian's iron bone skill. The original 2/3 of the blood bar was lowered once again, leaving only half a tube. This barbarian king bear doesn't even drop blood? Wei Hang, as a knight who often resisted punches in the front row, saw the scene and only felt like seeing a sci-fi movie. This meow not only does not drop blood but also anti-injury? While Wei Hang was shocked, Xiaobai had already sprayed out a mouthful of tsunami light wave and hit the willow tree trunk with a bang. Swish! The blood is empty. The drop appears, and at the same time Wei Hang's ears came Su Tian's faint voice. Finish the fight and call it a day. Collect. Collect work? Wei Hang confused in place. This a blink of an eye boss was killed? He hadn't even made a move yet. Hasn't even played his advantage of carrying wounds yet. Great God. Me? Are we going into the 8th floor now? Wei Hang asked with some excitement. Yeah, or else we have to stay here for dinner? The black-skirted gentleness teased and laughed at the situation. This Wei Hang's reaction was a little too exaggerated. Let's go. Su Tian similarly laughed. Buzz. A halo of light flashed by and the crowd entered the 8th layer. Compared to the 7th layer, the attribute suppression on the 8th layer was a few more points stronger, still surrounded by a gray mist, and according to Su Tian's estimation, it should have reached an average strength of 1300. However, Gentle and Wei Hang were both high-attribute professions, and their average 4 dimensions could both reach around 1500, so they could still hold out. So the crowd began to advance on the 8th floor, and with Wei Hang joining them, Gentle gave him the task of lighting. And this kid was so cooperative that he was just like a dedicated guard in front of him. Xiao Bai and Xiao Barbarians opened the way. Su Tian and Gentle, 2 women, are happy at ease. From time to time black-dressed Gentle also molested Su Tian a little. Gods, there's someone over there. Right at this moment, Wei Hang suddenly called out. Su Tian raised his head and looked over, and sure enough, he saw a light in the gray fog. Go take a look. Su Tian didn't hesitate. Under the cover of Little White and Little Barbarian, the crowd quickly arrived at the source of light, and it could be hazily seen that it was 2 people. When they got close, the white-skirted Gentle uttered in surprise, Luo brothers? These 2 people emitted golden light all over their bodies, in the gray fog like a lighthouse. At this moment is madly brushing the small monsters around. The most surprising thing is their eye pupils, actually is also golden. This is their Rohan Vajra state? Su Tian was slightly stunned. Yes, they haven't exited from the Rohan Vajra state yet, and now they seem to be relying on potions to brush up on monsters, and once they exit this state, the damage they received before that will be tallied. That's why they need a large amount of blood recovery potions. Otherwise, once they exit this state, they will most likely die due to blood depletion. White-dressed Gentle said softly, TSK, that's fierce. 1 punch for 1 little monster. They're afraid that their attack power is going to reach 2,500 now. Su Tian sighed. Even fiercer. Can they still be fiercer than you? A pervert? The black skirt tenderly and coquettishly said. Hearing this, Wei Hang in front of him couldn't help but turn his head back to look at the Gentle 2 women who looked the same but had very different temperaments and personalities, and then looked at Su Tian and said, Great God, I really envy you. Su Tian's mouth twitched at the words. What are you envying? The white skirt tenderness was even more flushed. You've misunderstood. Wei Hang bared his teeth and smiled. I understand. It's me who misunderstood. How can you just say this kind of thing? Su Tian was even more speechless. Swish. Right at this moment, a fierce fist wind came. Little Barbara appeared in time to block it, followed by a muffled sound. Who are you guys? A low drone sounded, and the Luo brothers both stood in front of the crowd, while their eyes looked at Little Barbarian with some scorn. This bear could actually block their fists. So strong. My name is Gentle. They are my teammates, Su Tian and Wei Hang. White-skirted Gentle said softly. Su Tian? The Beast Master Su Tian who ranked first in the college entrance exam? The Luo brothers were startled, their expressions immediately becoming cautiously scornful. What, is he scary? Seeing this, Gentle asked curiously. Of course, having a divine beast as a beast master and eliminating so many contestants on the 6th floor, anyone would be in awe, right? The Luo brothers laughed bitterly. Then it looks like you guys didn't take the Rin family's bounty order? Wise choice. The black-skirted Gentle nodded. Although the rewards of the Rin family's bounty are not bad, it's not attractive enough for our brothers to have to sell their lives for it. The Luo brothers shook their heads. Are you guys here to see the 8th floor boss? Su Tian asked out loud. No. The Luo brothers responded. Our Rohan Vajra state is almost over, and when it's over, we'll enter a period of weakness while our teammates have already been eliminated while dealing with the 7th layer boss. The reason why we're here is because we wanted to kill more small monsters to try and secure our 3rd position. But now that you guys have appeared, we shouldn't be able to keep this 3rd. That's right, we're going to teleport out here. Upon hearing this, Gentle scratched his head. I'm sorry for making you guys lose your top 3 position. How about you guys wait here and we'll find a team to beat them out? Su Tian blinked. The Luo brothers' expressions were stunned. Then they smiled. So you're not as violent as everyone says. I hope that we can have the opportunity to spar or cooperate on copies in the future. Aha! Su Tian nodded. And the next moment the Luo brothers pulled off the bracelet and teleported out. This Luo brothers are quite dry. Their character is not bad. Su Tian smiled. You guys are also really daring. Actually wanting to go and eliminate a team? Those 2 remaining ones can be the 1st-tier teams, not those dirtbags you dealt with before. The black-skirted Gentle gave him a blank look. It's just the 1st echelon. Are you? The 2nd in the college entrance exams. Still afraid? Su Tian said indifferently. With you? Of course I'm not afraid. Black Skirt Gentle smiled and said. Seeing this scene, Wei Hang on the side couldn't help but show his envious eyes once again. Deep within the 8th layer, there's another team coming up. In a small team of 4, the boy in the flashy outfit faintly voiced out, while he gently narrowed his eyes. The pair of pupils of his eyes were a dark blue color, in which it seemed as if there was thunder raging. And the most bizarre thing was that this boy also had a 3rd eye, which was erected above his forehead, and at the moment, it was tightly closed, just like a scar. Yes, Fong Yun, can you sense the strength of the other party? In front, a youth with a handsome appearance and elegant temperament spoke out in a gentle tone. The boy named Fong Yun closed his eyes and shook his head a moment later. Can't sense it, but one of them has high attributes that can even be compared to you. Captain, is that so? Then it seems to be him. The youth's eyes were indifferent. Lu Shan, are you talking about Su Tian? They've reached the 8th floor? Beside him, a pretty girl wearing a light veil asked. The girl's light veil was very thin, silver-colored, as if it was transparent, and one could almost see her fair skin through her shirt, with only those few mysterious parts covered, causing people to reverie. The girl's face was equally stunningly beautiful, painted with exquisite makeup, like a true elf. Of course it's them, a team with the first and second existence of the college entrance exam. If they can't even ascend to the 8th floor, wouldn't that be too much of a waste? A raspy voice rang out. Only next to the three people, there was another person shrouded in black robes, with a strange voice that couldn't even be heard as male or female. Only the black and red coffin behind it sent chills down people's hearts. This was the first echelon of heavenly devils, respectively, the coffin of death, Hua Tianqiu, who scored 9th in the college entrance exams, the moonlight elf, Dancing Lin Lin, who scored 8th in the college entrance exams, the thunder god's eyes, Fong Yun, who scored 5th in the college entrance exams, as well as the demon god summoner, He Lu Shan, who scored 3rd in the college entrance exams. At the same time, in another direction in the depths of the 8th floor, a small insect like a firefly slowly flew through the black mist and eventually landed in a pair of delicate and flawless jade hands. The jade hands extended upwards, a pair of equally white as lotus root shoots like polished arms. Its owner's eyebrows were like a faraway daisy, vermilion lips and white teeth. Wearing an ancient Miao borderland long dress, her beautiful eyes were gazing at the small insect, as if it was autumn water. Looking closely, one could find that this woman's red lips were gently moving, seemingly conversing with that little bug, and a moment later the corners of those lips suddenly rose slightly, revealing two exquisite pear eddies, smiling coquettishly. It's really still here. The woman's soft murmur fell into the ears of her teammates beside her, and the crowd couldn't help but stop to look at her. Captain, what's coming? The one who spoke was a petite young girl who held an ice blue staff in her hands and had large kawaii eyes. It's Su Tian, and gentle, plus there seems to be a knight, and Lan said softly, her voice as cold and ethereal as a mountain spring. Wow, they actually did make it to the 8th floor. The petite young girl opened a pair of big watery eyes and said in amazement, you, the 12th in the college entrance exam, can enter the 8th floor? Why can't they enter? Don't forget, these two ruthless people are the second top student and top scorer of the college entrance exam. A boy in mage robes scoffed. Damn it, Lin Xiao, have the guts to say that again? The petite girl jumped in anger, and ice flowers were already floating on the staff in her hand. Lin Xiao, there's a problem if you say that about Xiao Xian. Even though she only placed 12th in the college entrance exam, this ice spirit elemental mage of hers can be in the same profession as Sister Chu Cuckoo. Chu Cuckoo is only a few revolutions now, and yet, she has already become the number 1 on the Huaxia Earth ranking, so our Xiao Xian's future can be said to be boundless, and in the future, our team might have to rely on her as a thigh. A tall, long-haired girl laughed softly. It's still Sister Tang who's good. Lu Xian sniffed, and immediately happily hugged the tall girl like an octopus. Unfortunately, her height could only reach Tang Shue's chest, so she had no choice but to rub against the fullness of that chest a few times. Although it was just such a simple action, it was a sight that made Lin Xiao gulp wildly, his eyes envious and jealous. Lu Xian got down from Tang Shui, and seeing Lin Xiao's eyes, she suddenly became even more godly, lifting her chin provocatively. Lin Xiao, alright, everyone, stop messing around. Let's just hurry up and find the end of the 8th floor. If I'm not wrong, the boss of this floor is most likely epic level. And Lan spoke out, and as soon as her words fell, the three of them stopped their playfulness. Obviously, and Lan's status in the team was very high. Epic level? Lin Xiao frowned, his eyes flashing with a hint of awe. A boss of that level was not something they could deal with. With Sister in here, we can definitely defeat the boss. On the contrary, it was little Lu Xian, who exclaimed excitedly. An hour later, at the end of the 8th floor, Su Tian's squad appeared, and after searching for a week they didn't find the boss, and couldn't help but be a little puzzled. What's going on? Did someone kill the boss? Wei Hang froze. No way. White Skirt Gentle shook his head. Even if the boss was killed, it would be immediately refreshed to deal with the next challenging team. It wouldn't be like this without a trace. Then where did the boss go? Su Tian calmly looked ahead. Suddenly he thought of something, his eyes narrowed slightly and said, we should have already seen the boss. What? Where is the boss? Wei Hang panicked and looked around. Illusion Realm, Su Tian faintly said. Illusory realm? You mean we walked into the illusionary realm set up by the boss? The black dress gently looked at him. Yes. Su Tian nodded, the corner of his lips curling into a smile. The boss on this level is the epic potential illusion flower, Little White. As the words fell, Little White jumped out of Su Tian's chest before shifting into an illusionary state. Su Tian's eyes flickered slightly. The reason why he had discovered the abnormality so quickly was entirely because of that natural skill rewarded by the system, the Eye of Insight. It didn't require too much fancy maneuvering. As long as he looked around, where the information popped up, he would know where the real body of the Flower of Illusion was. And right now, the Flower of Illusion was not far away. Su Tian hesitated for a moment, signaling Little White not to hit it, and Little White nodded knowingly, followed by a mouthful of intense wind attribute spit. The strong wind attribute energy instantly blew away the surrounding illusion, revealing the original face of this place. One could only see a large, demonic purple flower in full bloom on a piece of green stone, in which pollen glowing with bright light was being continuously spewed out from its mouth, encircling the background of the wilderness that was like a graveyard. The scattered dead bones made Wei Hang and the others feel alarmed, and immediately took a defensive stance. At the same time, the white-skirted gentleness threw out an appraisal talisman, and the attributes of this illusionary flower jumped out in front of everyone's eyes. Target, Flower of Illusion. Potential, Epic. Level, 51. Life, 89,741. Strength, 8,234. Defense, 12,043. Speed, 7,242. Energy, 14,789 inch. Skill, Bewitching Pollen, continuously releases pollen in the surrounding area. Once the enemy inhales it, they will fall into a state of illusion. During the period of disorientation, the Flower of Illusion is able to continuously draw on the enemy's attributes to feed itself. Flower of Day, the Flower of Illusion blooms, dealing 150% spell damage to the surrounding enemies and attaching a day mark to the target at the same time. Night Flame, the Flower of Illusion spits out Night Flame, searing the target's soul and putting the enemy into a state of sleep, during which they take 50% of their own spell damage per second, and attaching the mark of night to them when the sleep ends. Detonate, the Flower of Illusion detonates all of its marks, dealing 300% spell damage to enemies within its range and controlling one target as a puppet. Entanglement, the branches and leaves of the Flower of Illusion have powerful control abilities, and those entangled will be paralyzed and lose their ability to move. Seeing the attributes of this Flower of Illusion, even Su Tian couldn't help but change his face. What a terrifying panel. Even Steward Liu, who was level 67 back then, did not have such a perverse attribute panel. He looked around at the dead bones, his eyes flickering. These should all be small monsters within the 8th floor. The Flower of Illusion didn't even need to use any other skills. Just a single confused pollen killed them all. In between, the Flower of Illusion didn't know how much nutrients it had absorbed to grow to such a terrifying attribute. Su Tian, there's still a team over there. Black-skirted Gentle suddenly pointed into the distance. Su Tian sniffed and peered over, and sure enough, he found a small team of 4, and these guys seemed to be lost in the illusionary realm as well, all of them standing motionless in place. This Flower of Illusion doesn't seem to have been awakened. Let's go over and take a look. Su Tian waved his hand. The 4 of them immediately cautiously felt their way over towards that group, and Little White transformed into a kitten and jumped into Su Tian's arms, also looking like a thief. It seems to be in Lan's team. Walking closer, Wenro surprised him. And Lan, who was 4th in the entrance exam? Su Tian raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the woman in Miaojiang clothing. The figure was quite good. This Flower of Illusion should be an open boss. With our strength we might not be able to kill it alone. Why don't we wake them up to help us along? White-skirt Gentle thought for a moment and said, no problem. Su Tian nodded his head. This Flower of Illusion was indeed tricky. That troublesome control ability alone was disgusting, and they didn't have an uncontrolled profession in their team. On the other hand, the very plump girl in Lan's team seemed to be a mind master, possessing some uncontrolling abilities. So, how should I wake up? Or else let Xiaobai dispel it once more with wind attribute energy? Gentle thought about it. No, they're not our teammates. If Xiaobai uses wind attribute energy it will hurt them. In addition, they've been in the illusionary realm for too long. Their blood bars are about to be sucked out by the illusionary flower. If Xiaobai takes a bite they might die. Su Tian said. What then? Wen frowned. Ow. Right at this moment, Little White suddenly jumped onto Tang Shui's shoulder, sticking out his tongue to lick that pretty face violently. The still Tang Shui's eyelashes fluttered slightly. There's an effect. It can be physically awakened. Wei Hang instantly pointed at Tang Shui and shouted. Good then. One by one wake them up. White-dressed Gentle said. Then walked towards the petite girl. The black-skirted Gentle's pair of beautiful eyes stared at Tang Shui's chest, not knowing what she was thinking. but Su Tian saw her reveal an evil smile. Wei Hang walked towards that Lin Xiao, leaving only that Miaojiang girl and Lan. Su Tian walked forward and looked at this delicate and pretty face that was not inferior to the gentle Jiang Xiaoye girls. His heart slightly hesitated. How to wake up? Should he use his mouth to lick it like Xiao Bai? That wasn't quite appropriate, was it? After thinking about it, Su Tian extended his claws towards Lan's fair and pretty face, and the moment he entered his hand Su Tian's eyes lit up. Well, QQQ bullet, very smooth and delicate, but also very soft. This face feel very good Unable to help himself, Su Tian put his hands together and immersed himself in that perfect touch, until Lan's little face was pinched red by Su Tian, and only then did his long eyelashes flutter a little. Su Tian didn't notice this detail until Lan's pair of beautiful eyes opened, revealing pupils that were as biting as autumn water, and Su Tian's indulgent smile stiffened. Would you believe me when I say that I did it to wake you up? Su Tian reluctantly pulled up a facade, but his two hands uncontrollably squeezed again, and Lan's beautiful eyes gradually overflowed with an icy cold chill, and the look in her eyes towards Su Tian also gained a touch more of a murderous aura. Well, my head hurts. Right at this moment, an aggrieved voice rang out. Little Lucien covered her head and stared at White Dress Gentle with an unhappy face and teary eyes. You won't grow taller if you hit your head. White Dress Gentle awkwardly shifted her line of sight, but after seeing the other side she widened her eyes. There was actually an even more excessive one here. When Tang Shui woke up from the illusion, she felt that her clothes were a bit disheveled, and there were two more blurry handprints on her chest. It did it! The black-skirted gentleness held out Little White from her shoulder to offset the crime, and said with a straight face. Tang Shui looked at Little White's claws, then at the marks left by the pair of demonic palms on her chest, and a few black lines immediately surfaced on her forehead. Compared to these three, Wei Hang's way was much more normal. A shield smashed Lin Xiao awake. Just a big extra bag on his head. Hey, what kind of people are you? How dare you attack us, Captain? These guys are too much. Actually smashing my head with a shield. Lin Xiao covered his head and tearlessly complained to Enlan, but soon he froze and looked at Enlan hesitantly. Captain, why is your face swollen? Enlan sniffed and looked at him with a few more chills in his eyes. Lin Xiao only felt an ice pick stabbing into him and hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to speak. Hello guys, my name is Gentle. He is our captain Su Tian, and there is also a knight Wei Hang. Our squad is specially here to save you guys. After the white dress when Ro finished speaking, her face flushed red. Tang Shui's mouth twitched when she heard this, and she couldn't help but look at the black-skirted gentleness that looked exactly like her. Was this how salvation was saved? At the same time, Su Tian also received the icy sight of the white-skirted gentleness. At that moment, he coughed twice. We're really here to help you guys. If you don't believe me, look over there. With that, Su Tian pointed towards the flower of illusion not far away. Seeing that large purple demonic flower, the Enlan squad's faces changed instantly. The epic boss flower of illusion. How did it get here? Weren't we fighting monsters just now? Could it be? It's an illusion. The flower of illusion possesses the ability to create illusions, and Lan's beautiful eyes were grave. Unexpectedly, they had actually fallen for the trick of the flower of illusion, and if it wasn't for Su Tian and the others, perhaps they would have been sucked alive by the flower of illusion in the illusion realm, without even having the chance to use the teleportation bracelet and be buried on this 8th floor. The thought of such a horrifying outcome revealed a slight look of fear on the faces of the Enlan squad. At the same time, they looked at Su Tian and the others gratefully. Compared to dying, those just now seemed to be nothing. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Thank you for saving me. The petite young girl ran to the white-skirted gentleness and bowed, thanking her very sincerely. Tang Shui had the intention to give thanks to the black-skirted gentleness, but when she thought of what she had just done to herself, it was still difficult to say anything. On the contrary, it was Lin Xiao who not only apologized but also made a brother with Wei Hang. Thank you for the matter of the flower of illusion, but the matter of you pinching my face has to be counted separately. Enlan walked to Su Tian's side and said in a cold voice. Su Tian blinked, knowing that not speaking at this time was probably the right thing to do. Let's go. The test is over. Enlan turned to look at the squad members and said softly, You guys are leaving here? The white-skirted gentle looked at her in surprise. Well, the attributes of this flower of illusion are too high for us to be able to raid. Enlan said indifferently, but this is an open boss. We can cooperate. Su Tian spoke out. Enlan's movement as she prepared to pull off the teleportation bracelet gave a start, raising her cold, beautiful eyes to look at Su Tian. You want to kill it? Of course. Do you still want to dance with it? Su Tian yawned. Even if I team up with you guys, I might not be able to kill it. The difference in attributes is too great. Enlan shook her head, indicating that she didn't want to take the risk. Su Tian sighed when he saw this. It seemed that she wouldn't take the risk of cooperating without giving this high-cooled little girl some favors. You agree to the invitation to cooperate, Su Tian said. The Enlan squad froze, but still agreed to the cooperation invitation in their friends. In the next second, Su Tian looked towards Little White in the black-skirted Gentle's arms. Little White understood and jumped out of his arms, transforming into his battle form in the next moment. Ow! With a roar, it opened up the Killing God domain, its attributes skyrocketing. Su Tian similarly chanted an incantation, and the Killing God domain superimposed. The Enlan squad instantly felt a change in their attributes, their strength attribute fully doubling. How is this possible? Tang Shui was the first to cry out in shock. As an auxiliary profession psychic, she could grant her teammates control-free and gain buffs, and she was among the best of all auxiliary professions, but her gains weren't this outrageous. Strength was stacked twice as high, and speed was increased twofold. This was too perverse, and Lan had likewise discovered this, but she remained silent because even if their attributes were doubled, they were still no match for the Flower of Illusion. Su Tian seemed to know what she was thinking and directly lit up Xiao Bai's attributes. Life, 27539. Strength, 10,272. Defense, 8,961. Speed, 19,782. Energy, 7,642 inch. This heaven-defying attribute caused the Enlan squad to look directly dumbfounded. Su Tian's faintly smiling voice followed. Now, is there a chance to kill it? Enlan bit her lip and softly said, now, there's a chance. Then what are you waiting for? Start it. Su Tian craned his neck and looked towards the demonic Flower of Illusion, gently waving his hand. Ow! The little white tiger jumped and came out, a mouthful of white tiger whistling light waves blasting into the flower body. The Flower of Illusion suffered from the attack, and the huge flower body shook violently, its petals blooming and blossoming, from which it spewed out rich flower juice and pollen. The refreshing aroma was fragrant, but Su Tian's face changed slightly. Be careful, this is its illusion ability. Don't get trapped. Psychic Division Assist. Roger. Tang Shui from Enlan's squad looked solemn. A white bell appeared in her hand, and between the slight shakes the crowd felt refreshed, along with the negative effects of those pollens disappearing. Earlier, we unknowingly fell into the trap of this Flower of Illusion. Otherwise, with Sister Tang, how could we get lost in the illusion? Lu Xianer crossed her arms and said, Holy Shield. White-skirt Gentle softly chanted. Countless holy lights lingered, and a blood shield was suddenly added to everyone's body. Nearly 5,000 blood increase. So strong, and Lan gave Gentle a shocked look. The second highest exam was really not ordinary either. To the curse of the god of prana, wither away. That Lin Xiao in the black mage robes chanted softly, dropping a mitigating buff that lowered the double resistance of the Flower of Illusion. Frozen. Ah, snowflake. Looks like the output is still going to be on us. Wei Hang spoke out and raised the holy shield in his hand. Great God, you guys go on. I'll definitely carry the damage for you. He patted his chest in assurance. Su Tian nodded, his gaze looking towards the black-skirted Gentle. Most of the occupations in Enlan's squad were aids and controls, suitable for staying in the back row, and the only ones who could truly output were himself, Black-skirt Gentle, and Enlan and Wei Hang. Among them, Wei Hang was still mainly responsible for resisting injuries in the front row. That, you and Little Barbarian are in a group, we'll output from the side. Su Tian commanded in an organized manner, and then they went on completely. The first thing to hit the illusory flower was the dark-skirt Gentle's dark spell damage. Among mages, the dark and fire systems were known for their strongest output, while the space and ice systems were the strongest control. What made dark-type mages so powerful was that each of their strikes came with an erosion effect, which could constantly lower the opponent's magical defense and was extremely penetrating. However, the black-skirted Gentle's current attributes were still too low, and as one magic spell went down, the illusory flower's blood bar was only lowered by a little bit. Su Tian saw the opportunity and directly turned on the ability of the Child of the Wind, instantly shifting in front of the Flower of Illusion. The magic prison appeared in his hand and slashed down at the flower path. Wow! The prairie fire rose instantly, and a string of burning damage popped up in the eyes of the crowd. -472, -378, -376. Scratchy, Su Tian murmured, having a whole new understanding of the Flower of Illusion's defense value in his heart. And at this moment, the Flower of Illusion also sensed the person approaching, and the continuous green stems and leaves around it tumbled out, bounding towards Su Tian. It was that entanglement skill. Once caught, one would lose the ability to move. I'll do it. With a loud roar, Wei Hang appeared with his knight raised and hung in front of Su Tian, blocking those incoming stem and leaf tentacles. Roar! Little Savage's huge figure appeared, roughly grabbing those stem and leaf tentacles and tearing them, breaking them one by one on the ground, with juices flowing out of them. A sharp cry came out from within the Flower of Illusion. It seemed to be furious. The flower body couldn't stop trembling and opened up endless petals, actually wanting to wrap little savage into it. Little barbarian roared defiantly, and then a hard armor emerged around his body hair, and then violently slammed his fist into the center of the petals. This scene was seen in the eyes of the white-skirted gentle and the others at the back, and all of them couldn't help but let out a delicate cry. Lin Xiao was even more stunned. This dude is so fierce. Swish pull. The flower of illusion sucked on Xiao Barbara's arm in one bite. Then a powerful suction force erupted, and the crowd saw Xiao Barbara's body being swallowed by the flower of illusion. Pull it out. Su Tian's face changed. How come this introduction didn't say that the flower of illusion also knew this kind of skill? Ow! With a roar, Little White rushed behind Little Barbarian, his two claws clutching its waist and pulling with all his might. With a poof sound, Little Barbarian was pulled out, but its arm that had been swallowed by the flower of illusion was now covered in sticky juice, and it was unknown what the object was that had corroded most of Little Barbarian's hair. Su Tian's pupils shrunk slightly. It was also fortunate that Little Barbarian had thick skin and flesh, but in case this was a human being, he was afraid that he would have already been corroded with only bones left. Don't let it bite, Su Tian instructed, and then his figure instantly moved to the back of the illusory flower once again, and a black hellfire slash. Ow! Little White swung several wind attribute attacks with both of his claws, landing on the body of the flower of illusion. At that moment, Lu Xianer's Eye Seal attribute also began to take effect, and the actions of the flower of illusion were drastically reduced. It's now full output, and Lan gently droned out, and a long shell appeared in her hand, making a pleasant sound between her red lips. Clatter! Various flying insects from nowhere swept in like a gale, smashing onto the flower of illusion like moths to a flame. -999, -375, -268. A dazzling variety of damage rose on the flower of illusion, and the entire team launched a frantic output, while the flower of illusion's blood level, which was as high as 8W, was dropping at a rate visible to the naked eye. At the same time, outside the range of the flower of illusion's territory, Fong Yun, it's fortunate that you have the thunder god's eyes and discovered the pollen of the flower of illusion in advance, or else I'm afraid that we would have already been lost in the illusionary realm. The Helushan squad was inside a moonlight shield and was staring at that battlefield in the distance silently. This is nothing for me. I have to rely on Sister Lin Lin later. Fong Yun smiled faintly. The one eye on his forehead seemed to move a little. That's right. Let Su Tian and Enlan consume this boss first, and finally strike when they are both defeated. Not only will the boss reward be ours, even the first place in this test will be ours. My Lin Lin laughed chirpily. Helushan glanced at her, and the corner of his mouth also curled up into a smile. Their strongest output is just that white tiger. I'll use a summoned monster to stop it later. Tian Cho, can you block that barbarian king bear? At those words, the black-robed man carrying a coffin was silent for a moment. Then he hissed out, no problem. Good then. Without these two harnessed beasts, these 8 people are unbeatable. Just wait to reap the benefits. Helioshan's eyes stared indifferently at the battle circle and stopped speaking. At the same time, the amount of blood lost by the flower of illusion had already exceeded half, with almost only 1/3 remaining. Lu Xianer in the back row was filled with excitement at the sight. Woohoo, we're close to killing it. Xiao Xian, don't be careless. Stabilize the controls, Tang Shui reminded. White Skirt Gentle's face was equally elated. She didn't expect that they would actually be able to kill this 8th floor boss. Although most of the output was from Su Tian's pet, they would also gain points after the boss was killed. As the output continued, the flower of illusion's blood level finally dropped down 10%, and right at this moment, its flower body suddenly swelled up, and its petals and rhizome began to flash with an abnormal red light. This is. Su Tian's pupils shrunk, while Enlan's chorus had already sounded. Quickly go, this flower of illusion has fallen into a berserk state. Plop. As her words fell, the rhizome of the flower of illusion trembled violently and furiously, then spewed out a thick juice that splashed into the air, raining down on the crowd like a torrential downpour. Quickly dodge. Su Tian's brows furrowed as he drank lowly. This flower of illusion had actually gone berserk. Generally, the chances of a boss going berserk were very small, and since Su Tian had awakened his profession, he had raided at least hundreds of bosses, but he had never encountered a boss falling into a berserk state. Of course, it's possible that those bosses have all been seconded and don't have a chance to go berserk, but either way, it was enough to prove how tricky it was now. When the flower of illusion went berserk, not only would its own attributes skyrocket, but its skills would also be strengthened. It would be difficult for them to kill each other in this situation, but at this moment, the flower of illusion's blood level was less than 10%, so if they gave up at this point, how could they be willing to do so? Su Tian looked around. They didn't have a priest and were only relying on Tang Shui's weak healing to last until now. and everyone's status was very unhealthy. They were equally resigned and discouraged. It had been so hard to fight to this level, but they would actually encounter a boss going berserk. How could this happen? LOL, it's finally bloodied then. We've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Su Tian, leave this boss to us. Jie Jie. Just as Su Tian hesitated to summon Xiao Wu, a few mocking voices suddenly came from not far away. The crowd looked up, only to see a four-man squad walking under a shield. The white-skirted gentle in the back row's beautiful eyes shrunk at the sight, and her pretty face became violently ugly. It's the other first echelon team, the Heavenly Demons. How did they get here? This is an open boss. No one can reach the 9th floor until they're killed. It's not surprising that they would appear here. Lin Xiao's heart was similarly low to the bottom. The boss went berserk, plus the Sky Demon squad that suddenly appeared. Captain, their situation was worrisome. Ha ha, Su Tian, Gentle, and Enlon, you guys didn't expect this, did you? Working so hard to beat the boss to the point of being bloodied, only to have it become our dowry. Dancing Lin stood amongst the four, her cool attire extremely eye-catching, but her smug tone was not very pleasing. Hearing her words, Su Tian raised his eyebrows, which meant that they had come to grab the boss. You want the boss? Then fine, I'll let you have it. Brothers, withdraw. Su Tian waved his hand. When the crowd heard this, they immediately retreated behind Su Tian. At those words, the Heavenly Demon squad was stunned, especially the captain, He Lu Shan, who was even more stunned. Su Tian had actually given up on the boss? Impossible. If this boss was killed by his own squad, then his own points would surpass Su Tian's and he would become number 1 in the freshman test. At that time, Su Tian's name as the number 1 in the college entrance exam would become a joke, while he himself would enjoy supreme glory. How could this guy possibly give the boss away? But the truth was, Su Tian and the others were indeed retreating, and very decisively went to join up with the back row. Captain, Fang Yun and the others all frowned at He Lu Shan. He Lu Shan looked at Su Tian's back and hesitated for a moment. Kill, the bloodied boss is right in front of us. Is there any reason to give up? Good. The Heavenly Devil squad nodded their heads and all entered combat along with He Lu Shan. Bang! A summoning formation appeared above He Lu Shan's head, from which a huge purple giant ape jumped out, angrily pounding its chest and roaring. It's the purple striped demon ape. Great! The captain actually summoned it. Dancing Lin let out a cry of surprise. Summoners' summons were not stable, and although He Lu Shan had learned the skill of summoning epic monsters, he had no control over the type of target he summoned. If the summoned monster was an epic auxiliary monster, it would be far less helpful in battle than a combat monster. The purple striped demon ape was a very powerful combat boss among the epic monsters, which was why the Heavenly Demon squad was so energized. He Lu Shan was also slightly relieved when he saw the purple striped demon ape. Although the level of the summon was the same as his, it was at least epic potential, and this illusory flower was already bloodied, so he believed that it would be quickly defeated under the purple streaked demon ape's attack. Purple striped demon ape, go on, He Lu Shan faintly said. Roar! The purple striped demon ape beat its chest and roared, and in the next moment, it lunged straight at the flower of illusion. However, in the next second, the flower of illusion opened its petals, and countless flower juice energy sprayed onto the purple striped demon ape's face. Ow! In the next second, the purple striped demon ape let out a miserable scream and directly fell to the ground and started convulsing madly. He Lu Shan was startled. What was going on? All of them were equally epic potentials, even if there was some level difference. The purple striped demon ape wasn't so unbearable, was it? Could it be that he summoned a fake one? Impossible. Tian Cho, quickly save the purple striped demon ape, He Lu Shan commanded. Good, Hua Tiancho answered, then quickly rushed to the front of the purple striped demon ape, dislodging the coffin behind him and smashing it on the ground. A scarred face was revealed under his black robe as he looked at the flower of illusion that rushed over, a mocking look appearing in the bottom of his eyes. This coffin of his was an epic weapon, and its defense was so strong that even a true epic boss would be hard to break through, just by virtue of this illusory realm that was suppressed in level. Before the thoughts and harmonized heavenly sorrow's mind could end, his eyes steeped in terror as the flower of this damned illusion actually opened its petals, intending to swallow him in. No, Hua Tian Sorrow wanted to run, but it was already too late. With a miserable scream, Hua Tiancho went into that flower of illusion. Heavenly Demon Squad. Dancing Lin witnessed this scene with her own eyes, and her face turned white with fear. He should have pulled the teleportation bracelet, right? Fang Yun swallowed a mouthful of saliva and stammered. Should he? Poof. The walls of the flower of illusion trembled for a moment before spitting out a bunch of things that were actually drops. The Heavenly Demon Squad's faces abruptly paled. Harmonized Heavenly Sorrow. Dead. Bastard, this isn't an ordinary illusion flower at all. It's gone berserk. At this moment, Lushan realized that something was wrong even if he was stupid. He roared with incomparable anger while resenting Su Tian to the extreme in his heart. This bastard actually tricked them into dealing with the flower of illusion in its berserk state. Not only was the purple-striped demon ape he had summoned killed, even their team member, Hua Tian Saro, died as well. Dare to lie to me, I'll make you pay for your lives. Lushan gazed angrily at Su Tian and the others, then tore a scroll and rushed over with a surge in speed. I'm fun, great god, that Lushan has gone crazy and actually used a speed scroll to chase us. Wei Hang turned around just in time to see this scene and exclaimed in panic, did that flower of illusion come after us as well? Su Tian asked. It's chasing us, Wei Hang nodded. Upon hearing this, Su Tian raised an eyebrow. They had already gotten out of the flower of illusion's territory, yet it was still chasing after them. It seemed that this flower of illusion's hatred could not be eliminated. In that case, come out. Xiao Wu. Su Tian's voice fell, and a contract spell formation appeared, from which a huge beast with a turtle shell on its back was drilled out. Instead, two heads were bizarrely born on either side of the ancient turtle shell, one resembling a turtle but not a tortoise, while the other was a snake head spitting out scarlet snake letters. Gravity. Su Tian's eyes were indifferent as he looked at the heavenly demon squad running away in the distance, as well as that illusionary flower, and calmly snapped his fingers. Brush. Almost instantly, the crowd felt the ground around them change, and the speed of the remaining three of the heavenly demon squad plummeted. Lushan's three people were horrified. What was going on? It was also during this period that the flower of illusion behind them stretched out endless flower vine tentacles to grab at them. No, Lushan, save me. My Lin was the first to be grabbed and let out a panicked voice. Before Lushan could make a sound, he too had already been bound and dragged backwards by the flower vines. When he saw the Xuanwu beside Su Tian, he instantly realized that this was all Su Tian's doing, and anger rose in his heart. Bastard, Su Tian, you wait, I won't let you go. Teleport out. As his words fell, 3 streams of light flashed and all 3 were teleported out. Outside the tower, Lushan's trio appeared. Dancing Lin was still a bit stunned while Lushan rushed in front of the mirror image, staring at Su Tian and the others with a deadly stare. Eliminating us, you guys won't be able to kill that boss just the same. When you guys come out, I'm going to kill you. Lushan completely lost that gentle and elegant look. Lushan, from the He family in the capital, had been clothed in fine clothes since he was a child, and after awakening into the mystic summoner profession, he was also being star-studded, and his family had even found rare skill summoning books for him. Since childhood, he had always stood at the top of the pyramid, but today, he had been tricked like this by Su Tian. Even his teammates had died under his watch because of his command errors. A strange shame, compared to his shocking anger. The front of the council table was even more tense. The boss of the 8th floor was actually the flower of illusion. If this boss was placed in a copy outside, it wouldn't even be ranked in the top 20 of all epic potential bosses. But in this 9-demon tower, it was a perverted level of difficulty. Because this 9-demon tower only opened once every half a year or even a year, this flower of illusion had sucked up an unknown number of small monsters to become its own sustenance in it, and its attributes had already far exceeded the strength that it should have in this segment. What's more, it was now berserk. For the Lushan team to go and kill it in such a situation, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were looking for their own deaths, and even if the entire army was destroyed, it would not be impossible. Fortunately, in the end, only one harmonized heavenly sorrow died. And what these higher-ups were really worried about were the people who still remained on the 8th floor. One of them was the other first echelon team, Changmian, and Su Tian Gentle, who was first and second in the entrance exam. If they showed off their strength to kill that flower of illusion, they would most likely all be killed, without even having the chance to pull off the bracelet. They could almost represent the strongest heavenly pride of this term. If they died, what a great loss it would be for Huaxia. Come out quickly. Chu Cuckoo similarly looked at the image in the mirror image, her jade hand squeezing tightly. The 8th floor of the 9-demon tower. Su Tian, let's go out as well. Wenro looked at the illusory flower that was slowly chasing after him under gravity and said with a worried expression on her face, even the epic monster summoned by that Lushan was killed by the flower of illusion in seconds, which was enough to prove how terrifying the flower of illusion was now. No. Su Tian shook his head. This flower of illusion had already been bloodied to such an extent that it would be too unfortunate to give up. What's more, this wasn't his style either. Under the influence of gravity, the speed of the flower of illusion was very low, coupled with Little Savage's imprisonment ability. As long as they didn't let the other party have a chance to attack them, then they still had hope of success. As for the flower of illusion's means of long-range attack, it seemed that it only had vines. Thinking of this, Su Tian's eyes lit up, revealing a wry smile. Rock barrier. Su Tian recited softly and silently. In the next moment, countless rocks stretched out from the soil, and this defense-type skill was not being used by Su Tian for its proper purpose at the moment, but rather, it was trapping the flower of illusion firmly within it. At the same time, Su Tian had the ability to control the energy of the earth attribute for a short period of time, and a rock rose up from the soil, firmly wrapping around the roots of the flower of illusion. For a time, the flower of illusion was actually unable to move anymore. Brothers, hit me, Su Tian bellowed at the sight. Little White was the first to jump out excitedly, converging white tiger whistling waves of light in his mouth as he blasted over remotely. Black-skirted Gentle also reacted quickly, following suit and casting magic remotely. The flower of illusion twisted frantically in the rock, but it was helpless. It was restrained by its attribute. The earth attribute restrained the wood attribute. After the flower of illusion went berserk, ordinary controls were almost ineffective against it, such as Lu Xianer's ice attribute, and Little Barbara's water attribute control. It was difficult to create an effect, and only the earth attribute that restrained it could be effective. The rock barrier had a duration of 60s, and the output skills of the crowd fell without hesitation. During this period, Black-dressed Gentle's blue bar was empty, and he directly drank a bottle of blue restoration potion to continue his crazy output, and the blood level of this flower of illusion, also finally in the last second of the skill maintenance, completely emptied. Boom! Endless light flashed, the falling objects spilled out, and the flower of illusion collapsed on the ground, its petals withering away. Success! The crowd watched the scene dumbfounded, finally killing this flower of illusion. They had succeeded. Outside the tower, the scene of the flower of illusion's death similarly fell in the eyes of countless people. Killing the flower of illusion, this almost impossible task, was actually accomplished by Su Tian and the others. It was simply unthinkable. Sis, I told you, Su Tian will definitely be able to do it. In the Jiang family, Zhang Xiaoye looked at the image in the mirror image and laughed lightly. Jiang Xiaoye's eyes were complicated. Before this she hadn't believed that Su Tian could kill the flower of illusion. At least if it was her in there, she definitely couldn't do it. But Su Tian had done it. No, how? In front of the mirror image, He Lushan looked at the scene in the image incredulously, almost collapsing. Why had Su Tian and the others been able to kill this boss? This flower of illusion was berserk. The principals of the various university campuses similarly sighed, looking at Su Tian with a complicated look for a while. How could they not see that killing this boss was entirely all dependent on Su Tian alone? This session of Huaxia, they were afraid that a marvelous genius had emerged. Inside the tower, the 9th floor channel had already opened. Only just touching that teleportation formation, the Enlan squad gave up. The attribute suppression is too strong. We can't go in. We're already satisfied with being able to kill this boss. Enlan looked towards Su Tian and said sincerely, "Good." Su Tian nodded. After Enlan's squad left, Wei Heng similarly revealed a hesitant look. "You go as well." Su Tian laughed. Although Wei Heng's attributes were higher than the average profession, he was only afraid that he wouldn't be able to withstand the 9th floor. "I'll accompany you." The white-skirted tender summoned the contract spell formation, and the black-skirted tender walked in. The twin masters merged into one, and their attributes grew by another level. Humph. Su Tian nodded and entered the 9th floor with her, then directly gave up on brushing the small monsters to gain points, instead mounting Little White and charging straight to the end of the 9th floor. The moment they saw that boss, everyone inside and outside the tower was shaken to the core. Legendary potential boss. Su Tian stood in front of the boss, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It was actually a legendary boss that had directly crossed over into legendary. It was simply not something he could deal with, even if he was level 50. But he had one chance, a minuscule chance. Su Tian looked at the boss, took a deep breath, and then looked at Gentle beside him. "Dare to bet with me once?" "Bet once?" Wenro looked at Su Tian, and although she didn't know what Su Tian was going to bet on, she still chose to believe him. "Good." As Gentle nodded her head, Su Tian also turned his gaze towards that legendary boss once again. The chance he was talking about was the Beast God Descent skill, which had a slim chance of summoning the illusion of the Beast God White Tiger. If it was able to succeed, then it would be possible to kill this legendary boss. Other than that, there was no way they could win. Put up a fight. Bike to motorcycle. Outside the tower, the crowd was all a bit puzzled when they saw Su Tian bring Gentle directly to the boss. What is he doing? Does he still want to challenge the boss on the 9th floor? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The boss on the 8th floor was already very laborious for all 8 of them to work together as a team, and now they only have 2 people. How can they possibly succeed? This Su Tian seems a little too confident. Not far away, Jia Xianyue's eyes similarly surfaced with a touch of joy when he saw the scene. Originally, his last preparation was the Heavenly Demon Squad, hoping that they could kill Su Tian in the tower. But he didn't expect this group of guys to be so stupid. Surprisingly, they had been pitted by Su Tian to fight the Berserk Flower of Illusion, and in the end, they had been eliminated from the competition, even sacrificing one of their team members. With this, Su Tian had gotten the #1 freshman spot, and it would be hard for both the Rin family and him to do anything about Su Tian anymore. But unexpectedly, Su Tian had expanded to the point of going to fight the 9th layer boss. The strength of the 9th floor boss and the 8th floor boss were worlds apart, not to mention the fact that there were only 2 of you now. He couldn't wait for that legendary boss to directly second Su Tian, so that he wouldn't even have a chance to teleport out. Chu Cuckoo was equally nervous. Even standing up from her chair as her pair of beautiful eyes stared tightly at the mirror image. Su Tian, what on earth are you doing? You've done enough. As long as you come out, I'll be able to save you. So why are you risking your life to challenge the 9th floor boss? Similarly, the Jiang sisters, and Lun, and the others looked at the mirror image in disbelief. Su Tian was already #1 now, so why would he risk challenging the 9th layer boss? Right at this moment, a dazzling color suddenly emanated from the mirror image, reflecting the entire mirror image with a piercing light. Boom! In the next moment, the huge 9 demon tower in the distance suddenly shook at extreme speeds, and as the crowd stopped to look from afar, they seemed to see a huge, gigantic beast silhouette as if it had swung a claw at the tower. Rumble! Rumble! The standing 9 heavy demon tower actually collapsed in a fit of shaking. Everyone was confused when they saw the scene. What's going on? The 9 heavy demon tower actually collapsed? Ha ha ha, Su Tian and the others must have angered the boss, and the boss killed them all in a fit of rage. He Lushan pointed at the tower in a maniacal manner and laughed. Sister, Su Tian he. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoye's beautiful eyes instantly became worried. Don't worry, Jiang Xiaozhen comforted her for a moment before faintly saying, if it's a legendary boss that's angry, how could it have destroyed all the 9 heavy towers? Jiang Xiao Sakura's words caused He Liushan's expression to freeze, and the rest of the people's expressions also changed slightly. That's right, this legend boss has been locked inside the 9 demon tower. How could it be impossible to break the tower? Could it be? A conjecture surfaced in the hearts of the crowd, but none of them dared to believe it. He is just a freshman. Brush! 2 teleportation halos suddenly appeared at the venue, and when the light dissipated, 2 young figures were revealed, Su Tian and Gentle. Seeing them, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air, and the speculation in their hearts that hadn't yet been finalized was completely capped. At this moment, Su Tian had fallen into a coma and was being supported by Wenro, the young girl's face still retaining a trace of shock, as if she had just seen something extraordinary. It's coming out. When Jia Xianyue saw the scene, his face turned ugly. It actually did come out. Doesn't that mean that the 9th layer boss and the 9 demon pagoda are being? The freshman test has ended, and Principal Jia is still not announcing the results? At this moment, a voice rang out, and a group of black-robed powerhouses appeared embracing a man with a majestic face. Ren Yunshan. Seeing him, Jia Xianyue instantly understood what was going on, and a flash of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. I announce that the first in this freshman test is Su Tian. Gentle. The second in the test is Enlun. As Jia Xianyue's voice rang out, Ren Yunshan smiled faintly and walked over to Wenro. The test is over. Wen family girl, hand Su Tian over to me. Our Ren family has something we need to ask him to go. A single sentence caused Wenro's eyes to instantly go on alert. The matter between the Ren family and Su Tian was making a lot of noise, and almost everyone present who had some strength knew about it. At this moment, the test had just ended and Su Tian was still in a comatose state. For the Ren family to ask for someone in such a grandiose manner would be a somewhat impure purpose. Ren family master, what do you mean by this? A cold voice rang out as Chu Cuckoo walked in front of Su Tian and Wenro, a biting cold aura lingering around his body. Chu Cuckoo, even though you're #1 on the Earth ranking, but if you want to save Su Tian from my hands, you're still a bit short, Ren Yunshan indifferently said. After saying that, a woman walked out behind him. Heaven-ranking snake spirit master Dayasi. Chuan's eyes stared slightly at the sight, while he clenched his fists nervously. Ren family master, are you trying to rob by force? So what if I am? This Su Tian insulted my daughter and snatched away the barbarian king bear that our Ren family had worked so hard to obtain. Shouldn't I take him to ask for punishment? Ren Yunshan sneered. As he spoke, Ren Yunshan's eyes fluctuated treacherously. This Su Tian was too terrifying, actually being able to defeat the legendary boss of the 9th floor with his level 39 strength. This reminded him of Steward Liu. With Su Tian's strength at that time, how could he be a match for Steward Liu? Perhaps, There was some weird power in this breath that allowed him to not only have the means to contract divine beasts, but also the power that was enough to defeat the legend boss and even destroy the 9th demon tower. Moreover, it was said that there was also a chance to obtain a divine weapon by passing through all of the 9 demon pagodas. The secrets hidden in this kid's body at the moment were a giant treasure for Rin Yunshan. What daughter was humiliated? What legendary potential barbarian king bear? Were all nothing more than rhetorical excuses. Right now the secrets and divine artifacts on Su Tian's body were more enticing than everything else. What are you waiting for? Do it. Bring the person over. Thinking of this, Ren Yunshan could not wait to drink. Yes, the Ren family's fighters heard this, and one by one, they all surrounded in Chu Cuckoo's direction. Chu Cuckoo's expression was already very angry. She simply didn't expect the Ren family to dare to openly make a move on such an occasion. She had already notified her family and they were rushing over from the capital. But this was the southern province, thousands of kilometers away. By the time they arrived, I'm afraid Su Tian would have already been taken away. What should we do? Just as Chu Wan was distracted, a black shadow suddenly swept up behind her and grabbed Su Tian straight away. Assassin! No matter what, Chu Wan was the first genius of the capital city Chu family, almost representing the future voice of the Chu family. He, Ren Yunshan, no matter how imposing he was, could not really lay his hands on Chu Wan on such an occasion. The assassin's speed was very fast and hidden in the dark, almost instantly arriving in front of Su Tian, and just as his palm was about to touch Su Tian, a sinister shadow was firmly blocking it. Seeing this, the assassin's eyes flashed with a touch of viciousness, and immediately a dagger appeared in his hand to stab at the gentle. Bang! In the next second, the assassin was suddenly hit hard, directly flipped over a dozen meters and fell to the ground spitting blood. His blood level almost dropped to 0. Who gave you the guts to dare touch Our Lady? A cold snort sounded, and there was an additional old man wearing a black witch robe in front of gentle Grandpa Nan. Seeing the old man, Wenro instantly revealed a delighted smile. An 86th level Grand Sorcerer? Someone from the Wen family? Seeing the old man, the corners of Rin Yunshan's mouth twitched, while his heart angrily cursed the assassin who had just struck. Stupid thing, didn't you know that was the Wen family's Qianjin? To actually dare to lay down an assassin? Rubbish, simply trash. Family Master Run, I don't know what you mean. Is it that you want to kill our young lady as well? The witch-robed old man looked at Rin Yunshan. His voice was cold and indifferent. He didn't have the slightest respect for this patriarch of the 4 great families of the magic capital. Instead, he had an aggressive aura. Ren Yunshan took a deep breath. Offending a capital city Chu family had already put him under deep pressure. If he offended the Wen family again, it would be a bit unbearable for the Ren family. This friend, just now the action is really a misunderstanding. All is my teaching tube subordinates are not strict. Afterward must personally bring gifts to the Wen family to make amends. Ha, the amount you don't have the guts. The witch-robed old man let out a cold laugh, then turned to look at Wenro. Miss, the freshman test has ended. The family head has instructed you to return home as soon as possible to make preparations for enrollment. At those words, Wenro's hand holding Su Tian clenched slightly. She knew that the other party was reminding herself not to meddle in this matter. But Su Tian, Wenro turned to look at the still unconscious teenager, her eyes suddenly firming up. I'll go back with you, but I have to wait for him to wake up. The witch-robed old man laughed. Isn't it just a weakness effect left by a skill? Dispelling it is. After saying that, the witch-robed old man produced an additional staff in his hand and drew a talismanic formation in the air, which landed on Su Tian's body. It didn't take long for Su Tian to open his eyes, and he looked around in a daze, his mind gradually recalling what had happened before. The 9th floor of the tower. He had used the beast god descent and managed to make the white tiger phantom descend, but he hadn't expected the white tiger phantom to lock onto the wrong enemy, directly collapsing the 9th demon tower with a single claw. Then they got the final reward and pulled the teleportation bracelet before the 9 demon tower completely collapsed. After that, he fell into the weakened state of the beast god's descent. Now at this time, Su Tian frowned as he looked around, and when he saw Ren Yunshan and his men, as well as Chu Cuckoo and Gentle standing in front of him, he instantly understood what had happened. It seemed that the Ren family was trying to force themselves on him. Miss, the person has woken up. Now we can leave, right? The corners of the witch-robed old man's mouth hooked into a smug smile as he said to Wenro. Su Tian, Wenro sniffed and wanted to say something to Su Tian, but was stopped by Su Tian. From just this old man's one sentence, he could tell that it was Gentle's credit that he was able to end his weakened state early, and that old man clearly did not intend to let Gentle get involved in this matter. After all, the Ren family was one of the 4 great families of the Magic City, and had a significant influence in the entire China, and even the families at the same level were unwilling to offend. I know, thank you for your help. You go first, I'll be fine, Su Tian said softly. Wenro looked around at the situation. With only Chu Cuckoo alone, it was impossible to stop the Rin family. But for some reason, she chose to believe Su Tian when he spoke these words, so she nodded her head and followed the witch-robed old man as he left, and the confrontation once again resumed in the field. And this time, there was really only Chu Cuckoo alone in front of Su Tian. Even if you wake up, so what, Su Tian? The grudge between you and our Ren family should be settled today, Ren Yunshan said with an indifferent gaze. Is that so? I wonder what exactly is my grudge against the Ren family. Su Tian sniffed coldly. You should be very clear about what happened that day. It was your daughter who spoke out of turn and was rude in the first place. I merely taught her a lesson. And your Ren family killed me with a bounty order. Even if I did hurt Miss Ren, you guys aren't going to put me to death, right? Su Tian's words instantly caused some people around him to murmur. Yeah, I've heard about this matter as well. It seems like it was indeed that Ren family's daughter who was unruly and overbearing, and even greeted Su Tian's family. Su Tian is an orphan. His parents were killed in a replica since he was a child, and it was for Su Tian's upbringing. Who wouldn't be anxious about this matter? So it seems like it's indeed that Miss Ren's fault. The back actually used the bounty order to hunt down and kill people. If it wasn't for the fact that this Su Tian is a bit capable, I'm afraid he'd already be dead, right? Yes. Can a big family bully people like that? The dense murmurs, all of which were bad winds, surged towards the Rin family like a hornet's nest. Even Rin Yunshan's face couldn't help but become a little more unsightly. This damnable brat, actually using this method to stall for time. No matter what you say, you have robbed our Rin family's barbarian king bear. That's our Rin family's thing. It's not too much for us to take it back, right? Saying that, Ren Yunshan was actually preparing to do it himself. Chu Cuckoo was shocked and hurriedly used his skill to try to control him, but the ice flower only landed on Ren Yunshan for half a second before it was broken free. To be immune to control so quickly is a dark berserker. Chu Wan's pretty face was ugly as she turned to look at Su Tian. You go first. Su Tian didn't leave, but instead stared at Ren Yunshan who was charging straight over, a flash of ruthlessness on his face. If there really was no way out, then he wouldn't mind using one of the 9th level ultimate reward items to die with this fellow. Chu clan girl, since you insist on protecting him, it's not my fault. At that moment, Ren Yunshan had already appeared in front of Chu Cuckoo, and his body was also covered in a layer of armor, with black energy surging around him. Ice creams floated around Chu Cuckoo's body, but they all shattered the moment Ren Yunshan approached. There was no ability to resist at all. Chu Cuckoo's pretty face turned pale, and just in the nick of time, a voice full of majesty suddenly rang out. Ren Yunshan, stop! The instant the voice rang out, Ren Yunshan's face changed, and he even pulled out his heavy sword without mercy, slashing down at Chu Wan and Su Tian together. Since he couldn't bring anyone away, he would definitely kill him. Phew! Su Tian and Chu Cuckoo only felt the temperature around their bodies suddenly rise, and then they saw countless blazing flames surrounding them. When Ren Yunshan saw the flames, he stiffly stopped the heavy sword slashing out from his hand, a flash of scorn and fear flashing across the bottom of his eyes. Ren Yunshan, what are you doing? An old man in a red elemental robe stepped out, his eyes staring indifferently at the Ren family's crowd while withdrawing the flames behind him with a wave of his hand. Su Tian and Chu Wan were able to see the outside world, and when she saw this red elemental robed old man, a trace of surprise and respect flashed in her eyes. Elder Commissioner Chen, why are you here? Ren Yunshan similarly looked at the old man, a touch of hostility and unwillingness flashed across his face. Just a little bit he could have killed Su Tian. Why? Ren Yunshan, Su Tian is ranked number 1 in the Chinese college entrance exams. This time, he is also ranked number 1 in the test jointly conducted by all the Chinese academies. He will most likely be a pillar of China in the future. Do you know what it means when you commit such an act? Chen Guofeng's gaze was fixed on Ren Yunshan as he asked in a cold voice. The corner of Ren Yunshan's mouth twitched. This Chen Guofeng was famous for his iron face in Huaxia and was very annoying. But on the contrary, this guy was also a senior member of Huaxia's National Security Bureau. Not to mention him, even their Ren family's high-ranking officials were not good enough to be easily offended. Director Chen, Ren Yunshan frowned and wanted to explain, but was directly interrupted by Chen Guofeng. Save it for talking to the Guokai section, intentionally harming a national pillar. You can prepare for court, Chen Guofeng said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Ren Yunshan's face turned ugly as if he had eaten poop. He was the patriarch of the 4 great families of Magic City, the Ren family, and he was actually told to go to court? Wasn't this a joke? But seeing Chen Guofeng's expressionless and icy face, Ren Yunshan didn't dare to say anything more. This person was a high-ranking member of Huaxia, representing the country. He, the Ren family, would not have the guts to question this one unless he didn't want to hang around in Huaxia anymore. Chen Guofeng's appearance, let the atmosphere of saber rattling suddenly dissolve some. And at this time, Jiang Tianwen also walked in front of Chen Guofeng and respectfully called out, "Director Chen, Xiao Wen. It's been many years since I've seen you." Seeing Jiang Tianwen, Chen Guofeng said smilingly. Upon hearing these words, Ran Yunshan's eyes immediately widened. Jiang Tianwen. Only then did he remember that Jiang Tianwen's master was none other than Chen Guofeng. So this Chen Guofeng must have been invited by Jiang Tianwen. Thinking of this, Ran Yunshan couldn't help but look at Jiang Tianwen with a ghostly cold look in his eyes, not realizing that a small provincial chief had actually become a tripwire for him at a crucial time. "Ha ha, little one, if it wasn't for your notification, I wouldn't have seen that our Huaxia would have produced such a heavenly pride today, actually able to defeat the 9th floor boss. Years ago, I also once entered this 9-demon tower, but stopped at the 7th floor. I didn't expect so many geniuses in your term to rush into the 8th floor, and there is even a super pride that defeated the 9th floor bosses. It's really God's blessing on my Huaxia," Chen Guofeng exclaimed. Even the beard on his chin shook slightly in excitement. "Little fellow, I wonder if you know about the National Security Bureau? If you have the intention, I can introduce you after graduation." Chen Guofeng's eyes brightened slightly as he said, "Hey, surname Chen, you're too fast, aren't you? You can't rob people like this. This Su Tian is a student of our family's cuckoo child. Even if he joins our defense ministry after graduation, he should go to our defense ministry." A voice suddenly interjected. In the distance, an old man with gray hair and beard hurriedly came, and behind him was a middle-aged uncle with a dusty temperament and 2 other youths. "Chu Badian, you're also too late here, aren't you? In a little while this treasure will all be captured by the Rin family. You won't even be able to see the dust. With this you still want to snatch someone from me?" Chen Guofeng coldly snorted. This Chu Badian is also of violent temper. Directly burst into foul language. "You know nothing. If I hadn't been stopped for a while by that son of a bitch Ran Hongqi, could I have arrived so slowly?" "Ran Hongqi?" Chen Guofeng raised an eyebrow and turned his head to look at Rin Yunshan. "Ren family head. Impressive. In order to deal with a junior actually even invited out the Rin family's old man." Ran Yunshan's face was unsightly. He had invited the old masters in order to stop the Chu family members who had arrived, but he hadn't expected to miss a Chen Guofeng. In short, today, he was considered to have lost everything, and had also erected at least 2 great enemies for the Ren family. "What, Ren family's kid? For the sake of your old master, I won't beat you up today. Why don't you get lost? Stay and wait for me to treat you to dinner now?" Chu Badian similarly coldly snorted. The corners of Rin Yunshan's mouth twitched. In front of this group of old characters, his status as the Rin family head was indeed a bit inadequate. Just as he wanted to leave, Su Tian suddenly spoke out. "Wait, Ren family head has targeted me with this. Do you want to just walk away? Shouldn't you apologize to me?" Su Tian's words caused Rin Yunshan's footsteps to lurch as he turned his head to look at Su Tian grimly. "Kid, don't give an inch. What? I've heard all about you guys. Offering bounties and sending people to assassinate. Scaring people newborns to death. It's good enough that I didn't ask you for moral damages, and now I won't even apologize?" Chu Badian immediately spoke out. He knew in his heart that he had come late and missed the most crucial moment to help Su Tian, so now he was directly sticking up for Su Tian, or fighting for him to go to the Ministry of Defense. Chu Baishan's words made Rin Yunshan couldn't help but clench his fists, but then slowly put them down. "Sorry, satisfied?" After saying that, Ran Yunshan angrily whisked his sleeves away. "Wait." At this moment, Su Tian spoke out again. "What else do you want?" Ran Yunshan's expression had gradually distorted. How deep was the culmination of the patriarch of one of the 4 great families? Yet at this moment, he was also made to lose his temper by Su Tian. What was his status? And what was Su Tian's status? He had apologized in such a low voice, but this Su Tian was actually still unforgiving. Did he think that with Chen Guofeng and Chu Badian backing him up, he could do whatever he wanted? Even Chen Guofeng and Chu Baishan's eyes flickered for a moment. The Rin family head had taken the initiative to apologize. If Su Tian was still unforgiving, it would be a bit too much. "Ren family head, I think you've misunderstood. I don't want you to apologize, but rather, I want the culprit of this incident to step forward and apologize," Su Tian said indifferently. Ren Yunshan was stunned. Then his face twitched. "Ren family head, Su Tian's request isn't too much. As the saying goes, it's not too much to ask to let your family's Qianjin come and apologize, right?" Chu Badian was the first to voice his support. "This request seems like it's not really an unreasonable request. I heard that this Rin Xian has even scolded Su Tian's deceased parents. What happened to apologize?" "Ren family head, this request is indeed not excessive." Chen Guofeng also spoke out. The 2 of them sang in unison, causing Rin Yunshan to suffocate to the extreme. He was the head of the Mordor Rin family, but he had yet to suffer this kind of humiliation. You guys wait, sooner or later one day we'll make you pay this back tenfold. The bottom of Rin Yunshan's eyes flashed with a flash of madness, then returned to normal. He took a deep breath and said to his subordinate, call Qian Qian over. Family master. The expression of Ren's subordinate hesitated. Su Tian had beaten her out of the tower in such a sorry state on the 6th floor, and had managed to defeat the 9th floor boss to become number 1. And with the young lady being such a haughty person, this was already a very heavy blow to her. If she was allowed to come back and apologize to Su Tian, I'm only afraid that the young lady's mind would completely collapse. I said, call her out, Ran Yunshan said indifferently. Seeing this, the subordinate didn't dare to say anything else and hurriedly turned around to call. Not long after, Ran Qian came out. At the moment she had already changed into a dress, but the humiliation she had suffered when she was beaten out of the tower by Su Tian was still fresh in her mind. In this situation, her father actually asked her to apologize to Su Tian? Father, she looked at Rin Yunshan with tearful eyes, but she only saw Rin Yunshan's cold expression. Immediately, she understood everything. She looked resentfully at the figure in front of her, her heart like a cone. Su Tian, one day I will make you kneel at my feet, begging for your life, begging for your death. I'm sorry, I was wrong. The Ren family left the field in a sorry state. Little guy, don't forget our previous agreement. Come report to the NSA after graduation. Chen Guofeng finished smilingly and also prepared to return to the capital. Seeing this, Zhang Tianwen followed and went to send off this benefactor of the year. Zhu Badian stroked his beard and looked at Su Tian with a smile, only feeling that his body and body matched his appetite. Su Tian, don't listen to that guy. The Ministry of National Defense is the most promising. When the time comes for you to come, I'll give you the green light directly. By the way, Shawan is your tutor at Qingdao University, right? If there's anything you don't understand, just ask her. She will definitely take good care of you at school. Isn't that right, Shawan? Zhu Badian pulled Chu Cuckoo over and scowled at the latter. Chu Cuckoo's pretty face was clear and cold. She froze for a second after hearing this, but still nodded her head gently. Ha ha, see, with Chu Cuckoo here you'll just relax and upgrade your strength at Qing University. She'll arrange the rest for you. Alright, it's getting late. I have to go back first as well. Zhu Badian was obviously very satisfied with finding this treasure of Su Tian today. Alright, Grandpa, I'll see you off, Shu Wan softly said. The people around them also gradually left from the special passageway, and Su Tian was finally relieved that the test was over. Let's go, Su Tian. There's a week of preparation time after the freshman test, then school will actually start. We'll go to the capital together then. Jiang Xiaoye stepped forward. Good. Su Tian smiled. After a few more chats, Su Tian followed the Zhang family's hitchhiker home. Sister Su Yun had long been fidgeting, waiting for the results of Su Tian's test. Sister, I'm back. Su Tian entered and greeted. Su Yun instantly got up at the words and said expectantly, Xiao Tian, you're back. Is the test over? Well, it's over. I got first place. Su Tian laughed. Great, I knew you were the best. Su Yun revealed a pleased smile and greeted again. Come on, I've made your favorite dishes today. Su Tian looked at the dining table, only to see a table full of delicious dishes, which made Su Tian instantly feel a wave of homey warmth. He looked at Su Yun and thought for a moment. Sister, why don't you come with me to Qing University? 7 days later, on the way to the capital, Su Tian directly took the special car of the Zhang family sisters. Shu Wan as a mentor had already returned to the capital a few days earlier. Xiao Tian, can I really live in Qing University with you? On the road, Su Yun said with some apprehension. Don't worry sis, Teacher Chu has already arranged it all for us. We can prop businessman as a name to live in Qingdao University. Su Tian smiled and said, but, making props needs to buy a lot of materials. I don't have the money, Su Yun said in embarrassment, lowering her head like a shy child. Su Tian was stunned, only then remembered that Su Yun's hard-earned money over the years had been invested in himself. At that moment he smiled faintly and pulled out a bank card. There should be some gold coins in here. Sis, you take it. Not enough to ask me for it. I've got a lot of money. This is the bank card he obtained after killing Steward Liu, but never had the time to check the deposits on it. But Su Tian estimated that as a steward of the Rin family, he should have some deposits, enough for his sister to do prop business. Su Tian saw the card and instinctively wanted to refuse, but gave up after seeing Su Tian's stern eyes. Little Tian, you've really grown up. Su Yun touched Su Tian's head, revealing a pleased look as she murmured, if mom and dad see this, they'll definitely be happy too. Su Yun's words caused Su Tian's heart to twitch slightly. Mom and dad. Su Tian only knew that they had entered a hidden copy in order to gather tuition fees for themselves, and then 3 days after that, The police had communicated the news of their deaths, but the truth was that that secret copy had suddenly disappeared, and even mom and dad's corpses and relics hadn't been seen. No matter what, even if mom and dad are really dead, when he has the ability to do so, he must find out the truth. Jiang Xiaoya, who was sitting on the side, heard that. Her mood was also a bit low. Su Tian was cold and bullied by people in his class since he was a child because of this matter, and as Su Tian's classmate, she had watched Su Tian grow up over these years. Su Tian was able to become number 1 in the college entrance examination, standing out amongst the many heavenly prides. She was really happy for her. Zhang Xiaochu in the front row's face slightly moved. Su Tian had lost his parents since he was a child. One could imagine how big of a blow it was to an ordinary family, and he and his sister Su Yan depended on each other to this day. One could imagine what kind of hardship he had gone through. Perhaps, I really should not have said those words to him that day. All the way to the capital without words. Qing University College. As one of the capital's most famous schools, Qing University's school gate will be magnificent, enough to stretch across 100 meters long. The students come and go in an endless stream. Today, more new students were reporting. Countless luxury cars were parked at the entrance of the school, and students dressed in formal dresses like young masters and princesses walked into the campus. Wow, look, that's the Morong family's son. He's really handsome. That girl, is that Joey Wong? She's really pretty. This term's school flower must have a seat for her. I'll go. That's An Lan, right? It's said to be the second in the freshman test. Ah, she's so beautiful. At the same time, the Zhang family's car also arrived at the Qing University campus gate, and the Zhang sisters were the first to get down from the car. Today's Jiang Xiaoya changed into a pure white knee-length short skirt. The whole person has a few more points of pure and beautiful fresh feeling. While Zhang Xiaochu was still dressed in hot pants and short sleeves, her slender and hot body was revealed to the fullest. The moment the two women appeared, they attracted the gazes of countless people in the room. Wow, go, beautiful women. Or two, they look a bit alike. They can't be sisters. Sisters? He he he. Sister flower. He he he. Right at this moment, Su Tian also walked out, looking around at those tourists with a slightly raised eyebrow. And Lun, who wasn't far away, also noticed their side and gave Su Tian a slight nod of her head, and immediately entered the campus. But Su Tian and the others didn't fare so well, as the beauty of the Zhang sisters attracted countless seniors who came to help carry their luggage. And Lan is not bad looking either. Why don't we see them being so enthusiastic? Su Tian scratched his head, somewhat confused. Schoolgirl, I'm Chao Rui, a junior senior. Do you need help with your luggage? Schoolmate, get acquainted. I'm the president of this student council. The enthusiastic voices from all around caused Jiang Xiaoya to instantly look at her older sister with her hands full. The corners of Jiang Xiaoya's mouth twitched, but in truth, there was nothing she could do about it, as she had experienced this kind of warm hospitality when she first enrolled in school, and it seemed that these guys didn't recognize themselves. Su Tian, she turned around, her beautiful eyes staring at someone who was watching the fun, and said in a cold voice. Su Tian froze. Didn't you want to prove yourself? Now's your chance. Jiang Shaoqing picked her delicate chin. Before Su Tian could react to what he heard, he felt a hostile line of sight, which left him slightly speechless. He took a deep breath before walking straight to Jiang Xiaoya's side and wrapped an arm around the other party's slender waist. Alright, sorry guys, she already has a name, Flower. Su Tian, suddenly being wrapped around her waist, Jiang Xiaoya cried out in a delicate voice, but then she felt the eyes of those people around her and immediately quieted down again. It was impossible to let Su Tian lose face in front of so many people, and it wasn't impossible if this person was Su Tian. The famous Flower has a master? Seeing this scene, the crowd was stunned. Although Su Tian was quite handsome, this guy was dressed in a very average way, and it looked like he was rubbing up against these two beauties' luxury cars. Wasn't this a pure white boy? This kind of person could be worthy of such innocent schoolgirls? Many gazes looked towards Su Tian, even bringing with them unkind provocations, when a cat in Jiang Xiaoya's arms suddenly jumped onto Su Tian. Seeing this white cat, the eyes of the crowd of seniors were all slightly startled as a rumor flashed through their minds. White cat. It was rumored that Su Tian, the number 1 beast master in the freshman test, was also holding a white cat, and that white cat was his divine beast pet. Could this person be Su Tian, the number 1 freshman? The crowd of seniors looked at each other. Some had heard rumors about Su Tian and showed some scorn, while others showed disdain. What was wrong with being the number 1 freshman? They were all seniors who had studied in the academy for at least a year, and in terms of knowledge and experience, which one of them wasn't better than Su Tian? What's more, shouldn't a pretty schoolgirl like Jiang Xiaoya be the one that everyone should be pursuing? Hey, kid, do you know what respecting a senior means? If you're smart enough to let go of your hand now, I can still spare you once, or else you won't have a good time in Qingdao University in the future. A boy stepped forward and sneered. It's the vice president of the student union. I heard that he is also the young master of the Huang family in the capital. Or a mysterious profession. A famous rich second generation. The surroundings initiated a burst of exclamations. While Su Tian heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Respecting his senior, he had to give up his girlfriend? Was he out of his mind? Scram! Su Tian clearly spat out a single word, causing the provocative expression Huang Yu revealed on his face to instantly freeze. Kid, what did you just say? Dare you say it again? The expression on Huang Yu's face gradually became hideous. Are you deaf? I said for you to get lost. Su Tian indifferently repeated. A single sentence instantly caused the atmosphere to become sword-ridden. I'll go. This freshman is so fierce, he actually dares to clash with Huang Yu. Doesn't he know that Huang Yu is the Qing University school bully? Yes, Huang Yu not only has a great career, but he's also the young master of the Huang family. This freshman actually dares to mess with him. I'm afraid he doesn't want to hang around at Qing University, right? When the surrounding crowd saw this scene, they all exclaimed in shock, and then revealed expressions of watching the show. Su Tian, seeing the increased number of people surrounding the cultivation, Jiang Xiaoya pulled Su Tian's sleeve with some concern. Su Tian lowered his head and patted her hand before raising his head once again to look at Huang Yu. This scene, however, fell into Huang Yu's eyes but became a provocation. Good, very well, kid, it's only your first day reporting to Qing University and you're so unaware of the heights of heaven. It seems like I want you to know what it means to respect your seniors. Saying that, a sharp spear surfaced in Huang Yu's hand. What kind of profession is this? Seeing Huang Yu's movements, Su Tian raised his eyebrows slightly and immediately used his eye of insight. Target, Huang Yu. Profession, Spear Envoy. Level, 46. Life, 10,865. Strength, 1,654. Defense, 1,596. Speed, 1,321. Energy, 1,300 inch. Description: after equipping a spear, the attack and defense attributes possess a great increase, while gaining a certain penetration ability, making it a combat profession with a strong attacking power. Meanwhile, the conflict inspired by the two caused the surrounding area to become excited. Fighting! Su Tian, the number 1 freshman, actually fought with the previous student council vice president. This is going to be a good show. It seems like he also has a divine beast. I'd love to see the elegance of a divine beast. I heard that Su Tian passed the 9th demon tower and even defeated the legendary boss. I wonder if it's true. Huang Yu couldn't help but sneer when he heard those words. Rumors, all rumors. How strong is that legendary boss? I'm only afraid that these guys who were talking about it weren't even clear about it themselves. How dare they say that Su Tian had defeated the legendary boss? Unless he was the reincarnation of a god. No, he's not. No, even if he was the reincarnation of an immortal, he definitely wouldn't be able to do it. What freshman number 1, it seemed, was just something these ignorant guys were bragging about. At that moment, he looked towards Su Tian, his eyes showing a provocative color. Kid, I heard that you're a divine beast. How about you pull out your divine beast and see? If you can beat me, I'll let you have all of this student council vice president position. Huang Yu mocked. I'm not interested in this crap vice president of yours. Su Tian skimmed his mouth, then revealed a wry smile. However, I can barely fulfill this wish of yours. After saying that, Su Tian touched the little white in his arms and said, Go. Ow. Little white sniffed and jumped out, letting out a tender roar. Seeing this, countless people laughed out loud. Just this? A kitten-shaped fellow. How dare you call it a divine beast? Then wouldn't my family's dog become a god as well? Ha 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 ha, laughing me to death. A divine beast is actually such a tiny little thing? Don't be ridiculous. This guy became the number 1 freshman with a cat? There's no way this freshman test is shady, right? Countless questioning voices came from all around. Seeing this, Huang Yu also scoffed recklessly. Su Tian, I asked you to summon a divine beast instead of a mo beast. Have you gotten it right or not? However, I can now give you another chance to leave Jiang Xiaoya's side. Otherwise I can guarantee that this Qingdao will hardly have a place for you. Huang Yu said. Is that so? The corner of Su Tian's mouth hooked. Then he snapped his fingers. His voice calm. So now what? Who didn't figure it out? As Su Tian's words fell, a layer of diffuse white light suddenly enveloped around Little White's body, irradiating the surroundings so much that it was impossible to open his eyes, while a majestic roar rang out. Roar! The deafening roar caused everyone's hearts to tremble. This sound, at the same time, the crowd's line of sight gradually became clear. A huge beast with an incomparably large figure appeared at the entrance of the campus, its body showing black stripes and white fur. The tiger's head was divinely handsome, and its limbs were like pillars of heaven. Divine beast. White tiger. Many people shivered and pronounced the name, only shock remaining in their eyes. It was actually really a divine beast, and it was also one of the 4 great divine beasts, the white tiger. From the beginning until now, beast masters were unable to harness high-level ferocious beasts, so this profession was often abandoned by people, but they didn't expect that this term. There was actually a beast master who became the #1 freshman. Moreover, he could also harness divine beasts. As the bosses with the highest potential in the apocalypse world, divine beasts were almost a synonym for invincibility. From this, it could be imagined what kind of prospect a beast master with a divine beast would have. Really, it's really a divine beast. Looking at the white tiger that had suddenly appeared in the field with an imposing presence, Huang Yu almost fell to the ground in fear. This was a legendary divine beast. There was actually someone who could actually use a boss of this level as a pet. Was this really still that trashy beast mastery profession? What? Doesn't Vice Chairman Huang like to see divine beasts? Now that you've seen it, may I ask how you feel about it? Su Tian looked at Huang Yu's reaction and couldn't help but laugh lightly. Hearing Su Tian's words, Huang Yu instantly reacted. This brat, actually mocking himself. He was at least the vice president of the student council, and even though he was bought with his family's money, how could he tolerate Su Tian mocking him like this? Not to mention, he himself was 1 year older than him. What's so great about a beast? It was just a freshman. Could it be stronger than him? A veteran? Huang Yu had anger in his heart, so there was nothing but ill will in his eyes when he looked at Su Tian. Kid, you don't really think you're invincible just because you have a divine beast, do you? We're both mystic professions, and my level is higher than yours. Do you think you can beat me? Huang Yu sneered. Then don't you know if you try? Su Tian let out a faint smile. Huang Yu looked toward Xiaobai. When he saw Xiaobai's huge figure, his heart didn't have any reason to be scared, but at the moment, many of the older students around him were shouting and cheering for him, hoping that he would teach this brat who didn't know how to respect his seniors a lesson. The arrow was on the string and already had to be sent. Good, I'll teach you a lesson today, so that you'll go around me when you run into me in the future. Huang Yu's heart was hardened, and he immediately swung his spear towards Xiaobai. Snap! A crisp sound rang out. Little White slapped Huang Yu on the head, directly knocking him out several meters and collapsing on the ground without moving. Quick, priest! The crowd stirred, because Huang Yu was directly bloodied by this slap. This heck, he was still teaching his schoolmate a lesson, but in the end, he was almost slapped in seconds by someone else's pet. The rest of the people couldn't help but look at Little White in shock. Is this a divine beast? It's actually so terrifying. A slap. Only a slap crippled the level 46 Huang Yu. This terror was still under the circumstance of withdrawing his power. Otherwise Huang Yu would have gone to the west by now. Little White changed back to his cat form at this time and looked around. Those boys who originally had thoughts about the Jiang sisters lowered their heads and no longer dared to think. Are you kidding me? This schoolmate is also a little too fierce. Simply overbearing and unreasonable. Just enrolled in school and crippled a senior. Who would dare to say anything? Su Tian. At this moment, an anxious voice rang out. A beautiful woman in OL work attire walked head-on, and it was clearly Chu Cuckoo. Seeing the scene around them and hearing the students' comments, Chu Wan was somewhat speechless. I said, why haven't you come to report for duty yet? So you're making a scene here again. Quickly go back with me. Chu Cuckoo coldly said. Blame me? It was this guy who had to provoke me. Su Tian spread his hands, his face helpless. Chu Cuckoo was slightly silent. I almost believed it. Su Tian's eyes widened in defense. It's true, he had to ask me to show him a divine beast, and I'm so respectful of my teacher. How could I possibly refuse his request? Really? You honor your teacher? Chu Cuckoo cast a sidelong glance at him and sneered. Su Tian coughed at the sight and withdrew his eyes from sizing up Chu Cuckoo. It had to be said that Chu Cuckoo was extremely good looking in her OL work attire, especially since that figure was almost emphasized to the fullest by this set of clothes. How did he not know that this teacher's figure was so good before this? Alright, hurry up and go with me to do the enrollment formalities, as well as your enrollment rewards, plus some rewards for the freshman test, Chu Wan said, then took the lead and walked ahead. Seeing this, Su Tian waved his hand at the Jiang sisters. Then I'll go with MS. Chu first. Chu Wan was an honorary tutor of Qing University, equivalent to a titular name, and whether or not she accepted students depended entirely on her mood. Before Su Tian, she hadn't accepted any students because she felt that it was purely a waste of her time, but Su Tian was different. He was even more talented than herself, and would definitely be even better than herself. Therefore, in Chu Cuckoo's eyes, as long as his talent surpassed hers, then he was qualified to be accepted as a student, at least for the time being. With Chu Cuckoo around, Su Tian quickly finished the so-called enrollment procedures, and then got the enrollment reward that Chu Cuckoo had promised to give him. Then after that, there was the reward for the freshman test. The first place winner of the freshman test can choose any two of the prizes jointly donated by the many academies. The list of items are all here, so take your pick. Shukoku took out a scroll and said. Su Tian looked at the contents of the scroll, and the first thing he locked onto was a skill book. It was the same one that Shukoku had told him about at the time, the Diamond Grade Beast Master skill book. The reason why he needed this skill book so badly was because Beast Master skills were really rare. In a copy, the drop probability of a Mystic Profession skill book was 10 times lower than the drop probability of an ordinary profession skill book. This also led to the scarcity of Mystic Profession skill books. Of course, like the Beast Master, this waste profession, theoretically speaking, skill books are not many people want, but in fact, some of the powerful Beast Master still will not easily give up this profession, although they will not go to the contract apocalypse world of high-level beasts, but still will learn the advanced skills of the Beast Master, because some of the advanced skills of a Beast Master have a certain combat ability. Therefore, the current Beast Master skill books were still at a scarce level in the market. This was also the reason why Su Tian was so looking forward to this diamond skill book. I want it. Shukoku wasn't surprised that Su Tian had chosen the Beast Master's diamond skill book, but instead nodded and said, and then what? And then? Su Tian stared at the list and scanned it a few times again, suddenly pointing out two of them in succession. And them? Materials? Seeing the last two things Su Tian chose, Shukoku was slightly stunned. These two things were actually all materials for making props or equipment, and their grades were not low. What did Su Tian want with these? Could it be to make equipment? Sensing Shukoku's doubts, Su Tian just smiled and didn't explain. In reality, he did want to make equipment. Moreover, the ones being made weren't ordinary equipment. They were divine artifacts. That's right. The ultimate reward he had obtained at the 9th Demon Tower didn't only contain a large number of rare props. There was also a reward that was enough to make the world go crazy. That's right. It was the divine artifact drawing. As long as one gathered the appropriate materials, one could create a legendary rare divine weapon. According to the introduction of this drawing, the divine weapon is called the Heaven Swallowing Gourd. Listening to the name, it was a bit overbearing, actually threatening to swallow the heavens. However, its abilities were also perverse. Ordinary extreme quality equipment only had one carry skill. It had a full 3. Voodoo. When the target enemy is judged to be a monster, it can be struck until it is bloodied, and be included in the Heaven Swallowing Gourd to be digested. And the Heaven Swallowing Gourd can absorb a certain amount of its attributes and attach them to the owner. Note, experience can be gained normally, and attribute stacking has no upper limit. An unconventional auxiliary skill, yet it can be called Super God Tier, absorbing a monster's attributes and attaching them to oneself, no matter how much a monster could absorb. But as long as it was able to stack infinitely, then it would be a very sizable amount in the later stages. Is this a divine weapon? One word: strong. There are also two skills. Solid. Every monster digested by the Heaven Swallowing Gourd can accumulate the corresponding energy to release super defense, while attaching the owner's 300% defense attribute. Heavenly. For every monster digested by the gourd, it can accumulate the corresponding energy to release a fatal strike, and at the same time add 300% of the master's attack attribute. Note, the speed of energy accumulation is determined by the level of the monster. These two skills, one offense and one defense, both belong to accumulation skills. Effectively, but all depends on the number of monsters Su Tian charged to decide. Usually there is no need to release these two skills, but the critical moment can definitely play an unexpected effect. The single additional 300% of the attribute effect cannot be ignored. These two skills are able to change the battlefield and turn the tide, especially in life and death crises. Now that Su Tian had entered the Qing University Academy, it also meant that he had the opportunity to enter a higher level copy, and the dangers he would face would be even greater. Having a divine artifact that could save his life and fight back while aiding in his growth was simply too necessary. So this Heaven Swallowing Gourd, he had to build it earlier no matter what. However, many of the materials required for this Heaven Swallowing Gourd were very rare, and there were even some that were ultra-rare materials that only spawn in level 70, or even 80, copies. Although Su Tian felt strong, he wasn't so inflated that he was looking for death. However, there were some of these materials that he had found in his storage space, and the vast majority of them were obtained when exploring the system's resources, together with the ultimate rewards obtained from the 9th Demon Tower, and the materials rewarded for being first in the freshman test. In bits and pieces, he had already gathered most of the materials he needed. However, it was still quite a bit short of building the Heaven Swallowing Gourd. Looks like there's a chance to make a trip to the auction house in the capital, Su Tian murmured. Su Tian? Su Tian. At this moment, Shukoku's cry awakened him from his thoughts. A flash of confusion surfaced on Shuwan's cool and pretty face. I've been calling out to you for so many times. What are you doing? Nothing. Su Tian shook his head and asked, Teacher Chu, that do you have any recommendations for an auction house in the capital? I want to collect some things. Auction house? Chu Wan's beautiful eyes flickered. Then a card surfaced in his hand. This is the business card of an elder I know. He is the head of the Shao family in the capital, which can be said to be the strongest business family in Huaxia at the moment. The auction house is one of their family's main business. If you have materials you need, you can entrust him to find one for you. Report my name, he will help you. Really? Then thank you too much, Mr. Chu. Su Tian couldn't help but reveal a smile. The Shao family in the capital was said to be a famous merchant family in Huaxia, with countless various industries under its umbrella, and the Shao auction house was the most notable, and even internationally renowned. And what Chu Kuku gave him was still the contact information of the person in charge of the Shao family in the capital. It must be that there was hope for the several materials he was looking for. You are my student. This is nothing. Chu Kuku waved her hand in a clear and cold manner. Right. Where is my dormitory, teacher? Su Tian suddenly thought of an important matter. Don't worry. I've already arranged it long ago. You're number 1 in the college entrance exam and number 1 in the freshman test. So I've specially applied to the principal to let you live in the Qing Xin villa. Chu Wan faintly said. Qing Xin villa? Su Tian's eyes widened. Isn't that something that only honorary professors hired by the school can live in? Yes, that's why I've made a special application to the principal. By the way, I've applied for you in the always empty Villa 7 next door to me. Is that alright? Chu Kuku said softly. Next door to you? You also live in the Clear Heart Villa? Honorary professor? Su Tian looked at Chu Kuku in shock. Didn't he say that it was just an honorary tutor hired by the school? Honorary professor sounds old sounding. So I've always claimed mentor to the outside world. What? I don't look like one? Chu Kuku pulled back her soft hair and faintly said. Su Tian took another close look from head to tail. Whether it was looks and body, it didn't look like something a professor could have? He shook his head. Not quite. Chu Kuku's eyebrows slightly raised, not caring, but said, alright, the formalities are done. Pack your luggage. I'll take you to check in. Wait a minute. At this time, Su Tian remembered something important. He looked at Chu Wan, who turned back in doubt, and asked with some embarrassment, how many people can live in that villa? Qingxin Villa area. Villa 7 has 3 floors above and below, plus the lawn garden downstairs, swimming pool, etc., covering a total of 800 square meters. As for the number of people living there, I think a dozen should not be a problem. You guys are enough. After Chu Wan finished speaking, he looked towards Su Yun behind Su Tian as well as the Zheng family sisters, his eyes slightly strange. This kid, is he really here to go to school? I've long heard that the Qingxin Villa area has a pleasant view, and that it has an exclusive teleportation channel that can lead directly to any part of the campus. Now that I've taken a look, it really lives up to its name. Jiang Xiaoye stood at the back and couldn't help but sigh with emotion when she saw the classically ornately decorated Villa 7. Although she was also a freshman, she had heard of the name of Qing Xin Villa as one of the most prestigious academic institutions in the capital. Qing University was complete in all conditions and facilities, but it was also because of these that caused the Qing University campus to cover a very large area. Within the campus, it was more like a small society. The dormitories of these ordinary students did not have teleportation channels, and it would take at least 30 minutes to reach the teaching building, and an hour to reach the campus copy teleportation center. All this wasted time is time. As we all know, time equals experience. And now that they had the opportunity to live in the Qing Xin Villa, it could be said that they had greatly dipped into Su Tian's favor. Jiang Xiaoye was fine, but Jiang Xiasukio was different, as she and Su Tian had never gotten along well, and she had even threatened Su Tian before. Su Tian, we're not the first freshmen. Would it be a bit bad to live in as well? Jiang Xiaoye asked in a voice from the side. It doesn't matter. The right to use this Villa 7 will be Su Tian's from now on. As long as he agrees for you guys to move in, there's no problem. Chu Wan said softly. Xiao Yu, since Teacher Chu has said so, you guys can rest assured that you'll be able to live in here. There's a special teleportation channel here. It's much more convenient than the ordinary dormitory area. Su Tian laughed, at the same time noticing Zhang Xiaoqing next to him. Regarding her thoughts, Su Tian more or less guessed some of them, so he spoke. If you're embarrassed, I can hire you as a nanny to take care of me and my sister. With one sentence, he directly nudged Zhang Xiaochu to explode. What? You actually want me to be your nanny? My hallowed Zhang family's eldest miss. You actually. She gritted her teeth, her pair of beautiful eyes almost wanting to spit fire as she stared at Su Tian. Forget it if you're not willing. Su Tian spread his hands. You. Zhang Xiaoqing's chest heaved with anger. almost opening her mouth to refuse to move in. But then she saw Xiao Yu. If she wasn't there, what if this guy did something to Xiao Yu? Although she wouldn't stop Su Tian and Xiao Yu from being together anymore, that didn't mean she could agree to the two doing that kind of thing anyway. It was absolutely not okay. Xiao Yu was so innocent. If she was fooled by Su Tian, good. A nanny is a nanny, Zhang Xiaochu said angrily. Su Tian froze. He was just joking. Who let her stop himself and Xiao Yu once? However, he didn't expect that Zhang Xiaokuram actually did agree. Looking at Zhang Xiaokuram's pair of long, white legs, as well as that fiery figure, if she put on a maid's outfit, cough. Su Tian hurriedly coughed twice, interrupting this evil thought. Let's go in first and clean up. The second day, the course for new students was nothing more than learning some attribute restraint relationships, plus some understanding of professions as a way to increase cooperation between teams. There was also some more, which was the information of all kinds of open copies, and all kinds of monster illustrations that the country had already tallied up so far. In short, it's very tedious and boring. Su Tian directly lying on the table huffing and puffing. To the afternoon theory practice? That is, into the copy trial. Su Genius recovered the mental state. You guy, you've been sleeping all morning today? The teacher who teaches the class gave me countless phone calls, saying things like you're a good seedling, so why are you degrading yourself? During lunchtime, Chu Kuku found Su Tian, his face full of speechlessness. For the first time, seeing this high-strung teacher with such a headache, Su Tian couldn't help but blink. Teacher Chu, I really don't need to learn this because anyway, I really don't need it. Su Tian sighed. The divine skill, the eye of insight, was enough to let him know all the information about his enemies before sparring, so he really didn't need to learn these things. Hearing Su Tian's words, Chu Kuku was slightly silent. Alright then, from now on, you don't need to participate in the morning's culture class. You can do as you please, and I'll help you out on the principal's teacher's side. Really? Su Tian was pleasantly surprised, excitedly stepping forward and directly hugging Chu Wan, just short of kissing him with another bite. One morning, how much experience did this have to brush? Let go. Right at this moment, an icy voice rang in his ears. Only then did Su Tian notice that the delicate body of the beautiful person in his arms was trembling slightly, accompanied by the soft touch coming from his chest, which seemed to be something being squeezed, which made Su Tian realize what was going on, and immediately loosened his grip. At this moment, Chu Kuku's exquisite pretty face was already as cold as basil ice, and even the surrounding temperature was lowered because of it. Not knowing whether it was an illusion or not, Su Tian seemed to see a flash of blush on Chu Kuku's crystalline earlobes, but it quickly disappeared. Teacher Chu, I didn't do it on purpose. I was just too happy, Su Tian hurriedly explained. Who were you kidding? Chu Kuku was the number 1 frost and snow archmage on the Earth ranking. A single skill could turn himself into an ice stick. As Chu Kuku watched Su Tian apologize, the anger hanging in his heart suddenly dropped a few points. Maybe he really didn't mean it? Technically speaking, he was still his own student. If he was his own student, then it shouldn't be anything. Don't do that next time, Chu Wan lectured with a stern face. At those words, Su Tian froze. Just like that? With Chu Kuku's normally high-flying personality, Su Tian had thought that he would at least receive a skill for offending her. Unexpectedly, it was just a gentle reprimand, so wouldn't that mean that, not having thought about the paid content behind, Su Tian immediately smacked himself in the heart. Thinking about what? That was his own teacher. Although Mr. Chu was very good to himself, long and very beautiful, the body is also very good, but the teacher is a teacher. How can you give birth to this kind of dirty thoughts? This kind of oolong is fine once, there definitely can't be a next time. Su Tian righteously stopped this kind of bad thoughts, and then promised with a straight face, there must not be a next time. Have you eaten enough? If you're full, I'll now take you to Qing University's duplicate teleportation center to familiarize yourself with it, Chu Wan softly said. Full. Su Tian immediately got up. The copy transmission center was not far from the cafeteria, so they chose to walk. On the road, some students couldn't help but show stunning expressions when they saw Chu Kuku. Their Qing University actually had this kind of beautiful teacher. Some people recognized Chu Kuku and also looked at Su Tian with some jealousy. What kind of luck did this kid have? To be able to walk with the goddess, Ms. Chu. Su Tian followed Chu Kuku's side, sniffing the fragrance if anything, and also couldn't help but ask, Teacher Chu, why are you in my every day? Don't you have any other students? No. Chu Wan frowned and shook his head. This year is my first time to be an honorary tutor, and I'm usually busy raising my rank, so I applied with the principal to only take 1 student, and you're the only one. What's wrong? Are you tired of me appearing in front of you too many times? Shu Kuku's voice snapped down. No no, Su Tian hurriedly waved his hands at his words. How could that be? I can't wait for you to appear a few more times. Teacher. The reason I say that is because I'm afraid of delaying your own advancement. You don't have to worry about me. I was also entrusted by my grandfather to take care of you often. And since you're my first student, of course I have to care a bit. It seemed that because of Su Tian's answer, Shu Kuku was in a good mood again. And even the corners of her mouth were hung with a trace of a smile if any. Su Tian couldn't help but look stunned. Here it is. This is the replica teleportation center. At this moment, Shu Kuku suddenly spoke out. A huge building appeared in front of the two of them, even more imposing than the southern province's teleportation center. And although its footprint was slightly inferior, its internal equipment and services were much more refined. Good day, Teacher Chu. Entering the teleportation center, a group of students greeted Shu Kuku while still looking at Su Tian with some surprise. Teacher Chu had never had a male around her, let alone a student. This is Qing University's teleportation center. Compared to the teleportation center in your southern province, the maps here are much richer and more varied, and it has opened up map access from level 50 to 70. Like the teleportation center in the southern province, the highest you can access is a level 40 copy. Chu Wan introduced. Right. I seem to remember that I'm the number 1 freshman. Am I allowed to whore myself into these copies? Su Tian remembered something and winked at Shu Kuku. The freshman first does have this permission, while ordinary students need to spend gold coins when entering the copies. Shu Kuku nodded. That's not bad. Su Tian smiled with a broad brow. Although with his current fortune, he didn't have to care at all about the entrance fee of a few thousand or tens of thousands of gold coins, but a mosquito is still meat. Don't be complacent. Although you don't need to spend gold coins to enter the replica, there's still a credit limit. There's no way for you to enter a high-level replica before you've accumulated enough credits. Shu Kuku said indifferently. What? Credits? The corner of Su Tian's mouth twitched. It couldn't be. That's right. It's what you're thinking. Only after studying some courses or campus missions can you earn credits. The more credits you have, the higher the permission to open a copy will be. Also, you shouldn't think about going to the intermediate transmission center outside because they can similarly detect your student status and can deny you access to the replica. Shu Wan said. Hearing this, Su Tian couldn't help but have a few moments of collapse. This is simply sinning. Credits. It was simply a lifelong enemy of the university. Then I'd better hurry up and take a few quests to save up my credits, or else I can only brush low-level copies, and the experience is a bit too low. Su Tian sighed. Wait a minute. At this moment, Shu Kuku pulled him back and pursed her lips as she asked, Can you tell me how many leveled copies you can challenge right now? Su Tian thought for a moment and gave a conservative estimate. Below level 60, there should be no pressure. At those words, Shu Kuku's pupils shrunk slightly and unnoticeably. Su Tian was only at level 39 right now. Being able to kill indiscriminately below level 60 was enough to prove how terrifying his potential was. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the Earth ranking would have a place for him. Yikes, it's Mr. Shu, why are you here? Right at this moment, a surprised voice suddenly rang out from behind him. A male teacher who was also wearing a vocation uniform walked head-on, and behind him was a tuggy-looking boy. Li Xiangtian, why are you here? Seeing this male teacher, Shu Kuku's willow brows frowned slightly and unnoticeably. Teacher Chu, this is the school's teleportation center. It's normal for me to appear here, right? Li Xiangtian laughed out loud, while a pair of eyes landed on Shu Wan's body, greedily sizing it up. Haven't seen you for a while. Teacher Chu seems to have gotten quite a bit prettier again. Li Xiangtian let out a heated laugh. Hearing this, a trace of disgust flashed under Shu Kuku's eyes, and she said with some impatience, Do you have something to do? Nothing, I still have to take my students to look at other places. Students? Only then did Li Xiangtian look at Su Tian, but when he saw the distance between Shu Kuku and Su Tian, a touch of viciousness surfaced in the bottom of his eyes. Teacher Chu, I didn't expect you to actually accept a student. This should be the rumored number 1 freshman beast master, right? It just so happens that I've also taken in one of the new students from this class. Why don't we let them spar? Li Xiangtian smiled hypocritically. Not interested, Shu Kuku said indifferently and intended to leave. Wait a minute, well, Ms. Shu, you are too uninterested. Is it because you think there is no lottery? How about this? I just went down to a secret realm, from which I fought some materials. If your student wins, how about giving them all to you? Saying that, Li Xiangtian took out some material items from his storage space. The materials that Li Xiangtian flashed out caused Su Tian's heart and mind to flutter. One of them was actually the material needed to build the heaven-swallowing gourd. The change in Su Tian's demeanor fell in Shu Wan's eyes, and she knew that Su Tian needed materials to build something, so she asked in a low voice, There's something you need? Aha! Su Tian nodded without hesitation. But he didn't recognize the boy behind Li Xiangtian. He hadn't seen him at all in the freshman test, which proved that his tier in the 9 Demon Tower wasn't very high, and Li Xiangtian knew that he was number 1 in the freshman test, but he still dared to let him spar with him. There must be something odd in it. He's the young master of the Li family in the capital, and like me, he's also an honorary tutor of Qing University, and the one behind him is a genius that the Li family has snowballed, only known to be a mysterious profession. The rest is unclear even to me. Chu Wan's height was a bit shorter than Su Tian's, so he stood on his tiptoes and said next to Su Tian's ear. The intimate appearance was like that of a passionately in love couple, which made Li Xiangtian even more irritated. Snowing? What does that mean? Su Tian sniffed and looked at Chu Cuckoo in surprise. There are some genius professions that were collected and snowed away by some plans when they were awakened, and they would intentionally lower their rankings to go unnoticed during the college entrance exams, and they wouldn't even take part in the freshman tests. Then they would develop secretly in the academy until the later stages when they would reveal themselves with a bang. Usually this hidden behavior is to take the position of the Huaxia ranking. That's why there are not a few geniuses who are snowed in every session. Chu Wan explained. What? There's still this kind of operation? Su Tian was surprised, but at the same time, he could understand. It was heard that the Chinese rankings were divided into 2 lists, the heaven and earth, and any strong person who managed to make it to the list, regardless of their status and their family power, would be able to obtain a large amount of resources given by the state. It was said that such resources were enough to turn an ordinary family directly into a great family. So, the Helushan group that I met before weren't necessarily the strongest existences of this freshman class from a certain perspective, yet they have become the first echelon. Su Tian frowned. It can't be helped. The rewards of the rankings are more enticing than the first echelon, so some lineages would rather give up the first echelon. Chu Wan said. Well, Teacher Chu, are you still considering it? Your student is the number 1 in the freshman test. Are you afraid to agree to this? Li Xiangtian had already begun to urge. Chu Cuckoo turned his gaze towards Su Tian, who couldn't help but look towards that boy, only to see that he was looking at himself with a provocative gaze. It seemed that he was very confident in his strength. Seeing this, Su Tian couldn't help but smile faintly. Fine, I'll compete with him. Hearing this, the boy couldn't help but smile as he stepped forward. Su Tian, right? I heard that you won first place in the freshman test and managed to pass the 9th floor. To tell you the truth, if I had also participated in the freshman test, you would never have had this chance because you would have been eliminated before that. Seeing the confident look of this person across from him, Su Tian was even a little skeptical that he hadn't taken the wrong medication. That was the 9th Demon Tower. The 9th boss was even more legendary potential, and it wasn't a great white, but he said so. He cannot do anything. After all, bragging is not a crime. Okay, then you say how you want to compare it. 1-on-1? Su Tian had a disinterested look on his face. As soon as his words fell, 3 contract spell formations appeared behind him, and then 3 ferocious beasts walked out from them. Ow! Roar! Well, the 3 beasts of Little White landed on the ground, and due to their overly large size, even the ground shook a bit. Seeing this scene, the opposite boy's face turned green. Is this how you pick a single fight? Let's compare this. He turned his head to look at a place in the teleportation hall and pointed. What's that? Su Tian looked over. Slightly puzzled, he only saw that there were many mirror images hovering around that area, in which was a single battle screen. This is Qing University's simulated boss battle system, which can simulate a corresponding boss to battle against the entrant based on the entrance level, and is specifically used to enhance the student's real-world experience. Of course, if one breaks into the higher levels, one can also receive rewards from the school. Chu Wan explained. So troublesome? Su Tian frowned. I'll just have Little White slap him to death. Little White sniffed and immediately raised his tiger claws in preparation to give that brat a smack. Hearing Su Tian's words, Chu Cuckoo couldn't help but slightly tug at the corner of her lips. Although she was very much in favor of Su Tian's idea, it was a pity that this was Qing University, where killing each other between students was prohibited within the school, and at that moment, she thought for a moment and said, if you reach the top, the school reward is a set of diamond equipment, and I can help you apply for a change to a high-level material that you need. Upon hearing this, Su Tian's eyes lit up, causing Little White to retract his claws. Another high-level material. So it would be one step closer to building the heaven-swallowing gourd. Alright then, let's compare this one. You first. Su Tian said indifferently. Are you sure you want me to go first? I'm afraid that after I make my move, you won't have a chance to make your move. The boy sneered. The corners of Su Tian's mouth twitched violently. Why on earth was this boy so bloated? Soon, the boy entered the simulation. A picture appeared in the big screen. It was him, and that was when Su Tian also knew his name. Li Fei Hong. And then, there was a boss opposite him that was generated by the simulation. Just a gold boss that was on the same level as him. Li Fei Hong's hand flashed with a flash of golden light. And then there was an additional longbow. Outside the arena, Su Tian, who saw the longbow, narrowed his eyes slightly. This guy was actually an archer. However, archers belong to ordinary combat professions, and this kid definitely wouldn't be so inflated if he was really just an ordinary archer. It seemed that this archer of his should still have some outstanding features. Within the simulation, Li Fei Hong bent his bow and arrow, and when he was still some distance away from the gold boss, he shot out, piercing the target's skull with one blow. Buzz. The holographic simulation of the boss transformed into a shadow and dissipated in an instant, while Li Fei Hong revealed a smug expression. Su Tian, you actually dared to let me start first, so I'll definitely be able to clear the level ahead of you. By the time you lose, I'll see how you still have the face to call yourself the number one freshman. Time passed by. Su Tian still had no intention of entering the simulation, but a look of realization appeared on his face. He finally knew what this kid's occupation was. Eagle-eyed archer. His true specialty lay in the fact that he could easily see through his target's weaknesses, thus striking at the opponent's weak points. In a sparring match, once the weak spot was struck, one would receive weakness damage, while the attacker's chances of a damage blast would be drastically increased. So these few bosses, Li Fei Hong basically passed in seconds. In the same level, the eagle-eye archer can be considered a profession with the highest single output, and is also a variant of the archer, with a negligible chance of awakening. Therefore, it was included in the type of mystic profession. No wonder it's so grounded. So it's because of the eagle-eye archer profession. Su Tian smiled. The reason why he hadn't entered the simulation with Li Fei Hong was because he wanted to see what exactly this kid's occupation was, and now that he knew, there was no need to waste any more time. Su Tian walked into the simulation teleportation, and in the next second, he also appeared in the simulation field, and a boss appeared on the opposite side. Little White. 30 minutes later, Li Fei Hong finally cleared the opposite boss's blood level of spirit after some kiting, and at the same time, his gaze provocatively glanced at the mirror monitor. With the advantage of his profession, coupled with a speed-class archer skill that he had learned, he could kite monsters of the same level infinitely. Even if the boss's potential had reached platinum now, he could still defeat it. It would just take some time, but he was certain that he was definitely the fastest challenger in his class, because no one could have such an unrivaled single output like him. And that douchebag Su Tian, he actually dared to let himself start first. It seemed like he knew nothing about his own strength. Thinking of this, Li Fei Hong happily began to deal with the next boss again. And in the outside world, Su Tian looked at Li Fei Hong, who was selling himself to fight the bosses within the mirror image, and shook his head slightly. How come it's only 47 floors? I've already cleared out. Hearing this, Li Xiangtian, who was on the side, stiffened his face. He had just watched Su Tian's simulation mirror image, and that was simply not the speed at which one could clear the level. Even the other two pets hadn't even made a move, and with just one white tiger, he had pushed through horizontally. It was only at this moment that he realized that both he and Su Fei Hong had misjudged Su Tian's strength. If they had gone to the freshman test in the first place, I'm afraid that there wouldn't have been such an error in information. Teacher Li, give us the item. At this time, Chu Cuckoo stepped forward and said softly. From the beginning to the end, she didn't think Su Tian would lose. Even if this Li Fei Hong was a genius who had been snowed under. Li Xiangtian looked towards Li Fei Hong, who was still breaking through. At this time, this guy had just defeated a simulated boss, and even compared a smug gesture at the mirror image. This made Li Xiangtian's heart feel even more of an urge to slap him twice. Alright, the stuff will be given to you guys. Li Xiangtian gritted his teeth and said. There were also very precious materials that could be sold for millions of gold coins in the market, but now they were cheaply given to Chu Cuckoo for nothing. Who expected? Chu Cuckoo took the things and then directly handed it to Su Tian. Li Xiangtian saw it more depressed and almost spurted blood. 2 hours later, Li Fei Hong finally passed all the hurdles. At this moment, the outside has been sparsely populated, only Li Xiangtian waiting alone. Li Fei Hong hadn't noticed Li Xiangtian's ugly face yet. After he looked around and didn't find Su Tian, he laughed maniacally and said, "Ha ha, I was right. I was the first to pass. Su Tian, I won, ha ha ha." Li Xiangtian finally couldn't hold back and went up to fling a slap on his face. You win UMB. After coming out of the principal's office with Chu Cuckoo, Su Tian's heart was in a state of spring. Having obtained 2 more rare materials, he was one step closer to building the heaven-swallowing gourd. There were very few materials missing nowadays. Su Tian roughly looked at some of them. Apart from a few ultra-rare materials, there were also some that were ordinary and rare materials. How many materials are you still missing? At this moment, Chu Cuckoo suddenly asked in a loud voice. Su Tian hesitated for a moment and gave Chu Kuku the materials he was missing. After hearing that, Chu Kuku was slightly shocked. Some of these materials could be ultra-rare materials, and even the copy she was currently brushing might not be able to drop them. What exactly was Su Tian going to build? In Chu Kuku's mind, there was already a guess. Let's do it this way. All these things of yours are very valuable. Tomorrow I'll help you ask Uncle Han out. Let's talk about it face to face. What do you think about this? Shu Wan said softly. Good. Su Tian nodded. It was naturally more reliable to be able to deal face to face. Well, then I'll call you tomorrow. Chu Kuku nodded, then went to take care of other things. Su Tian returned to the teleportation center, his eyes lingering on the quest bar. His existing authority was only level 40, which gave Su Tian the feeling of having a lot of energy but nowhere to give it out, unable to do anything about it. In the end, he could only take on all of the existing level 40 quests in the school. That's all for now. The schoolmate in charge of the records looked at Su Tian in surprise. Schoolmate, are you serious? Big and small. Level 40 quests. This new student actually took over 20 of them. She was a little skeptical that this junior brother wasn't crazy. It's serious. By the way, if you take on so many quests at once, can you give 2 more credits? Su Tian asked. This one mission credits were pitifully small, all calculated in double digits. That's right. 0. 2 credits for a mission. 0. 3 credits. Simply don't be too stingy. It was said that one had to gather enough 100 credits to open level 50 per missions. Su Tian's words made the corner of the record lady's mouth twitch slightly. When this is a food market it gives you 2 more? No, this is a school regulation. Miss Records shook her head. Alright then. Su Tian sighed, and immediately walked outside to make a call to Jiang Xiaoye. Hey, Su Tian, what's wrong? I just finished taking a shower. On the other side of the phone, Jiang Xiaoye seemed to be wiping her hair. Oh, I've picked up a few credit quests in the teleportation center and wanted to ask you to brush them together. Su Tian said. Is that so? I'll be right there. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoye responded sweetly with joy in her heart. After saying that, she hung up the phone. Su Tian smiled at the sight. This girl's nature was still afraid that she would hang up the phone in a hurry if he didn't take her there. Soon, Jiang Xiaoye came wearing a white dress. Her pretty face with a little bit of makeup applied was pure and beautiful, instantly attracting some wolf-like gazes. However, what surprised Su Tian was that Xiaoyu was also followed by a tall silhouette. Zhang Xiaoqing, she actually came as well. Don't get me wrong. I have another quest to get into the replica and won't be joining you guys. Seeing the sight cast by Su Tian, Zhang Xiaosakura faintly said. Oh, Su Tian blinked with an expression of I believe it. Su Tian, I've also picked up some credit quests. Let's see if we have the same ones. Let's do those first. Jiang Xiaoye said it this time. Yeah. Su Tian nodded and lit up his quest interface. Seeing that an entire screen of quests that hadn't finished displaying, Jiang Xiaoye's entire body froze. This is what you said. A few quests? Jiang Xiaoye's sandalwood mouth opened slightly, her pretty face filled with shock. Yeah, that's all there is to the taskbar picking up the full, or else there's still a few more to pick up. Su Tian said. Jiang Xiaoye fell silent, deep in thought. Hey, these quests all have a time limit. If you don't finish them within the allotted time, you'll also lose credits backwards. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoye couldn't help but say, how long is the stipulated time? Su Tian asked. 24 hours. Zhang Xiaosakura blurted out. That's not it. Su Tian spread his hands. Seeing Su Tian's unimpressed look, Zhang Xiaochu recalled what kind of pervert Su Tian was. More than 20 quests in 24 hours. I'm afraid it's not enough for him to complete. Alright, we're off. Su Tian waved his hand at her and immediately brought Xiaoyu into a level 40 copy. It was an open copy with a quest objective that required hunting 100 elite monsters. During this time, the two of them also encountered a team from Qing University's university, and the seniors in the team were attentive and wanted to help Jiang Xiaoye when they saw how pretty she was, but they were startled when they saw the little white them beside Su Tian. What kind of profession is this? Summoner? Freshman number 1 Su Tian. It seems to be him. Thus, this group of people had the good sense to stop going forward. Su Tian, can't see that you're quite famous. Jiang Xiaoye giggled at the sight. Maybe. Su Tian shrugged his shoulders, and it was at this moment that the system's voice rang out. Congratulations to the host for killing the monster and gaining the opportunity to explore the resources. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a red extreme resource location. Please go and explore. The system's voice caused Su Tian's mind to tremble. Red extreme resources. This hadn't been encountered in a long time, so he hurriedly and excitedly opened the universal map. But the map wasn't the copy he was currently in. Not here? Su Tian froze, slightly puzzled. It actually wasn't in this copy. So where could it be? With urgency in his heart, Su Tian quickly brought Little Moon to finish brushing the 100 elite monsters before returning to the teleportation center. He browsed through all the level 40 copy maps, but none of them were able to match the pattern displayed by the universal map, which made him wonder even more. Could it be a level 50 copy? Or maybe it was a secret realm? In short, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to find this red resource in a short period of time, which made Su Tian feel a little disappointed in his heart. Red extreme resources. Every output was incomparably powerful. There was no need to mention the 2 divine beasts, and that platinum-level skill beast god Descent alone had repeatedly put himself out of danger. With his current strength refined, the rewards of the red resources would only become more precious this time around, and this feeling of knowing that the resources existed but being unable to find them more or less left him scratching his heart with 5 claws. However, as long as he could determine where this map's likeness was, then he would be able to locate it. It seemed like he would have to take the trouble to inquire about this place. Su Tian, what's wrong with you? Jiang Xiaoye, who was on the side, noticed Su Tian's state and couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Su Tian shook his head, putting aside the matter of the red resources for the time being and began to complete the task with all his might. As a result, the hall's records miss looked at Su Tian, who was entering and exiting, and was completely dumbfounded. Was this really completing a mission? Wasn't it a bit too fast? Could a freshman do a task this fast? In the afternoon, Su Tian had successfully completed more than 20 quests, and by the way, he had also raised 1 level to level 40. In terms of credits, a total of 7 had been gained, and it seemed that if he wanted to reach 100 points, he would need to work hard for a few more days. After level 40, Su Tian could already perform a 3rd turn, but thinking about the fact that he still had to meet the head of the Xiao family with Chu Cuckoo tomorrow, he didn't choose to transfer tonight. Last time, the 2nd turn had taken in 2 days, and he was only afraid that this 3rd turn would take even longer, so it wouldn't be good if he missed meeting that Xiao family head. The 2nd day, Shuan called Su Tian in the morning and called him out. Since Su Tian didn't have to attend classes right now anyway, when Su Tian arrived at the school entrance, Chu Cuckoo's car had long been waiting, a white sports car with a very dazzling streamline, and there were quite a few students around who recognized that this was Chu Cuckoo's car, and when they saw Su Tian get on the car, all of them revealed envious eyes. Luxury cars and beautiful women. This kid has all of them at once. Their dream goddess. MS. Chu, why couldn't the one sitting in the car be them? Right. Uncle Xiao said that he would bring his daughter over. You shouldn't mind, right? While traveling, Chu Cuckoo suddenly spoke out and asked, Daughter? Su Tian froze, then shook his head. Don't mind. That's good. I've already given Uncle Xiao a list of those things you mentioned yesterday, and they should have their whereabouts today. Chu Cuckoo added. That's great. Su Tian laughed, and couldn't help but lament Chu Cuckoo's high efficiency. Soon, the two stopped outside a cafe, and the other party had already waited in a compartment. It was a middle-aged man with some graying temples, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. His temperament had a hint of Confucian quietness without losing its majesty. Uncle Xiao. Seeing the other party, Chu Wan immediately greeted politely, and then glanced at Su Tian with a signaling eye. Su Tian was a bit dazed. You called uncle, then what am I called? Ha ha. You should be Su Tian, right? Ranked number 1 in the college entrance exam. I've heard of you. At this time, Xiao Jingyu took the lead as he said with a smile. Come, introduce to you guys, this is my daughter Xiaoya, previously sent by me to the grassroots level for training. Just returned to the capital some days ago. Xiao Cuckoo. I'm afraid you and Xiaoya haven't seen each other for a long time, right? Xiao Jingyu gave way, only to see that there was another tall woman behind him, with her hair lightly pulled back, willow leaf thin eyebrows, autumn water blue eyes, and a natural mature temperament that caused people to look sideways. Sister Xiaoya. Seeing the woman, Chuan couldn't help but smile and greet her. Immediately, he looked at Xiao Jingyu. Uncle Xiao, this is where you're wrong. I just met Sister Xiaoya in the southern province a few days ago. As for Su Tian, the moment he saw Xiaoya, his entire body was confused. Xiaoya, how could it be her? Brother Su Tian, long time no see. Instead, it was Xiaoya who waved at Su Tian with a smiling face. Xiaoya's words caused both Xiao Jingyu and Chu Wan to freeze. They would actually know each other? Father, Xiao Cuckoo. I didn't tell you guys before. Su Tian was a big client of mine when I was in the southern province. Do you remember that fire controller transformation scroll? It was Su Tian's younger brother who commissioned us to auction it off. Otherwise I would never have accomplished the goal you gave me so quickly and returned to the capital. Xiaoya smiled and said. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jingyu couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. No wonder you girl had to follow me here. After saying that, Xiao Jingyu turned back to look at Su Tian, but his eyes had a few more points of gravity in them than before. Fire controller transfer scroll. To be able to take out this kind of thing for auction, he was definitely not to be underestimated in person. It seemed that he had underestimated this teenager earlier. Su Tian, how are you? I'm the current head of the Xiao family in the capital, and since you're Xiao Kuku's student and Xiaoya's friend, then call me uncle as well. Xiao Kuku has told me all the things you need, of which we have all of these things in our treasury, but these ultra-rare materials, I'm afraid they're worth more than 5 million gold coins, and we don't have all of them left in our treasury, only these two. However, you can rest assured that I will do my best to help you acquire the rest to keep an eye out for them. The slowest week will have news. Su Tian could clearly feel that Xiao Jingyu seemed to be paying more attention to himself than when he had just arrived, and the twist was because Xiaoya had said that he had sent in an auction for the fire controller specialization scroll. As such, Su Tian couldn't help but glance at Xiaoya, who happened to be looking at him as well, and even winked daintily at himself. Thank you Uncle Xiao, these are the gold coins for purchasing the materials. I'll make it up later if it's not enough. Su Tian rolled out a bank card that he had prepared in advance. Xiao Jingyu didn't reject it and accepted it with alacrity, then went back to take care of things, leaving behind Xiaoya and Su Tian, the two of them, with their peers together. The pressure suddenly and abruptly reduced by a few points. So it was you guy who was in box number 1 in the first place. Chuan narrowed her eyes at Su Tian. She was also at that auction back then, but didn't have the strength to bid for that fire controller's transformation scroll. But she hadn't expected that the mysterious consignor was actually Su Tian. At that time, she was still wondering why Box 1 was targeting the Rin family, but now she finally understood. In response, Su Tian only smiled faintly. This kind of thing was better known by fewer people. After all, things like the mysterious profession transfer scroll were rare. In case someone with a heart knew about it, he was afraid that he wouldn't be captured as a strong man, specializing in brushing specialization scrolls. Hey, I heard that some time ago at the freshman test the Rin family head personally apologized to you. It's really a change of time. I remember when you were still being chased by the assassin that the Rin family had placed a bounty on in the southern province. Xiaoya similarly sighed. Hearing this, Su Tian couldn't help but pick the corner of his mouth. I also have to thank you for standing up to protect me that time, Sister Xiaoya. One must know that at that time, Xiaoya was still practicing, and no one knew that she was Xiao Jingyu's daughter, so the fact that she had stood up to defend herself could be seen as a heavy favor. Alright, let's not talk about this. From now on I will temporarily stay in the capital, taking over part of my father's work, especially the auction house aspect. If you guys have the need you can come to me at any time. Oh, Xiaoya laughed. Then I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you in the future. Su Tian similarly laughed. The three of them chatted until noon before leaving, and the first time Su Tian returned to the villa was to prepare for the third transformation. Once the ceremony started, it was a full 3 days. During that time, something happened that stirred up the whole of China. Even the top echelons of China were alarmed by it. Congratulations to the host for completing the third career transmutation and obtaining a career branch. 1. Water Attribute Divine Beast Master. Can strengthen the abilities of water attribute pets while gaining exclusive skills. 2. Dark Attribute Divine Beast Master. Can strengthen dark attribute pet abilities while gaining exclusive skills. 3. Spatial Attribute Divine Beast Master. Can strengthen spatial attribute pet abilities while obtaining exclusive skills. Almost without hesitation, Su Tian made his choice. 1. Water Attribute Divine Beast Master. Su Tian faintly said, Congratulations to the host for obtaining an occupation transmutation and becoming a water attribute divine level beast master. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the exclusive skill, Surprising Waves. Surprising Wave, the host has the power to control the water attribute for a short period of time, while creating a powerful wave water tornado in an area, inflicting 70% water attribute damage to the enemy every second. Duration, 10s, cooldown, 60s. Seeing this skill, Su Tian was slightly surprised. Right now, his basic attributes had all been extremely unweak, but he lacked attack skills. The only ones he used regularly were also the attack skills that came with the Black Hell weapons, which were more or less lackluster by now. As for the Surprise Wave skill, although the cooldown time was a bit long, the output ability was quite impressive, and it was also a long-range output skill, which was already quite good. At the same time, Su Tian observed his attribute panel. Host, Su Tian. Level, 40. Occupation, Divine Beast Master, 3rd turn. Life, 15,672. Strength, 2,701. Defense, 2,543. Speed, 2,845. Energy, 2,676. Skills, Beast God Descent. Divine Tree, Killing God Field. Water Energy Sinew. Barbarian King Iron Bone, Son of Wind, Rock Wall, Shocking Wave. An ordinary combat profession would only be able to have an average of 1500 four-dimensional attributes at level 40. Turn 3. Even if it was Wei Hang, a gentle kind of profession with high basic attributes, it was estimated that he could only have 2000 Dewey 4 dimensions. His 4 dimensions, however, were already approaching an average of 3000 attributes. More than 1,000 of those attributes were thanks to the attribute links of the 3 harnessed beasts. The current Little White, whose level had reached level 30, had an average 4 dimensions as high as nearly 4000. If it transformed into its battle form, it would be an average of nearly 8000 four-dimensional attributes, not to mention diamonds, even epic bosses it could solve in less than a minute. Of course, except for the Flower of Illusion that sucked up a bunch of small monsters last time. As for Xiao Wu, although it was the same divine beast, it was born a bit slower and was only level 22. Even so, it was comparable to the level 36 Little Savage in terms of attributes, averaging around 3000. However, it possessed the same skill of illusion as Little White, and once it entered its battle form, its attributes would stack up, and its role in actual combat had already surpassed that of Little Barbarian. On top of that, the 3 harnessed beasts had each comprehended some skills during this time. Little White had 1. Bloodthirsty Claws. Skill effect: when killing a target, you can obtain a blood-sucking effect of 10% of the damage dealt. Little Barbarian had 1. Tarzan's Pressure. Skill effect: leaps up from the ground and lands on top of the enemy's head, dealing massive physical damage. Xiao Wu has 2. Purification Wave and Overwash Strike. Purifying Wave purifies a friend's negative effects while restoring a certain amount of their life value. Water Attack: launch a water attribute ball of magic. After hitting, it can be hit to the surrounding enemy units, up to 8 times, and each hit will cause 70% of its own magic damage. To summarize, Xiao Bai has a high output while having the ability to sustain. Xiao Ban has the ability to output on top of her high defense, and Xiao Wu's auxiliary ability has been further enhanced, allowing her to remove negative effects while adding an output skill. The current Su Tian felt like he could challenge a level 60 plus copy. Just at this moment, the phone was ringing. Su Tian, have you finished reincarnating? On the other end of the phone was Chu Cuckoo's voice. Teacher Chu? Su Tian was slightly stunned. Why was she calling just after he had finished his transmutation? Something has happened, so you should hurry and come to the transmission center. Chu Wan's hurried voice rang out, and at the same time, Su Tian also heard some noisy voices. Su Tian's face was slightly solemn, coming out from the villa. He didn't see the Jiang family sisters either. Even his sister didn't know where she had gone. So Su Tian hurriedly took the fast track to the teleportation center. At this moment, there were countless students gathered at the teleportation center, and there were even teachers present, and they were all staring at a revealed mirror image in unison. There was a 4-member squad on the screen that was currently battling an unfamiliar boss, but the image of the battle could only be described as grueling. The team was being crushed by the boss on the other side, no matter if it was in terms of damage or blood volume, and in almost no time at all. One of the team members had been reduced to a broken bloodline. As soon as his teammate tried to restore his blood, a strange black light swept him away, and then that person's information in the team status turned gray, declared dead. Seeing this scene, everyone in the teleportation hall revealed a look of fear. Su Tian. At that moment, Chu Cuckoo found him with the Jiang sisters, her pretty face solemn. Teacher Chu, what happened? Is it related to this mirror image? Su Tian asked. Chu Wan nodded, then explained. This is a new level 40 copy that appeared in the Apocalypse world a day ago, but the boss inside is a type we've never heard of before. And this mirror image, it's an opening squad led by a 6th rotation powerhouse, and its constituent members are all above 4th rotation as well. Even under the suppression of the opening system, their strength far exceeds that of an ordinary level 40 exploration squad. But you've also seen the situation in the mirror image. Chu Wan's voice was heavy. At those words, Su Tian froze. That team that had been completely abused by the boss was actually an opening squad led by a 6th turn powerhouse? Normally speaking, a level 40 copy should correspond to a platinum potential boss, and even if the boss had the protection of the open land system, it shouldn't be strong enough to abuse an open land squad led by a 6th turn powerhouse, right? The so-called open system means that before the first boss is killed by the raiders, everything in this copy will be protected by the rules of the Apocalypse world. Here, the opening team could not use props that exceeded their level, nor could they equip equipment that exceeded their level, and at the same time, their own level would be suppressed to the same level as the copy. However, even so, a 6-turn powerhouse was still a 6-turn powerhouse, and the advantages of rich battle experience and 6 career transmogrifications could not be ignored. However, It was such a small team of openers that died in this new copy. Because there is no teleportation bracelet in the opening copy. Once dead is really dead. This copy of the teleportation channel was discovered the day before yesterday in the eastern province. 50 hours have passed since then, in the middle of which many adventurer squads entered and didn't come out before triggering the local attention and sending out mirrors in this pioneering squad, while letting a mirror division follow, Shuwan said in detail. Upon hearing this, Su Tian nodded and once again watched the process of this team's battle against each other, and then noticed something. Where's that mirror image, master? Chu Koku froze, his eyes looking at him strangely. This is the most precious footage of the mirror master before he was born. The corner of Su Tian's mouth twitched. Alright, so you mean you want me to go to this copy? That's right. This matter has already attracted a great deal of attention from all over the country, and the principal has received a notice from above to temporarily form an open team to represent Qing University. Shu Wan nodded. Enroll on your own? Su Tian raised an eyebrow. Of course not. Based on this footage, we can determine that this boss has high blood volume, high burst, and also a means of harvesting. Therefore, the school decided to target screen some professions with a restraining effect, prioritizing professions that are well balanced and have the ability to recover. And most importantly, there needs to be a core in the team. After speaking, Chu Kuku's gaze looked toward Su Tian. Hearing this, Su Tian guffawed. I'm that core? I've discussed it with Grandpa Tang. You're the obvious choice for captain. Other than that, you can pick the 3 people in the team yourself, Chu Kuku said softly. Good. If I'm not mistaken, opening a copy will get you a national reward, right? Su Tian laughed. There are now less than 22 hours left in the countdown to open the land. Once this copy fails to open the land, the monsters of the apocalypse world may invade the real world, and at that time, China may be devastated. At such a critical moment, do you think the country will be less rewarding to you? Shuwan gave him a blank look. Su Tian smiled twice after hearing this. Then he looked at the Zhang sisters, finally landing on Zhang Xiaoye. You guys come with me? The sacred celestial master's healing gain ability is still very strong, and as for your sister, although I don't know what her profession is yet, it should be some sort of assassin with a strong output, right? Su Tian said. Zhang Xiaochu looked at him and faintly said, I'm a mystic profession. 5 elements assassin. 5 elements assassin? Su Tian was stunned. As the name suggested, the 5 elements assassin possessed 5 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, which possessed a certain amount of restraining ability in the vast majority of matchups, while the cumulative bursts between the multiple elements could achieve a high amount of damage. Well balanced? Su Tian raised an eyebrow and instantly finalized. Good. Then count you in. Zhang Xiaokuram's beautiful eyes flickered for a moment. A successful opening of a copy was considered a contribution to the country, and could be entered into the national program, and would be subjected to the country's focused care and cultivation afterwards. It could be said that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. There were countless heavenly prides in Qing University. If it was a normal day, this kind of good thing would never be their sister's turn, and this time, they had to bear Su Tian's favor again. There's still one person missing. How are you going to choose? Shuwan didn't seem surprised by Su Tian's choice, but asked instead. Su Tian's gaze picked up slightly, flowing through the teleportation hall and finally landing on a familiar person. Great God! Great God! Wei Hang also spotted Su Tian at this moment, waving his hand excitedly. Next to him, there was the adorably dressed rich girl, Bai Yuner. It's you guys. Bai Yuner and Wei Hang quickly came over, and Bai Yuner's beautiful eyes fell on Su Tian with an expectant expression. The corners of Su Tian's mouth twitched as he whirled around and summoned Little White out, and the young girl instantly hugged it over with a cry of joy, rubbing it against her head for a while. Little White was not willing to show weakness, and returned 2 claws on the young girl's chest, causing the young girl to cry out repeatedly. Wei Hang, how about an errand for you? Su Tian looked at this divine seal holy like knight and laughed. This guy was a front rower, but with Little Savage and Little Wu around, there shouldn't be much need for him to make a move. Still, that team attribute increase ability of his was pretty good. Wei Hang looked at Chu Kuku and suddenly realized something, winging his voice in a small voice. Great God, you guys aren't going to open up the land, are you? That's right. Su Tian nodded. Great God, you're thinking of me for such a good thing. I'm too touched. Wei Hang was almost ready to cry, but in the end he pointed to the side. But I'm well aware of the dangers of this replica, so perhaps bringing along MS. Bai would be better for you. At those words Su Tian froze. He chose Wei Hang because of that team-wide attribute increase ability of his, and although Bai Yuner was a space mage with good development prospects, it was only the early stages now, and her role should be. As he was hesitating, Su Tian suddenly realized that Little White had returned to his hands. Even Little White himself didn't react. looking around in confusion. Next to him, Zhang Xiaochu's gaze flickered slightly. Spatial transfer? Eastern Province. It was already 2 hours after the group arrived. The previous news is already outdated. The latest opening news, a team composed of Earth rankings entered the copy and also lost the news. According to judgment, this boss should also be over-leveled and refreshed, with a minimum of diamond potential, and it will unleash a must-kill technique at the start of the battle. In front of the teleportation channel, the head of the Eastern Province said with a grave voice, "Did the Earth ranking team fail as well?" The moment these words came out, many of the opening squads that had come had revealed a look of retreat. This was too terrifying. Even the strongest of the Earth rankings had failed. How could they possibly succeed? Su Tian. Chuan's pretty face also changed slightly. The lowest person on the Earth ranking was level 70. They had failed. Could Su Tian succeed? Don't worry. If it's a high-level copy, maybe I don't have this kind of confidence. But this is only a level 40 copy. Even if it crosses over to refresh, how high can the level of that boss be? Su Tian laughed. Among the leveling, I messed up the kill. Hearing this, Chu Cuckoo and the others all revealed a strange look. Good fellow. I'm afraid you're the only one who dares to say this, right? What are you bragging about? Amongst the same level you killed indiscriminately? Even the strongest of the Earth rankings have failed. You can kill indiscriminately? Right. Where did this guy come from to be so pretentious? Can you open the land? Can't you go to the pig's table next door? Don't block me from contributing to the country. Some of the surrounding adventure squads scoffed when they heard Su Tian's words. In response, Su Tian just shook his head before walking to the front of the teleportation channel. A few people in charge were guarding the place, and seeing Su Tian's squad preparing to enter, they spoke out and asked, "Name, place of origin, occupation." Su Tian. From Qing University, occupation Beast Master. Su Tian faintly said, "Beast Master?" The person in charge's recording hand lurched as he looked at Su Tian with more than a touch of consternation. Beast Master, a famously wasted profession. But there was one exception. A student of Qing University, the top student of the college entrance exam. Su Tian. That person is actually Su Tian? He's the Beast Master who owns a divine beast. Damn it, I actually mocked him just now. What's wrong with having a divine beast? Come out and fight. Are you stupid? He's the one who defeated the legendary potential boss of the 9 Demon Tower. What? I'm sorry. I admit that I just spoke a little too loudly. A burst of white light passed. Dropping. Uncollected map information detected. The system is expanding the resource pack. Ding. Resource pack expansion completed. You have entered the level 40 replica, the Ghostly Ridge. Congratulations on obtaining your first opportunity to enter a copy and explore. And congratulations on discovering black gold resources. Please go ahead and obtain them. The moment Su Tian and the others landed on the ground, the system's voice resounded in his mind. Black gold resources? Su Tian was slightly stunned. This was the first time he had encountered it. As a reward under red resources, I wondered what black gold would explode. Su Tian, which way are we going? Jiang Xiaoqing's cool voice rang out. Wait for me to take a look. Su Tian composed his mind and checked the map that the system had just finished expanding. It had to be said that the function of this universal map was too strong. The distribution of the various monsters on the map, as well as the distribution of resources, was clear at a glance. But he found some problems. There are actually 5 bosses on this map. Doesn't that mean we have to defeat them all before we can consider the opening successful? Su Tian frowned slightly. Host, you can view the monster information after the resource pack expansion. The system's voice rang out. Oh, Su Tian sniffed, then tapped on a boss's information. Target, Black Earth Beast. Potential, Diamond. Level, 49. Life, 46,789. Strength, 6,795. Defense, 7,062. Speed, 4,962. Energy, 5,789 inch. I go. Seeing this attribute, Su Tian was startled. How could the attributes of this diamond boss be so high? No wonder those opening squads lost so miserably. This attribute was almost something that only epic bosses could have. Su Tian opened the information page of the remaining bosses again. Giant Wood Beast, Heavenly Fire Beast, Surprising Water Beast, and Vajra Beast. Without exception, the attributes were all ridiculously high. These bosses, in turn, had never appeared in the Huaxia included illustrations, which gave Su a vague feeling of uneasiness. Could there be any connection between these 5 bosses? Su Tian, how's it going? At this moment, Zhang Xiaochu's voice pulled Su Tian's thoughts back. It's fine. Let's go this way. Su Tian pointed in the direction to his left, where the Black Earth Beast he had just looked at was located. Based on that mirror image information he had seen in the teleportation center, Su Tian estimated that it should be this Black Earth beast that pioneering squad had encountered. Good. The crowd nodded and followed Su Tian's lead. Compared to other copies, the small and elite monsters of this level 40 copy were also much stronger. And even if Jiang Xiaochu was a fourth turn, it was still very laborious to kill an elite monster. Wait, there seems to be something wrong here. Right at this moment, Su Tian suddenly stopped the crowd. This was because according to the markings on the map, a red dot had appeared here. The red dot was the mark of a boss, but the problem was that this red dot wasn't as big as the boss's. What's wrong? The crowd was puzzled. Su Tian, on the other hand, tapped on that red dot's information. Target, Yellow Earth Beast, Lord Monster. Level, 45. Potential, Platinum. Life, 23,459. Strength, 3,256. Defense, 3,479. Speed, 2,964. Energy, 3,088 inch. Seeing this description, Su Tian's entire body froze. Lord Monster, what was this thing? At this moment, Su Tian was finally certain that this level 40 copy was definitely different from ordinary level 40 copies. At the same time, Jiang Xiaochu and the others also discovered the Yellow Earth Beast, and seeing the attributes on it, Jiang Xiaochu frowned slightly. Is this one the boss? I don't think so. Although this monster's attributes aren't low, it shouldn't be enough to regiment an Earth ranking team. Bai Yuner hugged Little White and said softly, "It's a Lord Monster." Su Tian opened his mouth. Lord Monster? The three women looked at Su Tian at the same time, a flash of confusion surfacing in their eyes. You can understand it as a type of monster that is stronger than elite monsters but weaker than bosses, and they possess the ability to rule over the surrounding small monsters and elite monsters, uniting to defend the enemy. While Su Tian was explaining, many small and elite monsters had already gathered around. They were listed in formation as if they were organized, with the Yellow Earth Beast residing at the back, just like a general. Jiang Xiaosakura and the others looked at this scene in shock. They had never seen this before. The monsters of the apocalypse world actually seem to possess intelligence. We're running out of time. Little White, settle them. Su Tian spoke in a low voice. Ow! Little White jumped out of Bai Yuner's arms, transforming into his battle form in the next moment. The king-shaped markings on his forehead particularly eye-catching, his limbs robust, his thick and long tiger tail swinging behind him as if it were a steel whip, and his heart-stopping low roar seeming to penetrate one's soul. The divine beast White Tiger. Seeing Little White's power, Bai Yuner was the first to let out a cheer. Go Little White! Ow! Seemingly in response, Little White came out as swiftly as electricity, his tiger claws slapping on a bunch of small monsters. Tons of damage rose. Small monsters have been transformed into falling objects. Even the elite monsters are also unbeatable. In just a few dozen seconds, only the Lord Monster was left in the field. Gulp gulp gulp. The Yellow Earth Beast let out a roar, not knowing which country's language it was. Hearing this, Xiaobai rewarded it with a white tiger whistling light wave without any frills. In an instant, the Yellow Earth Beast turned into dust. Done. Su Tian yawned and stepped forward to pick up the fallen items. It's settled? Bai Yuner was flabbergasted for a moment. She thought that she would need at least a bit of a fight, but it turned out that Little White had directly passed in seconds. Outrageous. Wait, these guys seem to have a much higher experience drop rate? Su Tian suddenly frowned. Compared to a normal level 40 copy, the experience of the small monsters in this copy was surprisingly about twice as high. The crowd glanced at each other, all unable to hide the shock in their hearts. This discovery would only change the existing copy system in Huaxia. Let's go. Go find this boss. Su Tian took a deep breath and led the crowd forward. There were now less than 20 hours left before the 72-hour deadline, while there were 5 bosses to be raided in this copy, so there was no time to lose. Boom! Half an hour later, Su Tian's squad appeared outside the boss territory, and after clearing the monsters around them, they finally saw the boss, a huge monster composed of black soil, but at the moment, several brilliant lights were blooming on it. A team was challenging it. Finally, under the harassment of these attacks, the black soil beast launched a counterattack and smashed down on the group of shadows on the ground. This squad hastily dodged, yet a chipped piece of the earth pit smashed open by the black earth beast flew straight at a black-skirted girl. In the opening squad, a girl in a white dress saw the scene and instantly exclaimed out in shock, "Be careful!" The black-skirted gentle turned back and looked at the rubble that was shooting backwards from her pupils. A trace of panic grew in her heart. This black earth beast's damage was very high, and she was a mage profession with brittle blood defense. Once she was hit, even if she didn't die, she would be bloodied. And this boss also had a bizarre harvesting ability. At the back, the other members of the open space squad were pale. With the black dress gentle's defense absolutely can't withstand a single blow from the black earth beast, so there must not be any mistakes during the entire sparring process. Black-dressed Gentle had taken on the majority of the team's output, and once she died, it would be impossible to kill the boss. Is it going to fail? Despair welled up in the hearts of the crowd. They had already been locked by the Black Earth Beast's sure kill technique at this moment, and there was absolutely no way to exit. With the death of the Black Skirt Gentleman, they wouldn't be able to escape their fate in the end. Swish! In the nick of time, a silver light suddenly flashed. Black-skirted Gentle's figure actually disappeared out of thin air. The rest of the Pioneer Squad were dumbfounded at the sight. Where is he? Was he killed in seconds? No, I can feel that she's not dead yet, the white-skirted Gentle murmured out, turning to look at the rear. Boom! The earth-walled cage that had originally enveloped the Pioneer Squad suddenly burst. Endless smoke and dust filled the surroundings, and when that smoke and dust dissipated, the pupils of the Pioneer Squad's eyes shrunk violently. Tiger, white tiger, only to see in the smoke, a handsome white tiger walked out slowly, and a pair of purple pupils were emitting a regal luster. Hey hey hey, long time no see. At the same time, a familiar voice rang out. Su Tian? Seeing the silhouette behind that white tiger, the white-skirted Gentle's pretty face snapped up in surprise, and beside Su Tian, the black-skirted Gentleness was standing nicely, her beautiful eyes surfacing with a strange luster. You fellow, how can you appear so promptly every time? Then how do you plan to repay me for saving your life? Su Tian looked towards her and said with a smile. Well, the black dress gently pursed her lips, then winking her eyes, she said, then how about you look at giving your body in return? Buy one get one free. Oh, buy one get one free? Su Tian's eyes lit up, and he subconsciously looked towards the white dress. TSK, this black and white, the boss hasn't been resolved yet. Is it okay if you guys want to flirt later? At this time, a very unkind voice came from behind. Jiang Xiaochu. Upon hearing this, Su Tian then looked towards the Black Earth Beast, a coldness flashing in his eyes. Leave it to me. With that, a black prison surfaced in his hand. Su Tian, let me help you. Zhang Xiaoya similarly flashed a deep blue kiss in her hand and spoke out. No need, we can deal with this boss. Su Tian smiled. The attributes of this Black Earth Beast weren't as strong as the phantom flower he had encountered earlier in the Nine Demon Tower. Roar! In the next second, two more contract spells appeared behind Su Tian, a large-sized barbarian bear and a turtle beast snake-bodied green hairy turtle. The one man and three beasts directly rushed towards the Black Earth Beast. Seeing this scene, Gentle's teammates were confused. They were so careful in dealing with the Black Earth Beast, fearing that they would be hit by the other party's skills, but these guys actually didn't have any defense measures, and directly rushed up. Instead, their teammates didn't seem to be worried about it, and instead, they showed pity to the Black Earth Beast? What kind of situation is this? Yuner, I have to thank you for saving my life just now. If it wasn't for your spatial transfer, I might have been killed here just now. At this moment, the black-skirted Gentle thanked by Yuner. Hearing these words, the open space squad looked at each other in disbelief. Spatial transfer? It was actually a spatial system mage who possessed spatial shift. The rarity of this spatial transfer skill was no less than in the legendary Mystic Profession Transfer Scrolls, and a spatial department mage with spatial transfer ability was almost more sought after than a heavenly ranking character. Where on earth did this divine team come from that actually even had someone with spatial transfer? Not to mention the guy who directly charged with his pet. Was he always this brave? Little White, God-killing domain. Ow, Xiao Wu, gravity, Wu, little barbarian sit it down and die. Su Tian's commanding voice came from the front line, and he even held onto his sword with no intention of striking, watching his pet deal damage the entire time. Terrifyingly, that Black Earth Beast's blood level was dropping at a terrifying rate. They had milled for half a day before only hitting a single frame of blood, while these guys were acting like bandits, and look at what that Black Earth Beast was getting hit with. Call it a day. In the end, only Su Tian could hear a mid-air gulp, and the Black Earth Beast collapsed to the ground with a loud bang, turning into a pile of fallen objects. Solved? Gentle's teammates were dumbfounded. It made them wonder if this was the same boss they had just dealt with. However, they had watched the entire process of Su Tian fighting the Black Earth Beast, and it was impossible to fake it. So, they snapped to the realization of one thing: this could be an unimaginably great god. But Su Tian looked young again. Hello, my name is Chang Tianla. I'm a teacher from the Northern University Academy. You should be a gentle friend, right? A middle-aged man came forward in a friendly manner and extended his right hand. A teacher from the Northern University Academy? Hearing this, Su Tian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This Northern University Academy seemed to be very dedicated. In order to open up this copy actually sent a teacher directly. Hello, I'm Gentle's friend and also a freshman of the Qing University Academy. Su Tian. He politely shook the other party's hand. Chang Tianla's outstretched right hand stiffened violently. He hadn't heard it wrong, had he? A freshman from Qing University? Su Tian. This name made Chang Tianla frown. Why did he feel like he had heard this name somewhere? Su Tian, could you be the Beast Master Su Tian who came first in the college entrance exam? Chang Tianla finally thought of where he had heard this name, and he couldn't help but let out a gasp. It's indeed me. The corners of Su Tian's mouth twitched. It wasn't just the first in the college entrance exam. Why be so excited? Chang Tianla gulped violently. No wonder this guy was so strong. It turned out to be that perverted Beast Master. It is said that one of his harnessed beasts is a divine beast, so it is not surprising that he can solve this Black Earth beast so easily. However, although the words were spoken, Chang Tianla had a feeling of skepticism inside. Although he wasn't a strong person, right? He was also a level 78 7th turn mystic profession, or an existence that had made it to the top of the Earth rankings. Even he could be buried if he wasn't careful against this Black Earth beast, but Su Tian had actually killed it without much effort. This newborn strength, would it be a little too terrifying? Question, is this considered a successful opening for us? At this moment, a weak voice rang out, only to see Bai Yuner blinking her eyes with a curious expression. The crowd looked toward Su Tian who had returned, similarly revealing a look of inquiry. Not counting, there are a total of 5 bosses like the Black Earth Beast. Su Tian shook his head indifferently. What? Hearing this, the crowd's complexion slightly stared. There were actually 5 of them. One such boss was already heaven-defying, and there were actually 5 of them in this copy. Even if they were over-leveling and refreshing bosses, it was impossible for them to be so frequent, right? In addition to that, you guys should have found the Lord Monsters as well, right? The kind that can rule over the smaller monsters, Su Tian added. Chang Tianlu and Gentle glanced at each other, and the former nodded slightly. Yes, is that thing called a Lord Monster? Well, I think that maybe this isn't a boss that's refreshing at a transgressive level, but rather this copy was originally like this. It's just that. This is the first time we've found this kind of copy. Hearing Su Tian's words, the crowd's eyes instantly stared, revealing a contemplative look. What Su Tian said was not without possibility. In the past, the level 40 copies that they had entered had never consisted of only elite monsters and small monsters, with the strongest being the bosses. But today, the pattern of this copy was very different from the previous copies. Not only were the bosses ridiculously strong, even the small monster refresh pattern appeared different. Perhaps, it's not only the secret realms that are divided into difficulty levels? At this moment, Zhang Xiaoye's words stunned the crowd. All along, humans had only made difficulty distinctions for secret realms. From ordinary to purgatory, the higher the difficulty the harder it was to raid. As for the purgatory secret realm, it was difficult for the average leveled adventure squad to raid it, and they had to be at least 10 levels above the average secret realm to have a chance of clearing it. But they had never thought about it. What if there was a difficulty distinction for copies as well? For example, a level 40 normal copy, a level 40 difficult copy, a level 40 nightmare copy, and a level 40 purgatory copy. Even, there would be new difficulties. The crowd had become increasingly alarmed as they spoke, and Chang Tianla's face was even heavier. This matter is not trivial. I need to leave the replica immediately to report to the top. Here, it depends on your squad. Chang Tianla looked toward Su Tian and solemnly said, Good. Su Tian nodded. Chang Tianla didn't hesitate and left with the other 2 teammates, while Gentle decided to stay with Su Tian and the others. In this case, let Gentle enter the team. My role is limited to the ability of spatial transfer anyway. It's the same with or without a team. Bai Yuner took the initiative. That's not too good. It's better for me to team up solo. Wenro was a little embarrassed. Seeing the 2 people being humble, Su Tian was a little speechless. If it wasn't for the rules of opening up the land that one couldn't open a temporary team, he would have wanted to open up a team of 5 people. How about this? The 4 of you will be in a team, and I'll be in a separate team. Su Tian waved his hand. The few girls looked at each other. Agreed. Following Su Tian's instructions, the crowd began to head to the next boss point, encountering some of the more difficult to deal with Lord Monsters during the process, all of which were taken care of by Xiao Bai. The team formed by Gentle and the girls brushed the small monsters and also gained a considerable amount of experience. About an hour later, the crowd saw the second boss, the giant wood beast. But the problem came up. This giant wood beast's attributes were actually not the panel Su Tian had seen before, but rather, it had flipped a level. Target, giant wood beast. Potential, diamond. Level, 49. Life, 57,964. Strength, 7,562. Defense, 8,283. Speed, 6,044. Energy, 7,352 inch. This average 4 dimensions was actually more than 1,000 higher than the Black Earth Beast. How could this be? Su Tian hurriedly called up the map interface to check the attributes of the other 3 bosses, then sucked in a breath of cool air. Sure enough, the attributes had increased as well, and just like the giant wood beast, it had increased by more than 1,004 dimensions on average. If the sum of their increase was total together, it was almost as much as the dead Black Earth Beast's 4-dimensional attributes. In other words, the dead Black Earth Beast's 4-dimensional attributes were converted to these 4 bosses. Big trouble, Su Tian murmured out. Calculating and apportioning it in this manner, wouldn't that mean that one boss would end up with an equal share of the remaining 4's entire attributes? The average 4 dimensions of a single boss was around 6,000, and if all of them were stacked on one, then the single attribute would have to reach a terrifying 30,000. Even a level 87th turn expert might not have such a terrifying attribute. Su Tian, what's wrong? At the same time, a few girls noticed Su Tian's ugly complexion and couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Su Tian shook his head and didn't tell them about it. 1. It was because he couldn't be sure of the veracity of the conjecture. And 2. He couldn't be sure of the timing of the conversion of this attribute. If this attribute was transformed immediately after the boss died, the degree of trickiness would have to exceed Su Tian's imagination. Instead of doing so, it would be better not to say anything so that they wouldn't add to the pressure. Oh, then what about this boss? The girls asked. You guys clamp down on the surrounding small monsters. I'll just kill it solo, Su Tian said indifferently. Su Tian's light tone made the black-skirted gentle unable to help, revealing a flamboyant look, so domineering. Holy light! As they spoke, the crowd was already at work. Among the girls, Jiang Xiao Sakura had the highest output, a single assassin, and with the restraints of the 5 attributes, she was almost able to resolve a small monster in a few seconds. While the others were a bit more strenuous in comparison, they were able to deal with the surrounding swarms of monsters. Seeing this, Su Tian looked towards the giant wood beast with confidence. Although this fellow had increased his average 4 dimensions by more than 1,000, there wasn't much of a difference between it and the Black Earth Beast in Xiaobai's and their eyes. After all, under the illusion state, Xiaobai's average 4 dimensions had already reached 8,000. Little White, strike! As Su Tian let out a low shout, Xiaobai's swift figure transformed into a stump, while the giant wood beast also discovered Su Tian's presence, and the surrounding branches and leaves diffused to generate a ring of cages that surrounded Su Tian and Xiaobai, isolating them from the outside world. A must-kill technique? Su Tian raised an eyebrow, then carried out the black prison and slashed at the circle of prison. The dense black flames instantly invaded all the wooden branches. The giant wood beast let out a strange cry from its mouth, then swung its branches and lashed at Su Tian. Little Barbarian blocked in front of Su Tian with a roar, and Xiao Wu's snake tail swung, adding defense to it. A blow fell on Little Barbarian. The damage was almost negligible. At the same time, Little White let out a roar. His sharp claws swung at the giant wooden beast. Strong wind attribute energy surged out, carrying sharp blades that landed on the giant wood beast, and a string of damage skyrocketed. Almost instantly, the giant wood beast's blood level dropped by half. Woo! Xiao Wu uttered. A water bomb landed on the giant wooden beast. The damage was not as high as Xiaobai's, but it still reduced this giant wooden beast to a crippled blood. Following Xiaobai's addition of another normal attack, the giant wood beast was declared dead. A bunch of golden drops spawned, and the circle of cages disappeared. At the same time, a few girls also cleared the monster swarm outside. Seeing the drops on the ground, the gazes of the girls blossomed with color. Although Su Tian's power had already become a consensus in their hearts, they were still inevitably amazed when Su Tian killed this boss without any effort. Ha! This time the drop is a skill book? Su Tian picked up the drop, and his eyes finally brightened slightly. Compared to the rest of the normal level 40 copies, the quality of this copy's drops was also a bit higher, and although it didn't exceed the platinum limit, it was the best of the platinum quality. For example, the last Black Earth Beast had dropped a platinum extreme quality defense wrist guard. The unilateral defense had increased by a full 200 points, and there was also a defense class skill. This kind of good stuff, Su Tian of course did not hesitate to equip himself, and this time, it even dropped a skill book. The probability of a skill book dropping was more than 1.5 stars lower than equipment, and the drop rate of Mystic Profession skill books was even rarer. Su Tian picked up the skill book and couldn't wait to open it, and a pattern with wings emerged. This is a Holy Angel skill? Holy Light Pervasive. Holy Angels swing their staffs to bloom holy light, greatly reducing the enemy's movement speed while increasing the enemy's spell casting speed. Restrictions: Holy Angel, a platinum skill book. Su Tian subconsciously looked towards Jiang Xiaoye after reading the skill description. This was a ranged control skill, which could be described as a very strong control skill, and although this skill did not deal damage, the double down attribute could completely make up for this flaw. Whether it was in a copy or in competitive play, this skill was of great use. Xiao Yu. Su Tian turned towards Jiang Xiaoye and handed her the skill book. Without a doubt, she was the only holy angel by his side and in his team, so giving it to her was most appropriate. When Jiang Xiaoye saw the description of the skill, she was overjoyed, but then she waved her hand and said, Su Tian, you killed this boss. I can't have it. After saying that, she looked through her bank card again, seemingly wanting to spend money to buy it, but the value of the platinum skill in the market had already exceeded 3 million. Not to mention that this was a mystic profession skill book, the value alone was afraid to start at 5 million. As for Jiang Xiaoye, it was obvious that she didn't have so many gold coins, and after looking through her bank card, she revealed an expression of embarrassment. Seeing this, Su Tian burst out laughing. Xiao Yu, do you still need this for your relationship with me? Take it. Only you can learn this skill, and you can help me better after learning it. No? Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoye blushed and nodded her head. Alright then, but the gold coins for this skill, I will pay you back by helping you brush materials. Looking at Jiang Xiaoye's serious eyes, Su Tian nodded helplessly. Alright then. Upon hearing this, the black-skirted gentleness on the side couldn't help but poke the white-skirted gentleness's waist, whispering, look at people, how good they are at creating opportunities to be together. Learn something. The white-skirted gentleness was confused and looked at her blankly. What does this have to do with me? If you want to be with Su Tian, go ahead and say so. Then I can really say it? Don't you regret it? The black dress tenderly raised her willow eyebrows. Regret is a puppy. White skirt gentleness hummed. She didn't believe that black skirt gentleness had such courage. Who knows? Black skirt gentle really walked over to Su Tian and whispered, Su Tian, that cruel woman doesn't want me anymore. How about you take care of me in the future? I can do your laundry and cook for you, and I can also warm the comforter. Moreover, I know something else. The black skirted gentle winks and her voice was soft and melodious. This action of hers immediately caused the corners of Su Tian's mouth to twitch. What kind of drama was this? Su Tian looked towards the white-dressed gentle. She had already turned away in shame. Damn, how to forget that this guy is topped with his own face and being seen by so many people with a face like that. It was really humiliating. Cough cough. It's better to go and tackle the remaining bosses first. There's not much time left before the opening. Su Tian coughed twice and said, okay, people listen to you. The black dress tenderly blinked with a husband and wife look. The ladies? Sister Xiao Cherry, is this their official announcement? The unknown by Yuner asked quietly. Unbeknownst to her, when she asked this question, Zhang Xiaocherry's pretty face, which was already somewhat discolored, turned a few points colder. The short period of relief was violently solidified when the crowd arrived at the next boss territory. Target, surprising water beast. Potential, diamond. Life, 76. 320. Strength, 9,840. Defense, 8,890. Speed, 11,340. Energy, 10,654 inch. A crocodile covered in scaly armor was wandering in a lake, and its surroundings were similarly dotted with small monsters, some of which were crocodiles, while others were giant water snakes and piranhas. However, this attribute panel was the point where the crowd was most startled. After throwing out the appraisal talisman, Zhang Xiaochu's icy face also became stunned. She even furrowed her brows, wondering if they had misread it. How could the average 4 dimensions be over 1W? Obviously, the average 4 dimensions of that giant wood beast just now was just over 1,000. At this point, Su Tian knew that there was no way to hide it from them, and sighed. On these bosses, there should be some sort of special connection, so that once a certain known boss dies, the attributes on it will be equally distributed to the other bosses. In addition, this trigger mechanism is instantaneous, meaning that we don't have a chance to react. Hearing Su Tian's words, the women were all shocked. Doesn't that mean that the last boss will have all the attributes of the 5 bosses? Then its average 4-dimensional attribute is 3W, said Jiang Xiaoye, her pretty face pale. How is this possible, Raider? The ladies' pretty faces were pale, and even Black Dress Gentle had put away her playful attitude and her pretty face was grave. Su Tian, do you have a plan? Zhang Xiaocheng asked with furrowed brows. Although she hadn't spent much time with Su Tian, far less than the 6 years her sister had known him, she understood Su Tian's character well. If he didn't have a way to deal with these 5 bosses, he definitely wouldn't have come this far. Su Tian pondered for a moment before saying, that's right, I do have an idea, but the key is, me, Bai Yuner was teasing Little White, and at this moment, when the attention of the crowd suddenly shifted to her, she was somewhat at a loss for words. That's right, it's you, Bai Yuner. You possess the ability of spatial transfer, which allows you to instantly move your target to a certain area. But I want to know, how many targets can you move at most? And what kind of limitations do you have on the distance? Su Tian said. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuner knew that this was no time for child's play, and thus after making some quick calculations in her mind, she said, the number of targets moved is inversely proportional to the distance. If there are more targets, then the distance will increase accordingly. Then what if it's 50 kilometers? Su Tian said without hesitation. 50 kilometers? Bai Yuner's beautiful eyes widened, almost screaming out, but after doing some calculations in her mind, she still said, if it's 50 kilometers, you can only take 2 targets. 2 targets? Enough. Su Tian sighed in relief. What do you mean? The ladies looked at Su Tian in puzzlement. Let's settle this boss first. Su Tian didn't explain, but instead looked towards the surprising water beast. Its territory was in a lake, and Xiaobai could only attack from across the shore, but it was good that he still had a water attribute pet. Xiao Wu, it's time for you to perform. Su Tian summoned Xuan Wu out, then patted the little guy's turtle head. Well, Xuan Wu instantly transformed into its battle form and entered the water. The surrounding little monsters realized the invasion of foreign enemies and attacked. Su Tian leapt up and chanted an incantation under his breath, and in the next second, the surrounding water attribute energy converged, turning into a water tornado that rotated crazily, sucking all those little monsters in. The blood bars of those little monsters disappeared at the speed of light, and in the end, only a pile of dropped materials were left behind, and the women at the back were dumbfounded as they watched. A single skill cleared all the monsters around them? They should know that it would take several minutes for even a few of them to clear a patch of small monsters together. This Su Tian was too perverse. Su Tian didn't hesitate, and directly commanded Xiao Wu to move forward, taking advantage of the duration of surprising waves to frantically output on that crocodile boss. Xiao Wu likewise wasn't idle, constantly spewing out water attribute energy balls from his mouth. Not far away plus Xiaobai's output. In a few minutes' time, the boss collapsed in a pool of blood, but at the same time, they were faced with an even more serious problem. After killing this boss, the remaining 2 bosses shared the attributes of the 3 bosses equally, which meant that their average 4 dimensions were about to reach over 15,000. This had greatly exceeded their range of response. The crowd looked towards Su Tian at the same time, wondering what exactly his response would be. If they failed, then they would be facing the failure of the opening, and today was already the deadline. If they failed, the creatures of the apocalypse world would fully invade the real world. At that time, all copy systems would collapse, high-level monsters would slaughter low-level humans, and even the strongest of the heavenly rankings would find it difficult to defend themselves. Perhaps the country would keep a backhand, but even if they sent out a heaven ranking team now, their ranks would still be suppressed, and they would not even be as good as Su Tian alone. In this situation, how could one defeat a boss with a 3W average 4-dimensional attribute? Even if there really was a way, the time wouldn't be too late. Everyone's perception of this copy had been wrong. Everyone had thought that this was just a slightly difficult copy, but they hadn't thought that it would be a completely new difficulty. Perhaps, Su Tian was the last hope. Feeling the line of sight from a few girls, Su Tian took a deep breath and looked towards Bai Yuner. If I remember correctly, long-distance spatial transfers require memorizing geographical coordinates, right? Right. Bai Yuner nodded. Alright then, in raiding the previous 3 bosses, we've already wasted 8 hours, which means there are still the last 12 hours left before the end time of the opening. The remaining 2 bosses are farther away. Even if we don't kill the small monsters to catch up, we'll still have to consume 9 hours. We need to arrive at these 2 bosses' territories one after the other. During that time, Xiaobai and I will separate from you to go to the last boss's territory, after which we will strike at both bosses at the same time, and you guys will work with Xiao Wu and Xiao Yan to try to consume the 4th boss's blood. After we've crippled the last boss, Bai Yuner will be responsible for teleporting us back, combining our efforts to output the 4th boss, suppressing their blood quantities to 0 at the same time, and finally killing them together. Su Tian said. Upon hearing this, Wenro could not help but raise her eyebrows. Why do we still need you to help us? Are you questioning our output ability? Su Tian shook his head. It's not that I'm questioning you guys, but the blood level of these 2 bosses has been strengthened and has risen to 20W, so it's impossible to maintain equality with us with your output. Hearing this, the ladies sucked in a breath of cool air. 20W of blood. This was a blood quantity that only a level 70 legendary boss could possess, right? I didn't expect it to appear in a level 40 copy. So, Su Tian's approach seemed to be the most prudent one at the moment. As long as Bai Yuner's magic power could support 2 spatial transfers, there's no problem. Although my magic power isn't enough for one time, I can drink potions. Bai Yuner raised her hand and packed her bags. But, are you sure you can defeat the 5th boss after the attributes rise? At this moment, Jiang Shaoqing spoke out. The ladies also flashed a trace of worry in their eyes when they heard this. Yes, an average of 30,004 attributes was twice as high as these two bosses right now. With such a wide gap, Su Tian and the others would even have the possibility of being killed in seconds, without any surprises. Yes, Su Tian nodded indifferently. Then what if there's an accident? White-skirted Gentle said weakly from the side. Then you guys can eat your seats. Su Tian finished speaking and was the first to jump onto Little White. The ladies were first stunned. Then they realized what Su Tian meant, and they all laughed and were angry. This guy actually joked at such a time. 9 hours later, Su Tian rode Little White, carrying Bai Yuner, and finally arrived at the territory of the fifth boss. A few hours ago, Xiao Yu and the girls had also met the fourth boss. Su Tian glanced at the time, which was about as expected, and immediately opened the video call function within the apocalypse world. Xiao Yu, let's begin, Su Tian said to Jiang Xiaoye. Good. On Jiang Xiaoye's side, the ladies had also already set up their formation, and with Little Barbarian and Little Wu around, Su Tian wasn't worried about them suffering casualties. As for himself and Little White, with the addition of the dual-killing god domain, he could consume this boss's blood at the fastest speed possible. Do you really not need me to help you guys? On the side, Bai Yuner weakly asked. No need. It's better to wait to use your magic power with spatial transfer. Su Tian shook his head and struck out with Little White. Roar! Red light emerged from Little White's body as the god-killing domain was released. Su Tian similarly chanted an incantation, and the dual-killing god field superimposed. Little White's power attribute skyrocketed by 100%, instantly reaching a terrifying 16,000. Seeing this scene, Bai Yuner's heart was shocked. No wonder Su Tian had to come this way with Little White, so the combination of the two of them was so fierce. Without hesitation, Su Tian rushed to the boss with Black Prison in his hand, while the abilities of Child of the Wind and Surprise Wave were activated at the same time. The former gave him enough positioning ability, and the latter was one of his few output skills. Little White was a bit rougher, his two tiger claws with wind blades falling crazily on the boss, its blood level dropping almost at a rate visible to the naked eye. Spare me. 20W of blood is not something that can be easily shaken to the end. It took a full 40 minutes of output before the boss's blood level finally reached the last sliver, and Su Tian's face was grave. Bai Yuner, prepare to teleport. The time for the monster hatred to disappear is only 20 minutes. Within 20 minutes, we must kill the other boss. At those words, Bai Yuner didn't hesitate and instantly raised her staff to release space magic. Transfer. In the next moment, the three of them disappeared into place, appearing in front of the fourth boss in a mere gap of a few seconds. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoye and the girls were working hard to output, and they were surprised to see Su Tian, who had suddenly appeared. This is also too fast. We've only just started. Black-dressed Gentle blinked. The corner of Su Tian's mouth twitched when he heard her words of tiger and wolf, but there was one thing she was right about. Just getting started. This boss's blood level, if they were to go by percentages, they had only fought about 15% of it, but that couldn't be helped. Little Wu and Little Barbarian weren't output pets in the first place, plus the difference in attributes between the Gentle girls and the monster was too great, so a low output was unavoidable. Next, he and Xiaobai needed to clear the remaining 85% of the blood in 20 minutes, which was a bit more difficult. Just now he and Xiaobai's output has been pulled full, also need 40 minutes to beat that boss to the blood. These two boss attributes are not much difference. Then the time needed by himself is also similar, but at the moment, this time is not enough. However, there was still Xiao Wu and the others to help out well. With his and Xiao Bai's god-killing domain, this output could go up a level. Little White, start, Su Tian said softly. 20 minutes later, finally stuck in the last gap, the crowd killed this boss. Su Tian didn't even have time to catch his breath before he drank. Bai Yuner, in. At this moment, Bai Yuner gulped down another bottle of magic potion, and then used spatial shift. Swoosh, silver light flashed, and Su Tian and Little White shifted in front of the fifth boss. As he expected, the boss's hatred hadn't disappeared yet, and when he saw Su Tian and the others appear, he directly slammed his fist over. With a power attribute of 30,000, Su Tian didn't dare to take it hard, and hurriedly activated the rock barrier. The next moment countless rocks rose up, covering his and Little White's heads in absolute defense. However, Su Tian didn't feel at ease because of this and leapt onto Little White. As expected, there was a rumbling sound as the rock barriers burst, but fortunately, Little White reacted in time and instantly jumped away. Su Tian turned around, only to see that there was an additional huge crater in the same spot, and the two eyes of the adamantine beast were already crimson red. Absolute defense can also penetrate? Su Tian was slightly shocked. Worthy of a 30,000 strength attribute. This was too fierce. Little White, get it dead. Su Tian drank lowly. Ow! Little White let out a roar. His mouth condensed light. White tiger whistling light wave. Pang! The Vajra beast's body shrunk violently, taking on a defensive stance in the shape of a heavy shield. The light wave met with its body, flashing fiery sparks, and the Vajra beast's blood level decreased, but did not break through the final 0 point. Just as Su Tian wanted to replenish his sword, a scene that shocked him appeared. Goo 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 goo. The Vajra beast blocked the blow, suddenly beating its chest and letting out a strange cry. A touch of green luminescence actually surfaced around it, and along with the green light came its blood level recovering. Su Tian, it's regaining blood. At this moment, Bai Yuner also discovered the scene and exclaimed in shock. If this big guy with 30,000 blood was allowed to return to full blood, no, as long as it was allowed to regain 1/10 of its blood, they would all have to play through. Looking at the mere sliver of blood left, Su Tian slightly gritted his teeth. There was only a chance for one strike, and this strike had to be a second, or else its blood would completely come back up. Beast God Descent. Su Tian gritted his teeth and once again used this skill with great side effects, originally thinking that he wouldn't need to rely on it this time. Little White, after the Beast God Descent, 30's linked attributes. Su Tian and Little White struck out at the same time, the black prison in his hand waving out a thick black blaze in the air. At the same time, there was a whistling white light next to it that hit the adamantine beast's chest with a bang. Wow! The golden light flashed violently, and countless falling objects fell to the surroundings in the form of blooming flowers. It's over. Su Tian let out a sigh of relief and looked towards Bai Yuner, who was not far away. At this moment, this Bai clan's daughter's chest was heaving, her mood still difficult to calm down. Just a moment ago, when she saw that boss returning to blood, she had thought that it would be impossible to kill this boss, but apparently, she had overthought it. Su Tian, I'll go and bring them over. Bai Yuner stepped forward and laughed lightly. Aha! Su Tian nodded, and the next moment a familiar sensation came over him as he fell headfirst downwards. AI. Bai Yuner's eyes snapped wide as she looked at the head that had smashed into her chest. 1 hour later, the weak state on Su Tian's body was eliminated and he got up by relying on Little White. At this time, all the ladies had already arrived here. No need to guess, it was Bai Yuner's doing. Feeling Su Tian's line of sight cast, Bai Yuner somehow lowered her head with a blush on her pretty face. This scene fell in Su Tian's eyes, and couldn't help but make him a little puzzled. What's wrong with this girl? Also, what was the aroma between his nose? Xiao Bai's body wasn't this kind of flavor either. At this time, Little White saw Su Tian awake and cheerfully stuck out his tongue to lick up at his face. Little White, stop it. Su Tian pushed the big guy's head away. Ow. Little White whimpered sadly as he was disliked, then turned into a kitten-like appearance and jumped into Bai Yuner's arms, rubbing against the young girl's chest. A rippling and turbulent beauty came into view, accompanied by the young girl's exclamation of surprise. Ahem, this should be considered a successful opening now, right? Zhang Xiaochu and the other girls withdrew their gawking gazes and looked toward Su Tian. Well, the bosses have all been killed, so it should be considered a successful opening. This thing on the ground should be the opening reward for the first time a copy is cleared, Su Tian said, looking at the rewards that had fallen on the ground. Upon checking the rewards, Su Tian couldn't help but reveal a marvelous look. Worthy of being an opening reward? It was simply too rich. There were 3 sets of silver equipment alone, and the rest of the materials were countless, including a mysterious scroll called the Scroll of Comprehension. According to the introduction, the user can comprehend a prop-making method, obviously for prop class professions to use. As for what could be comprehended, it depended on the user's face. Some people could even obtain the creation method of a transfer scroll after using it, and from then on, they would not worry about food and clothing. But some people could only comprehend an ordinary bronze attack scroll, which was of little use. It just so happens that I can bring it back for my old sister to use. Su Tian nonchalantly stuffed the comprehension scroll into his arms. For Su Tian to take away the comprehension scroll, the ladies didn't feel anything wrong. After all, this time, Su Tian was the main force in opening up the land, and they were at most here to go through the motions. But Su Tian wasn't the kind of person to keep it all to himself. Each person gave a material to mean something, and all the rest were put away in the storage space. I'm afraid the people outside are waiting impatiently. Can we go out now and tell them about the successful opening of the land? At this moment, Zhang Xiaochu said, Yeah, Su Tian, you slept here for an hour, and now there's only less than an hour left before the end of the opening of the land. White Skirt said gently, Alright, then let's. Su Tian just opened his mouth, but suddenly thought of a very important thing, and immediately stopped his mouth. You guys go out first, I still have some things to do. The corner of Su Tian's mouth twitched. Almost forgot about that black gold level resource, just busy opening up bosses. He actually forgot to explore the black gold resource. What is it? Zhang Xiaoqing knitted her eyebrows at the words. The black dress gentle then revealed an ambiguous look. You guy, shouldn't you be thinking about? Hey, what are you thinking about? Even if it's that something. It can't be in a place like this, right? Su Tian couldn't help but be speechless. The black dress gentle beautiful eyes flashed. Dislike the environment? That's really troublesome. We've booked a presidential suite at the Shangjing Hotel. Do you want to come and try it out then? The environment is absolutely superb. Hearing this, the rest of the few people immediately threw strange looks at the two gentlenesses. The white-skirted gentleness was even more embarrassed with her pretty face. This damned woman actually brought her along again. Cough. Room. Su Tian was just about to open his mouth when he suddenly felt a pair of glistening eyes with a murderous aura in them. He looked over and it was actually Xiaoyu. Su Tian's words to his mouth suddenly changed. I won't go to the room. I still have things to do. Really? You guys go out and report to Mr. Chu first. After saying that, Su Tian fled. The Silent Ridge. Su Tian rode on Little White and finally found the location of the black gold resources. And since all 5 bosses had already been killed, this copy was no longer a threat to Su Tian. So he leisurely explored the treasures in it. What is this? Su Tian fished half a day from it, and it was actually a page that looked like a treasure map, but it wasn't complete. Black gold resources. A remnant map? Su Tian frowned, then thought of a remnant map he had taken at the Southern Province auction not long ago. He thought that it was only after robbing the Ren family's auction items that he managed to get his hands on that remnant map, and after that, he obtained another one on Steward Liu. I wonder if this one would match. Su Tian pulled out the other 2 remnant diagrams and paired them. Sure enough, it matched. 3 remnant diagrams. There was only one missing from the set of 4 maps. I wonder what kind of treasure can be obtained after collecting all the treasure maps. Divine weapons? Or a legendary skill scroll? Or maybe the next divine beast egg? Just thinking about it makes people excited. It would be awesome to have another divine artifact drawing. Unfortunately, he didn't have a clue to the last remnant drawing, so it seemed like he would have to ask Xiaoya to help him look for it when he returned this time. However, being able to find the 3rd remnant drawing, Su Tian was already satisfied. After all, he was extremely only 1 step away from the treasure map. Small conch, tick-tock blow, seagulls listen to blind a few fly. With a happy mood, Su Tian went out of the copy. Brush. With a flash of light, Su Tian returned to the real world. Su Tian is out. I don't know who took the lead and shouted, and the surrounding area was suddenly abuzz with people's voices. Su Tian, I'm your idol. No, you're my idol. Succeeding in a copy that even the Earth ranking squad failed to open. Truly worthy of being the #1 freshman. Bullish. Su Tian, I want to have a monkey with you. The head of the Eastern Province even personally pulled a set of horizontal colors and eagerly greeted Su Tian the moment he saw him. Su Tian, I've heard that you were the only one who opened up the copy. This copy appeared in my Eastern Province, but my Eastern Province doesn't have the strength to solve it. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to keep my career. You're my great benefactor. The head of the Eastern Province, Su Manshan said smilingly. Upon hearing this, Su Tian raised his eyebrows. Provincial head Su is joking. I'm just sharing my worries for the country. Su Manshan waved his hand. You're ultimately a benefactor to my Eastern Province. If you need something in the future, our Eastern Province will certainly be obliged. Hearing his words, Su Tian knew in his heart that he was just being polite and courteous, and after today, I'm afraid that these words would be useless. Thus he revealed a rich smile at the corner of his mouth. Since that's the case, I have a list of materials here. I wonder if Provincial Head Su can get them together for me, Su Tian said, taking out the materials for building the Heaven Swallowing Gourd. Su Manshan was stunned, not expecting Su Tian to be so truthful. But he was at least a provincial head, so he still had that much determination. But when he got the list of materials, he couldn't tense up anymore. Are you sure it's these? He asked as his eyelids fluttered. Yes, these are the ones. Su Tian nodded in a serious manner. Su Manshan looked at Su Tian with a complicated expression, then took a deep breath. All right, I'll go and help you get together, but I may not be able to get all of these materials of yours together. Su Tian could hear that he seemed to be gritting his teeth as he said these words. It's just for Provincial Head Su to do his best. Some small materials are just that. Compared to that, I have a more important piece of news to tell you. Su Tian laughed. What news? Upon hearing this, Su Manshan's eyes lit up. There's a problem with the difficulty of this duplicate. Perhaps from now on the highest duplicate difficulty will no longer be purgatory. Perhaps Provincial Head Su can prepare for the relevant work in advance. Su Tian nodded. His eyes slightly raised in a you-know-what kind of way. Su Manshan's eyes widened at the words. The increase in difficulty of the duplicates would inevitably cause unrest among the masses at that time. If he released the news in advance, then the people entering the duplicates in the eastern province would be able to have an advance preparation. As long as the eastern province raids more copies, then he will also be rewarded by the state. Thinking of this, Su Manchan suddenly felt as if those materials were nothing. Don't worry, little friend Su. I'll take care of the materials. Dependable. Su Tian gave him a thumbs up, although he had already entrusted the Xiao family with this matter. Wouldn't it smell good to him to get one more material for free? What if in case a divine artifact needed these materials as well? After chatting casually some more, Su Manchan sent someone to send Su Tian and the others back, during which he also asked Su Tian to come and visit more often when he had the time. On the way back, Su Tian told Chu Cuckoo about what happened in the copy, and after hearing that, Chu Cuckoo's beautiful eyes flickered as she softly said, "The world is going to change." 3 days later, Huaxia added a new difficulty level, Chaos. At the same time, ordinary copies also set a difficulty system. A series of restrictions on entering the copies were redrawn, and the Chaos difficulty stipulated that the level should be at least 20 levels above the copy level. In addition, once a new difficulty copy is discovered, it needs to be reported to the state immediately. On the same day, Rice Country, Eagle Country and other major countries also enacted new regulations, and Neon Country even activated a national level alert. Great Australia's thrilling level 70 Chaos replica. The 3-day deadline to open the land failed, and Great Australia fell. Great Australia actually fell? Seeing the news, Su Tian couldn't help but be shocked. Although the Chaos copy's increased difficulty had caught him off guard, how could he not expect that there would actually be a country that would actually fall in this event? Vaguely, Su Tian had the feeling of a version update where the weak were eliminated. Yes, the fall of Great Australia has sounded an alarm to the real world, and the balance between us and the apocalypse world has been broken. Chu Cuckoo sipped a cup of coffee across from Su Tian with a solemn expression. Then, have you sent anyone to Great Australia to look at it? Su Tian asked. Seen it, Great Australia has already been occupied by the monsters of the apocalypse world, and only a portion of the high-ranked powerhouses have escaped, Chu Cuckoo said. Hiss. Su Tian sucked in a mouthful of cool air. He didn't expect it to be so tragic. Great Australia was completely destroyed. The monsters of the apocalypse world are even more vicious than we imagined. It seems that as soon as they enter the real world, they fall into a berserk state. Their lethality geometrically skyrocketed in that state, and the Great Australia government's resistance measures didn't even last more than 3 days. Chu Cuckoo sighed. How terrifying. Su Yun, who was on the side, let out a gasp as she heard the words. She wasn't a combat profession, but she could also hear the menace that Su Tian and the others had uttered. Once the monsters of the apocalypse world invaded, then the ones who would bear the brunt of it would be their kind of life. Prop class professions. There was no power to defend themselves. Sis, don't worry, even if there really is that day, I won't let anything happen to you. Seeing this, Su Tian couldn't help but laugh. Su Yun's heart was then relieved. Right sis, I have one more thing for you. Su Tian remembered the comprehension scroll and handed it to Su Yun. Scroll of comprehension? This is also an opening reward? It seems pretty good. The Chu Cuckoo at the side couldn't help but light up when she saw the scroll. A comprehension scroll? At those words, Su Yun's beautiful eyes also flickered for a moment. She had heard of this thing as well, but she just didn't know what she could open the method of making something. Receiving the scroll of comprehension, Su Yun closed her beautiful eyes and silently sensed it in her heart, and a few moments later the scroll of comprehension radiated brilliance and finally turned into a dull scrap of paper, and Su Yun also opened her eyes, but at this time, there were a few moments of shock in her eyes, and her breathing was also a bit rapid. Xiao Tian, I seem to have comprehended something extraordinary. Su Yun's words caused Su Tian and Chu Wan to look over at the same time. Something unimaginable? You guys looked directly. Su Yun's face flushed red with anger as she directly unfolded the iconography. Time Realm Scroll purifies all suppression effects after use. User immediately restores normal attributes. Can be used when opening a copy. The short introduction, however, caused Su Tian and Chu Cuckoo's pupils to shrink, and the two of them looked at each other, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. This scroll, it could actually purify the suppression effects of the apocalypse world, and it could also be used when opening a dungeon. It could be said that with this scroll, the success rate of opening the land would be greatly increased. Its role was even comparable to a divine artifact. No, not even a divine artifact could compare to its value. Su Tian took a deep breath and looked at Su Yun with a grave gaze. It was conceivable that once this scroll was released, it would definitely cause a huge uproar, and even Su Yun's safety would be threatened. With Su Tian's current strength, it was simply not enough to protect Su Yun. The only way is the state. Only under the protection of the state could Su Yun be absolutely safe. Su Tian's grave eyes fell in Su Yun's eyes, causing a wave of unease to grow within her. Xiao Tian, why don't we just pretend it didn't happen? At those words, Su Tian was slightly stunned. Although the Time Realm Scroll would cause Su Yun to face great danger, it was also an opportunity. With the Time Realm Scroll, Su Yun would surely be vigorously supported by the state, and her future status would even be more important than that of a heaven-ranking powerhouse. Yet Su Yun wanted to hide it. In fact, Su Tian knew that his sister just didn't want to leave him. Since their parents were killed in the copy, they were dependent on each other, and their relationship had even surpassed ordinary affection. Perhaps, his sister only wanted to accompany herself, but right now, serving the country was the best choice. Sister, the significance of the Time Realm Scroll is extraordinary. It's not an ordinary prop, but can change the fate of the country. When the Time Realm Scroll is present, the mortality rate of the opening squad will be greatly reduced, and China will at least be able to maintain the balance with the apocalypse world for a long time to come, Su Tian said slowly. Su Yun fell silent after hearing this. She knew that what Su Tian said was right, but if she chose her country, then she would be in a strange place. Su Tian was her only family in the world, and she would have to separate from Su Tian at that time. A struggle flashed in Su Yun's eyes. Xiao Tian, give me 3 days to think about it. Su Tian looked towards Chu Kuku. The latter slightly inclined her head. I didn't hear anything. The three of them returned to the villa, each with a heavy heart. The Zhang family sisters were sitting in the hall watching TV, and they all froze when they saw this bizarre scene. What happened, brother Su Tian? There's news about the materials. Father asked me to tell you. Do you have time now? Let's talk in person. In the afternoon, Xiaoya called. Good. Su Tian was worrying about Su Yun's matter, and when he heard Xiaoya's words, he immediately collected himself and made an appointment with her. This time, Su Tian didn't call on Chu Kuku. After all, he knew Xiaoya, and this time, there was no need to let Mr. Chu be the intermediary. Sister Xiaoya. The two had an appointment in an exquisite tea-house elegant room. Xiaoya had already waited there, wearing a close-fitting embroidered cheongsam. A touch of tantalizing Snow White floated out of the opening as she sat on the floor, and her slender legs were curled sideways side by side. Come, did you drink on the way? Have a cup of tea. The tea here is very good. Su Tian had just sat down when Xiaoya stood up and slightly bent down to pour a cup of tea for Su Tian. Seeing this, Su Tian picked up the cup of tea and drank it in one go, the mellow and bitter flavor raging in his taste buds. It was indeed a good tea. However, after drinking the tea, Su Tian looked towards Xiaoya's delicate pretty face. He was not here to drink tea. Really? So monkeyish? Can't we chat first? Xiaoya sighed somewhat grudgingly. Su Tian's expression became slightly strange at the words. How did this feel like doing something sneaky? This is your material list. Although some of the materials in it are hard to find, but my father used the Shao treasure hunting order to help you acquire them, so it's still not a bad idea to live up to it. They're all in here. Saying that, Xiaoya took out a storage bracelet. Su Tian took the bracelet to check it out, and sure enough, it was those materials he was missing. Immediately, Su Tian's mood became excited. With these materials, he would be able to build the divine weapon Heaven Swallowing Gourd. Su Tian already had a rough idea of the Heaven Swallowing Gourd's capabilities, but its attributes were still unknown. Even Su Tian couldn't wait to build the divine artifact right now. However, now was clearly not the time. He looked towards Xiaoya on the opposite side and smiled. I'm not sure about the price of these materials, but I think the balance in this card should be enough. And I'd also like to ask you to help me thank Uncle Xiao. That Zhao's treasure hunting order shouldn't be ordinary, right? Xiaoya smiled sweetly. Zhao's treasure hunting order is not ordinary, but compared to you, a genius, it's nothing. You've become a big celebrity in Huaxia now. That tricky copy in the eastern province, if we didn't have you to raid it, I'm afraid that we might have gone through the end of the Great Australia. Su Tian scratched his head. Would he? At least he didn't think so. There were so many experts in Huaxia, he wouldn't believe him when he said that he didn't have a second hand to prepare. Here's the rest. Xiaoya took out a card swiper and swiped away the gold coins needed for the materials before handing the card back to him. Still so much? After checking the balance in the card, Su Tian was slightly shocked. The card balance was surprisingly still 400 million, while before that it was 700 million in his card, which meant that those materials had only cost 300 million? That wasn't quite the right amount, was it? Because those ultra-rare materials were already worth $1,000 on the market, and some people offered $100 million to no one. Hey, don't think that we're letting you in, but those guys selling the materials are willing to sell my father a favor, Xiaoya said. Is that so? Su Tian nodded and didn't dwell on it. By the way, I heard Xiao Kuku say that Qing University gave you an entrance ticket to the divine state by deer? At this time, Xiao Ya added. Right. Su Tian nodded. And after Xiao Ya reminded him of this, he suddenly realized that the date for divine state deer by deer was coming up. That copy with a doubled explosive rate was more likely to obtain divine artifacts and legendary skill scrolls. Most importantly, the experience multiplier was high there, so he would have to brush up more levels at that time, as well as Xiao Bai and the others. The current him was already not afraid of epic bosses, and if he increased his battle power by another degree, he would be able to deal with legendary bosses. Being able to deal with legendary bosses would be equivalent to a party expert, with the potential to enter the Earth rankings. Our Xiao family has also bought a divine state deer entrance ticket, so I'll go with you at that time, Xiao Ya said with a calm face. Oh, good. Su Tian nodded, but realized immediately after. What did you say? Deer by deer in the divine state? Ah, I'll be there as well. You'll bring me then, right? Xiao Ya blinked miserably. But aren't you a prop class occupation? Su Tian scratched his head. Could it be that prop class professions could also enter divine state deer by deer? I knew you would say that. But, sister has long since stopped being that prop class occupation back then. Saying that, Xiao Ya's jade hand gently snapped her fingers, and a wisp of fire emerged along her palm. Fire controller. Su Tian froze, looking at Xiao Ya in surprise. That fire controller's transfer scroll was bought by you. However, there's no way for a prop-based profession to transfer to a mystic profession. Su Tian was puzzled. Have you heard of a prayer master? Xiao Ya said softly. Prayer master? Su Tian was stunned. Among the mysterious professions, a very special profession. It could be said that this profession did not have any attack, defense, or life preservation abilities. In terms of combat ability alone, it wasn't even as good as the life class. However, it had one characteristic: prayer. Regardless of any event, it could make a prayer, and as long as the prayer was successful, then things that could not possibly succeed could possibly succeed. For example, when Xiao Ya used the fire controller transfer scroll to transfer, according to the transfer rules, it was an impossible thing, but with the intervention of the prayer master, if it prayed for Xiao Ya to be able to transfer and the prayer succeeded, then this transfer could break the rules of the apocalypse world itself, thus allowing Xiao Ya to transfer. Of course, the success rate of this prayer was divided into high and low, and was related to the rules of this world. The less impact it had on the apocalypse world, the better chance it had of succeeding. On the contrary, if the event of the wish was related to the apocalypse world and had a greater impact, the greater the chance of failure. As far as Su Tian knew, there was only one prayer master in China, and he was closely protected by the top management of China. So if he wanted that prayer master to make a move, he didn't know what kind of price he would have to spend. But the Xiao family, it seemed to have the financial strength to do so. Su Tian couldn't help but smile bitterly. Perhaps this was the world of the rich. Well, brother Su Tian, do you have any wishes you want to fulfill as well? Do you want your sister to help you buy a prayer opportunity? As long as you bring your sister along in divine state deer by deer. Xiao Ya laughed. Good. Then put it on the books. Su Tian sniffed and immediately brightened up. Prayer master's prayer chance. This was an existence that could reverse the rules, so it was a waste not to want it. Su Tian's words caused Xiao Ya to freeze as well. She was just being polite and courteous, but she didn't expect this guy to take it seriously. But she couldn't go back on what she had said, and she was at least a big lady. It seemed that in the future, she really couldn't joke around in front of this guy Su Tian, because he might come for real. Alright, I'll go back first if there's nothing else. Xiao Ya got up and picked up her bag, saying to Su Tian, good. Su Tian nodded. He too had already been unable to hold back his mood to go back and build the heaven-swallowing gourd. Right, sister Xiao Ya? I don't have a car. Give me a ride. Su Tian suddenly remembered something. At those words, Xiao Ya froze. Xiao Ya drove a very low-profile Ferrari and sent Su Tian to the entrance of the school, and in the envious eyes of a crowd of students, he sailed away again. As a result, the crowd of students shifted their eyes to look at Su Tian again. This kid, he's a soft eater, right? Returning to Qing Xin Villa, Su Tian directly drilled into his room, took out the equipment drawings, and used the build function. There was a time to build, especially for divine weapons, which required an even longer wait of 3 hours. Thus, Su Tian waited for 3 hours without eating or drinking. Finally, the build interface erupted with a burst of golden light, and a hazy gourd-like shape appeared, carved with a pattern of clouds meeting each other, and 3 ancient symbols in its center. Although Su Tian didn't recognize what words they were, he knew what those 3 words meant. Heaven-swallowing gourd. Without further delay, let's take a look at the attributes first. Su Tian excitedly held the heaven-swallowing gourd in his hands, and the attribute interface unfolded. Weapon, heaven-swallowing gourd. Grade, divine weapon. Current class, Diamond. Strength, 2460. Energy, 2460. Defense penetration, 1470. Skills, Voodoo. When the target enemy is judged to be a monster, it can be struck until it is bloodied, and be included in the heaven-swallowing gourd to be digested. The heaven-swallowing gourd can absorb a certain amount of its attributes and attach them to the owner. Note, experience can be gained normally, and there is no upper limit to attribute stacking. Solid, every monster digested by the heaven-swallowing gourd can accumulate the corresponding energy to release super defense, and at the same time, add 300% of the owner's defensive attributes. Pouring heaven, for every monster digested by the heaven-swallowing gourd, it can accumulate the corresponding energy to release a fatal strike, while attaching 300% of the owner's attack attribute. Attack, defense, development, all together, worthy of the name of a divine weapon. What's more, this strength and energy addition was actually more than 2,400, almost 3 times as much as a normal diamond equipment. Moreover, the heaven-swallowing gourd is only at the diamond level, and it is still able to grow after reading this introduction. Diamond has such a horrible attribute. If it grows again, it will definitely become a great killing weapon. This time, he had really picked up a treasure. Su Tian was so happy that he immediately went to the copy to try out the power of the heaven-swallowing gourd. He didn't bring any of them with him and entered a level 40 purgatory copy alone. Since the last time they had raided that 5 elements beast copy, the difficulty levels of all the copies had changed, while many copies had recently appeared in the apocalypse world, and the monolithic town he was currently going to was one of the new purgatory copies that had appeared. Compared to that chaos level beast of 5 elements copy, this monolithic town was much less difficult, and it was said that an Earth ranking team had succeeded in opening it. Su Tian entered the copy and headed straight for the boss location. Target, Desolate Stone Beast. Potential, Diamond. Level, 47. Life, 87,615. Strength, 5,480. Defense, 6,029. Speed, 4,822. Energy, 4,966 inch. Skills, Barren Stone Meteor. Savage Stone Fall. Rolling Stone. The attributes of this boss were likewise a bit higher than the normal diamond bosses, but they weren't too perverse, and most importantly, it only had one. On the contrary, that 5 elements beast, not only did it have 5 of them, it was also capable of attribute conversion, and in the end, its attributes stacked up to be equivalent to a legendary boss. If you want to kill them, the best way is for 5 teams to kill 5 bosses at the same time, otherwise it would be delusional to want to challenge a copy of the 5 elements beast. This also showed the gap between chaos difficulty and purgatory difficulty. This time, although Su Tian had summoned Little White and the others, he didn't let them do it. All along, he had relied on Little White and the others to deal with the bosses, and even when he fought alongside them, it was only when he used Beast God Descent. Now, he had obtained the heaven-swallowing gourd, a divine artifact, and after equipping it, he had been able to reach 4,000 in terms of power and energy attributes. If he used the God-killing domain, then his power attribute could reach 6,000, and although it still wasn't as good as Little Savage, he at least had a certain amount of output without having to rely on the Beast God's Descent alone. Therefore, he was going to single-handedly take on this desolate stone beast. Black Hell! Su Tian lightly shouted as the diamond-heavy sword emerged in his right hand. Divine weapons had another advantage, and that was that they didn't take up weaponry compartments. While using a divine weapon, you could still use your normal weapon, but you couldn't stack the attributes of the weapon bit. While drawing out the Black Hell, Su Tian chanted an incantation to open the God-killing domain, and his strength increased while his agility attribute increased as well. In the next second, he swiftly stepped out and the Black Hell landed on the body of the desolate stone beast. Clang! Clang! Crisp sound. The defense of this barren stone beast was not bad. Su Tian's sword did not cause too much damage, and only cut down the other party's blood. The aragonite beast was slow to react, lumbering back to slam at Su Tian, only to be dodged by his dexterity. All along, he had rarely engaged in actual combat himself, so he wasn't clear about the power of the God-killing domain, but now he had come to his senses. The true essence of the God-slaying domain wasn't that 50% increase in strength at all, but speed. The 100% increase in speed allowed him to now double his original attribute increase to a staggering 9,000 plus. With the speed attribute of the aragonite beast, it simply couldn't keep up with itself. Now he finally knew why Little White rarely got injured in battle, as its speed attribute would only go higher after the increase. Next, Su Tian and the desolate stone beast engaged in a long duel, and although Su Tian was unable to kill it in a short period of time, it was also very difficult for it to injure Su Tian. Even if it occasionally injured itself, Xiao Wu would immediately apply healing. Su Tian's fighting skills were rapidly improving in this kind of battle. and in the later stages, his positioning was already very flexible, and it was difficult for the desolate stone beast to injure him anymore. In this rhythm, Su Tian also finally killed it, and a bunch of drops spawned, declaring the boss dead. Ow! Little White was the first to pounce up and lick Su Tian excitedly, seemingly celebrating his killing of the boss. Little Barbarian also ran over with gusto, his two palms coming together, wanting to pin Su Tian down. Seeing this, Su Tian was startled and hastily dodged. After leading them to kill a few more bosses and fight some small monsters, Su Tian left from the copy. To his surprise, Chu Cuckoo was actually waiting outside. "Teacher Chu, why are you here?" Su Tian asked in surprise. "Certainly came to look for you." Chu Cuckoo yawned, then said, "Come with me." "Where to?" Su Tian asked as he followed her lead. "The principal's office," Shu Wan said. 10 minutes later. "Su Tian, long time no see." Tang De looked at Su Tian with a smile and said, "For this old man principal." Su Tian also had some impressions. "Good day, Principal Tang. This time, I'm looking for you, mainly because I want to give you a privilege. This is something that Little Cuckoo has specifically begged for you, but because this privilege is unfair to the other students in the school manager side has been suppressing it and not giving it to you. But then, that copy of the 5 elemental beasts that you opened not long ago, we followed up by sending teachers to test it again, and that copy is already equivalent to an epic copy. So, based on our discussion, we decided to open up access to copies below level 70 to you, and with the addition of your free access to the copy, it would be equivalent to the school's intermediate copies being fully open to you," Tang De slowly said. Although Su Tian had already guessed what Tang De was trying to say when he said the first half of his words, he was still thrilled to hear that the permissions were really opened up to him. Finally, he didn't have to brush level 40 copies anymore. "Right, can I bring someone else in?" Su Tian asked. Tang De was slightly stunned, then smiled. "Considering your ability, I personally agree that you can bring." "Then thank you, Principal," Su Tian thanked. "You can't thank me for this. All of these things are from Little Cuckoo visiting one school manager after another and finally applying over to you. Although I'm the principal, I don't have the right to make a decision in this regard," Tang De said. Hearing this, Su Tian looked towards Chu Cuckoo, and a strong gratitude surfaced in his eyes. It had to be said that this mentor was really good to himself, not to mention the fact that she had safeguarded herself in the hands of the Ren family before enrollment, but just the fact that she had helped herself after enrollment, as well as introducing the head of the Shao family to himself, had gone beyond the ordinary mentor-student camaraderie, and Chu Cuckoo was still number 1 on the Earth ranking list. "I'm afraid that this period of time has delayed her from upgrading, right?" "Don't look at me like that. It's all what a teacher should do, isn't it?" Feeling Su Tian's blazing line of sight, Chu Cuckoo's cold and pretty face also had a hint of melting as she lowered her head and said, however, her voice was as thin as a mosquito fly, and it was obvious that her emotions had fluctuated. "What a teacher should do." Su Tian scratched his head. Did a teacher need to do such a meticulous job? Perhaps it was because she only had one student, that's why she was so attentive? In any case, Su Tian didn't dwell on this issue. In the next few days, Su Tian was considered to have had a great time experiencing the feeling of a full-on duplicate. The level 60 copy that he had brought along with his 3 pets was almost crushingly passed, and with this kind of copy clearance, his and the 3 pets levels had also increased crazily. He himself had skyrocketed from level 40 to level 47. Little White had also reached level 34, and Little Barbarian, with a lesser experience bar, had gone straight to level 40, almost on the verge of catching up with Su Tian. Xiao Wu's level gap was also narrowing, reaching level 28. At the same time, Su Tian started collecting unrestricted power epic equipment during this period, making the final preparations for Divine State by Divine State. And on this day, Su Yun's phone call interrupted Su Tian's frantic pace of upgrading. "Xiao Tian, I've thought it over." Su Yun's voice on the other end of the phone made Su Tian realize that Su Yun would most likely have to part with himself. He then hurriedly exited his copy and returned to the Clear Heart Villa. "Xiao Tian, I've already called the relevant authorities. They'll send someone to pick me up soon." "You're right. The Time Realm Scroll has a great impact on the country and even the world. I can't be selfish, but in the future, the chances of me being able to see you will be few and far between." Su Yun looked at Su Tian, her eyes revealing a loving and at the same time somewhat complicated. "When I'm not around, you have to take good care of yourself. You have to study well and strive to level up a little bit more so that you won't be in danger." Su Yun's murmured instructions caused Su Tian's nose to turn sour. Ever since her parents died, Su Yun had taken on the burden of her family. In Su Tian's heart, Su Yun was like a sister, like a mother, and he couldn't bear to see Su Yun leave in his heart. But he knows that paper can't hold fire. The matter of the Time Realm Scroll will be leaked one day sooner or later. when Su-yun will face an unimaginable crisis. Instead of that, it would be better to let Su-yun go under the protection of the state. Then Su-tian could also feel at ease. Sooner or later, there would be a day when he would grow to the point where everyone would not be able to look at him directly, and at that time, he would take back Su-yun. Sister, I'll visit you when I have time, Su-tian whispered. Well, here are some time realm scrolls that I've made over the past few days. Take them and use them first. Su-yun gave Su-tian a storage bracelet. Su-tian took it, and at this time, the state's protection officers also appeared outside the door. Looking at Su-yun, who was picked up, Su-tian's heart inexplicably emptied of a piece. In the following days, Su-tian was immersed in the copies, madly raising his level, until the time for the opening of Divine State Deer by Deer arrived. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering golden resources. Please go ahead and search for them. A level 60 copy. Su-tian was sweeping through the small monsters with his 3 pets. The system's voice caused him to slightly stop his rhythm, turning his head down to glance at the time. Divine State Deer by Deer is about to open, Su-tian murmured, immediately mounting Little White to search for golden resources. A cloud of dust flew up, and a loud rumbling sound came from the ground, and the surrounding adventuring squad saw this and avoided it, while a flash of scorn flashed across the bottom of their eyes. During this period of time, the matter of a beast master sweeping through level 60 copies was well known, and it was heard that this guy could already kill epic bosses in seconds, and the outrageous thing was that he seemed to be just level 50. Drop! Congratulations to the host for finding golden resources and obtaining legendary great attack scrolls 3. The system ground voice rang out. 3 legendary great attack scrolls. It was considered a good prop, equivalent to Xiaobai's full power strike. It's time to go out. Su-tian looked into the distance and took a deep breath. During this period of time, he had been immersed in improving himself, and now his level had risen to level 53. Little Barbarian had risen to level 45. Little White was at level 40, and Little Wu was lagging behind a bit, but was about to catch up with Little White, having reached level 38. Among them, Xiao Bai's attributes were the most terrifying. Even if he didn't transform into his battle form, he still had an average of 7,000 four-dimensional attributes. Entering the illusionary state, that was an average of 1W4. Xiao Wu had about an average of 6,500 four-dimensional attributes, and although Little Barbarian was at a high level, his attributes were a bit lower than both divine beasts, averaging about 4,000. There was no way around it. This was the gap between a legendary potential and a divine beast. As for Su-tian himself, he had hunted and killed nearly 1,000 monsters during this period of time, and the attributes that the heaven-swallowing gourd had fed back after absorbing them alone amounted to an average of 250 points. Coupled with the linked attributes of the 3 little white beasts, Su-tian's average 4 dimensions had now reached a terrifying 6,000, almost on the verge of catching up to the divine beast Xiao Wu. This kind of value, even a level 60 combat profession might not be able to possess. What's more, Su-tian also had the heaven-swallowing gourd as a divine weapon, and when it came to actual combat, Su-tian's output ability was already extremely extraordinary, but there was one limitation: he didn't have too many output skills. It looks like we'll have to collect Beast Master skill books this time out. Taking a deep breath, Su-tian left the copy. The Divine State Deer processing is an opportunity that countless people have dreamed of. Since Qing University has an entrance ticket, it should be a fair competition for all students. Why give the entrance ticket to a freshman? Yes, what qualifications do freshmen have? We old students have contributed so much to the academy, and the university administration ended up giving this kind of thing to a freshman. Protest. We want fair competition. At this moment, countless students outside the principal's office were focused on raising their signs in protest, and what they were fighting for was nothing more than that Divine State Stag entrance ticket for the Qing University School. Most of them were old students. All of them were dissatisfied with this matter. In the principal's office, Tang's face was full of worry. He hadn't expected that the matter of the Shenzhou Deer ticket would be exposed. What is the value of this Divine State Deer ticket? I'm afraid it's impossible to estimate it in gold coins. And as for what will be obtained from the Divine State Deer processing, it's also impossible to guess. However, he knew that as long as he came out alive from the Divine State Deer processing, he would at least have the strength to enter the Huaxia Earth ranking. Therefore, those older students with strength would bear the brunt of the conflict, and by now the protests were out of control. Grandpa Tang. At this moment, a girl in a long light blue dress walked in and softly called out, "Little Cuckoo, you're here? Has Su-tian come out yet?" Tang De asked in a condensed voice. "Not yet." Chu Cuckoo shook her head, her gaze slightly condensed. Is the situation already dire now? Well, a few students have already stabbed the matter to the school board, and now those school board members have pressured me to resolve this matter. Tang De laughed bitterly. But weren't they the ones who decided to give this admission ticket to Su Tian in the first place? Chuan frowned slightly. Tang didn't say anything. Chu Cuckoo instantly understood the cause and effect of this, and immediately clenched her silver teeth slightly. If the order changed, what else do they do as school managers? A few of those students are young masters of the capital's great clans, and the school manager doesn't want to offend. Tang sighed. Is that so? They're not good to offend. Could it be that we, the Chu family, can offend them? Chu Cuckoo's beautiful eyes surfaced a touch of coldness. Little Cuckoo, you don't want the Chu family to interfere, do you? Tang frowned slightly. Chu Cuckoo nodded with indifferent eyes. If the Chu family is willing to step in, then this matter will definitely be resolved perfectly. But the capital city's famous and prestigious families interfering with the order of the academy, this matter can be unprecedented. I'm afraid that the other capital city's great families will take advantage of the opportunity to make things difficult. Tang said in a deep voice. So what? Su Tian is now my student. This admission ticket was also promised to Su Tian by those old guys in the beginning. But now they want to go back. When I don't have a temper? I see that in recent years their heads have been a bit dim. It's time for the trustees of this Qing University mansion to change, isn't it? Chuan's light tone caused Tang's gaze to flinch slightly. This made him suddenly remember that Chuan was not only the honorary tutor of Qing University House, but also the future head of the Chu family. I'm afraid that those few old guys didn't even dream of offending Chu Cuckoo because of this. Ding bell. Right at this moment, Chu Cuckoo's cell phone suddenly rang. When Chu Cuckoo took out her cell phone and saw the caller, she immediately revealed a smile of delight. Su Tian, did you come out? Well, Teacher Chu, I heard those students say something about a protest, and it's related to the Divine State Deer ticket. What's going on? Su Tian asked. Upon hearing this, the expression on Chu Cuckoo's pretty face slightly stagnated, and immediately biting her lower lip, she said, you don't need to care about this matter. The Divine State Deer by Deer will be opening in 2 more days, so prepare yourself well, and leave the rest of the things to me. Su Tian on the other end of the phone was slightly silent and said, Teacher, leave this matter to me. After saying that, the phone hung up. Chuan was stunned, and instantly realized that Su Tian was already outside the principal's office, and hurriedly went out with Tang. At this moment, outside the principal's office, Su Tian, hand over the Divine State Deer by Deer entrance ticket. You're not qualified to enter the Divine State Deer by Deer instead of the Qing University mansion. A few senior veterans stood opposite Su Tian with a provocative face. I don't have the qualifications, do you guys have one? Su Tian said indifferently. What's more, this Divine State Deer by Deer entrance ticket was promised to me by the Qing University School's administration when they recruited me to join the school, so why should I hand it over to you guys? Ha ha, what a joke. How come I didn't hear about giving away the Divine State by Deer admission ticket when I enrolled? Divine State Deer by Deer is not just an ordinary copy. All the pride of various countries will enter it. If you, a freshman, go in case you are abused by the geniuses of other countries, won't it be a disgrace to our China? In between speaking, the older students around him were getting more and more, surrounding Su Tian with a look of openly robbing him. Seeing this, Su Tian laughed. Bullying new students, huh? The crowd of old students were stunned at his words, followed by coldly saying, so what if I'm bullying you? Hand over the entrance ticket. Then everyone will still be your seniors, and you'll still be our junior. How's that? The Divine State Deer invitation ticket is awarded to those who have the ability to get it. Hand over the entrance ticket and we'll let you go. Hearing the voices around him, Su Tian's eyes grew cold. Fine, those who have the ability will get it, so you guys can come and grab it. After saying that, 3 contract spell formations emerged behind Su Tian. In the next moment, 3 majestic beasts appeared out of thin air, as if the wind was howling between their snorts. The appearance of the 3 harnessed beasts caused the crowd of veteran students to be startled, but then they narrowed their eyes. Su Tian, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have divine beasts. In this world, rank is king. Can a divine beast that hasn't grown up still turn the tables? The older students sneered. The sky can't be overturned, but it's still easy to overturn you guys. After saying that, the 3 little white beasts roared out, and little barbarian sat down on his butt, directly sitting an old student under his butt. Brother Su, the old students around them were shocked, and in the next second they had been whipped up by a tornado, the new skill that Xiaobai had comprehended. Gale Tornado. Well, Xiao Wu directly sprayed a mouthful of water, sending those old students backward. When Chu Cuckoo and the others came out, these old students had already been beaten and cried out, completely not a quantum level of crushing awe. When Tang De and Chu Cuckoo saw this scene, they looked at each other in dismay, thinking that Su Tian would be at a disadvantage in dealing with so many people. But it didn't seem as if that was the case now. You guys are right. Divine State Deer by Deer isn't just an ordinary copy. It also represents the dignity of the country. Letting you guys go in would only be a disgrace. Now then, is there anyone else who wants an entrance ticket to Divine State Deer by Deer? Su Tian's faint voice made these older students understand how irrational this provocation was, and they cried out and shook their heads. Not far from a tall building, a young girl in a long meow dress saw this scene and softly said, "I told you earlier, it's just a farce. He can easily solve it. You lost, give me the stuff." On the opposite side, a young girl was in tears, handing over a Bugmaster's skill scroll. This guy is really perverted. He actually came straight to the fight. Alright, let's prepare for the Divine State Deer by Deer. At that time, we'll be facing more than just Chinese geniuses. Those foreign geniuses can be tricky to deal with. I've heard that there's a genius in the Neon Kingdom that can summon a demon god. I don't know who's more perverted when comparing it to this Su Tian guy. And Lan stared at the figure of that teenager under the daylight and murmured softly. The young girl on the opposite side pouted. If only we could run into this guy in Divine State by Deer. With the face value of the two of us, we could definitely attract him to be our fighters. Upon hearing this, and Lan's expression stagnated, recalling the warbling girl beside the other party during the Nine Demon Tower, she immediately smiled. Then you might be a little too confident. Teacher Chu, after beating up all these guys, nothing will happen, right? On the other side, seeing Chu Kuku and Tang De rushing over, Su Tian said with a smile, "Grandpa Tang, it's just beating up a few old students. It's fine, right?" Chuan looked towards Tang De. Tang De's expression was helpless. Beating all of them? But I think it's definitely impossible for them to go to the school board and complain again. After all, being beaten by a freshman is not an honorable thing. Upon hearing this, Chu Kuku instantly smiled in satisfaction. Then it seems that this solution is still quite correct. Su Tian also smiled upon hearing this. These fellows were simply making trouble because they felt that they were freshmen and didn't deserve to take this Divine State Deer entrance ticket. And what method was more effective than directly beating them into submission? The answer was none. Originally little Cuckoo was planning to let the Chu family step in to settle this matter. But I didn't think that your brat would actually take direct action, Tang De laughingly said. At that Su Tian froze, turning his head to look at Chu Kuku. The Chu family is a family force in the capital. Interfering with the academy matter should be against the rules, right? Hey, it's nothing, it's Su Tian. There are still 2 days before Divine State Deer will open. Is there anything you haven't prepared? Shuan asked. Oh yeah, I still need some skill books to make up for my own deficiencies. I'll go find a trip to Sister Xiaoya later on and ask her to acquire them for me, Su Tian said. Xiaoya? Sister? Shuan's cold little face gave a slight beat, her eyes flickering as she looked at Su Tian. Are you guys familiar? No, just before in the southern province she helped me sell the fire controller's transformation scroll, and then meeting again was that time not too long ago, Su Tian said. Is that so? Chu Kuku pondered. Then I'll go with you later. It just so happens that I also have some things I want Xiaoya to help with. Good. Su Tian nodded, not sniffing out any special flavor. Arriving at Zhao's auction house, Xiaoya was wearing an elegant black dress, her tall and hot body rhyming, and she didn't know if it was because of her transformation into a fire control master, but her pupils were all slightly glowing with a red luster, transmitting a flirtatious meaning. Su Tian, Xiao Kuku, you guys are here? Seeing the two, Xiaoya hastily ushered them in. As the Divine State Deer is approaching, I'm going to buy some things. Sister Xiaoya, do you have any Beast Master skill scrolls here? Su Tian asked. Beast Master's skill scroll? Xiaoya was stunned. This was something that didn't come around very often. One was because the Beast Master was a mysterious profession, and the other was because the Beast Master had always been a wasted profession in the public's mind, and even if they had brushed up to the Beast Master's skill scrolls, they had all been broken down and exchanged for materials. What level do you want? Xiaoya asked. Well, it's best if it's diamond or above, and it's best if it favors the output type. Money doesn't matter, Su Tian said. That's good. I'll have someone check in the library for you, Xiaoya said and made a call. After arranging it, right, this thing is for you. Xiaoya took out an item and handed it to Su Tian, a pair of jade pendants. What's this? Looking at the pair of delicate and small items, Su Tian was slightly puzzled. It's an unrestricted legendary grade trinket. They possess the power to sense each other, equivalent to a legendary equipment when together, and capable of sensing the location of the other party when separated. At the same time, it can activate a shield in actual combat, possessing 30% of the owner's blood volume, along with the ability to purify negative effects, Xiaoya introduced. Upon hearing this, Su Tian's pupils contracted violently. Together, it was equivalent to a legendary equipment? Then the value of this equipment was worth at least a few $100 million. Such an expensive equipment. Xiaoya actually gave it to himself. The Chu Cuckoo at the side was also in shock. This equipment she recognized. It was a popular equipment from a previous auction called the Mandarin Duck Match, separated into legendary equipment, combined into legends. When separated, it could indeed activate a shield as Xiaoya had said, but when the two jade pendants were combined, they could unleash a single heaven-destroying attack. It was said that the power of that attack could easily kill a legendary boss, and a legendary boss would also have a chance to be heavily bloodied. However, the CD of this attack is very limited and requires a month's time to recover. It was said that there was a method to accelerate the recovery of the CD, but the exact method was unknown to Xiaoya. Remembering back then, this equipment was indeed auctioned off by the Xiao family, but it had never been introduced to the world, and he didn't expect it to be taken out by Xiaoya today, and it was also given to Su Tian. The significance of these two pieces of equipment was not trivial. Take it. After entering the divine state by deer, you can still rely on it to find me. Consider it your payment for protecting me in divine state by deer, Xiaoya said with a smile. Hearing this, Su Tian instantly had no more psychological burden, and grandly tucked it into his pocket. Xiaoya, you're going to go to divine state deer by deer as well? The Chu Cuckoo on the side froze slightly at his words. Yeah, my dad bought me an entrance ticket to go in and participate, Xiaoya said. At those words, Chu Cuckoo's gaze flickered for a moment. The divine state deer by deer had an entry restriction. No one above level 70 was allowed to enter, and now that she was level 87, there was no way for her to enter. But, Xiaoya, help me get a level 70 binding scroll, Chu Cuckoo said. A level 70 binding scroll? Xiaoya was startled, and then her face showed worry. Xiao Cuckoo, you have to think clearly. Once the binding scroll is used, you won't be able to regain your original level for half a year, and your 7 transmutations will be reduced back to 6 transmutations. If you meet the Chu family's enemies in divine state by deer, you're afraid that you'll be in danger. Su Tian was also worried when he heard, Teacher Chu, it's better if you don't go in and risk your life. Chu Wan was the future head of the capital city Chu family. Whether it was at home or abroad, there would be quite a few people eyeing her, and if it was known that she had gone into divine state deer, it would inevitably cause sniping. It's fine. I've entered divine state by deer once. I'm clear about the scene inside. It's hard to be killed, Chu Wan faintly said. Su Tian scratched his head, not knowing why Chu Cuckoo would suddenly give birth to the idea of entering divine state deer by deer, knowing that Chu Cuckoo had never mentioned this matter before this. Alright then, I'll get it for you. Xiaoya sniffed and couldn't persuade anything else. The next day, Su Tian had just gotten up when he received a call from Xiaoya. Su Tian, there's news about the skills you wanted. One of them is the Beast Master Diamond skill Skyfire Meteor. It's a wide-range attack skill that favors the spell type, and can summon fire attribute meteors to attack the opponent, but its damage mainly relies on the owner's attributes and beast mastery stacking. If there is no fire attribute harnessed beast, the power of this skill will be reduced accordingly. Xiaoya's words caused Su Tian to fall into deep thought. Heavenly Fire Meteor, a ranged type of attack skill with a long-range output, seemed to be quite good. However, the problem was that he didn't have a fire attribute harnessed beast yet, and the damage of this skill might not be as high as imagined. Forget it, it's not easy to find beast mastery skills. Let's take this one first, Su Tian thought in his heart, then opened his mouth to ask, Sister Xiaoya, what about the second book? The second one is an increased class melee output skill, an epic class skill, Thunder Battle Body. After using it for a period of time, you will gain thunder wrapping around your entire body, while each attack comes with thunder damage. Xiaoya responded, I'll go. This Thunder Battle Body sounds awesome. How much do these two cost? I'll buy them, Su Tian asked. For the first book, it's from our library. I don't know how long it's been sitting there, so I'll give it to you directly. The second book, it's an old bounty hunter. The other party is asking for $300,000. Xiaoya said, How much? 300,000? Su Tian was confused. At least it was an epic skill, right? But it was actually so worthless? It was an ordinary warrior's epic skill. That would cost a few $1,000,000. Sister Xiaoya, you're not joking with me, right? Su Tian couldn't help but doubt. Who's joking with you? The Beast Master skill wasn't worth much in the first place, and the reason the market is scarce is because people don't even think about selling this. The other party sold our Xiao family face, so he only wanted $300,000, and this thing is just a roll of scrap paper to him anyway, Xiaoya faintly said. Hearing this, Su Tian couldn't help but believe Xiaoya. This skill was really too much for a dog. Who let the profession of Beast Master be a waste all the time? However, this time, Su Tian could be said to have picked up a great bargain, as these two skills would at least allow his output space to rise by a level, and it only cost 300,000 before and after. You dare to believe that the two skills only cost $300,000? Xiaoya personally drove the 2 skill scrolls to Su Tian, and the moment he received the scrolls, Su Tian went back inside to study. Then he casually went to the teleportation hall to find a mock boss to test, and it was unsurprisingly fragrant, especially the Thunder Battle Body ability. Those thunder damage could actually be attached to other skills. Even the damage from Black Hellscorch had the thunder attribute attached to it. It was too strong, wasn't it? With excitement in his heart, he ushered in the official opening of Divine State by Deer. The opening of Divine State Deer by Deer was very special in that the entrance ticket would turn into a teleportation channel that would pick up the participants and guide them in during the day. But you didn't know what time it would be. Therefore, Su Tian was teleported to Divine State by Deer in the middle of the night while he was sleeping. Looking at his changing surroundings, Su Tian was confused. Where's my quilt? Is there a mistake? Right at this moment, a strange-looking creature that resembled a tiger but not a tiger, and a panther but not a panther suddenly scurried out, its ghostly green eyes emitting a soul-stealing light in the darkness. Swish! Su Tian reacted amazingly. The black hell in his hand directly crossed out, blocking the strange creature in front of him. At the same time, he used the Eye of Insight. Target, Green Pupil Demon Leopard. Level, 55. Description, a monster used to appearing in the dark, possessing unrivaled speed and extremely strong hunting skills. Life, 44,521. Strength, 5,341. Defense, 5,062. Speed, 6,044. Energy, 4,832 inch. Seeing this panel, Su Tian was slightly stunned, but he didn't think carefully about it. He equipped the heaven-swallowing gourd and his strength and energy skyrocketed. Then the god-slaying domain was unleashed, and he slashed at this whatever pupil demon leopard. Minus 9,999. The damage of a slash was as terrifying as it was, almost breaking 10,000, and this was the attribute after doubling. Of course, if it was to release skills, the damage would be even higher. A knife cut the green pupil demon leopard nearly a quarter of the blood. The monster issued a mournful scream, but did not therefore retreat, but instead, the pupils appeared deep bloodlight. Seeing this bloodlight, Su Tian's heart and mind flinched. Is this a berserk state? Berserk state is extremely difficult to appear. In his previous raid copies, almost hundreds are difficult to meet a berserk. How seems like this monster is not much difficulty. Directly into the berserk state? Or, they can actively enter the berserk state? Su Tian temporarily put down this idea. The black prison in his hand continued to pour out black flames, and then chopped at the berserk demon leopard. Although the demonic leopard attributes are good and also fell into a berserk state, but the face of the god of kill field after Su Tian is still a little bit not enough to look at. 1 knife, 2 knives, 3 knives, directly chopped to death. Ding! Congratulations to the host for entering the replica for the first time and gaining the opportunity to explore. Congratulations to the host for exploring and discovering red resources. It has been detected that you have another red resource site on this map. Please go and explore it. There's another red resource? Hearing the system's voice, Su Tian froze slightly. He then recalled a red resource that he had explored not too long ago, and at that time, he had searched all over the universal map without discovering where that red resource was, and now he finally knew. So it's in Divine State Deer by Deer. No wonder it can't be found on the ordinary maps outside. Su Tian murmured. The appearance of the red resource made Su Tian's sporadic hint of sleepiness completely disappear, directly transforming into a simmering warrior exploring the treasure land at night. Right. Just now, that green pupil demon leopard's potential column seemed to have turned into a description. What's the situation? Su Tian recalled what had just happened. System, do you know what's going on? Su Tian asked. System. Alright, Su Tian sighed. It seemed that the system didn't know either. This Divine State by Deer was really weirder than the copies outside. It actually couldn't even display the potential of the monsters, so it seemed like he still had to be careful. Little White. Su Tian summoned the contract spell formation, and Little White came out from it, jumping into Su Tian's arms and constantly sticking out his tongue to lick Su Tian. Alright, stop it. Let's go find the treasure. Su Tian smiled as he carried it down. Little White nodded, and in the next second, it transformed into a fighting state, its snow white fur flickering with a faint fluorescent light in the dark night. Su Tian jumped onto Little White's back, then drove it to the first red resource point. This should be the place. Su Tian led Little White to a dark and silent mountain range, surrounded by a dense mist, with withered bones all over the place. A ghostly aura. What red resources would be here? Su Tian rode Little White and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he saw the scene around him. Let's go, Little White. It's inside. Although he was a bit freaked out, there was a red resource inside, so Su Tian wasn't going to give it up. However, after entering it, Su Tian discovered a problem. Because that one red resource was actually moving. Was there a mistake? Su Tian rubbed his eyes skeptically, but the problem was that the red resource was indeed moving, and it was rushing in his direction? Growing legs? Or is it? Swish! A single tall dark silhouette slowly stepped out, stepping with a pace that made the ground tremble, and all dragging a variety of giant weapons behind them. Fun! Su Tian's eyes widened in shock. What were these things? Eye of Insight. Target, Legion of Dark Knights. Description: a legion of knights buried in a chaotic graveyard, alienated by special energies, resurrected from the dead, with an extremely strong restraining effect on healing abilities. Life, 276,934. Strength, 7,963. Defense, 8,054. Speed, 9,432. Energy, 4,328 inch. Skill, Darkness Erosion. Heavy Slash. Underworld Fire. Seeing this introduction, Su Tian's pupils contracted violently. Dark Knight Legion? These four-dimensional attributes were quite normal. But what the hell was that 27W of life? Are you sure you're not joking? Dang! Right at this moment, a muffled sound suddenly rang out from behind him. A black shadow holding a heavy sword appeared at an unknown time, only to see that this dark knight was clad in a rusty armor. His face under the helmet was a dry one, and his pupils were a black swirl. Drink! With a voice that came from nowhere, the knight swung his heavy sword and slashed straight down at Su Tian's head. Xiaobai reacted sharply and dodged the sword. Kaboom! The dark knight's heavy sword landed on top of a huge tree, and the sharpness of the blade actually cut the tree off at the waist. I'm going. Su Tian was slightly startled, looking around at the dark knights coming over. His face sank. Coming for real, huh? Little barbarian. Little Wu. In the next moment, two more contract spell formations surfaced behind Su Tian, and two giant beasts roared out. Roar! Wu! Little barbarian was like a thick wall, blocking in front of Su Tian and Little White, directly fighting with the knight with the heavy sword. Healing is useless. Little barbarian and Little White. Full output. Su Tian also jumped down from Little White and commanded. According to past practice, the stronger these dark knights were, generally the rarer the treasure born from the resources. For example, the spider lair that he had entered when looking for Xiao Wu earlier, and this legion of dark knights was obviously even stronger than that spider lair. Ow! Xiao Bai took the lead, a red shimmering light blooming on his body while a mouthful of wind attribute energy spewed out, instantly tearing a dark knight into pieces. But the weird thing was that not long after this dark knight fell to the ground, it actually stood up again. Can't die? Su Tian frowned slightly, but he realized that 27W's blood bar had lowered a lot. I see. They're sharing a blood bar. They can't die until the blood bar clears. Su Tian's eyes flickered for a moment, and up to this point, he had no more worries, and with Little White, they launched their output with full force. Thunder Battle Body. Without hesitation, Su Tian used his newly learned epic skill. In the next moment, crackling thunder pulsed around Su Tian's body, and even within his own body, it was as if thunder was rushing. This ineffable sense of power was simply mesmerizing. Then, let's begin. Su Tian's right fist clenched in vain. The black prison emerged, and the heaven-swallowing gourd flickered in the air suspended behind him. Pang! The next moment Su Tian shot out explosively like a lightning bolt, and there were still thunder arcs flickering where he had left them. After using the thunder battle body, Su Tian felt that his speed seemed to have grown by another level, and he was already able to navigate freely amongst those dark knights. Black Hell! A sword swept down, and black fire attribute damage, along with lightning attribute damage, pulsed through the air. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. The blood level of the Dark Knight Legion was decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. While Su Tian was exerting his best output, the pets were also not willing to show weakness, using their strongest skills one after another. Finally, with Su Tian's last slash, the Dark Knight army's blood level finally cleared. Boom! These knights fell to the ground with a loud bang, turning into a cloud of flying ash and falling objects, and an egg fell out of one of the warrior's arms, its surface lines rising like flames, and its lifelike appearance was mesmerizing, and Su Tian couldn't help but feel equally joyful when he saw this egg. The third divine beast egg. I wonder, what kind of divine beast would the creature in this egg be? With anticipation, Su Tian and Little White formed a circle around them and quietly looked at the red egg. Gulp! Finally, under the 4 pairs of eyes' expectant gazes, the red egg shook a little. It's giving birth! It's giving birth! Su Tian excitedly voiced out. Push harder, little one! Along with Su Tian's cheering, a crack visible to the naked eye appeared on the red egg body, which gradually widened and finally cracked open completely. A small red head came out against the eggshell, with a pointed beak, a pair of ruby eyes, and fluttering and flapping tiny wings. Wow! The next moment, the little thing suddenly opened its wings. The sky red haze shot in all directions, and then opened his eyes when Su Tian had appeared in front of a noble finch, magnificent in the treasure of feathers covering the whole body, a pair of finch claws to open the eggshell, as if a work of art like a lifelike. The colorful feathered crown towered over it, like a haughty little princess. The third divine beast, the vermilion bird. Target, vermilion bird. Potential, divine beast. Life, 501. Strength, 79. Defense, 64. Speed, 89. Energy, 107 inch. Skills, crimson pupil. Dying fire domain. 10,000 fire flying feathers. Illusion. Crimson pupil, the vermilion bird possesses the ability to detect the enemy's weaknesses, and at the same time can lock on to targets within range. When attacking those locked on, the damage dealt by the vermilion bird is increased by 30% with a tracking effect, and a layer of ignition seal stacks up for every time the enemy is struck. Dropping Skyfire domain, the vermilion bird mobilizes fire energy to strike an area, and then blocks the area to form a field of flames. The damage of the vermilion bird's spells within the flame area is gradually increased by a maximum of 50%, while the field continuously generates fire dragon scrolls that burn the enemy, and the target within the flame area gains a layer of ignition seal per second. 10,000 fires, vermilion bird shoots out countless feathers, raining down fire attributes on a large area, with each feather dealing 30% of its own spell damage, while stacking a layer of ignition marks for the enemy. When the feathers fall, they will detonate the ignition marks of all targets, with each layer of marks equaling 50% of the vermilion bird's spell damage. Illusion, the vermilion bird has the ability to transform into its battle form, stacking 100% of its attributes during the transformation. Note, each layer of the ignite status will deduct 1% of the target's life per second, and each layer of the mark lasts for 5 seconds. After reading the vermilion bird's introduction, Su Tian gulped a mouthful of saliva. Based on this introduction, it wasn't hard to see that this was a pet that completely favored violent output, compared to Xiaobai's balanced output nature and Xiao Wu's defensive supportive nature. The vermilion bird was undoubtedly a pet that pulled its output to the extreme. In addition to the divine beast must have the illusion skills, the remaining 3 natural skills are all output skills. In addition to all the skills of the vermilion bird are spells. In the future, it might replace Little White's main C position. You'll be called Little Red. Looking at the vermilion bird, Su Tian revealed a loving expression. Kiki. At the sound of his voice, the vermilion bird instantly lowered its haughty head and affectionately buried its head to Su Tian's chest and rubbed it twice. At the same time, it transformed back into its juvenile form and flew into Su Tian's arms. Kiki, Kiki. The vermilion bird fluttered its wings twice in Su Tian's arms, seemingly saying that it was very comfortable here. Su Tian laughed, and before he could say anything, a white shadow suddenly scurried up and clawed at Little Red's head. Ow! Little White had also turned into its juvenile form, and was currently glaring at Little Red with his teeth bared in an angry manner. The corner of Su Tian's mouth twitched as he suddenly remembered that his arms had always been Little White's turf, and even Little Wu had only dared to stay on his shoulder after he was born, not daring to grab this precious land with Little White at all. However, while Xiao Wu's character was naive, Xiao Hong was different. For Xiao Bai's angry threat, Xiao Hong but a look rather die than give in. Stubbornly rely on Su Tian's arms do not go out. This can be infuriated Small White. Did not expect this new actually dared to steal its throne. Immediately it let out a tiger whistle. Huge attribute suppression revealed. Little Red had just been born. Its level was only 1 level, where it was comparable to Little White's attributes. This suppression made it let out a whimpering aggrieved sound and was forced to give up its treasure. Seeing this, Little White grunted and ran back into Su Tian's arms with a straight face, peacefully enjoying this most comfortable position. Little Red flew to Su Tian's shoulder in a very aggrieved manner, and seeing that there was still a green turtle present, she immediately chirped. Xiao Wu. It couldn't be helped. Who told it to be honest? So Xiao Wu simply retracted and went into Su Tian's chest pocket. Only then did Little Red quiet down, but it still looked at that position in Su Tian's arms from time to time, obviously not dying. Su Tian couldn't help but be a little headstrong, but he was also crying and laughing, not expecting them to actually clash over a position. However, Little Red was obviously still coveting Little White's position. Right now, it didn't have the strength to compete with Little White, but it wouldn't be possible to say that after leveling up. 2 divine beasts fighting? Su Tian actually felt anticipation himself, and at that moment, he hurriedly brought his 3 pets to brush a wave of levels. However, after only brushing for a while he felt sleepy. According to the usual habit, he was going to sleep on Xiao Bai, but this guy does not know why. Hit the chicken blood like crazy kill monsters upgrade. Xiao Hong now cannot beat the monster, but do not know how to make Xuan Wu obey her orders, help her brush monsters. The 2 sides were actually gambling. Seeing this, Su Tian couldn't help but be somewhat speechless. There is no way. Can only call little barbarian out to make up for it, but they are like this. Also let Su Tian worry. At least he does not urge. These three divine beasts will also brush their own level, is not it? The second day. Between the jungles of divine state deer by deer. Xiao Ye, don't run away. I know you have quite a few treasures on you. Hand over the things and I definitely won't make things difficult for you. In the vast forest, a shadowy-looking man traveled through the forest, carrying a black scythe in his hand, and in front of it was none other than the somewhat wretched Xiao Ye. She also did not expect that she would actually be refreshed in the same location as the Hunter Union's famous death killer, Xin Jinhei. The Hunters Union was infamous, and had never been a group of guys who only recognized profit but not people, especially in this divine state by deer. No one would know what was going on. So the first time Xin Jinhei saw Xiao Ye, he had bad intentions, first robbing the goods, then killing. Anyway, the Xiao family couldn't possibly know that he had killed Xiao Ye. However, he didn't know that Xiao Ye had been practicing in the shopping mall for many years, and with a pair of discerning eyes like a torch, he saw through his intentions with a single glance. Right now, Xiao Ye was using a speed scroll to escape, but the effective time of this speed scroll was running out. After the speed scroll expired, there would be a cooling off period, and by then, if she was unable to get rid of Xin Jinhei, it might be bad. Xiao Ye gripped the jade pendant on her chest and sensed it faintly. Her beautiful eyes had a few moments of shyness. This damnable guy. What the hell is he doing? How come he's not moving at all in the same spot? Xiao Ye, this is divine state by deer. You can't run back to the real world even if you run again. I advise you to be obedient and hand over all your treasures to me. Otherwise when your speed scroll fails, don't blame me for not being polite. Xin Jinhei stared at Xiao Ye, his eyes surging with a few points of ruthlessness. Hearing this, a few moments of anxiety surged in Xiao Ye's heart. There was still a distance from here to Su Tian's location. The speed scroll obviously wouldn't last that long, and by then she would definitely be caught up by Xin Jinhei. As for the nonsense this guy said, she didn't believe a word of it. With the Hunter Union's infamous reputation, she was afraid that Xin Jinhei would take care of himself the first time he got his hands on something. Time passed. The time for the speed scroll to take effect was only the last 30 seconds, and at that moment, the silhouette on the other side of the jade pendant finally moved. Brush! As the time for the speed scroll to take effect disappeared, Xiao Ye's speed suddenly decreased, while Xin Jinhei finally caught up as expected. Looking at Xiao Ye, he let out a cold smile. I really don't know. You're only level 40 or so. How did you dare to enter divine state deer by deer to send yourself to death? Could it be relying on the wealth of the Xiao family? Without strength to back it up. Those props are ultimately just ridiculous external forces. Now hand over the props on you to me, and I'll let you go. Xin Jinhei said indifferently. Xiao Ye was silent and did not speak. Seeing this, Xin Jinhei became a little impatient. Didn't you hear me? Give me the item. Otherwise don't blame me for taking it myself. An inexplicable look suddenly surged under Xiao Ye's eyes. If you have the ability, you do it. Xin Jinhei froze at his words. His eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be that Xiao Ye had some secret weapon? Soon he dispelled this concern. Even if there is a secret weapon, what can be done? This Xiao Ye is only more than 40 levels. Can he still kill himself? At the next moment, Xin Jinji mercilessly swung his scythe and slashed at Xiao Ye's neck. As long as he killed her, the props prepared by the Xiao family would all be his own. The Xiao family is known as the first mansion in the capital. The props prepared will never let themselves down. However, just as he swung out this side, he felt that something was wrong. As a sound of breaking wind seemed to faintly ring out behind him, Xin Jinhei turned back in a panic, just in time to meet with a pair of huge tiger pupils, only to see that the tiger pupils were filled with a horrifying murderous aura. Pang! In the next second, the tiger's claws imprinted on Xin Jinhei's body, directly sending him flying several meters, his blood level falling wildly. Cough! Xin Jinhei crawled up from the ground with blood remaining, looking at the silhouette that appeared, a flash of shock flashing across the bottom of his eyes. It's you, Su Tian. Do I know you? Su Tian looked at Xin Jinhei and yawned. He's from the Hunters Union, so he should have heard a few things about you. Xiao Ye, who was on the side, slowly stepped forward and said, so he's from the Hunters Union. Then you can die. Hearing this, Su Tian waved his hand. Ow! The little white tiger pounced forward and slapped Xin Jinhei to death without even saying his last words. Is this the kind of trash that the Hunters Union sends to disgrace people? Seeing this, Su Tian frowned. Garbage? Xiao Ye looked at Su Tian with an odd expression and laughed bitterly. This guy is considered a pretty good genius in the Hunter Union. Otherwise why would the Hunter Union send him out? But this time, there are 10 geniuses that the Hunter Union sent into the Divine State Deer race, and this Xin Jinhei is just at the bottom of the list. 10. Su Tian wasn't too interested in Xin Jinhei, but was surprised by the number Xiaoya said. How does the Hunter Union have so many entrance tickets? Xiaoya raised her willow eyebrows at that. Have you forgotten? The Hunters Union has the backing of the 4 great families of Magic City. So what's so strange about taking out a few Divine State Stag entrance tickets? Seems reasonable. Su Tian scratched his head. However, in previous years, the largest number of people sent by the Hunter Guild was only 5. This time, it is indeed a bit abnormal. I wonder if there is some purpose. Xiaoya said. It's better to talk about you. How did you meet this guy? Su Tian wasn't interested in that topic anymore. Upon hearing that, Xiaoya told the story. Then if I hadn't come over, you wouldn't have really waited to die, right? Su Tian blinked. You guess? Xiaoya smiled faintly. What should I do next? Su Tian asked. He didn't really know what to do the first time he entered this divine state by deer. Previously, Chu Kuku had said that she would tell him to come, but ever since he had taken the legendary equipment given by Xiaoya, she hadn't paid much attention to him, and he didn't know what was going on. Well, according to my intelligence, there are many divine artifact inheritance and other resource points in divine state by divine artifact, and as long as one passes the test of these resource points, one can obtain rewards. Many people also come here for this reason, Xiaoya said. At those words, Su Tian couldn't help but think of that Dark Knight Legion place just now. Could that be a resource point? I wonder if the universal map had a role to play here. Thinking of this, Su Tian hurriedly opened his universal map, and the map was actually really clearly marked with those resource points. For a moment, Su Tian was also a little confused. Let me ask, how do I find those resource points? Are they directly marked on the map? Su Tian asked. Marked directly on the map? Xiaoya gave Su Tian a strange look. What are you thinking? If you want to get the location of a resource point, you first have to hunt and kill small monsters, which will randomly drop the resource point map. Only then can we find the resource points. Upon hearing this, Su Tian took a deep breath. You might not believe me when I say it. My map really does have marked resource points. Xiaoya? A few tens of minutes later, Su Tian and Xiaoya appeared outside a resource point, and the monsters around them were clearly different from the small monsters outside, with only their attributes being much higher. And at the back of these monsters' guards, there was a golden glow shining brightly. Xiaoya finally believed Su Tian's words at this moment. His map was actually different from his own, being able to directly see the resource point. However, I have a question. Why is the highest ranked resource point on the map just gold? There are no black gold, purple gold, or even red resources. Su Tian asked in puzzlement. Wasn't it said that the top level red resources were possessed in divine state deer by deer? Oh, those resources require specific triggers, and there's a divine state city in divine state by deer, where the corresponding resources can be exchanged. Xiaoya explained while secretly thankful. It was fortunate that the guy's map didn't show those 3 kinds of resources, otherwise she would have suspected that this kid was open. It can still be exchanged? Su Tian raised an eyebrow, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The gameplay of this divine state deer by deer seemed to be a bit more than he had imagined. Well, let's brush this resource spot first, Xiaoya said. Alright, Xiao Bai, Xiao Wu, Xiao Hong, go. Su Tian beckoned, and in the next moment, the 3 giant beasts rushed into the resource spot. Seeing this scene, Xiaoya couldn't help but reveal an expression of envy. Beast masters were good. They didn't even have to fight themselves. Wait. Soon she realized that something was wrong. How is it that there are 3 divine beasts here? Remembering that in the southern province, Su Tian only had 1 divine beast. Where did you get these 2 divine beasts? Xiaoya looked skeptically at Su Tian, vaguely having a look at the hanging wall. Su Tian deliberated for a moment and slowly said, do you believe me when I say I picked them up? Xiaoya didn't say anything, but the action of taking half a step back was serious. The next person has never seen a divine beast in his life. This kid has 3 by himself. Others harnessed beasts. He harnessed divine beasts. No wonder he is so perverted. After a while, the 3 divine beasts returned, and also brought back a bunch of drops. For these drops, Su Tian wasn't very interested. After all, the system had sent him purple and gold resources every day before. However, when he took a good look at those drops, he froze. This is exclusive equipment, Black Moon Wrist Guard. Grade, Epic. Restriction, Beast Master. Attack, 739. Defense, 876. Exclusive skill, Moonlight, active skill. A moonlight floats after being activated, continuously restoring the blue amount of the harnessed beast while generating a moonlight shield for it. Exclusive equipment of a Beast Master? Seeing this equipment, Xiaoya was also stunned. This was because this kind of equipment was unheard of by them, even if the Xiao family owned the largest merchant bank in Huaxia. Moreover, this kind of equipment hadn't appeared in divine state deer by deer in the past. Interesting, Su Tian yawned. Who cares why he had this kind of equipment? Anyway, it belonged exclusively to himself. Would there be a reason not to use it? Counting. This was still his first epic equipment, and it would be great if he could collect a set of Beast Master's exclusive equipment in Divine State deer by deer. Continue looking for resources. Su Tian's eyes flashed as he continued to check the map for resource locations. Without much hesitation, a few minutes later Su Tian brought Xiaoya to reach another golden-colored resource. There were a lot of small monsters around, and again, Xiao Bai and the others cleared the area, and the resources dropped by the monsters were all pocketed by Su Tian. Xiaoya, as the eldest lady of the Xiao family, naturally won't grab these things with Su Tian. She came on this trip in order to rub experience to upgrade quickly, and secondly, there is another important thing. Only now. It wasn't time yet. 3 days later. This is it, the Redemption Talisman. Collect it and you can go to Divine State City to redeem the location of a high-level resource point. Xiaoya excitedly pointed at a talisman in Su Tian's arms. This talisman had a peculiar shape, with a pair of lifelike black wings tattooed and painted on it, giving off an inexplicable sense of oppression. This is a redemption talisman? Su Tian raised an eyebrow, not expecting the drop rate of this talisman to be so low, only brushing one in 3 days. And this speed was still under the circumstance that he could discover ordinary resource points. Those who still needed to brush small monsters to find ordinary resource points. Wouldn't it be as difficult as heaven to brush such a redemption talisman? Unusually, one redemption talisman can only redeem black gold resources, 3 can redeem purple gold resources, while 5 can redeem red resources, Xiaoya said. 5 to redeem red resources? Doesn't that mean that it will take 15 days to brush enough? Su Tian frowned. This was a bit inefficient. Knowing that this Divine State deer by deer had only been open for a month in total, ordinary people who wanted to brush enough 5 redemption talismans would only take even longer. No wonder there were very few people from who had collected all 5 redemption talismans to open the final red resource. That's still fast. If you're unlucky, you might not be able to burst a single redemption talisman in a month, Xiaoya said. By the way, do you plan to use up this redemption talisman, redeeming a black gold resource? Su Tian shook his head. It's too uneconomical. Xiaoya also smiled when she heard this. She knew Su Tian would say this. After all, he had the advantage of being able to view ordinary resource points. Perhaps there was a chance to gather 5 redemption talismans within a month. It would be too unfortunate if he used one up now. Let's brush up on some more resources and see if we can get the 5 redemption talismans together early. And in the meantime, let's look for Teacher Chu's whereabouts, Su Tian said softly. In these 3 days, he had been lethargic on a daily basis, with Little White and the others in charge of brushing monsters, while he as the master was able to share the experience. That said, the experience acquisition rate of this Divine State by deer was indeed very high, and in just 3 days, it was equivalent to the 10 days of effort he had spent in a level 60 copy. Another 4 days passed. 7 days had passed since Su Tian had entered the Divine State by deer, during which time Su Tian had swiped 2 more redemption talismans, and at the same time, he had also encountered some other entrants. However, those people's levels weren't too low, coupled with the fact that there were a few ferocious beasts besides Su Tian, and thus they hadn't dared to take offense. This time, however, they had run into trouble. It's the Chinese, and there's a flower girl dropping. A team from the Neon Kingdom and Su Tian's duo met in front of a resource point. These people were clearly uninterested in Su Tian, but when they saw Xiaoya beside him, they revealed a few expressions of infatuation. Xiaoya could be rightfully called a stunning beauty, with a tall figure, pretty face, and a mature flavor that any man would be moved by. At this time, Xiaoya is wearing a mage cultivation robes to facilitate the action. Its rich and perfect body is even more obvious. 4 people to salivate, and these few neon men were obviously attracted by Xiaoya's beauty. However, the words they were talking to each other could not be understood by Su Tian, who did not understand Japanese. However, Xiaoya's jade face was as cold as an iceberg, and even her small fists were clenched, from which one could imagine what kind of vulgar words those neon people were saying. Alas, Su Tian sighed. He didn't cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either, not to mention a few neonians. I'll give you 3 seconds to apologize. Su Tian looked at the few neon men and spoke out faintly. 3. Curry chicken wa. Luigi wow, the neon man said. 2. Su Tian counted calmly. Baka. Bukaki love wow, the neonian yelled. 1. Su Tian counted down to the end. Good. You guys missed your chance perfectly. Before the neonians could react, Su Tian suddenly had a black heavy sword in his hand and slashed down at several people. Hoshi wow. Baka dai nei. A few neonians didn't even understand the situation clearly before one of their companions was hacked into a falling object by Su Tian, and immediately screamed in terror. Get lost, This Chinese actually made a direct move. Dare to kill Sang Tiankuan. Let's kill him. Watch me ninjutsu earth escape and sneak attack him. A few neons yelled. Su Tian frowned as he listened to them. What were they talking about? Can they speak human language or not? Su Tian, be careful. That person can do earth escape, Xiaoya hurriedly reminded. Earth escape? Su Tian froze. These few neonians actually knew the ninjutsu technique of earth escape. Could it be that they had awakened to the ninja profession? Xiaoban, facing the neon people who had disappeared into the land, Su Tian lightly shouted. In the next moment, a contract formation appeared behind him, and little barbarian's burly figure stepped out, then stomped heavily on a spot on the ground. Baka, the neon man who had burrowed into the land, came out in a sorry state, his face furious as he looked towards little barbarian, but after seeing his giant tower-like figure, the entire person was blinded. This Chinese man can actually summon giant beasts? Could it be that, like Divine Wood Jun, he is also a summoner? So what if it is? Shinmukuan is the greatest summoner in the world. He can summon our demon god. He can definitely defeat this guy. The ne'er-do-wells murmured. Su Tian looked at this group of guys and wondered if they had a brain problem or something. They didn't know what kind of nonsense they were chatting about when they were dying? Better worry about your own little lives. Su Tian waved his hand expressionlessly, and Xiaoban looked ferociously at the few neon people sitting on his butt in the next second. Chinese, you. Before the several neon people could finish their words, they were sat down by little barbarian's ass and didn't make another sound. After the small barbarians left, there was no picture of any blood and flesh, only a few drops spawned in place, emitting a shimmering light. You directly killed them? Xiaoya looked at the several piles of drops and asked out loud. Yeah, couldn't understand what they said. No way to communicate at all. So I killed them, Su Tian said indifferently. Just because of this? The corner of Xiaoya's mouth twitched. Though, but wasn't this reason a little too far-fetched? Well, of course there's also the fact that the way these guys looked at you was obscene, Su Tian said seriously. Upon hearing this, Xiaoya's eyes immediately softened a bit. Right, what exactly were these guys talking about just now? Su Tian asked. Well, they seemed to mention someone called Divine Wood Jun, saying something about being able to summon a demon god. Xiaoya thought for a moment and said, summon a demon god? Su Tian smiled, wondering if that so-called demon god was a match for Xiao Bai and the others. There's a redemption talisman in these guys' drops. Suddenly, Xiaoya said excitedly. Su Tian looked over, and sure enough, in that case, there was only one redemption talisman missing from 5. I wonder if there's any difference between the red resources in this divine state by deer and the red resources rewarded by the system? Speed up the process a bit. I can't wait to redeem it, Su Tian said expectantly. Little white, little red, Su Tian softly murmured, and behind him, little white and little red instantly stepped forward. After this period of upgrading, little red had skyrocketed and had already risen to level 28. However, there was still a huge gap when trying to catch up with little white, but the good thing was that she could now assume a certain output position. Whoever of you brushes the 5th redemption talisman first, there's a reward. Su Tian smiled and said to them, I'll, KIR. Little white and little red's eyes widened violently, and in the next second, little white was the first to rush out. Little red was not willing to show weakness and flew out right after him. A moment later little red flew back and grabbed Xiaowu, who was hiding in Su Tian's pocket. Su Tian shared the location of the resource points on the universal map with them, and then they opened their arms left and right, brushing the 2 resource points together. Aren't you afraid that something will happen to them if you're like this? Xiaoya said softly. Not afraid. Their attributes are much higher than these monsters, and Xiao Bai is a balanced output pet with both range and output abilities, while Xiao Hong and Xiao Wu's combination is likewise extreme output and extreme assistance, so they can completely act separately, Su Tian said. Then which side are we going to? Xiaoya asked. Us? Of course we're going to brush this resource point on our face. Su Tian smiled blandly as the black prison heavy sword emerged in his hand. At those words, Xiaoya froze. Them? Brushing this resource point? In Xiaoya's impression, hadn't Su Tian always relied on his pets to fight? Now he actually wanted to brush the resource point himself? Although Xiaoya knew that Su Tian's main body wasn't weak, the monsters in those resource points were also very strong. Could Su Tian handle them? But soon, she realized how superfluous her worries were. After opening his thunder battle body, Su Tian was like a god of killing, holding the black prison heavy sword and killing the monsters, during which there were also various attribute spell attacks responsible for cleaning up the surroundings. Wait, isn't this kid a beast master? Why does he have such strong spell damage? 3 sides blossomed, but this time, luck didn't seem to be on their side, and not a single redemption talisman was refreshed for a full 3 days. It was like a certain duo, All the card draw games were just one card short of the last card to be collected, and that kind of urgency, in a nutshell, was just torturous. And right now, Su Tian was feeling just like that. Just missing the last redemption talisman. You can redeem the red resources in Divine State by Deer. The explosion rate here is doubled. I'm afraid that the rewards of the red resources will be even better than those given by the system. But this Divine State by Deer, it seems that it doesn't want him to get that last redemption talisman, so much so that in these 3 days, Little White and Little Red, they are all exhausted to the point of being dogs. It was the capitalist who couldn't bear to look at them, but for the sake of the reward Su Tian had said, the few little guys were still doing their best to brush up their resource points. Forget it, no more brushing. Su Tian waved his hand. The several divine beasts came back and looked at Su Tian suspiciously. Without brushing the resource points, there was no way to obtain the last redemption talisman. Could it be that Su Tian was giving up? Similarly, Xiaoya also looked at Su Tian in doubt. In her mind, Su Tian wasn't someone who gave up easily, not to mention that he was now just one step away from the red resources. There isn't just one way to obtain the redemption talisman. There's no need for us to be dead set on swiping resource points. Su Tian saw their puzzled gazes and explained. But there is indeed only one way to obtain redemption talismans, brushing resource points. Xiaoya frowned, but as soon as she finished speaking, she realized that she was wrong. Because that wasn't how their fourth redemption talisman was sourced. Su Tian, you shouldn't be thinking of. Xiaoya's eyes widened in disbelief. That's right, robbing. Since we can't swipe the redemption talisman, why don't we just directly rob someone else's? I believe that anyone who can survive until now should have a redemption talisman on them anyways, Su Tian faintly said. But would that not be too good? Xiaoya said so on her lips, but the excitement under her eyes was no less than Su Tian's. Robbery. This kind of thing. She, the eldest miss of the Xiao family, had never done it before, but it sounded as if it would be fun. Then let's do it. Little White, Little Red, Little Wu, Little Barbarian, what are your opinions? Al, Ki, well, roar. The 4 guys nodded their heads impatiently, obviously having long since gotten tired of repeatedly brushing resource points and wanting to do something new and exciting. It's really the same as your master. However, it's rare to see you guys so unified. Seeing this, Xiaoya could not help but laugh. Upon hearing this, the 4 fellows glanced at each other, and the smell of gunpowder immediately filled the eyes of Little White and Little Red. Little White jumped straight into Su Tian's arms before looking provocatively at Little Red. Kiki. Little Red looked at Little White grudgingly, but knew in her heart that she wasn't a match for it yet, and could only look for other consolations in aggravation. Finally, it violently fluttered its wings and flew towards Xiaoya. After these few days together, the several pets had long been familiar with Xiaoya, and could even already make out with her. Little Red drilled in Xiaoya's arms. Her head couldn't stop rubbing against Xiaoya's soft 2 places, revealing an expression of enjoyment. When Little White saw this, it revealed an unbelievable expression, followed by envy in its eyes. It raised its head to look at Su Tian, and a few more points of disdain instantly appeared in its eyes, suddenly feeling that its own proud territory did not smell good anymore. Su Tian couldn't help but be a little speechless when he saw the change in Little White's expression. What an outburst! Xiaoya was finally able to comfort Little Red in her arms before looking at Su Tian. If we rob, what kind of people are we going to rob? Well, I do have an idea, but I can't find their location. Su Tian said. You mean the neons, right? Nu-ah, this is for you. It should serve some purpose, Xiaoya said, giving Su Tian a watch-like instrument. What is this? Su Tian couldn't help but say at the sight. Just found it on those few neons. It seems to be a contact tool. Using it should be able to get the location of the other neons, Xiaoya said. A contact tool? Didn't they say that all contact tools would be ineffective in Divine State by Divine State? These guys would actually have something that ignores the rules like this? Su Tian was slightly surprised. Perhaps the Neonites came prepared this time, so they prepared these strange and weird things, Xiaoya said softly. Su Tian nodded, and then began to study how this contact tool worked. In the end, however, he only found a button that resembled the function of a tape recorder. Thus, Su Tian pressed the button and said, Bakayalu, Shenmukuan. How do you say fuck you in Japanese? At this point, Su Tian turned around and asked, Buckle search a few wow. Xiaoya said, Buckle search a few wow. Su Tian pressed the button again and yelled at the instrument. Looking on, Xiaoya couldn't help but feel her face rolling. This guy actually said such vulgar words, but for some reason, she didn't have a trace of revulsion in her heart. At this moment, in front of a resource point in Divine State Deer by Deer, a man in hunting clothes heard the voice coming out of the contact watch, and his pretty face had turned iron blue, and beside him, there were several other neon people who had similarly heard the words. all with odd expressions. This damnable male student. How dare he curse young Lord Godswood? The several ne'er-do-wells beside the man in hunting clothes had angry faces. That's not Gongxing's voice. Someone took his summoning tool. Godswood Star's face was ugly. I'd like to see what kind of person actually dares to rob us Neonians. Godswood Star's gaze was cold. Young Lord Godswood, how can you be bothered to go personally with such a small person? I'll go for you. And I'll make sure to capture this person in front of you for questioning. A man with a gloomy face stepped out and said. Seeing him, Divine Wood Star nodded. Good. You go and capture the person. Remember, make sure to bring him to me alive. Divine Wood Star said grimly. His hallowed Godwood clan's young master was actually being verbally abused by a person in front of so many people's men. If he didn't let that person who spoke kneel down and beg for forgiveness, then where would he put his face? Yes. The Enli man nodded his head and turned around to open his transmission watch, starting to check Su Tian's location for them. You too, follow me. At the same time, Su Tian rubbed his brain and looked at the communication instrument. Why was there no response? Maybe it's not working right? Su Tian wondered and fiddled with it a few more times, still seeing no reaction. Then straight away, he casually threw the thing into the storage space. Then what now? Xiaoya on the side cocked her head and said, the ne'er-do-wells can't find it, so of course we have to find someone else. Anyway, those who entered this divine state deer by deer are all opponents. So isn't it simple to find a few random people? Su Tian smiled indifferently. It was impossible to brush resource points. It was impossible to brush resource points in this lifetime. It always felt like this divine state by deer was messing with himself, so it was better to rob someone else's to be on the safe side. Good. Xiaoya thought for a moment and nodded slightly. Anyway, with Su Tian around, what was so scary about her? The two of them rode Xiao by and ran straight towards a resource point. And if the estimation wasn't wrong, they should be able to meet someone else. At this moment, this resource point was being brushed by a team of people from the Stick Country. This team of people, 3 men and 1 woman, still seemed to be led by the girl, who was very sweet looking, and this was almost a characteristic of girls from the Stick Country. As for the 3 boys, their dress and equipment were extremely extraordinary, holding that girl as if she was a pearl in their hands. Even a circle of small monsters were around, and they didn't even bother to let the girl take a shot. Ms. Park Mi Xian, this divine state by deer doesn't seem to be as difficult as imagined. With the 3 of us protecting you, we can definitely gain something here. When we return to the real world, you will have the strength to compete with your brother for the throne. Yes, you are already a genius, and after the experience of divine state deer, you will definitely be even more extraordinary. The 3 stick boys complimented, to put it bluntly a bit like licking a dog. The girl called Park Mei Xian, who also seemed to have gotten used to the licking words of the 3, said in a flat and cool manner, finish brushing this place as soon as possible to find the next resource point. After entering divine state deer for so long, we've only collected 1 redemption talisman, and I'm afraid that by the time it's over we won't be able to exchange even a single purple golden resource point. Her words made the 3 stick boys sweat a little, and immediately output more endurance. Not long after they finally finished brushing this resource point, and the exciting thing was that this one resource point actually dropped a redemption talisman. Princess, redemption talisman. The 3 stick boys immediately handed it over to Park Mi Hyan as if they were offering it as a treasure. And seeing this redemption talisman, Park Mi Hyan's indifferent face finally gained a few more points of joy. The 4 of them went out, but they encountered little barbarian who was blocking the door. Not good. There is an ambush. Princess, be careful, a stick man shouted. Ambush your ass? Su Tian and Xiaoya walked out slowly from the back, the former yawning lazily and looking at the 4 with quite a bit of interest in his eyes. If I heard correctly just now, you guys just swiped a redemption talisman? Su Tian's words left the 4 people from the Stick Country a little confused, but fortunately, one of the boys was fluent in Chinese, and he spoke Su Tian's words to Park Mi Xian. Park Mi Xian was then seen glancing at Su Tian and Xiaoya and saying something to the boy. The stick boy was then seen revealing a few difficult looks. What did she say? Seeing this, Su Tian couldn't help but ask Xiaoya. That girl, it seems like she's saying that she can let us follow her, and they'll protect us. Xiaoya's eyes were similarly a little strange. Su Tian froze as he glanced at the tall Xiaoyan beside him, and he couldn't help but be a little skeptical. Did they look much like they had come to seek refuge in this manner? Cut the crap and rob. Hand over all the valuable things you have on you. The black prison emerged in Su Tian's hand as he loudly shouted. Upon hearing this, the stick boy's face instantly changed, and with an ugly expression, he translated Su Tian's intentions to Park Mi Xian. Park Mi Xian froze, glancing at Su Tian in dismay before saying something else. The stick boy looked at Su Tian with a displeased expression and said, Hey, our princess is giving you guys a chance. Leave now and we'll pretend this never happened. Furthermore, She also said that robbing isn't a good habit, so I hope you won't do it again in the future. The corner of Su Tian's mouth twitched. Wasn't this princess of the stick country a little too innocent? He was robbing hello, do you think you're playing house with children? Su Tian's eyes flickered, and then little barbarian angrily beat his chest before extending his bare claws and pinning the stick boy to the ground. The stick boy instantly struggled in terror. Princess, save me, please, don't hurt him. Seeing this, Park Mei-xian immediately revealed an anxious expression and looked at Su Tian as if pleading. The other two stick boys saw the princess begging for help, and they realized that the opportunity to perform had arrived. Damn Chinese, how dare you make a move against us? Suffer death. The remaining two stick boys bellowed and rushed up. However, the occupations of these two were just the most ordinary knights, not even a mystical occupation, and the reason why they were able to ply their trade in the ordinary resource points was merely that their level attributes were a bit higher. As for Su Tian, the thing he was most unafraid of was the opposite side's high attributes. Chop! The corner of Su Tian's mouth lifted, and he didn't even move his body much, just lifting up the black hell and slashing horizontally. Those two stick boys were sent flying backwards. As soon as the slash landed, both of those sword shields were actually slashed through a gap, with a strand of black fire flaring up in them. The two stick boys were stunned as they stared blankly at their sword shields, a flash of disbelief appearing on their faces. How was this possible? This sword shield of theirs was a diamond-grade equipment, and it could actually be abolished by a single slash. So how high should this person's damage be? At least it far exceeded them. And this scene likewise fell into the eyes of the stick boy at little barbarian's feet, and at that moment, he didn't struggle anymore. Park Mi-xian looked deeply at Su Tian and said something to that stick boy who was proficient in Chinese. We're willing to give you our stuff. The stick boy at little Barbara's feet said with difficulty. Su Tian waved his hand when he heard this, signaling Xiao Barbara to release the man while smiling. Wouldn't it have been better if this had happened earlier? Now you can hand in your stuff. Exchange talismans, equipment, and skill scrolls through and through. You too, although the sword and shield are broken, this armor is still probably worth a few dollars. Take it off. And you, worthy of being the princess of the stick country, that's the famous trinket aquamarine heart, right? Take it off, take it off. He, this mage robe of yours seems pretty good too. Su Tian pointed at Park Mei-xian and said, but just as he finished his words, he noticed the bizarre look cast by Xiaoya on the side. Cough, there's no need to take off that dress. Su Tian coughed twice and said. The three stick boys had a look of wanting to cry. What the hell was going on here? They had actually been robbed inside Divine State, dear? I'm afraid no one would believe this if they said it out loud. On the side, Park Mei-xian pursed her lower lip, her beautiful eyes staring at Su Tian. Didn't she say that Chinese people all respected peace? How come this man didn't seem to be the same? From Su Tian's eyes, she saw a full sense of aggression. A few minutes later, these few stick countrymen finally emptied out their things, the ones in the storage space, the ones they wore on their bodies. At this moment, those few stick boys were only wearing 3 pieces of novice clothes and shoes on their bodies. Park Mei-xian was okay, but the high-class jewelry between her wrists and neck had also been taken captive by Su Tian, and her beautiful eyes had a few grudges as she looked towards Su Tian. Not bad, quite cooperative. I didn't expect that the first time I robbed I actually encountered such a cooperative audience. It seems like I'm very suitable for this line of work. Su Tian looked at the harvest with satisfaction and said excitedly. The stick boy not far away couldn't help but feel a shiver in his heart when he heard this. And the redemption talisman finally got 5 together. No, there's one more, Su Tian said with a smile. What? Upon hearing his words, the few people from the stick country all revealed shocked expressions. This guy actually had 6 redemption talismans? Could it be that it was all snatched? The 4 stick country men looked at each other. The job is done. We'll withdraw first. You guys continue to work hard to brush the resource points, huh? If there's fate, we'll meet again next time, Su Tian said smilingly. After saying that, he took Xiaoya and Xiaoyan and they left. Princess, this Huaxiao person is also too hateful, a few stick boys said with ugly faces. Yeah, he even said something about being destined to meet again. Who wants to meet with him again? Park Mi-xian looked at the wretched trio and thoughtfully said, they can rob us, can't we rob others? At those words, the 3 stick boys froze, and then joy surged on their faces. Right, why hadn't they thought of that? The fact that Su Tian could rob their stuff proved that Divine State Deer by Deer didn't have rules that restricted robbing stuff like this. So, Su Tian didn't know that one of his actions had changed an entire playstyle of the subsequent Divine State by Deer. At the same time, gathered 5 redemption talismans. So are we going to go to Divine State City now? Xiaoya looked at the redemption talismans in Su Tian's hands and licked her red lips with some anticipation. Su Tian should be the fastest to gather 5 redemption talismans in this Divine State Deer by Deer, right? He wondered what kind of rewards the red resources that could only be obtained from 5 redemption talismans in divine state deer by deer would have. Who would have thought that Su Tian was shaking his head, asking, "There's no rush. Can this redemption talisman only be used to redeem resource point locations?" Of course not. The redemption talisman can be said to be the universal currency in divine state by deer. There are many various NPCs in divine state city. You can look for them to buy potions, skill scrolls, etc., etc., Xiaoya said. In that case, then the exchange talismans should be stocked up a bit more, Su Tian said. Xiaoya cast a confused look. Well, I mean grabbing a few more. It wasn't enjoyable. Su Tian laughed. Xiaoya was confused. This thing could still be addictive? Do 2 more? Su Tian looked at Xiaoya and squeezed his eyebrows. Xiaoya almost didn't hold back to give him a sentence of "fuck and be done with it," but she reacted at the critical moment. She was the eldest miss of the Xiao family. How could she say such indecent words? New awe. Seeing Xiaoya still showing hesitation, Su Tian handed Xiaoya a pendant jewelry that he had just grabbed from Park Mei Xian. "I can't use this thing, so I'll give it to you." Xiaoya's hesitant eyes immediately firmed up. This pendant was called the Heart of Aquamarine, an extraordinary piece of jewelry equipment. The specific grade could not be identified, but the attributes and skill effects were very good. At first, she also wanted to shoot down, but unfortunately, at that time, she was practicing outside and didn't have that much money. Unexpectedly, today she would actually get it in this way. Subsequently, Su Tian and Xiaoya did a few more tickets, still in the same squatting manner. However, this time, they weren't that lucky, and only squatted 3 squads throughout the day, 2 of which were still lone wolves. The meaning of lone wolf is to act alone, without teammates. Moreover, these 2 lone wolves were very poor and didn't have a single redemption talisman on them, so Su Tian had them hand over some gold coins and equipment. The other team was richer. Not only did they have a redemption talisman, but everyone had a set of diamond equipment. During this time, they of course thought of resisting, but after being taught a lesson by Su Tian, it all gave up struggling. Rounding up, the income is much more than what we earned from brushing resource points. In the evening, Su Tian set up his tent and said with a smile, "Yeah." Xiaoya nodded. Getting 3 redemption talismans in one day. Wasn't this efficiency faster than brushing resource points? Thinking about it, even she felt unbelievable divine state deer hunting can actually be played like this. Early the next morning. "Who are we going to rob today?" Su Tian had just woken up from his sleep when he saw Xiaoya drilling into his tent with a face full of anticipation and excitement. Su Tian froze, then a playful look appeared on his face. "When did I say that I'm going to rob someone today? Sister Xiaoya, it seems like you're addicted too." At those words, Xiaoya's pretty face flushed. "Nonsense, people won't get addicted to this kind of thing." "Is that so?" Su Tian laughed and didn't break her down. "Let's just put the tent away first, and we'll see where we go later, depending on the situation," Su Tian said. "Good." Xiaoya nodded and just wanted to exit the tent, but stopped after twisting her body a few times. Su Tian looked at her blankly. "What's wrong? I seem to be stuck." Xiaoya's face was scarlet, as if it was a candlelight in that dark night. Su Tian was first stunned. Looking at Xiaoya's posture, he instantly realized where the other party was stuck, and immediately looked puzzled. "The entrance to this tent is not narrow. I come and go freely." Could it be Xiaoya's sister? "You're not allowed to say." Seeing that Su Tian was going to say it, Xiaoya instantly turned red with anxiety. "Don't say it, don't say it." Su Tian blinked. Xiaoya tried a few more times, still to no avail, so she looked at Su Tian pleadingly. "Good brother, you get me out." Upon hearing this, Su Tian scratched his head. "How do I get it out?" "Try pushing." Xiaoya thought for a moment and said, "All right then, I'll start." "Oh," Su Tian said. Then his hands grabbed Xiaoya's shoulders and pushed. "No, no way, it hurts." Not even a moment later, Xiaoya cried out. Su Tian's face instantly changed. This voice, these words, if he didn't know, he would have thought that he was doing something shy. Moreover, Xiaoya's dimpled figure, striking such a pose was more or less unbearable for himself. "You'd better get it yourself," Su Tian said. Turning around and no longer paying attention to her, Xiaoya was confused. "How can I get it myself?" "Good brother, it's better if you help me," Xiaoya begged with a scarlet face. Although this tone of voice was indeed a bit problematic, but who called the situation special now? Being stuck like this was also a little too unbearable. "All right." Su Tian was helpless, knowing that it wasn't a solution to keep going on like this, so he turned back to help Xiaoya again. This time, under Su Tian's efforts, Xiaoya's stuck parts finally began to loosen a little. Accompanied by Xiaoya's slightly trembling body, she seemed to be enduring the pain and didn't say another word. As for Su Tian, In order not to trigger embarrassment, he also directly closed his eyes. Out. Finally, along with Xiaoya letting out a sigh of relief, Su Tian sat down paralyzed on the ground. With his amazing attributes, how could he be exhausted by this little thing? Because it wasn't Su Tian's physical body that truly felt tired, but his soul. Even with his eyes closed, Su Tian couldn't help but have the image of Xiaoya being stuck floating in his mind. The pain of that torture. Who could understand? But fortunately, everything was finally over. After silently reciting the 4 great emptinesses a few times, Su Tian withdrew his mind and put the tent away. At this moment, Xiaoya's clothes were still a little messy, but this gave her an extra sense of charm. Yossi. Just at this moment, several mocking voices rang out. Not far away, a few neon people walked head-on, their faces carrying a bit of playfulness and hatred. Playful, because of Xiaoya's state at this moment, her delicate face flushed red, her clothes unkempt, as if she had just done something. And hatred, because the owner just now was not them. They had trekked through the mountains and rushed for a day without sleep to find Su Tian, not realizing that he was actually enjoying himself here. But soon, when they got this brat killed, that beauty would be in their palms. Jia, you should be the one who humiliated Divine Wood June in the communicator, right? The gloomy and stern man at the head of the group spoke out, speaking a broken Chinese language, but Su Tian could barely understand what he was saying. God Wood Kuan? Which one? Su Tian faintly said. His memory wasn't too good, but the name seemed a bit familiar, not knowing where he had heard it before. Baka, how dare you act crazy and sell yourself short? Quickly say, where did you get Gongxing Jun and the others? Tell me, and I can still let you die a quicker death. Don't worry, we'll help you take good care of this beautiful lady friend of yours after you die. The sinister man laughed coldly. At those words, Su Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. But these neon people were really annoying, especially with their pair of lustful eyes looking at Xiaoya. It really made one want to slap them to death, And indeed, Su Tian did do so. Take care, I'll take care of your sister. 4 contract spell formations appeared behind Su Tian at the same time, and 4 furious roars rang out, highlighting how angry their master was at the moment. Didn't you want to know where those companions of yours went? Soon you guys will know. The corners of Su Tian's mouth were grim as he looked at those neonites with a bit more cruelty in his gaze. When the nebulous man saw Su Tian's gaze, a bad feeling arose in his heart for some reason. In particular, those ferocious beasts that Su Tian had gotten out didn't seem to be the same summoned beasts as the Divine Wood Monarch. Roar! In the midst of the Ainli man's doubts, Little Savage had already charged up ahead of the others. Perhaps it rarely showed its face against bosses nowadays, but it was often the first one to fight people. Its thick bare claws, a slap up even if it didn't kill the person, it could slap a bone apart, and if a slap hit the face, then the person could be sent directly to the hospital. Plastic surgery hospital. In addition, its skill of Tarzan's pressure may not have the highest damage, but the insult must be the strongest. There was nothing better than it hitting someone. For example, at this moment, Little Barbarian was already pulling his butt up and sitting on top of the heads of the 2 attendants of that Ainli man, only to hear a poof. A golden light actually emerged from underneath Little Barbarian's butt. The Ainli man's eyes widened, and in the next moment, he realized that his 2 teammates had turned into falling objects, and the entire person was dumbfounded. The most detestable thing was that the bear's ass even twisted in place. A simple pose, but extremely mocking. The Ainli man couldn't tense up any longer and looked at Su Tian angrily. Damn it, Baka Dai Nei. The man pulled out a curved sword from his waist, only to see an abnormal starburst surge from the tip of the blade. Divine warrior? Su Tian raised an eyebrow at the sight, slightly surprised. This guy was actually still a mysterious profession of the Neon Kingdom, a god samurai. But alas, what was the point? He was already a dead man when he had just uttered those words in front of himself, wasn't he? Su Tian's eyes were indifferent, and a pitch-black heavy sword similarly surfaced in his hand, with starry flames igniting on it, like the black flames of a searing inferno. Divine warrior? Is your sword as fast as mine? That divine warrior swung his curved sword, and as he danced, the air around him emitted whistling wind-breaking sounds. He was gathering his blade momentum, the divine warrior's multi-native skill. When the blade momentum was concentrated to a certain degree, the damage would be increased. Su Tian didn't stop him, just stood on the opposite side of the room and watched this guy wield his sword. Finally, the god samurai's eyes glistened, raising his head to look at Su Tian sinisterly. Chinese, Shina. A blade then slashed down. Su Tian raised his eyebrows slightly, and a faint red light surfaced around his cross. Killing god domain. Without any unnecessary movements, Su Tian raised his black hell horizontally and swung it violently. The tip of the sword lingered with black fire, passing straight through the divine warrior's chest. Fatal damage. The divine warrior's blood level almost cleared in a flash of light. collapsing to the ground with a loud thud, turning into a pile of fallen objects. What are these people? At this moment, Xiaoya walked over, somewhat puzzled. Su Tian glanced at her and spread his hands. If you, the translator, don't know, how am I supposed to know? But listening to that Zinni just now seems to be a neon. Su Tian said, could it be the companions of those neon people? Xiaoya thought for a moment and said, it should be. Su Tian nodded in agreement. But how did they find us? Xiaoya wondered. Su Tian's mind moved and took out something from his storage space. Maybe it's because of it. This is that communication instrument? Seeing this thing, Xiaoya was slightly surprised. Originally she had thought that Su Tian had already lost this thing. Well, it seems that this thing can not only communicate, but also perform localization, and it won't be isolated by the storage space. Su Tian couldn't help but sigh. I didn't think that the Neon Kingdom actually had this kind of good thing. Put it away, put it away. Incidentally, Su Tian also stowed the communication instruments of the remaining 3 into the storage space as well. These Neonians seem to have a leader, but he didn't come. Now that these 2 groups of Neonians have died in our hands, they definitely won't stop. What are they going to do? Xiaoya asked after thinking about it. That what Divine Wood Jun? Su Tian yawned calmly. It's not a big problem. Not to mention Divine Wood Jun. Even if he's the Emperor's own son, I don't have to be afraid. Xiaoya didn't make a sound as she sniffed, only staring at Su Tian with her beautiful eyes brimming. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Su Tian said somewhat strangely. Nothing. Xiaoya sighed quietly. It's just that I remembered the time in Southern Province, when you weren't so confident. Is that so? Su Tian scratched his head. Maybe people change. He remembered that when he first awakened to his profession as a beast master, he was disillusioned, but later on, with the help of the system, he turned around, which was really considered lucky. If he wasn't a traveler and the system hadn't appeared, where would he be now? Forget it, don't think too much, let's set off for Divine State City now. I'd like to see what the red rewards in this Divine State deer by deer will be. Su Tian let out a light laugh and said, do you know the way? Xiaoya looked at him. I don't know, but I think since it's a city, it should be very eye-catching, Su Tian said. At those words, Xiaoya was slightly stunned. Did this have anything to do with how to get there? However, very quickly, Xiaoya realized that there really was a connection, because Su Tian's hand made a slight move. The vermilion bird on the side transformed into its battle form, its pendant sky wings slightly stretching. At this moment, the little red had grown to a size that could carry 2 people while flying, and looking at its beautiful feathers, each one was like a work of art. Then we'll use flying, so it's always easy to find that Divine State City, Su Tian said softly, and then he was the first to step onto the vermilion bird, before extending his right hand to Xiaoya. Key, Little Red looked back at Xiaoya, seemingly expecting her to come up as well. At this moment, Xiaoya's heart was extremely unsettled. Which young girl was not pregnant? Such a beautiful and overwhelming vermilion bird, yet she could ride on it. In the past she would not even dare to think about it. Even if she was the eldest lady of the Xiao family, she could never have this kind of opportunity, because there was no one in this world who possessed a divine beast, with the exception of Su Tian. And the only way to have the chance to ride such a beautiful vermilion bird was to be with Su Tian. I'm afraid. Xiaoya held back the excitement in her heart, holding Su Tian's hand and sat on Xiao Hong. Sitting on Xiao Hong's soft feathers felt very comfortable, and Xiao Hong was very large at the moment, not crowded at all on it. Instead it could be described as open. Newt. With a clear and loud cry of Xiao Hong flapped his wings and rushed straight to the sky. The surrounding scenery was shrinking at an extremely high speed, and the airflow crossed his body, gradually stabilizing after a moment. Xiaoya's jade hand covered her eyes, not daring to look down. Su Tian saw the scene, couldn't help but laughingly say, Sister Xiaoya, if you really keep covering your eyes like this, then you might miss out on a lifelong unforgettable view. At those words, Xiaoya's hands moved a bit and finally slowly loosened, looking back only to see Su Tian looking towards the west. Xiaoya slowly turned her head, and in the next moment her expression froze, her pupils shrinking and slowly dilating, only to see not far away in the clouds is a sunset pouring. The afterglow of the curtain fell on the clouds. Milky white clouds and orange-red crashed together. Let a person only forget all the troubles. The eyes are only left with that gorgeous daylight, watching that semicircular head slowly sinking. So there's a sunset in the apocalypse world. Xiaoya's eyes were mesmerized as she looked at that daylight and murmured softly. Su Tian didn't open his mouth, and the two of them silently enjoyed this rare beauty until the dust cleared and the two of them reacted. No good. It's dark and we still haven't found Divine State City. Do we still have to camp out for the night? Su Tian's mouth twitched. Xiaoya also reacted, her face embarrassed. She had only focused on watching the setting sun, but had forgotten the serious business. The sky was already dark, and it was already difficult for Su Tian and Xiaoya to see the things below clearly. Xiao Hong, can you still see what's below? Su Tian asked loudly. Kiki, Little Red voiced out with a confident look, which meant that it could see things clearly in the blackness. Su Tian and Xiaoya were then reassured, and the latter thought for a moment. Why don't we spend the night on Little Red tonight? After all, there is a time limit for the divine state deer by deer, and most of it has already passed now. All right, Su Tian nodded, not refusing. It was a good thing that he didn't have much sleepiness either, and with the night breeze blowing, the darkness around him was even more silent, with only the sound of Little Red's feathery wings flapping resounding. But not a moment later, the silhouette in front of him was falling into his arms, warm and soft jade in his arms asleep. A moment later Xiaoya seemed to feel that the posture was not too comfortable and turned her body. Su Tian was startled, but fortunately, Xiao Han's body was large enough, and Xiaoya turned around without any danger. Then, she hugged Su Tian in an octopus-like manner, as if she was treating him like a sleeping doll. What made Su Tian not dare to move was that there were two more soft masses on his chest, rising and falling with Xiaoya's breathing. Su Tian's eyes widened. Taking this to test a cadre?